MollyJay Bijou. MollyJay was a woman lost in the world around her. At almost 30 years of age, she lived on her own, no family to speak of, and very few friends, if she could even call them that, as they were all the people she worked with. She was an ordinary enough girl about 5'3" with dull blue-green eyes, pretty generic neutral skin, and dirty blonde hair. She was the poster child of forgotten, and for the most part that was okay by her. M.J. worked 3 jobs at the moment: a part-time job at the slaughterhouse, a part-time job as a butcher's assistant, and a night job as a bartender. It kept her pretty busy, so a more social life wasn't something she missed. But on mornings like this one, sometimes she wondered what it would be like to have someone to talk to. The town of Loader wasn't very big, so MJ never bothered with a car. She would have had to maintain it and pay for insurance, and buying new shoes every couple months seemed more cost-effective and much less headache to deal with. She reached the butcher shop and took a deep breath before pulling the door open. "That better be one MollyJay Bijou," a yell came from the back room. An older man in his late 60s snakes his head around the door jamb and threw one hand up in the air. "What the fuck? You were supposed to be here at 4 to approve the new shipment of cutlets, but instead I have a sorry, we missed you note hung on my door this morning. Care to explain?" MJ hung her head. Of all the mornings to oversleep, it had to be the morning Lou was getting a new shipment. "I'm really sorry, Lou," MJ mumbles as she stuffed her hands in her pockets. "I hit the snooze on the alarm clock and fell asleep." MJ felt really guilty. Lou was a really easygoing boss, and a better person. Lou didn't have much family aside from his sister Beth, as far as MJ knew, or if he didn't like to talk about them or spend any time with them at all. MJ was late, so she had to pick up the cutlets that she missed this morning by taking the truck. Also, wash the shop front windows and signs after that. "All right, Moll, just get her ass moving. We got lots of work to do," Lou said in fatherly tone that made MJ smile. She wasn't really fond of being called Moll either, but Lou was the only one who did, and it was better than the alternative, so she let it slide. "You got it, boss," she chirped as she bent over and took the keys. The door chime rang, and a silky voice spat out, "Good morning, Louisiana Peaches." MJ blushed and shot upright. She looked at Lou, half horrified, and another voice rang out, just as deep as the first one, but not as smooth to the ears. "I think that's Georgia Peaches, bro, but I get what you mean." MJ could not believe her ears. Were they really talking about her ass right now? She spun around on one heel to face the taunters and pierced her hands on her hips. "Excuse the fuck out of you," she spat with as much disgust as she could muster. The man standing in front of her was about a foot taller than she was, and had beautiful, deep lagoon green eyes. His hair was a dusty gold blonde with darker highlights dancing underneath the top layer, revealing how thick and beautiful it really was. Build was athletic and firm. His skin looked weather-touched with different shades of neutral cream and olive tones. He was standing so close to her that she could swear she felt the air move around her when the corners of his mouth turned upward into a small wry smile, but did not expose his teeth. He leaned forward and almost whispered in her face. "I said good morning." This man stood so close she could smell him. He smelled musky but sweet, and MJ caught herself inhaling a little deeper to savor the scent. She was seething with annoyance. Not only had this jackass taken advantage of an unfortunate situation, now he was insulting her intelligence. MJ wasn't sure if it was instinct or just poor choices, but she hauled back and headbutted the beautiful man standing in front of her, pushed past his stunned companion, and out the front door, ignoring an angry Lou hollering behind her. It only took about 25 minutes for her to get to the slaughterhouse. MJ pulled the truck off the main road and into the dirt drive up that led to the slaughterhouse main office and loading dock. She backed the truck in next to the loading port so that she wouldn't have to walk too far in case Lou went overboard and ordered a pallet or something like that. MJ made her way up the stairs of the office and walked inside. She was met at the front desk by a woman in her early 50s. She had a bubbly and happy little voice all the time. She was nearly 5 feet tall, and so when she was sitting at the desk, you could almost see a small tuft of her overly curled and teased black bob haircut. MJ slapped her hands up on the desk and made the small woman jump. "Morning, Beth," MJ said with a start. Beth was Lou's sister, and MJ had met Lou through Beth 3 years ago. Sure, MJ had lived in Loader since she was small, but she kept to herself mostly because she was just kind of cast aside by everyone. Not on purpose, but people had their own lives. MJ met Beth when she was about 12. Beth volunteered at the youth center in town, and MJ was a ward of the state on account of the fact nobody came forward to claim her after the flood, and they had to do something with her. "What the hell happened to your head, MJ?" Beth said in an accusing tone. "You piss off Lou again and get hit in the head with another flying plate, or what?" "No," MJ said shyly, trying not to make eye contact with the woman in front of her. "Hey, do you think Lou would ever fire me?" MJ asked, still not making eye contact with Beth, which was hard to do considering she was an inch shorter than MJ. Beth started laughing. "What in the world happened this morning? Do you think Lou would fire me?" MJ took a deep breath and explained the morning to Beth. "Oh, sweetie, I bet you Lou is having it out with that creep right now," she said with a matter-of-fact tone. "Come on, let's get you an ice pack for that forehead before it swells anymore, and I will have the guys in the back get the pallet in the truck for you." "Fuck, man, I knew it was going to be a bunch of shit." MJ said as the two of them walked toward the small kitchen to get some ice. When MJ was done letting Beth fuss over her, she went back out to the truck, and there sat a large styrofoam barrier now stuffed in the bed of Lou's old truck. There were two guys standing at the back of the truck, smoking and joking with each other. "Thanks, guys," MJ hollered as she waved at them. "Sure thing," one of them hollered back. "Oh, by the way, it's packed in ice, so don't worry about time," the other one mumbled through his lit cigarette. MJ nodded and climbed behind the driver's side of the beat-up old truck and drove back to Lou's shop. When she pulled into the joint parking lot, sandwiched between Lou's shop and a tailor who worked in the next building, MJ's heart skipped a little. She knew Beth was probably right that Lou wouldn't really be upset enough to fire her. She had punched out rude-ass customers before. She even once slapped a woman with a nice T-bone when she told MJ she smelled like unwanted gutter trash, and Lou just laughed it off and told her to get back to work. MJ took a deep breath and climbed out of the truck. She opened the side door and yelled, "Hey, Lou! I got all the fucking meat you ordered, but I don't know where the fuck we're supposed to put it all. You could feed an army with all these cutlets." MJ started to unlatch the bed of the truck when she heard footsteps behind her. She leaned into the bed to unfasten one of the tie straps so they could unload the pallet in sections instead of trying to pull it out of the truck in one go. She had now climbed mostly into the back of the truck and was struggling with one of the straps. MJ was on her knees, yanking on a knot that had been tied in the strap for God only knows what reason. "Fuck!" she exclaimed in frustration. "Hey, Lou, this goddamn strap is all knotted to hell and back. Can you come help me untie it?" She knew the old man was standing there, and she heard him walk out. "Damn it, Lou." MJ gritted her teeth as she gave one last pull out of frustration. All of a sudden the strap broke at the knot and MJ flew backwards. She tried to catch herself, but that made things worse. She only launched herself backwards and stumbled into a hard, almost immovable statue-like figure. The statue reached forward and wrapped its arms around her, and MJ knew then it wasn't Lou. MJ tried to wriggle free, but the large fleshy restraints that held her did not give. She managed to wiggle around and see the face of the person she had assumed was Lou. "An asshat who?" the low, delicious voice hummed. MJ was horrified. The man from earlier was still here, and to make matters worse, he was now holding her. "Get the fuck off me, you creep!" MJ hollered as she tried her best to get free. The olive-toned god of a man holding her did not put her down, nor did he fall prey to any of her jabs or headbutts, and now he was grinning. "Now, in all fairness, kitten," he purred, "you fell into my arms. I just didn't want to hurt those tender peaches of yours." "Mine." MJ could feel her ears turn hot and her cheeks flush, and now she was furious. What the hell gave this man the right? She thought and decided to try an old trick she learned in her early years as a bartender. Some drunk asshole would make an advance more than once or confront her in the parking lot after shift when she was alone, and she couldn't always overpower them physically. A few times they had grabbed her, and she couldn't get free and had actually started to panic. But for whatever reason, MJ always just became very calm and focused, like she knew exactly what to do to get herself free of the situation. She had figured out that most of the time all these dirty fuckers wanted was to grope her, and for her to just accept it, so she figured out a way to fool them. MJ calmed her mind and relaxed her body. She pushed herself softly into the chest of the man holding her and relaxed all muscles except the ones in her calves and feet. She looked up and found the small black spot in the center of his eye, offering sweetly, "Can you at least loosen your grip a little so I can breathe?" She bit the bottom of her lip as she realized what she said actually sent small bursts of what felt like electricity through her entire body. Whoa, she thought, I should have been an actress. I'm so good. To her surprise, he did loosen his grip, but only enough for her to move her arms out of his, and it's only then did she realize just how massive this man's forearms actually were. Her heart skipped in her throat. She realized she was now softly stroking his arms with her fingertips. Did he just purr? She wondered to herself. He was surprised at her forwardness all of a sudden, and to his amazement, he realized what was happening. He felt the small jolts of electricity travel through his body, and on instinct alone, the beast within him purred with excitement. It couldn't be true, he thought. He was so old already, and had not found a mate. He had already accepted the fact that the moon had not meant for him to share his life with another. After all, what kind of life was his to share? To his horror and dismay, the beast inside him momentarily took over and spoke. Mine. He purred so low it was almost a growl. He let her move just a little, and she looked up at him, and he couldn't help himself. He leaned forward to inhale her and tucked his head in the crook of her neck. Unlike most of the women he had met in his time, there was nothing false to cover her scent. It was clean and sweet, and the only falsity about it was the scent of shampoo. He didn't mind, though. It was natural for humans to use scented cleaning products on themselves. How sweet she must be, he thought to himself. Are you fucking serious? MJ thought. Did he just smell me? This was the last straw. She traced her fingers up his arms and around his neck. She cupped one side of his face with her hand, so she could get a better vantage point. Unbelievable, he thought. She was accepting him? He knew she was human because he couldn't smell wolf on her, and he was pretty sure she wasn't aware of who he was because of the way she spoke to him earlier. Could their natural attraction be that strong already? He wondered. how much he wanted to just take her into the woods, mark her and keep her hidden from anyone but himself for the rest of her life. His bliss was interrupted by the sudden loss of his balance. All at once he found himself flying head over feet and landing on his back. Did she really just flip him, he thought? Success? MJ was giddy as a little girl. It worked just like it always did, albeit not the way it usually worked, she mentally noted. He wouldn't let her turn around completely to get a better grip, so she had to throw herself to the ground with him. It looked more like a power slam from a wrestling match than a defensive maneuver. MJ tried to pull herself upright, and for some reason she felt the need to take off running. Not only did the move not really go the way she wanted, but this man was now laying on his back, laughing instead of gasping for air, and she was pretty sure she was now going to really be in trouble, as there were more figures starting to gather near the back door, and she could hear Lou's loud footsteps nearing them. What the fuck is going on out here? Unload the meat before. Lou stopped mid-sentence as he saw the sprawled-out bodies in the parking lot. Lou looked around at the 4 hunters standing around and down at the 2 bodies on the floor. Oh, shit, he thought. This damn girl had amused the assassin earlier with her spirited attitude, but he wasn't sure how long he would put up with whatever shit was happening now. I can't do this, thought Lou. I gotta get her out of here before she gets herself hurt, or worse. Lou pushed past the other hunters standing around and reached down to pick up the girl on the ground as she had started to get up on her own. Lou heard a low, threatening growl and found himself thrown back towards the door. He hit the ground with a thud. Mine, came a growl from the beautiful god, like creature still laying on the ground. MJ turned around to see Lou flying backwards, and she screamed in horror. She was going to run away, but when she saw Lou's body fall limp to the ground, she turned on her toes and headed for Lou. Someone grabbed her ankle and tripped her. She felt a hand press into the small of her back, and she was pinned to the ground. A hand grabbed the back of her pants, and another hand grabbed the collar of her shirt and pulled her to her feet, but did not let go. Not so fast, kitten, came that voice from behind her again, and she started to struggle against the hands holding her. She both looked and felt like a desperate little animal trying to escape from a predator. Let go of me, you asshole. What the fuck is wrong with you? MJ screamed, still trying to break free. Lou, she continued to yell. Lou, answer me, old man. Are you okay, Lou? She looked around at the other faces staring at her, searching each one for help, but they all just stood there gawking. What the fuck is wrong with all of you? Help him? Who the fuck are you? MJ sounded more than desperate now. She was starting to panic a little. This man was still holding her, and she was pretty sure she heard him say something like, mine, before he threw Lou like a bag in the wind. You can call me Dante. The others didn't move an inch. They had no expression other than the wide-eyed stare they each had locked on the man still holding on to MJ by the seat of her pants. Please, MJ began to plead quietly. She had stopped struggling in an act of defeat, and at this point had all but fallen to her knees. Lou still wasn't moving, and MJ still wasn't sure who all of these men were. Why was she struggling so hard to get away, he thought, and why was she so concerned about the old paper pusher? That old snake had been hiding her for the moon, only knows how long. Well, she was his now, and he would challenge the weak old wolf if he had to. She had stopped struggling. She was dangling from her pants, almost on her knees, making a sound he was unfamiliar with. Why was that sound making him so sad? Please, MJ continued again. She wasn't sure why, but she was crying at this point. There were a lot of strange things happening right now, and she was scared. She wanted Lou to wake up and explain it to her. She wanted him to tell her what the hell was going on, why this man's still here, and where did the others come from. Deciding to adjust his hold on her to see why she was crying, he sighed with guilt. Maybe he hurt her and hadn't realized it? He grabbed one of her arms and turned her to face him, then grabbed her other arm and pulled her upright. MJ looked up at him, and his heart sank. She looked both terrified and maybe even a little angry. Let go of me, please, she squeaked like a tiny mouse, and he suddenly realized in horror that perhaps she really had absolutely no idea what he was, or even what Lou was. She seemed confused, and her concern for Lou's well-being seemed to be that of a daughter to her father rather than that of a mate. He thought and seemed to realize a little too late, so he released her arms and she crumpled to the floor like a paper doll. He walked away from her and toward the old wolf still unconscious on the ground. Leaning over the old man, he heard the small girl behind him start to yell. To MJ's horror, he had let her go and walked away toward Lou. She gathered herself off the ground and started walking toward him. Like hell was this strange man going to take advantage of Lou if she could help it? She thought Lou would help out anyone in need, but he was no pushover. He had taught MJ a fair amount of self-defense in the last 3 years. MJ had just started working for Lou when she walked in one day, sporting a shiny new black eye she had gotten from a guy at the bar the night before. She was bartending, and there was a woman who had been sitting at the bar for a while, having a few drinks when a man approached her and started talking to her. This woman was clearly not interested, and tried to tell him so several times, but the more she said no, the more he tried. MJ tried not to stick her nose in other people's business. Her philosophy was, if you were going to come to a bar, you better be prepared for the onslaught of stupid headed your way. But this guy was getting dangerous. He started grabbing this woman's arm and pulling her off the stool. MJ wiped her hands on a towel and stepped out from behind the bar, approaching the pair. She made it clear that he needed to step off the young lady and be on his way, or he would need to drink elsewhere. While she was speaking, MJ managed to put herself between them, and the girl had grabbed her things, darting out the door while MJ had her drunk bully occupied as she flagged down a cab, leaving as quickly as possible. The drunk pig in front of her was now babbling about how MJ had cost him a good piece of ass and needed to replace it, but if she was lucky, maybe he would let her ass be the replacement. She laughed and pushed past him to resume her work behind the bar. But this crazy motherfucker just exploded, smashing her in the head with his sloppy drunk meat hook of a left hook. Before she could recover and protect herself, he had fallen forward, hitting his head on the bar top, and was now passed out on the floor. MJ had explained the entire situation to Lou when she got to work, as her eye had swelled and turned quite an interesting shade of blue-purple, and seeing as she owned no makeup to cover it up, it was quite noticeable. Lou told her that if she was going to work for him, she was going to learn to really defend herself. None of that street bullshit, as he put it. MJ snapped herself back to the present and launched her body in the stranger's direction. Two of the four goons that had been just standing around reached out and grabbed her by the arms. What was with people and grabbing her today? MJ wondered. Let go and fight me one-on-one like real men, you motherfuckers. She screeched, kicking, and struggled, but they were countering every advance she made to break free. As she fought, MJ noticed they danced around her almost as if they were able to guess what the other was going to do and were working together to make sure she stayed subdued. Not a good idea, doll. One of them grunted at her, as he kept MJ from lurching toward Lou and the man lurking toward him. Fuck off, let go. MJ grunted and twisted her body until she saw Lou start to move. Lou, look out, she yelled, still trying to break free from the men holding her. Lou grabbed his head and looked up toward the man standing above him and chuckled. Relax. MJ, they are here for an order. They would have been gone by now, but someone decided not to be to work on time, so they had to wait for you to get back. Lou was now sitting upright, but had not stood from the ground yet. He was still looking at the man standing above him. They seemed to look at each other for a long time, almost as if they were having a conversation without saying anything. MJ was still struggling against her captor's grasp when she heard Lou speak. She was confused and horrified at the same time. Lou knew these guys, or at least had sold them a fair amount of meat, and she had headbutted one of them this morning, insulted him without knowing it, and thrown him like a sack of potatoes on top of making them wait almost 2 hours for the meat they had no doubt pre-ordered and expected to be ready and waiting. Lou would fire her for sure, she thought. And what was Beth going to say? Boy, you really screwed it up for yourself this time, moles, she thought. MJ stopped struggling as she wasn't really getting anything except bruises on her arms at this point, and it wasn't like Lou was in any real danger anyway. MJ, why don't you go and start cleaning the front windows while I help these gentlemen with their order? Lou was still on the ground, but was now at least looking at her. Lou, I didn't mean to screw everything up. I'm really sorry, it's just that this... Before she could finish, she heard Lou bark. MJ! He cut her off. He looked really angry and a little scared. He gritted his teeth and spoke to her in a low voice she knew meant she needed to just go and do what he said. Please, MJ, just go and wash the front windows while I deal with things here, okay? She opened her mouth to speak but decided not to. It was him again. The tall Greek god was speaking again. And for whatever reason, he seemed to have some kind of power over Lou. Please, boys, let's take our hands off this delicious little kitten and let her get to her work. And just like that, they released her, as if he were really God. Us, pretty boy. Dante walked up to MJ and gently loomed over her. We have not been properly introduced. He paused as if waiting for her to run or slap him. MJ was so overrun at the moment, the only thing she could do was wipe her eyes and stare at the man in front of her. You can call me Dante, he began. And these 4 clowns are harmless. They just got a little overexcited. He had started to come much closer to her now, and once again MJ could feel little sparks of electricity pop all over her body, like internal fireworks. Dante reached up to touch her elbows with his hands out of sheer primal need to just touch and console her. It was driving him a bit crazy how his wolf kept nudging him to keep touching her. MJ squinted and looked long into this man's eyes. No, I think I prefer Ashat, thanks. And with that, she turned and walked back toward the front of the store to start washing. Absolutely ridiculous, MJ thought as she set up her bucket and grabbed the extender pole for the brush mop. I mean, who the fuck does this guy think he is, and why the hell did Lou just fold to him like that? Huffing in internal frustration, she continued her mental tirade. And furthermore, who were the guys with him? I wonder how much meat they bought if Lou was willing to just lay down for that guy like that. MJ worked vigorously to scrub the windows as all sorts of things ran through her head about who these guys were and what business they had with Lou. Maybe they were mob and they were demanding money from Lou, or card sharks come to collect on a debt. Stop, she thought. If they were card sharks, they wouldn't be there to buy anything. MJ stood back and looked at the window. It had not taken her very long at all. She pushed open and walked in through the front door, putting the brush and bucket back in the storage room. MJ wanted to talk to Lou badly, but he was still talking to those men outside, so she set to cleaning up the shop and making sure they had enough chuck ground for burgers. The local college was having another football game tonight, and that meant burgers and hot dogs and drunk college kids and money. MJ washed up and started to chop the beef into manageable sizes for the grinder. Out of habit, she started to hum while she worked. It helped her stay calm and concentrate on her work. MJ had hummed herself into such a zen-like state while she was working, she didn't hear any of the commotion going on behind her. After she had finished cutting most of the beef she needed for the burgers she was going to make, and had the grinder set up and working, she turned back toward the counter to clean up her mess. MJ put the cutting block in the sink and turned around to wipe down the counter. She happened to look up to see two of the men from out back sitting at one of the 3 tables at the front of the shop, while Lou was standing between the asshat that called himself Dante and MJ. Dante was pleasantly surprised when he walked into the butcher shop to find the small framed woman humming, while she cut raw meat off bone with such precision it was almost arousing to the beast within him. The sound of her voice swam through his head, and he felt each note pulse through his entire body. It was as if she were casting a spell on him, and he wanted to walk out the door immediately. A mate never did any assassin any good, he thought. His wolf had been around longer than most, and he had seen what happened to hunters when they took mates. It made them weak, and Dante could never be weak. Dante had also kept his share of female company over the years, and they all eventually became more work than they were worth. But for some damn reason, his wolf wouldn't let him leave. It was almost as if he took over as he walked Dante closer to the counter, just so he could get a closer look at the delicate creature standing before him. He felt lightning strike his very soul when she looked up straight into his eyes as if she knew he were there. He smiled at her and walked around the counter to face her. MJ picked up the butcher's cleaver she had just been using and held it out in front of her. Dante laughed internally. She definitely had no idea what he was, let alone who he was. That holding up that cleaver would do her less good than a link of sausage, he thought, and decided he would have a little fun with her at least, since his wolf insisted on interacting with this woman. He put both his hands palms up in front of him as if to surrender to this little thing. "Take it easy, kitten," he whispered. "I came to apologize. You're right, I was an asshat to say the things I said out loud. Let me make it up to you," he continued as he watched her eye him, carefully judging his movements. She had such a tight grip on that knife, her little knuckles were turning white. So he took a step back, hoping she would relax a little. "My associates and I are in town to check on some business, so we might be here a while. Would you allow me to take you out to dinner, as an apology for my disgusting behavior, I think is how you put it?" "Oh, that's just fucking great." MJ thought, this asshole and his dickhead friends are going to be in town for a while. "Go fuck yourself, pretty boy. Try to touch me again, and I will add your fingers as this weekend's secret ingredient." MJ spat the words out with as much force as possible, and pointed the knife at him so that he knew she wasn't kidding. Dante put his hands at his sides and cocked his head to the side. What an interesting little kitten. She has claws, it seems. But before he played with her anymore, he wanted to know a little about her. "Lou," he hollered out, "who is this delightful little addition to your place?" Lou became incredibly nervous. He knew that MJ was short-tempered, and Dante did sort of deserve what she dished out to him. Lou wasn't going to be the one to call the assassin out on his mischief. He was pretty sure if he didn't step in and do some damage control, she could potentially really make him angry, and Lou liked MJ. He would hate to see her get hurt or worse. "She just works here, Dante." Lou laughed nervously as he began to round the corner and approached the hazardous pair. "Please don't mind her. I think she has a mental handicap." Lou reached up and grabbed a hold of MJ's hand and the knife in it. He glared at her and continued his ridiculous lie. "She just lashes out sometimes when she is off her meds." And with that, he jerked the knife from her hand and slammed it on the counter, making MJ jump in place. Lou glared at MJ and gritted through his teeth. "Moll, I want you to go clean the bird nests out of the top of the sign and the floodlights, okay?" Lou had a low and serious tone that almost made MJ sad. "Then you can just take an early day." He peered at her as if telling her she needed to go now or there would be hell to pay. She wanted to protest but knew there was really no point. This was one of those situations when she needed to remind herself she was a grown woman, not a petulant child. So MJ conceded. She looked at the floor and solemnly walked to the back room to get the big ladder and a clean bucket. The Great Wolf Assassin. Dante stood with his back against the front door, positioned so he could watch his little obsession work. He was paying absolutely no attention to what the others were talking about. He knew that Azrael, their alpha, had sent him and the other hunters here to check out some suspicious behavior involving butchered cattle at the slaughterhouse. As far as Dante was concerned, this was a stupid reason to send hunters to a civilian area. But Azrael held a soft spot for Lou, for whatever reason. Plus, most of the pack's meat came from the slaughterhouse, so keeping it safe did serve the pack as a whole. Dante just didn't like politics. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. It just took more pomp and circumstance than he cared to put effort into. "Okay, great, that sounds like a plan," Lou said, snapping Dante's attention back to the inside of the shop. "Are you going to be okay with that, Dante?" Tanner asked, knowing full well he had not been paying any attention. Dante looked at Tanner and furrowed his brow, trying desperately to recall what they were talking about. Tanner was another hunter, and the alpha's brother. Usually Dante tried to keep a clear head for business. But this tender little thing distracting him this morning was not helping at all. The more he watched her, the more irritated he became. Why couldn't he concentrate? Why was she so distracting? Tanner saw Dante continue to ignore the conversation in front of them and kept looking out the front windows. At first he thought Dante was being cautious and keeping a lookout. But he kept looking back in the same direction. Tanner followed his gaze up to the girl on a ladder, feverishly pulling leaves and nesting material out of the block letters above the shop front. Tanner couldn't wait to see how this played out. He and Dante had been friends since Tanner was a pup. Dante was a few years older than Tanner and his brother, but Dante never acted like it made him superior. Tanner's father had taken Dante in when his pack had been attacked and his parents slaughtered. Tanner couldn't imagine everyone he loved being ripped away from him, and every time he thought about it, his heart sank a little for Dante. By this time, Lou had finished explaining to Ace what exactly was going on around Loader, and Ace agreed to help. Not only was something breaking into the slaughterhouse and killing cows, but it was also getting into the lockers and tainting the meat. Tanner grinned coyly. He couldn't wait to see how pissed Ace was going to be when he figured out Dante had not heard one word of Lou or Ace had said. It's not that Ace and Dante didn't get along. They were great together as wolves, but for some reason the men couldn't get on the same page. Ace was around the same height and build as Dante, but he had jet black hair and caramel color eyes. Ace glared at Dante with his arms crossed like he was waiting for him to answer. Tanner couldn't hold back any longer. He leaned back in his chair and laughed mercilessly loud. Dante looked absolutely clueless. How was Dante, the great fearless assassin, going to explain that he wasn't paying attention because he was too busy lusting after a human girl? What the hell is wrong with him? Ace asked, exasperated at the lack of professionalism happening at this very moment. They had been asked by the Alpha to discreetly deal with this situation before it got out of hand. Yes, the slaughterhouse was wolf-owned, but Loader was a small town and humans used it also. They would soon start to ask questions if they hadn't already, and if Ace had guessed right from the intel they had already gathered, and the pictures Lou had sent over, he was pretty sure they were dealing with moonwalkers. But the strange thing was that moonwalkers were usually solitary creatures, and they were more animal than human, so the fact that no one had seen or said anything was both lucky and alarming. Ace wanted them to take the situation seriously, and he knew that Dante above all was mostly about the chase and the fight, so he wasn't worried much about the fact he hadn't heard most of their debrief. But his behavior this morning had been odd. Dante never interacted with females first, let alone pursued one that clearly had no interest in him. And on top of that, Dante seemed to not even know the basics of the plan Ace had just laid out, and that had never happened as long as Ace had been in command of Azrael's hunters. Tanner, on the other hand, his behavior was all too normal for Tanner. He would get down to business when it came down to the fight, but even then, he was slightly reckless. Ace would have never allowed Tanner to join the hunters if he weren't Alpha's little brother. And it's not that Tanner wasn't a good fighter or a decent mate on stakeouts, it's just that he wasn't ready yet. Ace could tell he still had the stink of pup on him and needed a few good tussles with real-life experience before he would settle down. Tanner looked remarkably like the Alpha, dark hair and dark eyes, their skin tone being just a shade between the two, making the pair striking and almost shadow-like. Ace often thought of Tanner as a little shadow dancing around in the light, unable to sit still. But that also meant that one day someone would set the sun on that little shadow, and for the sake of the Alpha, Ace hoped that Tanner would survive it. Tanner couldn't believe it. Dante really had no idea what the fuck was going on. He was so engrossed in the girl outside, and it suddenly dawned on him. Could she be his mate? Could it be that Dante had finally found a mate, and if that was the case, she was clearly an Omega? And that made Tanner laugh even louder. The thought of the mighty wolf assassin Dante not only had a mate, but it turns out he had the weakest kind, a human. Tanner laughed so hard he almost fell out of the chair, and both Dante and Lou started to yell at him at the same time before Ace could even utter a word. The Moon's plan. Outside, MJ was doing her best to level her anger and nausea while she cleaned bird nests and egg leftovers out of the sign letters above the butcher shop. She so very much just wanted this day to end, but unfortunately she still had her shift at the bar. Luckily, Lou was sending her home after this so she could take a much-needed shower, and she would even have a few extra hours to herself before she dove once again into the pit of other people and their bullshit, she thought. MJ never understood why Lou let the birds nest up in the sign. Sure, they were little things, and they only did it between spring and summer to have their babies, but it made a huge mess, and she always ended up being the one to clean it up. Story of her life, she thought. Even at the slaughterhouse, her job was to clean the blades and tables, while the workers alternated equipment, and after closing, she would mop up the floors and lock the walk-in freezers. At the butcher shop, Lou had started letting her do small tasks like meat prep and quartering different cuts, but mostly she just manned the register and cleaned up around the shop. The bar was a little different. Sure, she got to mix drinks and listen to music all night, but she still had to clean up people's emotional and physical mess. Most people came to the bar for two things: either to pick up someone else's emotional garbage or to unload their own. And the ones who weren't there for that preyed on the ones who were weak and vulnerable. MJ thought. If only cleaning was a respectable title one could carry around. Giggling at the thought, she rehearsed what that might sound like. Hi, I'm MJ. I clean up after other people, but I have a really hard time cleaning up after myself. How pathetic, she thought, but before she could wallow in any self-pity, she heard a commotion inside the shop. It sounded like someone was laughing and others were yelling. Whatever, MJ huffed. Obviously what happened today wasn't as big a deal to Lou or anyone else as it was to her. MJ sighed. She would just take it out on her trusty bag later when she got home. Home, MJ thought. What a strange word it's supposed to be, someplace you love that makes you feel safe and warm. But for her, home was just a small studio with leaky faucets, thin windows, and thinner walls. MJ had a few things in her little place. She had her bed and a small night table. No TV, just her punching bag and a radio. There was a small dresser that she kept all her clothes in, and a curtain covering her toilet and claw tub that had a makeshift shower spout on the wall. Most of her treasures were in the kitchen, her pots and pans and baking dishes, but more than anything, it was her chef's knives she treasured. They were always clean and put away carefully in a leather pouch she kept tucked in a drawer. She had a small sink and 5 or 6 cupboards in the kitchen, a small counter for food prep and dish drying, and a stove with 4 burners in total, but only 2 worked, and that was good enough for her. MJ, daydreaming about her little place, took her away from the commotion below long enough that she didn't realize 2 of the strangers had started pushing each other and made their way outside. To her surprise, the asshat that called himself Dante had opened the door and allowed the 2 to spill out of shop and onto the sidewalk, which just so happened to be directly where MJ was standing at the top of a ladder. "You are such a spaz, Ace," came the voice of the first man to come out the door, and the man that MJ assumed was Ace had a hold of him and was pushing him backwards. "Can you take anything serious, Tanner? This is not the time nor the place to make jokes like that. This is a serious situation, and it demands everyone's full attention." "Aw, come on, Ace, lighten up a little." Tanner laughed through his breathlessness. "It's about time Loner Boy gets a match, plus my brother is overreacting anyway, so just chill, you're so uptight." At that, Ace pushed Tanner again, and it knocked him into the ladder MJ was currently standing on. It didn't fall, but it did tilt just enough to make MJ lose her balance, so she jumped to the top of the roof to avoid falling off onto the sidewalk below. The sight made both men stop and watch. Quick thinking for a human girl, thought Ace, and he was almost impressed. Tanner giggled and pointed at her. "Look, Dante, she is making a run for it. Better catch her, it's the moon's plan." Dante shot out the door and into the middle of Tanner and took him straight to the ground. Sat up and started to throw punches at him, while Tanner brought both arms up to the sides of his head in defense, to block any serious blow to the head. Ace, who up until now had been pushing Tanner outside, was now trying to pull Dante off Tanner. "Dante, not here, man, not here." Dante stepped off Tanner and spun out of Ace's grip. He grabbed the ladder and threw it into the street out of frustration. Dante looked up and, to MJ's horror, pointed directly at her. "Get the fuck down before you hurt yourself." Dante scolded. "Don't make me come up there and get you. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know better than to climb on roofs?" He threw his hands in the air and turned to leave. "Unbelievable, stupid woman. So irrational, reckless," he continued to mumble as he walked off down the street. "Hey Dante, where the fuck are you going, man?" yelled Tanner as he stood off the ground with a split eyebrow and swollen lip. "I'm going to the fucking slaughterhouse, like Ace said, you dumb fucking mutt." And with that, Dante's silhouette disappeared down the street. Lou's specialists. Jay crouched low as the 2 men on the ground looked up toward her, and the one they called Tanner waved at her like an excited child in a parade. "Come on down, doll, we don't bite much," he paused before the last word. Ace punched Tanner in the arm. "Look, we don't blame you for being standoffish, but we really won't hurt you, and I think Lou was looking for you anyway. If you would like, we can help you down, but if not, we understand and won't get in your way." The way he spoke to her was almost like someone trying to coax a scared animal out of a tree, and that made MJ think of how that asshat Dante kept calling her kitten. MJ peered over the rooftop. "No," she hollered down before she sank again. "I have been up here before, I can get down alone," she paused a moment before adding, "Thanks for the offer, though." MJ walked to the back of the butcher shop's flat roof and looked down at the fire escape ladder. The thing was kinda old and really rusted, but had never had a problem holding up Lou. He got up there to stomp on and curse the roof for leaking when it rained one year like the building had done it on purpose. MJ smiled sweetly at the memory and climbed down the ladder. She was again standing in the parking lot to the side of Lou's shop. MJ rounded the side of the building and stopped when she saw Tanner and Ace were still standing there staring at her. She looked at them both, then lowered her head, picking up the ladder and bucket she had dropped when she jumped. She grabbed the ladder and leaned it against the wall, taking the bucket to the dumpster on the other side of the parking lot. Lou walked out the back door with the other 2 guys, while Tanner and Ace walked up behind MJ. She walked a little faster to keep distance between them and dumped the bucket. She turned around to head back into the shop as a large black SUV pulled into the parking lot and screeched to a stop. Out of the driver's open window, a woman about MJ's age yelled at the others outside. Ed, Jay, Tanner, what the hell, guys? Let's get that meat in the truck and jam. She opened the door and stepped out, and MJ was in awe of her. She was slender and tall, her hair was obviously color-treated, as bleach blonde white was not a natural color, but she pulled it off with her surfer tan-kissed skin. Holy shit, Lou! The girl yelled and ran at Lou, who smiled like MJ had never seen, and flung herself into the arms of the big burly man MJ, though she knew pretty well. MJ was a little hurt, not that she wanted to hug Lou, but that he more than obviously knew all of these people and had never mentioned them to her. Not only did he seem close with them, but from the earlier demonstration, he obviously valued their opinion over hers. But who was she really to be hurt like that after all? She only worked for Lou. It's not like they were family. It was like he said she just worked there. She thought with knitted brows and a heavy heart. Lou looked up at MJ, and she was standing there with an empty bucket in her hand and a few bird feathers in her hair. She looked almost pitiful, and his heart sank for her. She was really a good soul, a little clumsy and impulsive, but a good person nonetheless. She was kind when she wanted to be, and funny, and a hell of a fighter for as small as she really was, he thought. Lou never had kids, but he was fairly certain if he had, he would have hoped they would have grown up like MJ. She was independent and smart to the ways of the world. She was young and had her entire life ahead of her, but the conversation he just had in the shop made him nervous. He had noticed that the assassin was picking on her playfully, and that was unusual, but when he growled out his claim on her and threw him, Lou panicked. Dante's wolf had imprinted on MJ for some reason, and he wasn't sure if Dante had realized it or not, but it seemed that everyone else around him had, and Tanner blandly pointing that out was not helpful to the entire reason these ridiculous yet dangerous beings were here in the first place. Lou was starting to regret calling Azrael in the first place. Lou was giving himself a headache with this mindset. Hey, come here, Moll. Lou hollered as he tried to peel the assaulting woman off of him. MJ slowly walked over as Lou and now 5 strangers were staring at her and blocking her only exit. She walked over and stood in front of them, stuffing her hands in her pockets. Her hair was starting to fall around her face, so she reached up and tucked it behind her ear when Lou started introducing her to these people, as if this was all entirely normal. Hey, MJ, you know how Beth was saying that something has been attacking all the damn cows and raiding the lockers? Well, we think it's actually people doing it. Lou rubbed the back of his neck and continued. The people who own the slaughterhouse sent some specialists over to help out because they've been stealing stuff out our shipments too. He looked around and started with the woman he just peeled off like a second skin. This is Sam. She is going to be helping out around here along with Ace, who you kind of already met, and Ed. Don't worry about your hours. I'm not going to cut them or anything, but think of it as just extra hands to help. Lou's nervous chuckle did nothing to soothe MJ's nerves. Oh boy, MJ thought. I get to deal with some of this bullshit firsthand, lucky me. Who's your cute friend, Tanner? It's nice to meet you, Sam, MJ said, partially ignoring the others. She looked directly at Ace and spoke through gritted teeth. As long as you don't ever fucking put your hands on me again, we can call it good. MJ darted her eyes to the man they called Ed. Ed, nice to meet you. Then she looked at Tanner. And like I told your cute friend earlier, touch me and... Tanner interrupted MJ's tirade. I know, doll. You will cut off my fingers and put 'em in stuff. I got it. Tanner paused a minute and looked at Ace. Ace glared at Tanner and shook his head at him. It was Sam who broke the silence. Well, it's nice to meet you, MJ, I think. Sam paused and offered MJ a warm smile. Whatever these assholes said to you, I'm sorry, was it Jay? She pointed at the only guy who hadn't moved much since they got there. To be honest, MJ thought, she had kind of forgotten about him altogether. He didn't touch her or anything, he just kind of stood there the same as he was now. No, he didn't do anything, she managed to squeak. Who's your cute friend, Tanner? Sam was curious who this girl was talking about. Everybody was there, she couldn't think of anyone missing. Tanner's face lit up, like he couldn't wait to let the cat out of the bag about Dante. Oh, she's talking about Dante, Sam, you're not going to believe this, but the ass... Tanner! Ace screamed and grabbed him by the face. Just shut the fuck up for right now and let's get this meat back to the house. Okay? Tanner nodded and mumbled something inaudible before Ace let go of his face and turned to face MJ. Before Ace could speak, MJ almost yelled at them, in a small stutter. I didn't mean to call him that. I have to go, Lou. MJ felt like she might throw up. Why the hell would she call him cute of all things? Sure, he was a good-looking man, she thought, but he was a pig. MJ decided to do the only thing she did really well and took off running. She didn't stop until she got home. MJ unlocked the door to her studio and slammed the door behind her. She hurried up to lock the deadbolt and didn't exhale until she heard the bolt slam inside the lock, securing her nerves. What a fucking day it's been, she thought. MJ almost ran toward her bed and kicked off her shoes. She reached up and set her alarm for 7 p. And that way, she was sure to be up in time for her shift at the bar, and as soon as her head hit the pillow, she drifted off to sleep. Will someone tell me what the fuck that just was? Said Sam, a little confused. Where is Dante, anyway? Lou didn't know what to do. This was all too much, he thought. He didn't want anyone else to know what Dante had done, but it looked like he didn't really have much say over the situation, so he might as well help the processes along and hope for the best. Tanking a deep breath, Lou crossed his fingers and prayed to the moon this would work. Well, Sam, it like Azriel's assassin has imprinted on my part-time apprentice, and she is human, so the poor girl has no fucking idea what's going on. Lou was a little pissed off now, clenching his jaw. He hadn't called them here to cause trouble. He called them here to solve trouble. And Dante walked off toward the slaughterhouse, no doubt to meet up with Mara and let her know what's going on. Ace cut in, so that the conversation didn't turn away from the mission at hand. Lou nodded, and Ace continued. Right, so Tanner, Jay, Dante and Moxie will take the slaughterhouse, while Sam, Ed and myself stay here at Lou's butcher shop. For now, we will load the meetup, and Moxie, Ed, and Jay can take it to the house. Ace pointed his chin. Tanner, get your ass to the slaughterhouse, and make sure Dante doesn't kill anything he's not supposed to. Sam and I will stay here, and help Lou out in any way we can, since we have severely traumatized his human employee. Ace paused for a moment before he spoke again. Also, remember to behave while we are here. Loader is a mostly human town, remember, so let's be as discreet as possible. And for now, let's not bring up the thing. Just make sure Dante stays clear of the butcher shop for now. And with that, Ace dismissed everyone. Hey, Ace, came Lou's voice of concern from behind him, as Ace held the door for him to proceed inside the butcher shop. Hoping all of this would blow over. We can talk inside, Ace said, as he set to helping Moxie, Ed, and Jay load up all the meat into the SUV and bid them a safe trip. Tanner hadn't waited for anyone to say anything more, and took off, no doubt to find and provoke Dante. Ace thought as he turned to walk back into the shop, and heard Lou pull a chair out from one of the tables. Would everyone please have a seat? I have a few things I would like to make clear, Lou said, as he squatted to place his oversized body in the small diner chair. Sam and Ace took seats opposite Lou, and although Ace looked like he knew what Lou might want to talk about, Sam was pretty intrigued. Sup, you old musky wolf, Sam chirped as she crossed her legs and swung an arm over the back of her chair. Lou exhaled deep and spoke. Look, this morning well, some of you saw what happened, and if Dante does not handle this carefully, we could all be in trouble. Sam shot forward in her chair. She couldn't believe her ears. Wait a second, Tanner was serious? Dante imprinted on someone? She paused for a moment as if putting the pieces together. Holy shit, that little girl we met outside covered in bird feathers? Sam looked around and Lou just lowered his head. What? No fucking way? She's human, isn't she, Lou? Lou put his head between his massive hands and exhaled. This was why he didn't want to involve the help of Azriel's pack. Things always managed to get messy and humans always got hurt, Lou thought. Sam couldn't wait for an answer, so she looked at Ace. Yo, Commander, what the hell is going on around here? Ace rubbed his temple and explained the events of the morning to Sam, right down to how Dante had made comments about MJ's ass first thing in the morning, and how he had grabbed her outside where she had actually flipped him ass over tea kettle, and then how she threatened to cut off his fingers. Ace stopped to let Sam soak in the information and then added one last thing. And on top of all that, his wolf may have imprinted on her, but he seems to be fighting it. Ace's last comment sent Lou over the edge and he jumped to his feet, slamming his fists on the table, making both Sam and Ace jump. Well, goddammit, he should fight it. That girl is human, and MJ is a nice girl who has had a hard life as it is. Lou was yelling at both the hunters, who had now stood up and were closing the distance between each other, which left Lou alone. She doesn't have any family. Beth said they found her after a flood some 25 or so years ago. Nobody ever came forward for her, and nobody ever adopted her. She just kind of went unnoticed until she aged out. Lou sounded sad as he continued. She stays pretty much to herself and can be a little absent-minded and clumsy, but she is a good soul who deserves happiness. Lou had a lump in his throat thinking about the life MJ had lived so far, and wanted desperately to save her from any more hurt in her life. Well, what the hell makes you think she can't have that with Dante? Sam broke in, and her arms were crossed, and she had cocked one hip out to the side. Come on, Sam. Ace rolled his eyes at her question. Dante barely loves himself? You think he could love a human girl, even one as feisty as that one? A smile broke out over Ace's face when he thought about how she kept Dante on his toes. You sound as if you want her for yourself, Commander, Sam teased as she pushed him on the shoulder. Ace rolled his eyes and growled at Sam before Lou cut in. I'm serious, you two. MJ doesn't need the messy life of a pack and wolves and all that comes with it. Sam put her hand up in protest and cut Lou off. Listen, Lou, we all know the dangers of being with an Omega, especially for a wolf like Dante, but you can't go against the moon. Sam looked out the window as if trying to recall something. If it is the moon's plan for Dante to be with a human girl, then that is what will happen. Sam smiled. And Lou, don't worry. We would accept her into our family so that she never felt lonely or abandoned. Sam crossed the table and put both her hands on Lou's shoulders. How about this? I will stick close to her and at least keep an eye on things if that will make you feel better. Sam peered at Lou and lifted her head, but I refused to interfere in the moon's plan. Lou understood where Sam was coming from, and deep down he agreed with her, so he just nodded and patted her hands with his. I know you are right, Sam. Let's say we get back to the issue at hand, and I teach you, Ace and Ed, how to work around a butcher shop? Lou desperately wanted to change the subject and just forget about everything that had transpired. He hoped that maybe if he forgot, then Dante would too. I don't care if she is my long-lost second head. You can't just kidnap people. Dante was furious. How could this happen? He needed to get his mind clear and get his wolf under control. He would head to the slaughterhouse and talk to Mara about what had been happening. He thought, and maybe he might even be able to get some information about his little kitten since Mara lived in Loder. No! What the fuck was wrong with him? Why couldn't he stop thinking about that woman for more than a few minutes? Dante was borderline irate with his wolf and himself. It was like he needed to see her again to be able to settle his mind. He didn't even want to talk. He just wanted to see her. To see what it was his wolf thought was so amazing, he imprinted without even discussing it with Dante first. His thoughts were interrupted when his wolf whispered, "Mine," as he caught scent of what he could swear was warm lavender and freshly burnt roses. Fine, Dante thought, we will go see her, but we are not interacting with her at all. He scolded his wolf. You understand me, we will look but we stay away? Dante heard the low growl of a laugh, and he knew it was the wolf. She is ours, boy, a voice inside stated. I have waited for centuries for a match, and what about you? Haven't you waited for someone? Don't you want a family again, Dante? The wolf in his head said in a low, enticing growl. No, Dante said flatly as he jerked his head down between his shoulders and kept walking. Dante followed the scent like a bloodhound until he reached a dilapidated-looking building. Jesus Christ, she can't live here? He thought as he opened the gate and followed the scent up the front steps and into the building. Most of the building was empty, so a strange man lurking went completely unnoticed, and that just further made Dante's frustration fester. What the hell was a woman that small and vulnerable doing living here alone? And that's when he had a sobering thought as he stopped outside the door to the apartment he knew housed the source of the scent he had been following. Did she live alone? Could she have a boyfriend or a husband? What about family? What if she lived with her parents, or worse, what if she was a parent? What the hell would he do if she already had kids or a roommate? Dante started to back away. She is alone like us. The wolf inside him was trying to soothe his mounting nerves. It doesn't matter anyway, Dante thought as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. We don't need a mate, especially a human one. The wolf inside him growled in protest. You came all this way? Don't you want to see her? The voice cooed. It was true, Dante thought. He had detoured from the slaughterhouse just to see her. He had promised the damn wolf they would see her. So he looked around and for a moment then ran up another flight of stairs to the room directly above hers and put his ear to the door. Dante didn't hear anything inside, so he knocked. When no one came to the door for a long time, he grabbed the doorknob with his shirt and shoved it open with his shoulder. Thank the moon it's empty, he thought, and closed the door behind him. Dante wondered if anyone except for her lived in the entire place, as the look of the inside of this apartment resembled the outside of the building. He walked to the small balcony and scaled down the iron bars to the balcony below him. Dante's heart both jumped and sank when he stood up and saw that his tender kitten both had no curtains to cover her window from the outside world, and looked so vulnerable, asleep on her bed, almost as if she were put on display just for him. Praise the moon, she is beautiful. Dante caught himself saying out loud. He tried to ignore the feelings inside him, but they started to press against his chest, and he couldn't hold back anymore. So he pressed his hand against the window, and to his horror and delight, it opened. See, hissed his wolf internally. It is by the moon's will. She is meant for us. His tone was hypnotic and urged Dante to enter the room. The man could no longer resist because the wolf was right. Dante thought he did long for someone to share his life with. He missed having a family. He lived with the pack and considered them all like kin, but what Dante was looking for they could not fulfill, and seeing the sleeping woman in front of him was helping him to realize that. Dante slithered into the room and crept to the edge of her bed, kneeling down with almost no sound. She looked as though she had just passed out on the bed, and his heart sank a little. He had allowed the wolf to control him and terrified her, and to make matters worse, Tanner had called him out on it, which meant that everyone knew he had imprinted. Dante thought. On impulse alone, he reached up to move hair out of her face so that he could see her more clearly. His hand brushed her cheek, and she cooed slightly. So warm, she mumbled as she rolled over, and Dante froze. She did not wake up, thank the moon. Dante sighed in relief. He knew he needed to leave now, if he had any hope of making her his mate, because if she woke up and found him in her room, there was no way to explain it. Dante stood and backed away from the perfect sleeping woman. The fact that she was human was going to complicate things, he thought, as he closed her window behind him and scaled down the outside of the building balcony by balcony, making sure to note the ones who were occupied or the ones who were not. Look, we have to take things really slow with her, you know, Theo. Dante addressed the wolf inside him by the nickname he gave him, and the wolf growled, You know, I hate that pet name you gave me, boy. Dante rolled his eyes and stuffed his hands back into his pockets as he made his way back toward the slaughterhouse. I'm serious, he urged. She's human. I mean, she might know a little about wolves because she works with Lou, but I doubt she would understand who you are or what it is that is going to start happening to her if she accepts us. You say that as if I don't know she is Omega, the wolf inside Dante growled in annoyance. I know far more about our match than you think, child, while you were busy trying to keep your hands to yourself. I surveyed her dwelling. Dante snorted in protest. He didn't have trouble keeping his hands to himself. and then realized after he climbed in her window he had never checked for other occupants. She gave him tunnel vision. "What did you find out?" Dante mumbled like a child who had just been scolded. The wolf laughed deep in Dante's subconscious. "She lives alone and does not seem to have anyone close to her. It would be fairly easy to take her with us when we leave here." To Dante's horror, he realized his wolf was serious. "Theo, you can't just take her if she doesn't accept us." Dante almost pleaded with him internally. The thought of taking a woman by force made Dante sick to his stomach. The wolf inside him laughed. "Humans are so fickle about the way they preserve the species, but understand this, boy. She is our mate, not just an omega." He paused for a moment to let it sink in. "I don't care if she is my long-lost second head, you can't just kidnap people." Dante spat back. He was desperate to make this beast understand. "Relax, child, I feel more love for her than you even do. She is precious to you and I both. I would never do anything to harm her." The wolf paused for only a moment before speaking one more time and disappearing somewhere inside Dante's subconscious. "Make no mistake, Dante, I would never hurt her, but she is our true mate. We will need to try to make her ours, for she will be our salvation." Dante wasn't exactly sure what the hell he was talking about, but he was glad for once he and this damn wolf was quiet when he asked for once. "Wolves from where?" Dante couldn't remember exactly when he first heard his wolf, but he was sure it was after he had come to live with Azrael and Tanner. He remembered the old alpha being concerned when Dante first shifted. His wolf was full grown, even though Dante was only about 15, and the pack elders had called a meeting to explain to Dante that he was special, or rather his wolf was special. Every young wolf was taught the reason humans didn't know about wolves was because the wolves didn't come from Earth. Many millennia ago, they fled their dying planet, Earth's moon. Their bodies couldn't survive in our atmosphere alone, so they found suitable vessels. At first, the human hosts didn't work well, so they could use a human vessel for a while, but then it would start to damage the being and slowly drive it mad until it was nothing more than animal instinct and would kill without regard, leaving the wolf inside to try again. After much trial and error, the wolves discovered the secret to surviving inside humans was in their genes. Some were genetically stronger than others and could carry a wolf inside them, whereas others could only harbor some of the wolf's power. For humans who could host wolves, they bonded with the beast and hoped to find another wolf to mate with, in hopes of furthering the line, but two wolves could rarely reproduce another wolf. However, it was soon discovered certain humans with no wolf could bond with a wolf who already had a host and create other wolves, thus extending the species. If an imprint was accepted, then they became mates and would share the power of the wolf. These pairs were extremely strong together, and they also made the beast inside them stronger, as two humans were more than enough vessel to allow the wolf to thrive and use its power to the fullest of its ability. Dante's wolf was one of the oldest of them all. Other wolves called him original. His wolf did not mature with Dante. Instead, he was already a fully formed independent being when he awoke inside of Dante. He was not afraid, as the wolf was there for him when the rest of his family had been slaughtered. Dante knew his father was a wolf and his mother was human because his Theron had told him so. His wolf had been his father's wolf, before they had been killed. And although Theron was a powerful original, he was not without his weakness, and if Dante wanted to keep his wolf powerful, he needed to share power with a mate. His wolf was too strong for Dante's body to handle alone, but that is something Dante had never told anyone. "Hey, lover boy," Dante heard Tanner coming up behind him. "What do you want, Tanner?" Dante groaned. Didn't get enough of a beating earlier and came back for more. Dante grabbed Tanner by the neck and kept walking with the kid in a headlock as Tanner struggled to get free. Dante laughed and let him go while the pair made their way through the gate at the slaughterhouse and up the ramp of the loading pod toward the office to meet up with Beth and Mara. MJ woke up with a start. She could have sworn she heard her window shut. She bolted from her bed and flew to the window. It was shut and there was nobody on the balcony. Looking at the clock, groaning, she realized it was only 5:30, so MJ decided to work out a little before she showered and left for her shift at the bar. She pulled her shirt off to change into a sports bra and noticed she had a few dark spots starting to develop on her arm, and the day's activities came flooding back. MJ was angry and hurt and definitely confused. I mean, what the fuck actually happened today? She thought as she started sparring with the punching bag hung in the middle of her room. Jabs to the front and side, and MJ started to zone out a little. She started thinking about the lagoon eyes that she almost drowned in, and MJ could almost feel the warmth of his arms around her again as he held her captive. MJ started to blush, and it made her hit the bag harder. She started throwing combinations of kicks and punches harder and harder. She couldn't believe she was thinking about him. He was a pig, MJ reminded herself. Him and his friends, she thought, but she was going to have to work with some of them, so she might as well make the best of it. By this time, MJ had exhausted herself and was ready for a shower. She washed off all the grime and bullshit of the day and dressed for work. MJ kept her hair high on her head in a tight bun. Her uniform consisted of a pair of jeans and old canvas sneakers with a black t-shirt that had a logo with neon orange and yellow. The bar, not really an original name, but the owner was a grumpy old dude who didn't really like to do anything at all, so MJ supposed naming a bar must have just been one of those things. She took one last look around her apartment and headed to work. MJ got to the bar about 25 minutes before it opened and prepped the bar back. She was the only one there and was just waiting for the other bartender, Mara, to finish her other shift. Mara worked at the slaughterhouse too and had helped MJ get her job as a bartender. If MJ called anyone her friend, it was Mara. They would often sit together and drink after closing the bar down, or they would eat lunch together at the slaughterhouse. They didn't go out together looking for men or really talk in depth about their personal lives outside of work, and MJ was okay with that. She didn't like to talk about her past and didn't really have an exciting present, so the fact that Mara being the same way was like having a guardian angel to keep you sane. Just one of my many useless talents. Mara came in through the back door and hollered out, "MJ, my love, I got a surprise for you." MJ smiled. "Oh yeah?" She hollered behind her as she set to placing out drink menus and coasters. Not that anyone used them really, MJ thought, but the owner insisted they be there, so she did at every shift. "I'm glad you're here. We so need a closing night. Some funky shit happened to me today and you're never gonna believe it." MJ called out to Mara as she got closer. Mara smiled. She was pretty sure she knew exactly what MJ was gonna say because she already talked to Dante and Tanner. Mara really liked MJ. It was hard to be a wolf living in a town full of normal humans. People always wanted explanations for where you were all the time, like they had some right to your time because you called yourself a friend, but MJ wasn't like that. She was only interested in who you are now and didn't care about your personal life. Mara thought. She wasn't sure if this was because MJ was always alone, so she just wasn't nosy by nature, or if MJ just had no real interest in people. That Mara also understood. She decided to take a chance and explain a little about what her surprise was. "So some of my friends from back home are in town, and I told them to stop by the bar after closing." Mara made her way to the bar back to help, but shook her head and clicked her tongue on the roof of her mouth. As usual, MJ had already prepared everything. Mara smiled and shook her head. MJ looked up at Mara, confused. "What?" she said quizzically. Mara rolled her eyes. "Get the bar back so clean and ready to go so fast all by yourself." MJ shrugged and smiled at her friend. "Just one of my many useless talents." Mara clicked her tongue again in protest. "Your talents are not useless. And if you would find someone to spend more time with, you would know that." MJ shrugged. I spend time with you. What else could one ask for?" Mara's heart skipped. It was the perfect chance. Well, someone warm to share your bed with, for one thing. MJ threw a bar towel at Mara, and both women laughed. The bar opened on time, and the regular flies buzzed in and out, drinking and submerging themselves in their own drinks and other people's company. MJ and Mara made their rounds selling drinks and listening to stories, consoling lonely men and discussing revenge with wronged women. It was a normal busy Friday night. Most of the college kids partied at the newer bars closer to the next town, so it left things pretty quiet after the games ended. Most of the college crowd stayed as far away from Loader as possible, unless they needed essentials like groceries, and that suited both Mara and MJ just fine. The night came to an end, and the women started to close up. MJ walked to the front and locked the large double doors. The night had been busy enough, neither of the two women had time to discuss anything with each other, so now was going to be the perfect time. "Boy," MJ began, "for as busy as it was pretty uneventful for a Friday, yeah?" Referring, of course, to the usual fight MJ managed to get herself in between or into almost every Friday night. "Yeah," Mara laughed, "only because nobody hit on you." It was true that MJ was a pretty girl, but her reputation for having a foul temper and a mean surprise headbutt kept most guys off her tail. But every now and again, someone around town would get drunk and ballsy, or a couple strangers would start to harass her and she would knock them the fuck out. Mara licked her lips. "So I was saying earlier that some friends of mine are staying close to town right now and they were looking to catch up. Are you chill if I let them come by the bar so we can have a few drinks and catch up? We will pay for our drinks, of course." Mara wanted to get MJ's okay before she let everybody bombard her, especially Dante. Mara didn't live in a pack because she wasn't really a fan of all the bullshit it took to maintain a relationship with everyone, but she knew Dante, and if what they said was true, MJ could be in more trouble than she could deal with. Mara never saw Dante be violent toward women, but she never saw Dante around any women, so she couldn't judge by that. She had, however, seen Dante's temper, and it had almost cost a few young wolves their limbs and their lives. "Yay, it's cool," MJ chirped. "Give me a few minutes to finish cleaning and I'll be out of the way." MJ wasn't sure why, but suddenly she was a little hurt as she started to think how much she didn't really know Mara, or Lou, or even Beth. None of the people she surrounded herself with did she really truly know. "Still just kinda traveling this world in neutral who moles," she thought to herself. "Nah, silly ass," came Mara's voice in a choked laugh. "I know you're not real fond of people, let alone new people, so I wanted to run it by you before I introduced you to them." MJ turned around to look at Mara to make sure she was serious. "Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. If they are friends of yours, they can't be that bad, right?" MJ giggled nervously. "Great," Mara squealed as she clapped her hands together. She ran to the back door, yelling, "Hey guys, come on in." MJ wasn't sure why, but she was really nervous all of a sudden. It's not that she couldn't talk to people. She was a bartender. It's kind of what she did. But she was good with service talk, not casual conversation, and she wasn't really very interesting anyway. She didn't travel or have a special talent or field she worked in. She was mostly routine. Her thoughts were cut short when Mara ran up behind her and covered her eyes. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and a chupacabra. What the fuck are you doing? MJ laughed as she grabbed Mara's wrists to move her hands from her face. No, not yet. It's a surprise. Mara almost squealed with excitement. What's a surprise? MJ asked. Mara was a strange girl, but this was a little outside the box, even for her, MJ thought. I mean, yeah, I'm surprised you have friends, MJ teased. But why do you need to cover my eyes? MJ whispered. Is one of them Santa Claus? Mara laughed, and MJ could hear the commotion of people coming in through the back door. She couldn't help herself. Her nerves were on edge, so she continued to joke, trying to take the edge off. Oh no, I got it, MJ giggled. One of your friends is the Easter Bunny, and the other is a chupacabra. She was really starting to enjoy herself now. No, wait, I got it, MJ giggled. All your friends are vicious man-eating werbeasts, and you're afraid I'm going to judge you for having... But before MJ could say another word, Mara removed her hands and MJ blinked to clear the fog in her vision. MJ couldn't speak. Her throat had gone dry and her hands were cold and clammed up. Standing in front of her were Mara's friends, people she was so excited for MJ to meet. There was only one problem. MJ had met them already. At Lou's. Without thinking, MJ spat out the words, "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me." She still had a hold of Mara's wrists and dropped them with her own hands shaking. There, standing in front of her, were 7 people. They were all strangers to her, sure, but she knew some of them by name already. Hey, doll. Tanner spoke first and waved at her again, like an overexcited kid, and it made MJ giggle a little. Mara walked around in front of MJ, knowing she was probably going to be mad. Listen, MJ, don't be mad at me, okay? Tanner came by the slaughterhouse earlier and was talking about some badass chick that worked at Lou's, and I knew it was you. MJ squinted and looked at Mara. So she had done it on purpose, MJ thought. She could have told her all night and decided to just surprise her with it. MJ scowled at Mara. Ah, please don't hate me, babe, Mara cooed. I know Dante is kind of weird, but the rest of them are all right. Everyone is just on edge because of all this stupid animal attacks, you know? MJ desperately wanted to change the subject. After all, who was she to judge people by the way they act? It's not really like she was innocent in the whole thing anyway. MJ rolled her eyes and smiled at Mara. She looked over at the group of people who were obviously very close and decided to give it a shot. So, MJ began as she rounded the bar back. What can I get all Mara's friends to drink? 6 of them moved to the bar stools and smiled. Only Dante stayed by the door and leaned his shoulder against it with all the weight of the world on his back. So who is the Easter Bunny? Tanner shot at MJ to break the ice as she busied herself with taking their orders. MJ blushed a little when she remembered what she said. Well, probably you, she smiled and looked up from the drinks she was preparing. Sam laughed so hard she pounded her fist on the bar. That's amazing, Tanner. It's like she's psychic or something. That made everyone else at the bar laugh, and MJ soon realized she knew some of their names but not all of them, so she decided to do what she did best. Work. She started with drinks first. So you're Ace, right? She said as she put a rum and coke in front of Ace. He had crystal blue eyes and black hair. It was almost shocking to look at next to his very light skin. He looked almost like the poster child for Superman, she thought. Yep, he gurgled through his drink. And of course you are Tanner and Sam, MJ continued as she placed more drinks on the bar top. And then I believe your name is Ed, right? Ed nodded while eyeing the beer in her hand with almost hungry eyes. So that just leaves you 2, MJ said, placing an open beer in front of him. My name is Moxie, but everyone calls me Mox, one of the 2 said. MJ couldn't believe how breathtaking all of these people were. She put the last beer on the counter and looked at this kid. And what about you, handsome? MJ said out of habit. Jay, my name's Jay, he said as he tried not to stutter and looked her in the eye. All of a sudden, MJ felt something again, not like the electricity from before, but something pulling her, almost as if she knew this guy. Nice to meet you, Jay, finally, MJ said, almost like a stab as he had been just kind of standing there like a spectator throughout most of the morning's events. While everyone began to drink and enjoy small talk, MJ realized one of the bunch had not come to the bar and was still standing by the back door like a shadow. Well, he did apologize, MJ thought to herself. It's not like she didn't assault him physically anyway. This has got to be just as awkward for him as it is for her. So MJ grabbed a couple bottles of beer and made her way toward the door. Everyone at the bar noticed this and eyed each other without stopping their current conversation or disturbing the events currently in motion. Truce, MJ said as she offered him a beer. Dante looked down at MJ and took the beer from her hand. Their fingers brushed against each other and his body tensed. MJ could have sworn she heard fireworks go off in her head when his fingers touched hers. She blushed, released the bottle, and looked at the floor. Calm down, you ridiculous woman, she scolded herself. What the hell was wrong with her anyway? It's not like she had never been hit on before, for shit's sake, MJ thought. Dante took the beer from her hand and smiled. Truce, he repeated and took a deep breath. She was giving him another chance, and this time he wasn't going to let that impatient wolf ruin it. So, you never told me your name, he said, hoping to break the silence between them. It's MJ, she said, almost whispering it. Is that short for something? He probed. Yeah, she laughed. It's short for none ya business, and she took a huge gulp of beer. He had already made fun of her ass and yelled at her for being on a roof. No way was she going to give him any more ammunition. MJ thought, "Her name is MollyJay Bijou," Mara shouted out toward the two still standing by the door. "You're a bitch." MJ spat at Mara as she spun around to face the traitor. "What?" said Mara as she leaned over the counter to put money in the drawer and grab another bottle. "That is your name." She sat back down and MJ started to walk toward her when she felt a large warm hand brush the small of her back. She tensed and the hand retracted as Dante spoke. "Now, kitten, don't be angry. It's a beautiful name. Why wouldn't you want anyone to know it?" MJ crossed her arms and turned sideways to face Dante. They were now standing almost in the middle of the bar when she pointed her bottle into his chest and she stated very matter-of-factly, "Okay, first off, stop fucking calling me kitten. Call me MJ or Moles or Molly. Hell, call me MollyJay if you absolutely must, but stop with this kitten bullshit." Dante was shocked. Usually girls liked it when you gave them little pet names, didn't they? He wondered. After all, she had started it. "Well," he said and reached up to stroke his chin, "that's just not fair because you started it. You called me Ashat, remember?" And Dante took a long gulp from his bottle. MJ's mouth fell open. She could not believe her ears. He was going to bring that shit up, she thought. Tanner started to cackle again and fell off his bar stool, which made Ace grumble and roll his eyes. "Hey, MJ," Tanner gasped through his laughter. "Does that mean that Dante is the chupacabra?" And at that, everyone in the bar laughed so hard it could be heard down the street. "Well, I'm glad they are getting her to smile," Lou thought as he turned to walk away from the closed bar. He hadn't gone there to drink. He just wanted to check on. Lou knew that Dante was not going to leave her alone, and he wanted to make sure Mara and the others didn't push anything on her she didn't want. But she was a grown woman and didn't need him. So Lou left her in the hands of fate and prayed to the moon that her life be filled with more moments like that one. "I would hate for anything to happen to my jacket." After a few hours, everyone had kind of come to the conclusion they had enough to drink, and it was getting late. MJ broke the silence of grumbled talks of not wanting to go home yet. "Well, I had lots of fun, Mara. Thanks for introducing me to your friends, but it's probably time to call it a night." MJ picked up the remaining empty bottles and tossed them in the trash before opening the back door and waiting for everyone to start shuffling out. "Hey," Tanner said in a whining voice, "we are your friends now, too." MJ laughed and shook her head. "Great. I'm not so sure that's a good thing." Sam shoved Tanner out the door and put her hand on MJ's shoulder. "Too bad, girl. We like you now. Are stuck with us." She winked and kept going. "Well, Sam, you I like," MJ hollered as Sam walked out, followed by pretend acts of heartbreak and shock by Moxie, Jay, and Ed. Ace was next, and although he had participated in the evening's conversation, he didn't really seem to warm to MJ. "It was nice to get to know you outside of the brute who manhandles women," MJ joked as she poked Ace in the shoulder. Her words seemed to almost hurt Ace, realizing she was joking. What a strange and harsh way for a human to be, he thought. "Yay, well, now that we are friends, you're going to have to teach me how to cut fingers off with a cleaver." Again, everyone laughed except Dante, who looked at the floor and shoved his hands in his pockets before exiting the bar. MJ closed the door and locked it. She turned around and waved. "See you guys around," and she started walking in the opposite direction of the parked cars. "Hey," hollered Sam. "You want a ride? It's going to get cold." Mai smiled and yelled back, "Oh, no thanks. I don't live far, and I always walk." Sam shrugged and jumped into the large SUV. "Hey," MJ heard Dante close behind her. "Yay," she said without turning around all the way. "Can I walk you home?" His words made her turn and look at him. I guess," MJ said. "I mean, you don't have to. I really don't live far." She looked up at Dante and he was taking off his jacket. "It's okay," he said softly, and draped his jacket over her shoulders. "I would hate for anything to happen to my jacket on the way to your house." MJ looked at him and rolled her eyes. "So you want to accompany your jacket to my apartment?" Dante looked at MJ and smiled. Was she challenging him or playing with him? He wondered. Suddenly, he felt his wolf swim around in his subconscious, and he mentally warned the wolf to stay out of it. "Okay," MJ said before she knew what was coming out of her mouth. Why the hell did she say okay? She didn't want him to walk her home. She kicked herself mentally. She didn't want to be alone with this man, did she? Out of embarrassment, MJ started to walk a little faster, and Dante followed beside her. They didn't talk at all. MJ just stared at the ground, while Dante looked straight forward. MJ stopped in front of the building she lived in and was almost embarrassed. "Well, this is me," she said as she started to take off the jacket he had given her. "Keep it," he said. And MJ looked at him, scrunching up her face. "Why? Won't you be cold on the walk back?" Dante laughed a little at the thought of her being worried about him being warm, especially since he had his wolf. "Nah, I got that smile of yours to keep me warm all night." He took a total shot in the dark and almost wanted to kick himself. What the fuck was that, he thought, and he could feel the wolf inside him laughing. Great, he thought. Another classic one-liner Dante way to go. To his surprise, instead of her getting angry and storming off, she just giggled a little and punched him in the arm. "I think you have had too much to drink. Do you want me to wait with you and have your friends pick you up?" Dante couldn't resist the urge to spend more time with her. "Sure," he said almost too fast. He pulled out his phone and shot Tanner a quick text, asking him to tell Sam to drop the others off and then come back for him. Tanner laughed when he got the text. He knew what Dante was doing and couldn't help but laugh and poke fun at him while he relayed the message to Sam, who only rolled her eyes and huffed in frustration at the thought of just being a chauffeur. "Hey, it's cold out here. Do you, want to come up to my apartment?" MJ asked and then realized it might sound like she was offering something else. She wasn't sure why she asked him if he wanted her to wait, but she was glad when he said yes. For some reason, she wasn't ready for the night to end. "Coffee," she yelled before Dante could answer. "Coffee sounds great," Dante said with a soft grin as he waited for her to show him the way to her apartment. He made a mental note to remember to act as if he had never been there before. As they started to ascend the stairwells, MJ kicked herself. What the fuck was she doing? She thought, not only did she just invite a, let's face it, strange man back to her apartment, but her apartment was in a building that was probably only held together by mold and calcium deposits. MJ unlocked the door to her apartment and turned around to make sure he was still there, and she had not imagined him. Her thoughts had been so loud in her head she had almost forgotten Dante was there. What the hell was wrong with her today? She huffed. MJ unlocked the door and opened it for him to enter. Dante held the door above her head and leaned down. Ladies first. She walked in the door and he closed it behind them. "Shh. Can I lay here with you?" Dante looked around the familiar apartment and could still smell his scent there. He looked out at the balcony while she went to the small kitchen and started the coffee. Dante walked up to her window and put his hand against it. "You should have curtains on this window," he said. "Why?" MJ said from behind him. Dante huffed. "Well, what if a perv looks in your window?" The words bit him like a whip. He was talking about himself, he thought. MJ started to laugh, and he turned around to face her. She was staring up at him with 2 cups of coffee in her hand. "I'm not on the first floor. What are they going to do? Climb up the fire escape?" Dante took a mug from her hand and looked down at her softly. "Yes," he said, in all seriousness, knowing full well he had already done exactly that. MJ giggled as she stepped next to him and looked out the window. "I don't really like to cover it up." She began, "It sounds kinda weird, I know, but I like to look at the moon at night, and if I cover the window, I can't see it." Dante was almost in shock. She was human. Why did she like the moon? He wondered. Then he was reminded of what his wolf had said to him earlier. "She is our match." Dante looked up into the night sky and almost whispered, "No, I get that," and took a drink of his coffee. MJ looked up at Dante, and she was starting to wish his friends would hurry up. She wanted to close the physical distance between them, and knew that was not a good idea. First of all, she thought, she knew absolutely nothing about this man, and second, he was a friend of Mara's. What if Mara had it out for him? MJ thought she'd better just drink the coffee and wait for his friends to pick him up. She was just imagining things. She must have had too much to drink, she thought. MJ was staring out the window enjoying Dante's presence when she heard a voice whisper her name, "MJ." "Yay," she said, and looked at Dante, who was already staring at her. "I didn't say anything," he said, with a shocked look on his face, as if he got caught doing something he shouldn't. MJ was confused. I must have had too much to drink, she thought. As she stared into Dante's eyes, she felt her body start to warm up. "Hey, it's all good, kitten. It happens to all of us." Dante cooed. MJ noticed the room start to move as Dante reached up to catch her before she fell. "Don't call me kitten," she whispered as she felt him lift her off the ground. She wanted to protest and tell him to put her down, but his arms were so warm and the hum of his heartbeat made her feel safe. She tucked herself into his chest and sighed. She heard his soft, deep voice call her name and her body became warm again. "Yes," she said with suddenly overwhelming sleep in her eyes. "Can I lay here with you?" He whispered into her ear as he lay her down on her bed. Was all she managed to say before she nestled herself against his chest and fell asleep. Dante waited until MJ fell asleep and slipped out of the bed. She began to move and fuss, so he covered her with his jacket. She grabbed it, inhaling, and his heart skipped in his chest. How was she so perfect, he thought. Dante slipped out the window so as to not undo the dead bolt, leaving her vulnerable, and shimmied down the balconies to the SUV waiting below. He stepped into the vehicle and closed the door. To none of his surprise, Ace and Tanner had accompanied Sam to pick him up. "Damn, Sam." "What the fuck, Dante?" Sam said as she turned the SUV around and headed toward the house they were staying in at the edge of town. "You asked us to pick you up over 4 hours ago. We have been sitting here forever," she fumed. "Sorry," was all Dante managed to say in a distant voice, staring up at MJ's apartment window as they drove away. They drove most of the way in silence as Dante didn't know what to say to his companions about why he had them waiting so long for him. Tanner, of course, broke the silence. "Sue, did you mark her yet or what?" Dante blushed and punched Tanner in the chest, making him gasp for air. "What the fuck, Tanner?" Ace spat at him like he had been waiting to do that all night. Everyone in the SUV looked at Ace, who was now visibly upset. "We are supposed to be taking care of a moonwalker situation, not Dante's love life, if you can even call it that." This time it was Sam's turn. "Whoa, Commander, take it easy. We get it. We need to concentrate on the task at hand, but finding your mate is a big deal, and Dante finding an Omega is an even bigger deal. Just wait until we tell Alpha and Beta too. She's gonna be so excited." "No." Dante screamed so loud it shook the inside of the SUV. "We will say nothing to the Alpha or the Beta about this." Dante looked down at his hands. "She has no idea what I am or what we are. And Ace is right, we need to be taking care of the moonwalkers. Sam knew he was right, but she also knew Dante would do the same thing he always did if she didn't watch him. Okay, Sam said, but as soon as we get this attack business under hand, I'm gonna tell the beta, so don't even think of weaseling out of this with some lame-ass excuse. It won't be like last time, Dante. All too soon, the words came out, and Sam wished she could take them back. Tanner's mouth fell open, and he looked from Sam to Dante, waiting for something to happen. Damn, Sam was all Ace could muster before looking back out the window. Sam felt small, all of a sudden. How could she bring that up? Sam thought. Dante had not tried dating since he broke things off with his ex almost 5 years ago. Shuddering at the thought, Sam remembered. She was a wolf too, and Sam was sure they would make it, but Dante was hard to read, and the wolf he picked was not his match anyway. She had been more concerned with Dante standing in her pack, rather than anything else. Sam remembered how she thought that as an original who had been adopted into the pack, and such a powerful one, that Azrael should concede the position of alpha to Dante, leaving room for her, of course, to be the beta. But Dante had no desire to be the alpha, nor did he care for her dirty tactics, so they didn't last long at all. But their affair was very sour and very public. Sorry, Dante, I didn't mean to. Dante cut her off. It's okay, Sam. Just use my experience to show you that finding your true match is important, and sometimes it takes a time or two to realize who is and isn't meant for you. Dante began to yell again, but this time it was at himself and not his fellow passengers. Would you just stop doing that? By the power of the moon, you are the absolute worst wolf. First you hypnotize MJ and put her to sleep, then you just pop on out whenever you see fit. Dante sat back panting. He was absolutely furious and staring at the palms of his hands. Why didn't he feel in control of himself anymore? He looked around at the car full of his companions, and they were all staring at him with wide eyes and open mouths. Oh, God, had he said that out loud? He wondered. Once again, it was Tanner who broke the silence. Dude, get her shit fanned out with her wolf, or you ain't gonna have a mate, and maybe me or Ace will take a crack at her. He tried to giggle, but it caught in his throat as Dante grabbed him directly under the Adam's apple. Touch her, and I rip your throat out! Dante's wolf was showing, and he let it. His teeth became long, and the bones in his hands began to crack and extend. His shoulders and muscles bulged under the skin. His eyes shone black, and he let out a low growl that sent fear shooting through everyone in the car. Sam swerved a little at the sound of the beast Dante held inside him, and her own wolf cowered in submission. Tanner tried to laugh more, but there was no air left in his now completely crushed windpipe. He tapped Dante in a show of submission, and Dante softened his grip but did not release him. It was a joke, Tanner croaked before Dante took back control and released him. Tanner coughed and gasped for air before passing out in the very back of the SUV. Dante rubbed the back of his neck in guilt and embarrassment and said to no one in particular, maybe Lou is right. Maybe I have no right to claim a mate. His wolf growled at him in protest, but he ignored him. Sam opened her mouth to speak, but was surprised when it was Ace who spoke. How will you know what is on the other side if you do not jump, my brother? She would be lucky to be protected by the assassin Dante and the original inside him. And with that, the rest of the ride was blanketed in silence. As Sam pulled the SUV into the trees and up the dirt path to the house, parking behind some large trees, Dante exited the car and took off toward the wilderness. Well, that's just great. Leave us to haul Tanner's ass inside while he takes a brooding run with his wolf, Ace declared as he pulled the back door open and grabbed both of Tanner's wrists. He began to pull him out when Tanner started to groan, so Ace let him fall out of the seat and hit the dirt below. Asshole, grunted Tanner. Serves you right, fucker. Now get up. Ace grumbled. Sam furrowed her forehead at Ace. That was a nice thing you did back there, Commander, she said, grabbing his arm. Hey, I'm not helping his stupid ass every time he gets in over his head. I'm not his babysitter. Sam cut him off. I meant what you said to Dante, and she let go of his arm. Ace turned around to look at Sam eye to eye, so she knew he was serious. Look, Sam, I don't give two shits about Dante's human sex toy. I just want him to concentrate, and if talking to him like an adolescent pup gets it done, then that's what I'm gonna do. And with that, Ace spun around and walked into the house. Sam looked over her shoulder to see Tanner still on the ground, even though he was on his knees now, grabbing his side. You good, Tanner? Sam said in a distracted tone as she looked off toward the direction Dante had gone in. I will be after a few more drinks, I think. Tanner grunted as he used the hood of the SUV to stand and steady himself. Real loader hospitality. What the fuck did I drink last night? MJ thought as she sat up in her bed. Her head was absolutely killing her, and she could have sworn that Dante had walked her home, and they spent most of the early hours of the morning sleeping in each other's arms. She even remembered him covering her with his jacket before leaving through the window. She laughed out loud to herself, thinking how ridiculous that thought was. What a vivid imagination. She thought, first of all, there is no jacket here, so obviously that didn't happen, and you live on the 3rd floor, MJ. What did he do, jump? Her groggy thoughts were snapped back to current events when she heard the phone on her wall ring. What the hell, she wondered as she drug herself out of bed to answer it. This better be an emergency. I feel like I got hit by a truck. There was a moment of open air before a woman's voice spoke. MJ? It's Sam, we met yesterday? MJ cut Sam off. Oh, yay. Sam, sorry about that. I guess I drank more than I thought last night and have a nasty headache this morning." Then MJ had a question flash in her mind. "How the hell did you get this number?" she asked. Sam laughed on the other end. "Lou gave it to us. He had to go take care of some stuff, I guess, and left us all alone here at the shop. I know it's your day off and all, but Ace and Ed don't really know how to interact with customers, and there are a bunch of people here asking about pork roast." The last few words sounded more like a plea for help. MJ giggled a little and told Sam it was a special Lou did on Saturdays, and she would be there in half an hour to help out. MJ told Sam to let anyone know who was looking for the special that she was running late and would be there soon. If they didn't want to wait, then Sam could take down their information, and if they still had roast after they dealt with everyone who stayed to wait, she would call them, and if they didn't like it, they could just fuck off. Sam laughed and sighed in relief. MJ hurried to get ready and bolted out the door toward Lou's. Boy, he really owed her for this one, she thought. The only thing MJ held sacred were her days off. She had Saturday and Sunday. She wasn't sure why, but she loved these 2 days off. Everyone was inside and about and wrapped up in their own lives. She thought, walking to Lou's, that she could slip away into a secluded area of the park or even just walk through the woods and it was silent. Not completely quiet, but devoid of human noise, and for MJ that was like a battery recharge. The time of day did not matter. She loved to walk early in the morning and listen to the birds and let the sun warm her face, or she would wait until it was dark and walk along the moonlight. The moon was the most beautiful to MJ. She thought about how powerful it must be to control things like the weather, water level, and even the migration patterns of animals. When MJ approached the butcher shop, to her absolute horror, there were people everywhere, and the ones inside sounded like they were shouting. MJ pushed past several people fussing about having to wait for their meat and into the front door. She walked up to the counter to see a stressed and frantic-looking Sam trying to talk to about 7 people at the same time. "Oh, MJ, you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Help me," Sam pleaded. MJ giggled and winked at Sam. She climbed on top of the counter and whistled at such a high pitch, it actually made Sam wince a little. Even Ace and Ed looked out from the back to see what that noise was. The shop fell quiet as MJ spoke. "I know today is a little different from what most of you are used to, but Lou has enlisted the help of some new blood, and they need some time to adjust, but we all know how Lou is, and he just threw these guys to the wolves." The shop was completely silent, and the 3 hunters were in awe of MJ. She had managed to quiet down an angry crowd of humans with only her voice. "Now," MJ continued as she hopped down from the counter to stand directly next to Sam, "if you would all be so kind as to show our lovely Miss Sam here some real loader hospitality, and maybe form a line so she can take everyone's order and get y'all on your way to enjoying the weekend waiting for you. I'm sure it would help her out as well. But if y'all want to get froggy, then Sam and I will be more than happy to hand your own asses to you wrapped in butcher's twine instead of these choice cuts." And with that, MJ went to work delegating orders to the 2 absolutely astonished men in the back. While keeping things balanced up front with customers and fulfilling orders, MJ never stopped to breathe or complain or even blink. "You know," Ed began while watching MJ, "for a human she can really command a room." Ace grumbled as he wrapped another roast and passed it to Sam, who was impatiently waiting for it with her hands out. "She better be. She's an originals mate. But don't forget, Ed, she is still an Omega. She is weak by default. She may look strong now in her environment, but wait until Dante brings her back to the pack house. You will see just how weak humans are." Ed was astonished at his commander. Sure, Ace was a good 20-some years younger than Ed, but Ace was smart beyond his years. It's one thing that made him a good commander, and he listened to his wolf, which made him a great hunter. "What's eating you?" Ed said with an amused smile on his face. "Nothing," Ace protested. "It's these attacks, Ed. They make no sense." Ace and Ed walked over to the sink and began to wash their hands. The shop had finally started to calm down. Lou had called about an hour ago, and MJ let him have it for leaving them there alone on a Saturday. So Lou said they could close up as soon as the rush was over. He was stuck in the next town over with an overheated radiator and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Sam was so thankful for MJ. She had never had to deal with humans before on their territory. She almost lost it several times and let her wolf take out a mouthy asshole that was trying to negotiate the weight of Sam's assets instead of the chuck roast he demanded she haul out of the back. MJ had swooped in like Wonder Woman, Sam thought, and warned him that she would have his wife down there in 5 minutes if he so much as batted an eyelash at meat he didn't plan on putting on the dinner table. The man was huge, and Sam worried she would have to step in since human women were so much weaker than human men, and Sam was a wolf, so although she may not be as powerful as some of the male wolves, a human man of any size was child's play to her. But MJ never faltered and never backed down. It's as if she were fearless, and Sam absolutely loved her for it. Sam was so happy that Dante had finally found a true mate, and that she was such a little badass but also fun to drink with, and a little shy in her own way. She couldn't wait to get her back to the pack house and finally have a girl around she could stand besides the beta. Same thought as she wiped sweat from her forehead. People had finally stopped coming in, and MJ had asked Sam to clean up the counters and showed her how to close out the register and clean the grinder and meat slicers. Sam was going to offer to help with something else when she realized MJ had already swept and mopped the floor and was now wiping down the 3 small tables. "Hey, Speedy, got anything else for me to do, or should I go see if the guys are still alive in the back?" Sam said. MJ laughed. "No, go right ahead, I'm almost done here anyway." Sam headed toward the back and smiled as she heard MJ start to hum. How adorable. Sam thought this sweet human girl is going to tame the beast inside our assassin. She called him a goat sucker. MJ started to hum out of habit as she finished mopping and began to wipe down the tables and chairs so they could close Lou's down for the night. It was so odd to have help around that wasn't Lou, MJ thought as she continued cleaning up. Not once today did she step foot in the back, and it was kinda nice, but also terrifying, because she wasn't sure what state it would be in. But that was really Lou's problem anyway. She thought, he was the one who asked these adorable hooligans to come help out, and she was honestly glad he did, she thought, smiling to herself. MJ didn't know why Lou had been hiding such a lively group. They were definitely people MJ was sure she could feel comfortable around, but obviously Lou thought otherwise. Frowning a little, MJ walked toward the back with her cleaning towels and the mop when she heard commotion in the kitchen. "Everything all right in here?" MJ asked as she walked in through the open kitchen doorway. The back door was open and a large godlike figure was standing in it. MJ blushed almost immediately, recognizing Dante, and wanted to run, but there really wasn't any place to go. MJ cracked a joke out of sheer nervous habit. "Hey, all right," she said, looking around enthusiastically. "Not only is the kitchen still standing, it doesn't look like a pack of wild dogs ripped it apart. Right on, you guys." She gave 2 thumbs up after depositing her cleaning products into the closet. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Ace spat at MJ as he banged his flat palm on the counter. "Excuse me?" MJ laughed nervously, glancing in Ace's direction. She wasn't quite sure what his problem was. Dante stood straight and squared his shoulders when Ace lashed out at MJ. What the hell was his problem? Sure, she kept making stupid wild monster wolf jokes, but most humans did. She didn't know any better. Dante grumbled to himself. Ace's eyes immediately shot from MJ to Dante when he stood up, and MJ could swear she heard Dante growl, but figured it was probably her imagination. Ace stormed off, barging through the doorway Dante was standing in, making sure to ram their shoulders into each other on the way out, but Dante didn't move a muscle. Instead, he crossed the room to stand in front of MJ, who looked absolutely shell-shocked. "I'm sorry," she almsought whispered. "I was only joking. It's a stupid thing I do when I'm nervous," she chuckled, along with talk too much and mumble. MJ bit her bottom lip to avoid speaking anymore, as she was pretty sure she had already given them more information than they cared for. "Don't mind him, MJ," Dante said, and the fireworks went off inside MJ as her name passed through his mouth and into her head, where it seemed to linger there like a ripe fruit. "Yay, he grew up in a privileged house and takes everything he does a little too seriously," Ed said before Dante could say anything else. "But you were fucking amazing today." Sam cut in, hoping to entice Dante with tales of his future mate's badassery. "I can't believe you got all those people to stop being assholes for 5 minutes by just hoping up on the counter like that." MJ giggled at Sam's antics as she spoke, and Dante's eyes flashed with the sound of it. Her joy was like a drug to him and his wolf, and Dante desperately wanted more. "Hey," he said, snapping MJ's attention away from the overdramatic spectacle of Sam pretending to faint. "How about I take you for a drink as thanks for taking care of these clowns?" Dante grinned, and MJ's entire body was on fire. She felt like her blood was rushing so fast through her body, it was making her tingle all over, like the sensation you get when your foot falls asleep. "I would love to," MJ said, as she looked at the ground and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "But the bar is closed already, so maybe a rain check?" She didn't dare look up at him for fear of fainting or blushing or maybe even vomiting at this point. MJ wasn't really sure what the hell her body was doing, so she just kind of prepared for all of it. Another time then, Dante's voice was so deep it almost sounded like a purr rather than actual words, and MJ's heart sank to her stomach. Why did she crave this man's company so badly all of a sudden? Was she really that desperate for sexual attention? She thought. I mean, sure, being a virgin at 30 is probably kind of weird, but it's not like she had never had any sexual experiences. She just hasn't found the right person she wanted to invade her body, because let's face it, that's pretty much what it was. One person invades another person until they are satisfied, and later dump all their emotional bullshit on each other until one of them eventually leaves. No thanks, she thought to herself. Dante was perplexed. He could tell she wanted to be around him. She had made that perfectly clear when she was intoxicated. He thought. She wasn't holding a grudge for his earlier behavior. They had already gone over that, so why was she resisting him now? Dante felt puzzled. Wolves could influence the human hormone slightly. It only worked if they were already sexually attracted to you. But most humans were attracted to wolves anyway, so it made it almost an unfair advantage. But MJ was fighting his pheromones, and Dante could tell. Every time he came closer to her or spoke to her, he could hear her little heart speed up like a rabbit running from a fox, and she would look away or fidget with something in the most adorable way. But she was resisting him, and it was intriguing that such a weak-looking creature could be so strong-willed. I told you she was special, Dante heard his wolf in the back of his consciousness. We must have her, Dante. She will save us. That's it, he thought, enough of that shit. Can I walk you home then? Dante inquired, shutting down the wolf in his mind as MJ danced around the same 2 squares of tile, almost as if she were looking for an escape, and Dante's body was some kind of force field preventing her from leaving. "Oh, that's okay. I always walk home alone. It's no big deal." MJ started to panic when Dante spoke. She was instantly reminded of her dream with them sleeping in each other's arms. Sam stared at the duo confused. Why are they fighting it? She thought, maybe someone hurt her. I better help move things along. And suddenly she had an idea. "Oh, no way," Sam interjected, and both Dante and MJ looked at her. "Okay, first of all, who needs a bar to have a few drinks? And second, there is no way we're going to let you walk home alone." MJ smiled and shook her head. "Do you guys never do anything alone?" Dante shook his head. "Nope," Sam chirped. They all started walking toward the back door, and on instinct, just like the night before, MJ held the door while they all piled out one by one. MJ closed the door and locked it. She turned around to 5 sets of eyes staring at her. The sight startled MJ, and she dropped the keys. "Oh, shit!" MJ yelped as she and Dante both reached down to pick them up and cracked heads hard enough to make a sound. "Wow, smooth bro," Tanner teased as he turned to open the door of the waiting SUV. Ace shook his head and walked to the other side with Ed, and they jumped in. "You have a mean headbutt, you know that," Dante said as he smiled at MJ and rubbed his forehead. "Sorry," MJ said as she laughed and touched her own head. Sam jumped behind the wheel of the SUV and hung her arm out the window. "So Wonder Woman, how about that drink?" She shouted at MJ as Dante picked up the keys and guided MJ to her feet by an elbow. "I mean, sure, if that's okay with everyone," Jay said shyly, not knowing if they would all want her company. Sam snorted, "Oh, please, girl, get that cute little ass in this car and we will show you how we get down." Ace crossed his arms and looked like he was pouting as Tanner nodded his head like a hood decoration, and Ed popped a door open for her with a wide grin. "Well, it looks like the votes are in Kitten." Dante wanted to kick himself. She had gotten really angry for that the night before, but to his surprise, she just scrunched her nose at him and pushed her lips out before she spoke. "All right, Chupacabra, lead the way." MJ made sure to put a little spice on the nickname so he knew she was being playful. "What the hell did she just say?" Tanner said to everyone, and no one in particular. Ed chuckled at his inexperience, and Ace just started to mumble again. "She called him a goat-sucker," Sam said through her own fit of laughter as MJ and Dante climbed into the SUV. "Shh, I smell like dry blood and chicken farts." "What is it with you encrypted creatures?" Sam inquired to MJ as they pulled out of the parking lot and onto the road. Sam flipped the headlights on and the cab became suddenly dark. MJ was thankful for it. The dark made her a little more comfortable, and her childhood wasn't exactly something she enjoyed talking about. "Oh, it's nothing really," MJ laughed nervously. "I just read a lot as a kid, and the library had a very strange limited selection." Dante could tell she didn't really want to talk about her childhood from the way she became shifty and rigid in her seat. What was her childhood like to make the memories so uncomfortable to think about? Dante wondered, and then he remembered what his wolf had told him. She is alone like us. He couldn't imagine what kind of loneliness she must have felt being human. He at least had his wolf whether he wanted it or not. "Did you grow up in Loader?" It was Tanner who broke the silence this time. "Why are you guys so interested in me?" MJ asked as she sat back in the seat and noticed that Dante had his arm over the back, almost cradling her shoulders, and once again she was thankful for the darkness so nobody could see her flushed face. What she didn't know was that the SUV was full of werewolves with supernatural scenes, and they could hear her heart rate escalate. "Well, because it's not often we meet an ohm." Tanner was cut off when Sam jerked the steering wheel and threw everyone in the SUV to one side like a can of sardines. Thus Tanner was the first to smash into the door, followed by Ed on top of him, and MJ's back crashed into Ed's, while Day ended up nose to nose with MJ, holding her waist with one hand and bracing himself against the door with the other. "Are you okay?" he purred at MJ, as Sam readjusted the wheel and spat some nonsense about a skunk in the road. MJ was completely captivated by his eyes. His voice was like honey in her ears, and she couldn't think straight to give him an audible answer, so she just nodded her head and stared at him. They adjusted themselves back to their original position, and again the car was quiet, except for the sound of Ace mumbling about there being no skunk. Why would Sam do that on purpose? MJ wondered as she fidgeted with her hands in her lap. And what the fuck was Tanner going to say? MJ hated long car rides because she always fell asleep, and this time was no different. Soon she had floated off to sleep and leaned her head over on Dante's arm, out of sheer instinct. Dante looked down at her and suddenly felt something he had never felt before, a sense of contentment. He reached down and scooped her off the seat and into his lap. She cuddled into the crook of his arm and continued to sleep. MJ's eyes snapped open as the SUV rocked back and forth. They were pulling off the main road. She had fallen asleep? How embarrassing! MJ thought, and then realized she was in Dante's lap. He felt her stir, and to his dismay, her body went stiff. "Sorry," Dante said, looking down at her. "You fell asleep, and I wanted to give Ed and Tanner a little more room. I hope you don't mind." MJ blushed and buried her head in her hands. "I'm really sorry," she mumbled. "I didn't sleep well last night, I guess, and car rides always make me sleepy, that's why I walk most of the time." Sam broke in with an excited, "Here we are," as the SUV came to a stop. Ace jumped out almost immediately and stormed into the house. Tanner and Ed slinked out of the back and stretched their legs. Dante opened the door and climbed out, still holding MJ as though she were completely weightless. Dante set MJ down when he felt her body become uncomfortable again and heard her squeak the smallest thank you. What the hell was Sam talking about? Dante thought. This woman was one step above mouse. How was she a serious badass? She must be all bark and no bite. Don't underestimate our girl, boy. Dante heard his wolf ring in. He rolled his eyes and tried his best to shut the beast out as he led a still sleepy MJ toward the house. If you're tired, you can always crash in Sam's room, Dante said, placing his hand at the small of MJ's back so she knew he was speaking to her. He would rather have offered her his room, but thought another female might make her more comfortable right now. She looked up at him and scrunched her eyebrows together. It's late, Dante stated. Your place is 2 hours away, and I'm pretty sure Sam doesn't want to make that drive again right now, Dante chuckled. Shit, MJ thought to herself. She hadn't thought of that when she agreed to come out here. She wasn't used to going places with people and had not thought to ask about how far it was for her to walk back. Hey, you can shower too if you want. Sam cut in as she hopped up on the island that sat in the middle of the kitchen-living room combination of the very large vacation home they were renting. I have extra PJs and all that too, Sam chirped as though this was entirely normal behavior. Okay, yay, MJ laughed nervously again. I could go for a shower. I smell like dry blood and chicken farts. The two girls both giggled and made their way up the stairs to Sam's room. Sam plopped down on the bed while MJ started the shower, and she had a sudden devious thought. I know, I will find out how MJ feels about Dante so far. So MJ, Sam hollered toward the bathroom. Do you like Dante? Oh, smooth, Sam, real smooth, she thought. Sure, MJ said through the bathroom door. He seems nice when he's not being a total pig with Tanner. Why? Sam giggled. Oh, no reason, she replied with a huge smile on her face. Wait, pig with Tanner. What did I miss? Sam flipped over on the bed waiting for the gossip. MJ giggled. I assume they told you how we met. The shower cut off, and MJ continued to speak from behind the door. I was working at Lou's and bent over just in time for the Wonder Twins to walk in, and Dante made some weird comment about Louisiana peaches. Sam laughed so hard she grabbed her stomach. What a dumbass, it's Georgia peaches. The door popped open and MJ stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel with another one feverishly drying her hair. That's exactly what Tanner said, MJ mumbled from under the towel she was rubbing all over her head. While MJ was otherwise occupied, Sam took the opportunity to check her out. MJ was pretty toned for a human, Sam thought. Sure, she was squishy in the middle, but it made her adorable like a puppy. When Sam took a good look at MJ, she smiled. Sam decided she was going to have a little fun with Dante. Sorry, girl, this is all I have, but I think it will do, Sam said as she hung the clothes on a hook in the closet and decided to head down to the kitchen, grabbing MJ's old clothes on the way out. Hey, I'll meet you downstairs unless you want to just crash, Sam hollered behind her. MJ popped her head out of the bathroom as she was drying herself. No way, I so need a few after all that bullshit today. I can't believe Lou just left you guys there like that. Sam closed the door behind her and headed for the kitchen. No better than animals. MJ walked out of the closet and stood in front of the mirror hanging on the outside of the door. The sweatpants were a little big, so they hung low on her hips, and that was perfectly fine. But the shirt Sam had given her was almost too small. MJ wrapped her arms around herself when she thought about how petite and toned Sam was, and suddenly she wished she was at home in her small bed alone. She looked around for her clothes, but they were nowhere to be found. The sound of laughter and clinking glasses brought MJ out of her self-pity, and she decided for once in her life she would just say what the hell and go for it. Taking a deep breath, she made her way downstairs and again felt completely naked when all eyes were on her. Well, don't you just look yummy, Tanner yelled from the kitchen island they had all gathered at. MJ became extremely uncomfortable and started to chew her bottom lip. Sam punched Tanner and Ed spat his beer out with laughter as Tanner spilled his drink on Ace, starting a chain reaction subsequently causing them to start putting each other in a series of headlocks. Jay and Moxie stood by and cheered as the two men grappled into the living room and fell over a chair. Sometimes they are no better than animals, MJ heard Dante say from behind her. Her breath caught in her throat. His breath gently brushed the back of her neck as he leaned in to almost whisper it in her ear. He's right, though. You do look good enough to eat, MJ exhaled breathlessly. Every syllable sent vibrations down her spine. Without another word, Dante strode past MJ to the fridge to grab a beer before joining Moxie, Jay, and Ed in their constant egging on of the two men still holding each other by the head. MJ walked over to Sam, who was watching Ace now sit on Tanner's head and pull his arm up in a backward contortion. Hey, Sam, MJ started. Thanks for the clothes and all, but do you have a shirt or something a little less, little? Sam grinned at MJ apologetically. Sorry, Toots, that's what I got. Stop fussing anyway, you look great. Ignore Tanner, he's half pig, remember? Sam winked and MJ smiled, crossing her arms over her body to cover as much as she could. Well, do you think I could get my shirt back then? It's not that I'm not grateful. I'm just not used to. Her sentence was interrupted when MJ felt electricity touch her elbow, and she looked down to see a large muscular hand tenderly cupping it. MJ looked at the owner of that hand, and sure enough, it was the lagoon of green and blue that belonged to the godlike creature who called himself Dante. He was smiling at her and holding a red shirt in his hand. Sam doesn't understand that not all girls like to run around naked. I know it's kinda big, but you are welcome to my shirt if you'd like. MJ almost couldn't move. She was tingling all over her body, becoming warm with an unfamiliar feeling. She wanted to close the distance between them. Instantly, MJ looked at the floor. Thanks, Dante, she cooed as she reached out and took the shirt. Dante was becoming painfully aware of how aroused MJ had become, and from the low purr he heard escape. Moxie, he guessed everyone else smelled it too. He handed MJ the shirt and pushed her away from the rest of the wolves. Go put that on in the bathroom, he barked. MJ looked at Dante a little confused. What the fuck? She thought he had been flirting with her since the moment they met, and now he acts like she's disgusting or something? She quickly made her way to the bathroom to put the shirt on. Hey, MJ. My brush and some hair ties are in there if you want too, girl. Sam yelled from the kitchen. MJ didn't say anything, just waved toward Sam as she closed the bathroom door. Sam turned to ask Dante what the hell was wrong with him, and to her absolute horror, he had Moxie by the throat and was holding him at least 3 feet off the ground. I will kill you where you stand if you ever do that again. She is mine. It may have been Dante's body, but his eyes were black, and the voice coming from him was that of something else, something old and powerful and dangerous. Everyone jumped to Dante's side, but he let out a low, ferocious growl and tightened his grip on Moxie, who could still breathe but was too petrified by fear to move. He hadn't meant to purr at her, but her exposed skin made her smell intoxicating, and her arousal at Dante's approach had momentarily made him lose control, he thought. Moxie had been around humans before, but never one that was also an Omega. Omegas were different. Not only were they made with the ability to carry and pass on the wolf's power, but their genetic makeup was purposefully enticing to the human and the wolf both. And if you weren't careful, or properly in tune with yourself, you could lose control to the animal instinct within. And unfortunately, MJ's arousal was more than intoxicating. It had affected everyone in the room. Unfortunately for Moxie, he let his wolf's desire be heard and was now on the verge of paying for it with his life. Sam was the only one who dared touch Dante while the wolf was in control. She reached up and touched his arm, and his muscles tensed under her touch. Her heart stopped when she heard a low growl escape his lips. Dante, you need to get a hold of yourself. MJ is going to walk out of that bathroom any minute, and if she sees you like this right now, she could bolt and reject you both. With the last words, Sam spoke. Dante's other hand reached up and grasped her around the throat. Her eyes lit up in absolute terror. Dante's wolf spoke with force. Our mate will not reject us. We are powerful. This time it was Jay that spoke, but unlike Sam, he did not touch Dante. He only spoke with caution. We do not refute your claim, brother. We only wish to not frighten her. Dante stopped growling as his wolf considered the young wolf's advice. Jay was cautious in everything he did. He had grown up with an atom bomb for a father, and the fact that he had been an original and an alpha only made it worse. Jay continued to speak, hoping he could entice the beast to relax enough to let Dante take back control. I mean, no disrespect, my honored pack brother, but keeping a mate takes more than power, especially when that mate is human and has no knowledge of that power. To everyone's surprise, the wolf actually considered Jay's words, and just as quickly as he had appeared, he disappeared behind Dante's eyes. Dante blinked almost in a daze and dropped Moxie and Sam, who were now breathing heavily, to refill the oxygen he had been depriving them of moments before. Superman and the Easter Bunny. The door to the bathroom clicked closed, and MJ leaned against it with her hand on her chest, hoping she could somehow calm her heartbeat if she could only touch it. What the hell was wrong with her? What the hell was wrong with him? She was sure Dante was flirting with her, but the way he just told her to put on her shirt had her confused. Maybe she read him wrong? Or maybe he was just trying to get some ass and was now tired of chasing her. Too bad, she thought as she let out a sigh. She was pretty sure with Dante it would be amazing. MJ walked to the mirror and took a look at the woman in front of her. She shook her head and pulled the shirt on. MJ thought she looked a little ridiculous. The shirt was huge, and the sweats made it look like she was trying out for a role as a backup dancer at a clown festival. She thought, rolling her eyes. MJ shook thoughts of Dante and his amazing body from her mind and brushed her hair. Thank God Sam had hair ties, she thought. She could barely contain her hair after it air-dried. MJ thought she looked like someone tried to electrocute a lion and then stuck the mane on her head as a wig. MJ was suddenly aware of the fact she had been in the bathroom for far longer than it took to put on a shirt, so she quickly finished pulling the brush through her hair and put it up in her signature messy bun. She opened the bathroom door to the strangest scene. Sam and the guy she was pretty sure was named Moxie were on the ground gasping for air, while Dante was standing over them, looking almost lost in himself. She raised an eyebrow as Ed nudged Ace in the side to bring his attention to her. Is everyone okay out here? MJ said nervously. Tanner could feel the panic start to engulf the room. Oh, for fuck's sake, a room full of ruthless killers and they are all dumbfounded by a simple woman, he thought. Sam wins. Moxie takes the first shot, Tanner blurted out. Dante spun around to look at Tanner in confusion as he glanced toward the now open bathroom door. Ace just grumbled and started to drink a beer that was on the island, but Jay and Ed caught on to what Tanner was doing. They started to laugh and pick Moxie and Sam up off the ground. MJ walked over to Sam. What the hell are you guys doing? She giggled. It's a drinking game, Tanner cut in. Two people hold their breath and see who can last the longest. The loser takes a shot. Wanna go next, MJ? Dante shot Tanner a death glare, but he ignored him and walked over to a set of kitchen cupboards to retrieve shot glasses. No thanks, MJ said, scrunching her nose. How about we play a real drinking game? MJ asked, and to everyone's surprise it was Ace who answered her. And what do you suggest, princess? He laughed almost mockingly. Okay, MJ thought, this guy has a serious masculinity complex. Arm wrestle? MJ spat out playfully. Oh, that's a great idea. Tanner laughed and punched Ace in the arm. MJ noticed that while Ed, Jay, and Tanner argued over who would go against Ace first, Dante had completely disappeared. She was brought out of her daydream when she felt Sam nudge her softly. Don't worry, girl. He's just moody. He will come back around. You gotta be patient with that one. Sam winked at MJ, and MJ smiled. Oh, I wasn't worried about him or anything. I was just wondering why he didn't seem as close as the rest of you. Sam decided she was going to go for it. This girl was pretty easygoing. MJ, you see, the thing about Dante is that he... Hey, MJ. Sam was interrupted by Ace, who looked like he might actually kill Sam if she finished her sentence. Yeah, Ace, MJ inquired when he didn't say anything to her. You're up, he said, almost lost in thought. Okay, Superman, let's get this over with. MJ joked as she rolled up the sleeve on Dante's shirt. It had short sleeves, but it was huge on her. What? Ace said, almost lost when he turned and looked down, coming face to face and eye to eye with some of the most beautiful green-gray eyes. She looked like a deer, right before the fatal kill, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to kiss her or kill her. Ace shook the thought from his mind as he remembered she was Dante's mate and an Omega, so his body was responding to the need to reproduce, and not actual feelings. MJ slammed her elbow down on the counter in front of Ace, grinning. Hey, how come he gets to be Superman and I'm the Easter Bunny? Tanner whined as he crossed his arms. Everyone laughed, and Ace decided he would play with this little deer while Dante wasn't here. What harm could it do? He thought. All right, princess, you're on, but I warn you, I won't go easy on you because you're a woman. MJ rolled her eyes and snorted. She knew Ace had a problem with her. MJ smiled devilishly and stood up. Wait a second, this is just not gonna work. And with that she pulled Dante's shirt above her head and laid it gingerly on the counter. Okay, she said, as she repositioned herself in front of Ace. If he was gonna treat her like the weaker sex, then she would take full advantage of his misconception and distract him, she thought. Ace swallowed hard as he could now see the jugular vein in her neck pulsing. Ace's eyes deepened as he leaned in and clasped hands with May. May the winner be merciful and the loser be thirsty. Ace didn't affect her the same way Dante did. Sure, he was handsome and all, MJ thought. But she could think clearly, and his skin-to-skin contact on her hand felt just as normal as shaking hands with Lou. No strange electric strings dancing around inside her, she thought. The others gathered around and Ed grabbed both their hands but looked at Ace. Okay, folks, I want a good, clean, fair arm wrestle. May the winner be merciful and the loser be thirsty. And with that, he released their hands. Ace decided it would be fun to play with this little thing, and he immediately let her win the first round. That's bullshit, Ace. You let me win. MJ pouted as Ace took his shot. Best 2 out of 3? MJ asked with a mischievous look in her eye. Ace couldn't believe it. She actually called him out on his antics, and instead of giggling like most stupid, weak women did, instead she seemed angry with him. You got it, sweetheart, Ace cooed. But I warn you, I won't go easy on you, he said to MJ, and she wasn't sure if it was a warning or he was hitting on her. Yeah, MJ said. What strange men, she thought to herself. Dante and Ace are so much alike, I wonder if they are related. Bringing her attention back to the table this time, MJ prepared herself because Ace had fixed his stance and actually looked kind of intimidating. Once again, Ed clasped his hands over theirs and gave his little speech. Almost immediately, Ace crashed MJ's hand to the counter. Shit, she spat as she grabbed her wrist. Ace reached out to grab her hand, and she pulled back. Take it easy, Superman, I'm good. You just surprised me is all. MJ sighed in frustration. Okay, Tanner, set me up, and he obliged with a twinkle in his eye. MJ knocked the shot back with no effort and slammed her elbow down on the counter again. All right, I got her number this time. Superman. Ed and Moxie let out a hefty laugh. Hey, MJ, why do you keep calling him that? Sam inquired as she laughed along with them. Jay shrugged. He kinda looks like Superman and is always standing there with his arms crossed like he holds the weight of the world. Now let's stop chatting and do this, she yelled cheerfully, and once more the same scene unfolds. Ace and MJ set up, and he smashes her arm into the counter again, and this time she lets out a scream. Fuck! Her wrist hits the counter and a sudden sharp pain shoots through MJ's arm. Sam pushes Ace out of the way and grabs MJ. What the fuck is wrong with you, Ace? She spat at him like her words could bite. Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I guess I just got too excited. Ace stuttered. Everyone looked at MJ with confusion as she was standing there laughing so hard, tears were trickling at the edges of her eyes. I'm fine, Sam. It's not like he broke it or anything. Why don't we just give someone else a turn before Superman here breaks my entire arm? Ace was in shock. He knew he hurt her because he kind of did it on purpose to see how she handled real pain, but he did not expect her to just laugh it off. What an interesting female, Ace thought. Hey, Ace, you owe me 2 shots for trying to tear off my hand, MJ teased, and Ace bowed his head to her in submission while he set her up. Moxie and Ed were gearing up to go next when Dante's voice stopped everyone in their tracks. What the fuck are you doing? He stormed toward Ace and MJ, who were taking shots, and Ace braced for impact, when to his surprise, Dante stopped in front of MJ, towering over her with definite anger dripping from his every pore. "I'm taking shots with Superman and the Easter Bunny. What the fuck are you doing?" MJ slurred. The fact that she had taken 4 shots way too fast was apparent from the absolute nonsense that just spewed out of her mouth, along with something that shocked even MJ herself. She reached up and touched Dante lightly on the tip of the nose with her index finger. Boop! She giggled and turned to the counter to pour herself another shot, while Ed rolled up his sleeve to challenge Tanner, and Moxie kept yelling that the old man got a cheat victory. Dante interrupted again by bringing the palm of his hand down onto the counter with so much force. MJ jumped and spilled tequila all over the front of Dante's t-shirt, which was still laying on the counter. "Oh shit, look what you did," MJ said, obviously giddy from the intoxication. This time Dante was gritting his teeth. "Don't you think you've had enough?" He spat. MJ slammed the shot glass on the counter. "No, Daddy, I don't think I have. What the hell is your problem anyway?" The force in her question caught everyone off guard. MJ was furious. What the hell was his problem? MJ started to feel a little overwhelmed. She could smell nothing but him and tequila and wanted nothing more than to kiss him, but he had disappeared the entire night. She suddenly felt nauseous. Why had he even invited her here? And before she could stop herself, the question flew out of her mouth like the left hook she so desperately wanted to give him. "Why did you invite me here?" The room was so silent, MJ'd hear her own heartbeat before Dante could speak. MJ cut him off. "You asked me to come here tonight to have drinks with you and your friends." "Your friends too," shouted Tanner from across the room, and Sam punched him in the ribs. MJ ignored them and continued. "And then you tell me to go put a shirt on in the bathroom so you can completely disappear most of the night, only to show up later and be pissed because why?" MJ continued to yell at him and was now on her toes, pointing her finger into his chest. "Because you wanted to get pissed that I was having fun with our friends." She shot Tanner a look at the last 2 words, and he clapped his hands together and jumped up and down like a little girl. "She said our friends, Sam. She likes us too, guys." Nobody laughed or moved a muscle this time. They were all staring at Dante and the small woman who now seemed to be in his face and poking him in the chest. Walkers and MJ. There was a long pause. Dante didn't know what to say to her. He knew he wanted to tell her he was sorry for yelling, but when he saw her laughing with Ace, it made him and the wolf crazy with jealousy. He wanted to be in control of himself around her, but it seemed like every time he tried his damn wolf would get in the way. MJ could feel the tears beginning to cloud her vision. She dropped her arms and sank back down onto her heels. "That's what I thought," she almost whispered before she bolted for the door. Dante didn't know what to say, but before he could try to say anything, she took off running and was out the front door. Dante walked over to the island, slammed the shots on the counter meant for Moxie, and he walked toward his room. "Where the fuck are you going?" Ace asked in his most authoritative tone. "Why does it matter to you?" Dante hissed through his teeth. "Because, oh, you stupid asshole," Ace spat. "Your female, your Omega is outside right now, very alone and very vulnerable." Dante turned and stormed toward Ace with all his conviction. "I never asked for a mate, especially an Omega." This time Jay stepped in between the 2 large men. "You may not have asked for her, but she is here, Dante, and we all know that even if you say you don't need her, your wolf does." Jay was right, of course. But before anyone could even consider arguing, one point or another a blood-curdling scream came from outside. The group of hunters looked around at each other and darted for the door. Dante could feel a pitted feeling in his stomach. He could tell something had happened to MJ, and he was terrified. He tore the door off its hinges and flew out the hole it created. To his horror, he could smell MJ's blood instantly, but he couldn't see her anywhere. A hand grabbed his shoulder, and he looked over to see Ace with the rest of the hunters sniffing the air around them. "I smell moonwalkers," Ace said with a solemn tone. "Ace, I have to find her. I can smell her blood. It's my fault she's out here." Ace removed his hand and spoke. "Yes, Dante, it is your fault she is out here, and whatever has happened to her is your fault too. You are careless with your wolf and careless with your female." Ace shifted without undressing and shot into the woods surrounding the house. He told the others to form a quick search party, and the other hunters had removed their clothes before shifting and running in different directions, leaving Dante standing there alone. He could feel his wolf stirring inside him. "We need to run, Dante. We need to find her. She needs us." His wolf was agitated but speaking softly, trying to coax Dante into action. "What do you want her for, Theo? We don't need her," Dante tried. But this time the wolf spoke with so much force it rang in Dante's head, and he winced in pain. "Yes, we do, Dante. We need her as she needs us. She is our mate, and an Omega. Find her now." The wolf was so angry, he was giving Dante a splitting headache, trying desperately to take over. He tried to fight it, but when he heard MJ scream again, he lost control and shifted as he bounded into the woods after the sound of his distressed mate. Dante's wolf took very little time to find his mate in the thick, dark forest. The problem was that she had been found by moonwalkers first, and they had attacked her. MJ was laying on the ground with gaping claw marks in her arms and legs, and a deep gash in her belly, along with what looked like a broken leg. The moonwalkers were circling her body that was laying on the ground in a pool of her own blood. Dante came into focus, and the moonwalkers smelled him immediately. They looked up from their prey and growled low at him. Mine? Dante growled through his enormous teeth. Normally moonwalkers don't respond to commands because they are basically like a dog with rabies, but still part human. Moonwalkers were what happened when a wolf either wasn't compatible with its host or someone had infected non-omega humans. Both were a rare occurrence and a dangerous one. No matter who turned the moonwalker, they did not respond to any bond, human or wolf. They acted rabid and bloodthirsty. But because Dante's wolf was an original, they could at least hear and understand him when he spoke to them. Whether they listened was another matter entirely. Dante wasn't worried, however. There were only 3 moonwalkers and they were small. He growled at them to let them know he was there for their kill, and to his complete shock and horror when he growled, more pairs of eyes could be seen all around the surrounding forest. There were at least 15 more walkers and they were all around him. Dante squatted low and lunged at the decaying wolf hybrid, snatching the 2 closest to MJ by the throat and snapping their necks instantly. Dante stood over the top of A's body, let out a ferocious howl, and snarled at the approaching moonwalkers. He squatted again, ready to fight, when he heard the familiar sound of Ace's wolf, along with the white blur he knew was Ace's wolf. Dante slammed the body of the 3rd moonwalker into the soft dirt and could hear its bones crack under the pressure. It let out a pitiful cry, and he almost felt sorry for it. Dante could hear Ace in his head. "We will take care of this. You get her the fuck out of here." Dante did not protest. He scooped up the bloody, limp body under him and ran on his hind legs back toward the house. Shouldn't you be under him for that kind of pep talk? Dante shifted as he approached the doorway and ran into the kitchen, human and naked. He set MJ on the kitchen island. Her body was shaking from the shock and pale from the blood loss. Dante started to panic. What the hell was he supposed to do? She was dying in front of him. "Bond us with her," he heard his wolf whisper in the back of his mind, and he could tell the old bastard was smiling. "No." Dante protested, and he heard the wolf laugh. "Then she will die and so will we." This time the wolf sounded smug and matter-of-fact. "So what?" Dante mumbled, and thought about whether or not Dante himself actually deserved to live. "It's not like we deserve to be here," he grumbled out loud. "Look at the things we have done. What makes us any better than the infected humans we just killed?" Dante's wolf yelled at him again, and this time Dante's entire body jerked in pain. "Then you sentence her to death along with us." Dante knew the wolf was right. If he didn't do something fast, MJ was going to die, and they were too far away for him to rely on human doctors. He wasn't sure how much longer Ace and the others were going to be, and every time he looked down at MJ's body, he could tell she was slipping further and further away. "Fine, we will bond with her, but this is only so you can save her life. Theo, do you understand?" Dante thought he heard the old wolf laugh, but his ears were still ringing, and he was trying to concentrate on the act he had to perform next. Dante pulled himself to the edge of the counter and stroked MJ's cold, bloody face with the back of his hand. "I'm so sorry, kitten. I didn't want you to live like this, but I just can't let you die either." And with that, Dante bit into the jugular vein of MJ's neck, mixing his saliva in with her blood. Her body stopped moving completely, and for a moment, Dante thought he might have just killed her, but all of a sudden it felt like his wolf became lighter and less occupied in his head. He looked down at MJ and noticed some of the bruising on her face and neck had started to disappear as her body began to convulse. Her breathing became heavy and fast-paced. "What the hell did we do, Theo?" Dante shouted frantically. "Calm down, boy. Her body is accepting our bond and trying to heal her at the same time. It is painful, but she will live." Dante put his head down on the counter and grabbed MJ's hand. The moment he did, the electricity shot through his hand, almost like strings tying them together in some kind of unspoken promise. "I have got to move her," Dante thought. So gently he lifted MJ's now slightly healed body and took her to his room. He cut off what remained of the clothes Sam had given her and wiped her body clean of the dried blood and dirt before he put her in another of his shirts and slipped her under the covers of his bed before climbing in next to her and pulling her body close enough to feel her breath on his neck. Dante jerked his eyes open at the sound of voices. "I must have fallen asleep," he thought. It seemed the hunters had returned. Dante took a look down at MJ and moved her hair from her face. She was now almost completely healed. All her small cuts and bumps were healed. It was only the large gash in her belly and the spot where Dante had bonded her were visible. He decided to get up and find out how the others had fared before he tried to break the news about MJ. Dante walked to the kitchen after making sure MJ was stable, and in the kitchen were all 5 hunters, either getting ice packs or wiping blood off of themselves. Sam looked up and rushed toward Dante. "How is she? Is it bad? Is she gonna die? Dante, what happened?" Dante grabbed a hold of both Sam's shoulders to steady her and looked at Ace. "That was especially strange for walkers to be so organized, don't you think?" Ace rubbed the back of his neck, staring at the floor. "Agreed, they were not particularly strong, but there were more moonwalkers gathered together than I have ever seen before." Jay cut in as he helped Tanner ice his shoulder. "Yay, and they were actually working together almost like a pack." Tanner hissed and jumped. "Jay, you asshole, that's cold, man." Sam was a little annoyed at the dismissiveness of her comrades. "Hello, did everyone forget about the mortally wounded human girl?" Dante squeezed Sam's shoulders, shutting her up before he let her go and dropped his head in defeat. What is it?" Sam said in fear. "Oh God, is she dead?" Ed asked. Dante did not move or speak, he just stood with his head tucked into his chest. "No, you didn't." Ace cut off any hopes of anyone else speaking as he started walking toward Dante and Sam. Dante didn't speak to any of them, he remained with his head down, staring at the floor, and Ace grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking him. "Did she even agree to it, or did you just force it on her?" Ace yelled in his face. Dante still didn't move, but he did speak, albeit in a low and melancholy tone. "I had to, Ace. She was gonna die," was all he managed to croak before he hit his knees and started to sob. "What have I done? I never should have brought her here, and now I have given her to that wolf without her even knowing anything about the monster she is now connected to for the rest of her life." His words were almost inaudible with the pain of his decision. "Well, she is your fucking responsibility now, Dante, so don't even think about doing what you've always done and dumping her off on the Alpha and rest of the pack to clean up for you." Ace's words were harsh but true, and Dante knew it. Whether he wanted to be or not, he was now responsible for this woman's safety. At least until he could teach her how to communicate with the wolf they would now share between them for the rest of their lives. Dante thought. Ace dropped Dante's shoulders and let him sink back down to the floor to wallow in his own pity. How disgusting, Ace thought. This is the pack assassin, and he has fallen weak and useless in a matter of hours because of a simple woman. Ace sneered over the crumbled man. "You are an assassin, Dante. Get your shit together." And with that, Ace left the room. Tanner spoke next, and for the first time there were no jokes. "I'm gonna go call Azrael and let him know we will be coming back with one more. See what he wants us to do." Tanner shrugged and stuffed his hands into his ripped pants, walking out of the room, followed soon by Moxie, Jay, and Ed. It was only Sam who remained behind, standing in front of Dante, desperate to help her comrade. Sam had never seen Dante cry, and she had never seen him so desperate for help. In all their missions together, it was always Dante that was the strong one, the one who kept it all together when everything seemed hopeless. He never even blinked. Sam remembered once they had been surrounded by rogues, who had captured some moonwalkers and were controlling them with silver collars attached to chains like dogs. The scene made Sam vomit. She had never seen moonwalkers before, and the smell of burning flesh as they pulled against the silver made her nauseous. It was Dante who had gone to Sam's side, and given her the courage to not only face the horror in front of her, but to be brave for the poor souls trapped inside the wild beasts. Sam was petrified. She could handle rogues, but the thought of having to kill people only because they didn't understand what they were doing somehow seemed wrong to her. Ace had been yelling at her to get her shit together because she was a hunter and the rest of the team needed her. Dante pushed Ace away from Sam and told her to stay hidden, pushing her to the side, and from behind the tree she watched as Dante shifted into the biggest wolf Sam had ever seen. Dante almost single-handedly took out all of the moonwalkers without taking any real damage to himself. The other hunters had chased off the rogues that hadn't been killed, and then they were regrouping near Sam, who still stood completely frozen behind the tree. Remembering her first days as a hunter and how patient Dante had been with her, Sam couldn't help but feel like she owed him, and she decided this would be how she would repay him. Everyone had a strength and a weakness, and it seemed that Dante needed Sam now just as much as she had needed him back then. Sam knelt down in front of Dante and spoke as softly as she could. "Dante, you did what you had to in a life-or-death situation. It is not your fault." To Sam's utter horror, Dante began to shudder all over. He was sobbing and holding himself. She crashed her body into him hard and wrapped her arms around him. "It's okay, Dante," Sam began. "I will be strong for you now, just like you were for me so many years ago." Dante pushed Sam from him and stood up, then reached down to pull Sam to her feet. "Thank you, Sam," he said in a raspy tone. "You are a special warrior indeed. Now will you help me one more time?" Sam nodded and held back her tears. "Anything you need," she said with a small smile. Dante looked off toward his bedroom, and Sam had a pretty good idea what he wanted to ask her. "I don't know how much she will hate me when she wakes up." Dante's voice almost broke Sam's heart. "Can you help me with her? We all know she can't leave, but we can't make her feel like the prisoner she obviously will be." Sam punched Dante in the chest, and he turned to give her a quizzical look. "She is your mate. Dante, she can't hate you. Sure, she is probably going to be pretty pissed or a wolf and even angrier that she is now too. But hey, look on the bright side. She will never have to worry about conditioner or moisturizer again," Sam chirped. Dante snorted and almost smiled. But Sam knew he was going to blame himself for a long time, and she liked MJ, but she didn't really know her very well, so she wasn't quite sure how the poor woman would digest all of what was about to happen to her. "Getting a little cozy with the wrong female, aren't we, assassin?" Ace's voice spat venom at the two hunters standing very close in front of one another. Sam and Dante turned to see Ace, and he had his arms crossed, looking absolutely livid. "Relax, Ace. I was just trying to support my fellow hunter." Sam tried to explain to Ace, but Ace was all action. He thought the mental game in war was nonsense and a waste of time. For Ace, action was the only thing that got results. Ace didn't move, but his next sentence might as well have been a huge roundhouse kick, because Sam physically flinched. Well, shouldn't you be under him for that kind of pep talk? Dante couldn't believe his ears. "Ace! That is completely out of line even for you." Dante looked at Sam with a look that she knew meant he had her back just like always. Dante was like the brother Sam never had. She was an only child, and her parents were rogues, so they didn't live in a pack, and she had joined the hunters in hopes of finding the sense of family she never felt she had. And she loved each one of her comrades and her pack, even if they weren't always the nicest bunch, they were her family. "Don't start again, you two," Sam tried pleading with them. "It's been a really long day, and it's about to get a lot longer, so let's just chalk it up to nerves and move on, okay?" She patted Dante on the shoulder and walked toward Dante's room to see what condition MJ was in. "What do you mean, decides to wake up? When you both are done being completely useless, we could use you in the debrief." Ace hissed and turned to Dante. "After all, you were on the scene first." Ace's tone had returned to that of a commander, and Dante couldn't figure out why a level-headed commander always seemed so unhinged when it came to Sam. Sure, she had been young when Azriel granted her entrance into the hunters, much like Tanner, but she was hungry to prove herself and powerful for a small wolf, not to mention loyal as any pack member could be. Everyone assumed Ace's problem with Sam was that she was a woman and a hunter, but Dante knew better, because if anyone questioned Sam's loyalty or abilities, Ace was the first one to come to her defense, but he was also the hardest on her. Dante was just waiting for Ace and Sam to figure it out for themselves. Sam opened the door to Dante's room and closed it behind her. She rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue at the sight before her. Sure, MJ was clean and in bed, but all around her were bloody, torn-up clothes and towels. She got to work picking up all the rags and putting them in the trash before she set a chair up next to the bed and sat down to check on MJ's condition. Physically, she looked great, Sam thought. All the usual things had started to happen. Her hair looked fuller, her skin looked brighter, and all her scratches and scars had started to disappear. MJ's eyelids were darting all over her eye sockets underneath her lids, and Sam wondered what it was she was dreaming about. Sam had been born a wolf, so hers had always been there, but because MJ was an Omega, her wolf would come to her as an adult, and Sam had often wondered what that must be like, to have to be introduced to your wolf and not born with one. Sam checked MJ's heart rate and her breathing. She seemed to be doing just fine, so Sam left her to sleep while she went to join the rest of the hunters for the debrief with the Alpha. Sam walked into the study where all the other hunters and Dante were gathered around the phone on a desk, and the phone was on speaker. "I definitely agree with you, Ace. There has got to be someone behind this, controlling the Moonwalkers somehow. There is no reason for them to have found all of you tonight. You are experienced hunters who cover your tracks. We may need to pull back and rethink our strategy. Lou might not like it, so we may need to leave someone in town, just in case." The voice on the phone commanded. "There is one more order of business we wish to discuss with you, Alpha," Ace said, very matter-of-factly. "A matter of business that has nothing to do with the Moonwalkers?" The Alpha sounded a little confused and somewhat irritated. "Look, it's very late. Can it wait until morning?" Sam spoke before Ace, and it set his face on fire with irritation. "No, Alpha, I'm sorry. I don't think it can wait. It does have a little to do with the Moonwalkers who are here tonight, actually." Sam blurted out nervously. Tanner and Moxie threw their hands up in the air at her, and Ed buried his head in one of his hands like he was waiting for a bomb to go off, while Jay was standing in the corner looking up at the moon like he had not paid any attention to the conversation at all. Sam clapped her hand over her mouth. "Okay then, Sam, please enlighten me." Sam became even more nervous. She hadn't meant for the Alpha to ask her about it. After all, it wasn't really her business to tell. She took a deep breath. "Well, Alpha, I can't. It's really more something Dante should tell you, I think." Sam started to feel uncomfortable when Azriel spoke again. "Okay, will someone please just tell me what is going on so I can get back to sleep, please? What is so important? It can't wait until you get back." Dante looked as though he were going to explode when he pounded his fists down on the desk and cut the Alpha off mid-rant. We found our mate Alpha, and she's an Omega." There was a moment of silence before the Alpha cut in with a sound of joy in his voice. "Dante, my oldest friend, that is great news, the best news to hear, and above all, I understand the joy of finding out your mate is an Omega." And suddenly the Alpha's voice became more serious. "But why could this not wait until tomorrow at least?" Azriel sounded happy for Dante, but he also sounded like a tired father who just wanted his kids to go back to sleep. Dante couldn't speak. He couldn't tell his oldest friend, his Alpha, that he had been irresponsible with his wolf and with this woman, and brought her into unspeakable danger. Dante was not the one to answer Azriel, however. It was Tanner who broke the silence again. "Well, he bonded her as?" Dante didn't speak. He was actually kind of thankful Tanner helped him out. He wasn't sure he could have brought himself to disappoint his Alpha. There was a longer pause this time, and Tanner blurted out, "Don't be mad, though, bro. He didn't have a choice. She got attacked by the Moonwalkers that were here, so he saved her ass, really." Tanner stopped when he realized his brother was now yelling, "What? What the hell do you mean he bonded her? You guys have been there for less than a week, and how did she get attacked by the same Moonwalkers? Dante? Tanner? Commander? Someone better start explaining this to me." This time everyone waited for Dante to speak. "I brought her here, Alpha," Dante mumbled. "I don't know what I was thinking. I tried to control that damn wolf, but he fights for control and takes it sometimes." Dante was cut off from speaking another word whether he was finished or not. Dante, Ace yelled. I assume this means you will be bringing her back here with you while her body goes through the bonding process. Asriel paused for a moment. I'm also assuming she has no idea what is about to happen to her, and I must tell you, brother, she may die anyway. Asriel's voice was now low and cracking, almost as if the information he just processed had zapped whatever energy he had left. Yes, Alpha, if you accept her. Dante said in a somber, submissive tone. Asriel let out a sigh. Of course we will accept her into the pack. Dante, she is the mate of my assassin. Asriel hummed a small laugh, and Leela will be over the moon to learn she is an omega of all things. But, Dante, you can't blame the wolf for this. You know that if you were better bonded with him, you would have better control over each other. This will complicate things with the walkers. I want you all to head back as soon as the sun breaks. And with that, the phone line went dead. Moxie and Jay both yelled at the same time, Way to go, Tanner. Tanner just stood there with a surprised look on his face. Ace didn't wait for anyone. As soon as Asriel hung up, Ace was out the door and shouted behind himself. I want everyone packed and ready to leave by morning. I will inform Lou of our sudden departure, and hopefully he can make up something for whatever family that woman has. Sam had enough and stormed out of the room, after Ace with Ed, Jay, and Tanner hot on her heels. What the fuck is your problem, Ace? She has a name, it's MJ, remember. MJ, the girl who thinks you look like Superman? The girl who totally impressed you at the Lou's shop today, remember her? Sam spat at her commander. Ace spun around and was shouting at Sam from halfway across the house. Yes, I remember. I also remember that she is human, and I remember that we were here to do a job, not play grab-ass or matchmaker, but I guess that doesn't matter, right? Ace threw his hands in the air. Fuck Sam, wake up. She's not some pet you can bring back home and keep. She's a human girl who is going to be scared as fuck when she wakes up and finds out she is now part of a pack of werewolves. She has no family and will know about our kind before she wakes up. Dante spoke somberly and frankly. He did not yell, and there was almost no emotion in his voice. The wolf will appear for her in her mind's eye, and she will have to make a decision. She will either accept him and everything it means to be an omega, connected to another human through a wolf we both share, or will she die? Ed walked to Dante and put a hand on his shoulder. When will you know, brother? He spoke in a tone that was almost therapeutic for Dante. I know she has already started to accept him because her body has started to heal, but I will not know until she decides to wake up, Dante said. What do you mean decides to wake up? Sam interjected. She didn't really understand what that meant. How do you decide to wake up? Ed was the one who spoke, while Dante walked over to a large window and put his hand on it just under the moon. If she chooses not to accept the bond with the wolf, then she will never wake up, Ed stated coldly. He will not kill her, as her body is healed by his power, but he will also not allow her to take the secrets of our kind into the world. Sam's mouth went dry. So what are you saying? If she doesn't agree, she dies. Dante growled at the question, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Ed. No, he would never harm her, Ed stated, trying to calm Dante and his wolf. She is his match, his chosen mate. She would remain in a coma-like state. Her body would function and be healthy, but her mind will never wake. Ed paused a moment. Until her body gives out, of course, and she does indeed die. Ace was growing impatient with all of them. Look, this is a great history lesson for some of us that don't know this shit already, but can we chat after we get the almost dead breeder out of here before her scent attracts more? Ace was cut off when Dante went flying into his chest full force and pinning him to the ground. Dante sat upright and his eyes were gold. He put his weight on Ace's chest and pinned his arms with one knee and one hand while he growled a warning in Ace's face. I will not hear you call her that again. And suddenly the color returned to Dante's eyes. He looked down almost dazed and pushed himself off of Ace. That was a fucked up thing to say, Commander, Ed added as Dante offered his hand to the man on the floor. Ace accepted the help and stood. You are right, Ed. It was a fucked up thing to say, and I apologize, Assassin. I should not call her that. It's not something I would wish on my enemy, let alone an innocent girl like MJ. Dante growled again when Ace said her name. Let's all take Sam's earlier advice and chalk it up to nerves from tonight. Everyone go get some sleep. We leave in 4 hours. Ace said, and with that, he and the rest of the hunters went to their respective rooms to gather their belongings and prepare for the trip, leaving only Dante standing by the window staring up at the moon. Theo, can you hear me? Dante said internally. Of course I can hear you, boy. What seems to trouble the mind? Dante felt stupid asking his wolf for advice, but unlike most others, Dante's wolf had a separate consciousness and was older than the earth itself, and if anyone had answers, he would. Do you think we did the right thing for her? He paused a moment. I know saving her life is right, but forcing her to bond with us, was that the only way? For a moment, Dante thought the old wolf was just ignoring him again, but to his surprise, he spoke. Dante, what we did was wrong and dangerous, but we made the decision to help her, not us. Did we make the decision out of haste, and will we be judged harshly for it? Yes, and if she accepts us or not, we must live with our decision. I will tell you this, child. As old as I am, I have never had another to share our bond. I have never been able to reach my full power and feel the moon, but she can give that to me, so maybe we are a little selfish. The wolf paused. But Dante, she was made for us. She is our mate. We must try. Dante considered his words for a minute. Hey Theo, can you tell her I'm— The words caught in his throat this time. How could he use a word as small as sorry to express what he felt? Dante thought. She will know, is all the wolf said, and Dante did not ask any more questions. He could feel how tired his wolf was from trying to enter MJ's mind, and he didn't want anything to jeopardize his efforts in bringing MJ back, so he decided he would ready himself and MJ for the trip home. MJ's bonding part 1. MJ opened her eyes and her body felt as if it were on fire with pain. She tried to roll over and noticed that the ground had turned into her soft sheets. Home, she thought. Thankful it had all been a dream. What a weird dream it had been, she thought. MJ sat up and grabbed her head. How much of it had been a dream she couldn't be sure. MJ remembered the frantic phone call she got from Sam and the shift she picked up at Lou's. But had Dante really come by and asked her back to their house for a drink? MJ swung her feet off the edge of the bed and tried to stand. To her absolute horror, MJ looked down and her leg was broken, and she was bleeding profusely from her stomach, not to mention all the cuts and slash marks covering the rest of her. MJ screamed and fell onto the floor. She thought she was going to pass out, because the room seemed to be getting dark, but she never lost consciousness. Is this still a dream? She thought. It can't be. It all felt so real. So did that mean everything she was remembering had actually happened? MJ began to shake as she remembered running out of the house, completely humiliated that Dante had been playing games with her while she made a drunken fool of herself in front of all his friends. MJ also remembered running and wasn't sure how long she ran before she stopped and looked up toward the moon. It had been mesmerizingly beautiful and almost seemed to comfort her, she thought when she suddenly heard something growling at her in the distance. MJ squinted into the darkness and could smell something foul, but familiar. Rotting meat, she thought. MJ had seen a pair of what looked to be eyes staring at her, before a huge beast jumped out of the darkness at her and began to tear at her clothes and flesh. What the hell is real? I whispered out loud, and to her horror a voice answered. Do not be afraid, child. They are gone and cannot harm you anymore. She tried to stand, but couldn't, and was now bleeding all over the floor. Who are you? She croaked, almost choking on blood. How did you get in here? What do you want from me? She tried not to sound desperate, but MJ was in so much pain that concentrating on being calm wasn't something she could muster. I am here to save you. I want only to love you as much as he does. Do not be afraid, we are not truly in this place. MJ wasn't sure why, but she wanted to wrap herself in the voice. It was making her feel safe, even though she was terrified. I think I'm dying, MJ said in a weak voice. Yes, you are? The voice said again, and MJ began to cry. Help me, please. I don't know why, but I don't want to die, please. She began to choke on her own blood again, and it was becoming harder for her to breathe. I can help you, but you must trust that I will never hurt you. MJ couldn't form words. All she could do was nod, and from the shadows of what looked to be her kitchen, a figure stepped forward, and to her surprise, the figure was Dante. MJ looked up and her eyes became wide with terror. She tried to speak but couldn't. The pain was becoming overbearing. She had to be hallucinating. What the hell was Dante doing here? And why did he sound different? She wondered. As if he had heard her thoughts, the figure leaned down and answered her. I am not him. But this form will scare you less than my own. I need to save you now, but I must touch you to do so. MJ nodded, and the Dante look-alike leaned down and picked her up off the floor. He sat on the bed and put her in his lap. She winced in pain, and he cupped her cheek with one hand to bring her eyes to his. You must trust me, little one. I will never hurt you, and from today on I will never leave you. MJ felt so warm and accepted, a feeling she had never had before. She didn't know what this place was, but she never wanted to leave. She leaned into the hand, and the warmth she felt from it started to wash over her entire body. MJ closed her eyes and leaned into the chest of the man holding her. She giggled as he started to make a sound that sounded very much like purring. The pain in her head disappeared, and when she opened her eyes to look up at him, she noticed Dante's eyes were completely gold, and they seemed to be dancing, almost as if liquid were trapped inside them. MJ gasped and jumped to her feet. Your eyes? She said, then realized her voice had come back. She looked down at the rest of herself, and she looked just like new. Better than new, in fact, and she felt amazing. Do they frighten you? He asked. Not at all. I think they are beautiful, MJ said sheepishly, and then it dawned on her. He had told her he wasn't Dante. You have questions, little one? And MJ nodded. You may ask me anything, and I will always tell you the truth, but I warn you, we do not have much time for all that need be explained. She wrinkled her nose as she spoke. Can you read my mind, because you seem to know what I want to ask before I do? MJ spoke frankly and thought maybe she might sound ungrateful. The Dante look-alike stood and faced MJ. I think you should concentrate on the important questions, but in a way, yes, I can. She pondered his answer and then looked up into his eyes again and knew exactly what questions she needed to ask first. Am I dead? She began, and the fake Dante made a sound that was a cross between a laugh and a growl. No, we will not allow that, and he reached up to touch her cheek with the back of his hand, but Meme pulled away. You said you are not Dante, she paused. Who are you then? The look-alike did not look at MJ, nor did he react to her pulling away. Instead, he looked off into the distance. I am a being older than Earth. I live inside of Dante, and in a way I live inside all of the moon's children. MJ rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. That is not an answer. Are you God, then? This time the fake Dante laughed and MJ caught herself smiling at the sound. No, little one, I am not what humans refer to as God. She thought for a moment more. Well then, are you an alien? He looked at her quizzically and almost looked insulted. Earth is my home. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, MJ said as she started to fidget with her hands. She didn't know what else to ask, so she repeated her question in a different form. If you are not Dante, then why do you look like him? This time he smiled and sat cross-legged on the floor. You will run in fear if I show you my true form. The form of your mate is much more pleasing to the eye. Do you not agree? And he shot her a wry smile. MJ giggled and snorted. Are you sure you aren't Dante? You act like him. And what's this mate shit? And how do you know I will run in fear? What are you, a monster or something? She had meant it as a joke, but the fake Dante looked almost sad now and dropped his head. MJ squatted and lifted his face with her hands. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. She felt such a sense of sorrow for him after she said that, and she didn't quite understand why. He spoke again after removing her hands from his face, but he kept a tender hold on them as if they were small birds he was trying to shelter. This is not the way I wish to reveal myself, and now I have to ask you to trust in me. MJ Bonding Part 2. MJ's head was spinning. She was trying to play back the answers he had given her in an attempt to figure out what the hell was going on, but each time he answered her all it did was confuse her. Why did he say Dante was her mate? What the hell was that all about? She thought. He chuckled again, and MJ knew he had heard her thoughts in some way. She decided it was now or never. You saved me from what I don't know, and we are obviously not really in my apartment, so please show me who you are so I can give you the gratitude you deserve, because in that form I will never be thankful. MJ suddenly felt a pang of sadness and almost pain when she thought of how Dante had acted toward her. I will make you a deal. The fake Dante spoke again, but he sounded almost excited this time. I will show you my true form if you allow me to explain your new life to you. MJ thought, what the hell? This is all probably a weird dream anyway, so what could it hurt? Suddenly the fake Dante grabbed her by the waist and lifted her to meet his eyes. He almost smashed her mouth into his for a kiss. MJ pushed against his chest as hard as she could to break away. She only managed to remove herself by just inches. He did not release her. Never think that Dante would not give his life for you. The fake Dante said, he is also young and I think his feelings scare him too. He is only a man after all, and men are weak in the arms of women. The fake Dante grinned. MJ didn't know what to do other than blush. Did they know the same Dante? He lightly placed her feet on the floor and offered his hand. She took it, and the minute she did, her dark little apartment disappeared. MJ gasped and knelt to the ground for cover. He fake Dante laughed and pulled her to her feet by the hand he was still holding. Do not fear, little one. We are inside of your mind. Nothing here will harm you. She stood up and opened her eyes. To her absolute surprise, they were standing in the most beautiful place MJ had ever seen. They were surrounded by lush green trees as far as the eye could see. The grass was so healthy and dark green it almost looked black against the lavender sky. The clouds were a gentle pink color with streaks of orange, and there were beautiful flowing streams of different blues all around, with a waterfall off in the distance. MJ looked up at the fake Dante and he was smiling down at her with his liquid gold eyes. This is the most beautiful place I have ever seen, Dan, and she stopped. I just realized I don't know your name, and he giggled. He looked at her with the hopefulness of a child. Do you want it, little one? MJ smiled softly and squeezed his hand. Yes, please. He looked off into the distance and spoke, My name is Theron, and this was my home. MJ took another look around. This place was so beautiful and quiet. She wanted to burn the image into her mind forever. She thought, Your name means untamed, do you know that? MJ couldn't think of anything else to say. Theron chuckled. Yes, little one, I know. Theron, MJ almost whispered, what do you mean, was your home? Theron sighed and looked at MJ with what she could only describe as longing and despair. My kind did not treat our home world well, and in the end we killed her with our own greed and lust for power. Theron whined a little before he continued. She used to be what you see here, a fierce planet of roaring waters and beautiful skies, but we destroyed it. Our precious home started to die, and to save ourselves we fled to Earth so many millennia ago. Now I have lost count. MJ forgot herself and cut him off. Holy shit, how old are you? She immediately covered her mouth with both hands and began to mumble "I'm sorries" through them when Theron grabbed both her elbows and shushed her. Do not apologize for being yourself, MJ. It is one thing we adore about you, among other things. He gave her a wry smile. I am old enough to have seen man's technology develop and consume it during the needless wars they fight against each other. MJ was starting to figure out that Theron did answer every question she asked like he promised, but he only answered the parts he wanted to. It's like he was protecting her from something he hadn't said yet, she thought. He looked at MJ and creased his eyebrows again. You have more questions, I see, Theron said in an amused tone. Well, yes, MJ began. If you're not human, then, that is, what are you, and what does it have to do with Dante or me? And how did you save me? What the hell were those things that attacked me? Theron laughed again, and so did MJ. She took a deep breath, and Theron offered his arm. As she took it, they began to walk along one of the winding streams. My kind comes from what humans call the moon, and Dante and I are bonded for his lifetime as I was with his father and his father before him. Okay, wait a second now, I'm confused, Jay cut in. What do you mean bonded to him like his father? Theron took a deep breath. We survive on this planet by bonding our soul and thus our power to humans through their DNA. Some are compatible and some are not. MJ found this fascinating all of a sudden. So like a matching blood type or family gene? She squeaked enthusiastically. Theron was elated. Yes, little one, just like that. He went on to explain, not all humans are compatible for us, so our species has adapted over the years to accommodate both species with as little disruption as possible. MJ looked at Theron with a puzzled look and he chuckled. We were an invading species after all. MJ nodded. Okay, but what does that have to do with me? Theron looked at MJ and sat down on the grass. He invited her to do the same, but she stayed standing. My little one, you and Dante are a soul match. That means that his soul mirrors yours. You are his ideal mate, and he yours. MJ giggled at the thought. What you mean like animals? And before she could shrug off the thought, Theron spoke with almost surprise in his voice. Little one, humans are animals. We all are. It's just a matter of what kind of animal you allow others to see. Theron's voice trailed off as MJ mulled over his words. MJ started to get a little angry. So what that means I'm his girlfriend because our blood types match. No thanks. And she crossed her arms over her chest. Theron growled at her, and it scared her a little. No, MJ, he snapped. Your blood type and genes do not dictate who you share your life with. But for Dante's and my condition, you are a match, and that means that he will court you and try to win you over. Theron raised one eyebrow and cocked a wry smile. And from what I observed, he was doing a pretty good job, but that does not make you his anything by default. His tone became serious again. Relationships are work, and both of you must work together, or like any living thing, it will wilt and it will die. Love is not unconditional, MJ. MJ noticed he had started to look impatient and agitated. What's wrong, Theron? She blurted out before she could stop herself. He looked as though her mention of his name brought him back to their conversation. MJ, there are so many things I would like to say to you, but we do not have enough time. Normally Dante would explain these things. You and I would only meet here after you agreed to be his bonded mate, but Dante chose to save your life, and to do that he needed to share our power with you. Theron took a deep breath. MJ, I would like to show you who I am really, but I want you to know that no matter what you see, you must believe what you hear and what you feel. Theron paused again before he asked her, Do you feel I'm a monster? She was confused and alarmed. This was all happening at the speed of light, she thought. But at the same time, she was not afraid. She was not worried. To her complete surprise, MJ felt safe and home, and she never wanted to leave. Theron laughed, and MJ rolled her eyes, realizing he had heard her thoughts again. Theron stood and leaned forward, kissing her gently on the forehead. I want you to keep in your mind that after I reveal my true self, all of the power you will see before you will never harm you. It will also belong to you. I will be as much a part of you as I am Dante, and if you so chose, I will never leave you. MJ, we will be forever a part of one another. Theron reached up and cupped her cheek with his hand. MJ closed her eyes. Family, she whispered, and a tear came to her eye. Yes, MJ, hold on to that thought and keep your eyes closed, my little one. She nodded, squeezing her eyes closed as tight as she could. MJ heard Theron's steps on the grass disappear as he stepped away from her and spoke from a distance. My little one, please do not fear me. I will only love and protect you. After a short, silent pause, MJ opened her eyes, and she could not believe the sight in front of her. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't hallucinating, and part of her wanted to scream and run, but her legs were frozen to the floor. Standing just a few feet away was the largest creature MJ had ever seen. It towered 7 feet at least. It had jet black fur that was long and hung all around its body like a coat. It stood on 2 legs like a man. But it was definitely not a man, MJ thought. It was a wolf, a werewolf. She gasped, and the creature took a step toward her. She heard Theron's voice speak to her, but the animal's mouth didn't move. MJ, please. It is me, Theron. This is my true form. Do not fear me. I know that I am a monster to you. And with that, the beast hung its head, making a sound almost like a whimper. Theron? MJ said, in a small voice, and the beast looked up at her. She decided, what the hell, and took one tentative step toward the huge figure in front of her. Theron dropped his body down onto all fours to make himself smaller for her. MJ cautiously approached him and put out her hand, closing her eyes. Theron slowly lifted his body, just enough to set his head against her hand. MJ gasped when her hand touched his fur. The same electricity went through her as it did when she touched Dante. Her eyes shot open. You're soft. She giggled, and he rolled his eyes, groaning softly at her. You are beautiful. MJ whispered. Can I touch you? The large wolf-like creature leaned into her arms and snuggled against her chest so she could run her hands through his fur. Holy shit, MJ said, and Theron sat back with a look of confusion. Does anybody else know about you and Dante? MJ's voice was frantic, and Theron laughed again. MJ rolled her eyes, still running her hands through his fur. Don't tell me. All his friends are wolves too? Yes, Theron confirmed, and MJ had a strange thought. Theron, does that mean I will have a wolf too? Theron sat and explained to MJ for what seemed like hours that she was not a wolf, but an omega, a special type of human who could help carry the power of wolves original to the moon, and although she would share in Theron's power, MJ herself would never turn into a wolf. So were they wolves that attacked me? MJ asked, noticing that Theron looked troubled and waited before he spoke again. They were moonwalkers, he said sternly. They are humans who were infected by a wolf, but who are not compatible with our species. So both creatures mutate and reject each other. They act much the way wolves do in your horror movies and myths. MJ felt a shift in the air, and Theron stood up, reaching out for her hand. MJ, it is time, little one. MJ looked at him absently. Time for what, Theron? It is time for you to make your choice, my child. Will you accept me and our bond? MJ quietly thought for a moment before she spoke. If I accept you, does that mean I am accepting Dante too? Theron looked almost surprised by her question. No, he began. Our bond is different from the mating bond. Ours is a bond of survival. MJ exhaled and Theron continued. But for us to thrive, MJ, mating is necessary, as it is with all humans. MJ took a deep breath. She wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but she was pretty sure her life would never be the same again, no matter what she chose. Exhaling, she finally spoke. Theron, I thank you for saving my life, and I accept your bond. MJ blushed slightly, but continued, I will hold you to the promise to never leave me alone. Theron jumped into the air like a giddy puppy dog, and MJ laughed so hard she threw her head back. I wish I could just stay here with you. He looked at her and cocked his head. Why? This is your mind. I only came here to bond with you. You have always been here. Theron wrapped his massive furry arms around her, and she closed her eyes to enjoy the embrace fully. I will always be here for you, little one, but now it is time for you to wake up. And before she could protest, everything was black again. I will be right here with you, my precious little one, was all MJ heard before she felt herself being pulled from the darkness. We are bonded. The sensation of Theron's body hugging MJ was replaced gradually by the feeling of warm, soft blankets and a squishy bed. MJ blinked her eyes and waited for them to adjust. She was definitely not in her little apartment, she thought, because the ceiling had no cracks and was actually painted one solid color. MJ sat up and looked around. Everything seemed brighter, almost like she could see in Technicolor, and she could swear she heard the birds that were outside in the trees. We are bonded. You share my power now, little one. A voice spoke in her head, almost like an echo. Theron? MJ said out loud, but he did not respond, although somehow she could tell he was there with her like he promised. MJ started to get out of bed and noticed that she was also not in Sam's room either. Nor did it seem like she was in the same house at all, since the walls looked like stone and not drywall. MJ took to the task of standing up. The moment her feet hit the floor, she fell. Story of my life, she thought, as she remembered falling out of bed when she first met Theron. Her legs felt like they had been asleep for hours, so MJ began to rub her knees and wiggle her toes before trying again. This time she stood right up, as if her legs had been playing a prank. MJ noticed the room was large but plain. The floor and walls were the same soft gray stone, and there were only red velvet curtains on the one tiny window in the room. The drapes matched the bedsheets, and that was the only color in the room. There were 2 doors at one end of the room and a single door at the other end. MJ assumed the 2 doors closest together were probably a bathroom and a closet, or maybe 2 closets. The bed had a matching end table on each side. I wonder where the hell I am, MJ thought. She walked to the wall with 2 doors and opened one of them, hoping it was a bathroom, but it was a huge walk-in closet. It had some men's clothes, and MJ caught a familiar smell. Dante, she said out loud, and she could feel Theron in the back of her mind. MJ smiled at the thought of never being alone again. She closed the closet and opened the next door. It was a bathroom the size of her entire apartment. There was a double sink and double vanity. The toilet was behind a small curtain behind the sinks, and in the middle of the room was a huge clawfoot tub. On the far wall was a stand-up shower that looked big enough for 7 people to shower at the same time. MJ looked at herself in the mirror and noticed that her hair was a huge mess, although it looked thicker and more healthy. MJ continued to examine herself in the mirror. Her skin looked flawless and beautiful. She thought it was still a light color, but it looked as though it had a healthy glow to it. MJ stepped back from the mirror and realized she was wearing nothing but a man's T-shirt. It was a band shirt. It said Slipknot, and MJ giggled. Dante didn't seem like the type who really enjoyed music, let alone a band as amazingly vivacious as Slipknot, she thought. MJ wasn't quite sure what to do. She was only wearing a shirt, no underpants or bra. She wanted to explore her surroundings more, explore her new self, and also to find Dante. She definitely had a bone to pick with him, she thought. Her poor choice of words made her giggle to herself. MJ left the bathroom and walked back into the closet. After a little searching, she found some folded-up sweatpants. MJ slid them on and made her way to the only door left. She opened it and made her way down the long hallway. There were a few other doors, but MJ assumed they were all probably rooms as well. She turned a corner, and it led to an open corridor that had a few stone seats in the middle of an open courtyard, and lining the walls were more books than MJ had ever seen. She was going to reach for one, but the commotion on the other side of the corridor caught her attention, and she could suddenly feel Theron pulling her toward it. Dante. MJ thought she heard a voice whisper, but it sounded like her own, so MJ shrugged it off and walked to the door on the other side of the courtyard. MJ could hear the voices getting louder but couldn't make out what they were saying. Whatever it was, it sounded like they were having a good time, she thought. She could make out laughing every now and again among the muffled voices. Her heart skipped and her hands became sweaty. SMJ did know how, but she could tell which voice was Dante's, and she suddenly didn't want to open the door and face him. She wanted to run, but a strange calm infected her, much the same way it used to when she would face off against some drunk perv. She took a deep breath and said a small thank you. MJ wasn't sure how, but she knew Theron had something to do with it. With all the newfound calm she had found, MJ pulled the door open and her eyes immediately found Dante, as if she knew exactly where he was. The minute their eyes met, Dante shot out of his chair to his feet. "You make me sound like bacteria." Dante and the rest of the hunters had arrived early at the pack house, and after Dante had taken MJ to his room, they all decided it was best to have breakfast together with the Alpha and Beta before they tried to unravel the events of the last few days. They had all settled down and started eating and chatting like it was any other day when the doors opened and Dante's heart skipped. It was MJ. She looked amazing in his shirt and sweatpants, he thought. She looked into his eyes and he could feel Theron squirm in anticipation. Dante jumped to his feet and ran to her side. MJ's eyes were wide with uncertainty, but she didn't move. "You did it, Theo," Dante said out loud before he could stop himself, and MJ giggled. "Is that what you call him?" she asked, and raised her eyebrows as she could feel the wolf inside her growling in annoyance. MJ let out a loud laugh that set Dante's heart on fire. "He doesn't like it at all," MJ managed to say through her laughter. Dante couldn't help but laugh with her. She was perfect, he thought. Everything about her was beautiful and pure. Dante's attention was brought back to the table full of people when he heard Azriel clear his throat. "Oh," Dante almost shouted. "MJ, if you are up to it, I would like for you to meet the Alpha and Beta." And he started to pull her by the elbows toward the table. MJ stiffened, so Dante let her go, a look of hurt passing his face. MJ tucked some hair behind her ear. "I don't really understand what that means, Dante," she almost whispered. "I just found out that not only did I almost die, but now I share an alien werewolf with you or something." Her voice started to rise and panic was evident. "I woke up in a strange place full of people I don't really know. Plus, I'm standing here in your clothes looking like rats live in my hair." MJ started to back up panting. All of a sudden, she felt really overwhelmed by the amount of things happening to her. She could smell every ingredient in the different foods littering the table, as well as all the individual scents of the other wolves that were present, and it was all just a little too much. A small woman sitting at the head of the table stood up very gracefully and walked toward them. She stood next to Dante and put her hand on his shoulder, speaking softly. "Dante, perhaps I might be of some help right now?" MJ was in awe of how graceful and calm this woman was. Dante looked almost crushed by her words and started to walk away. MJ started to panic. She didn't want him to leave her alone. "Dante, don't leave," she almost yelled before she clasped her hands over her mouth. "My name is Lila," the woman spoke, and MJ almost felt a sense of instant calm. "I am an Omega, a human bonded to a wolf, like you are." MJ relaxed a little as she spoke. Someone else who shared her predicament, she thought. "Are you hungry? Would you like to join us for breakfast?" She offered her hand out to MJ, and although she didn't take the hand offered, she did walk with her to the table. The man sitting next to Lila stood up and grinned at her. He looked exactly like Tanner, just a little older. "My name is Azriel. I am the alpha of this pack." MJ raised a single eyebrow at him. Didn't he hear her tell Dante? She had no idea what that meant. MJ thought to herself. Lila laughed. "The alpha is the leader of a group of wolves. We like to stay together. There is strength in numbers, so we live in packs. I am his wife or mate. I am called a beta." MJ offered out her hand to Azriel. "It's nice to meet you, sir. Or do I call you Alpha?" MJ looked over to Lila, then at Dante. Lila just smiled and Dante nodded. Azriel laughed. "You are not a part of my pack, so you do not have to stand on ceremony." MJ looked down and Lila punched Azriel in the chest for his poor word choice. "What I mean to say," Azriel corrected, "is that you are not part of the pack yet. Should you choose to stay with us, then yes, you will refer to me as Alpha." MJ nodded and fidgeted with her very messy hair. Dante coaxed MJ over to him and he offered her his lap as he resumed his seat, and she raised her eyebrows at him. "What? I'm supposed to sit on your lap and eat?" Dante looked at her confused. "We are mates, MJ, so yes, sort of." MJ straightened her body and spoke with as much courage as she could find. "Look, Dante, I'm grateful that you and Theron saved my life. And yes, he explained how this works to me." She made a motion between her and Dante with her hands, "and I'm pretty sure I understand at least the basics, but we barely know each other, so we need to take this extra slow, okay?" Dante looked hurt, but he stood up. "Kitten, we can take this as slow as you want, as long as you're not rejecting me. I'm happy." MJ crossed her arms as Dante offered her his seat. "Okay, one more thing, pretty boy." MJ spat playfully. "Stop calling me kitten. My name is MJ." MJ sat down in Dante's chair and he pushed her up to the table. He grabbed a small metal fold-up chair and sat backwards in it next to MJ. "I'm sorry, Kit. MJ, what can I get you to eat?" And before she could respond, he had already filled a plate for her and set it down. To her absolute delight, the plate in front of her was filled with so many different things. It was like looking at an edible mountain. There was a rainbow of different fruits and toast, along with what looked like a blueberry muffin. She could see at least 2 different kinds of eggs, and outlining everything were links of sausage and crispy bacon, as well as what looked like open-flame smoked ham slices. MJ's stomach growled so loud everyone at the table laughed. She blushed a little before she took a huge bite of some of the bacon Dante had piled up on her plate. MJ was brought out of the trance her food had put her in when Azriel spoke with command and concern in his voice. "I assume you are familiar with the rest of the table? MJ had not thought to look around, but when she did, she was pleasantly surprised when she saw Sam, Tanner, Jed, and Ace all staring at her. Stuffing their faces, she laughed a little when Tanner waved at her like a buffoon with his mouth full. Alpha? Can I ask you a question? MJ inquired. Everyone at the table chuckled and Dante growled. MJ jumped when she heard him and Lila snapped. Dante. This made Azriel laugh again. Please feel free to ask me anything. MJ, was it? MJ nodded and swallowed a mouthful of toast. Are you and Tanner related? Tanner choked on his food, and Azriel laughed yet again before speaking. Yes, Tanner is my younger brother, although his foolhardiness gives me doubt at times. Tanner pouted a little, and MJ giggled. Sam turned to face her and spoke almost too fast for her to hear. So MJ, are you mad you're a wolf now? Ace groaned in protest, and again Azriel cleared his throat and shot Ace a look that meant business. Well, to be honest, Sam, MJ began, as she put her food down and looked around the table. I'm not sure. The entire table went so silent it was as if her answer sucked the sound out of the room. MJ knew she needed to be honest with these people, and although she did not know them or trust them, she trusted Theron, and he was telling her she could trust them. Hey, Sam, Nye asked. Are Dante and Ace related? They make the same stupid face when they get mad? And MJ went right back to eating her breakfast. Tanner started to choke on his mouthful of food, while the rest of the table except for Dante and Ace began to roar with laughter. Ace shot upright from his chair, Dante shot up at the same time, and MJ jumped in her seat. I am most certainly not related to that uptight asshole, Dante said as he pointed a finger at Ace. Ace shut his eyes and let out a large sigh before he spoke. MJ, I'm glad you survived. It was reckless of us to bring you out there in the first place. However, you seem to have survived relatively intact, and for that I am glad. He looked at Azriel. Alpha, if it is all right with you, I would like to go and speak with my father about the Moonwalkers and see if he has any ideas. Azriel nodded and Ace left the table. Don't worry about Ace, MJ. Tanner laughed. He has always been that charming. Again, everyone laughed and went back to eating. It was quiet for a while before Azriel spoke again. MJ, may I ask you something? MJ stopped halfway through a bite of her watermelon chunk and nodded. It's a very personal question. Are you okay with that? MJ wiped her mouth and looked directly at Azriel. Yes, but please take no offense if I choose not to answer. Azriel nodded and sat back in his chair, almost as if he were still contemplating the question. Why did you accept Dante's wolf? Lila gasped and hit her husband in the arm. Azriel, you might as well have asked her what color underwear she has on. MJ blushed suddenly, remembering she didn't have underwear on at all. She heard Dante laugh behind her and she shot him a dirty look out of the corner of her eye. That answered who dressed her anyway, she thought. It's all right, MJ began. I don't mind answering. Theron told me that bonding an omega and a wolf is usually done after the mating bond between human and, vessel. Everyone at the table's mouth hung open. They had never quite heard it put that way before. You make me sound like a bacteria, little one, MJ heard Theron in her head. I'm sorry, she said out loud, and Dante laughed under his breath, before she realized she had spoken out loud. You will learn to speak with him in your mind's eye, Dante whispered and tapped the middle of his forehead with his finger. It takes practice and patience, but I can teach you, Dante said as he smiled at her. MJ jerked her attention back to the head of the table to break the spell she was pretty sure Dante was trying to cast on her. Azriel, I accepted Dante's wolf because he said I would never be alone. She paused for a moment and continued. I have been alone for all of my life, and always having someone there seemed like a better alternative than death, I guess. MJ became somewhat self-conscious. She didn't mean to be that honest with them, but when she opened her mouth, the raw truth just flew out. Sam put a hand over her heart. MJ, we already talked it over, and if you don't mind, we would like to keep you as our family. I know we didn't really meet on normal terms, and this probably isn't how you would have chosen to live, but we are glad you're here. And with that, Sam looked around the table. You should have seen her at Lou's with all the angry humans. She was a superstar. I have never seen someone control humans like that before. Azriel nodded, and Lila had a small twinkle in her eye. Well, looks like the old one found himself a suitable match indeed. Azriel laughed as he pushed himself from the table. My hunters, my friends, please enjoy the rest of your meal. Your beta and I have to return to work. We will speak again for dinner. All of a sudden, Azriel's mention of the word work had MJ remembering her life like she had amnesia, and she shot out of her chair. Oh fuck, she yelled at the top of her lungs and looked at Dante. I forgot about Lou. What time is it? Shit, I'm gonna get fired for sure. She was out of breath, and the entire table, including the Alpha and Beta who had stopped at the door, were looking at her in surprise. Azriel turned around and opened his mouth to speak when Lila touched his shoulder and spoke instead. Maybe it is for him to explain my love. Azriel just nodded, wrapped an arm around Lila and walked them out of the room. Trouble in paradise, Romeo? Dante stood up. MJ, when you are finished, I would like to take you back to my room. I need to explain some things to you, I think. MJ was a little confused. What, have I been asleep for a month or something? Dante looked a little impatient and scared. I really think this is a conversation better suited for Private Kitten. As the last word slid out, he kicked himself for saying it. That was not going to help her trust him at all. He thought to himself. MJ rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. Okay, weird, but okay, we need to talk about your choice in clothes for me anyway, I guess. MJ stood and Dante followed behind her like a hungry puppy. They started to leave when Jay shouted at MJ to her surprise. Hey MJ, sometimes having family is as simple as the people you pick up in life along the way. Dante growled at him, and MJ rolled her eyes. Down, boy, she said sarcastically, and the table again erupted in laughter as Dante ushered MJ back to his room. After reaching the bedroom, Dante closed the door behind him and took a deep breath. MJ could sense his uneasiness, and she sat down on the bed to try and help calm his nerves. He looked at her and locked her eyes with his. Dante moved slowly to MJ, and when he approached her on the bed, he knelt down to his knees so that he could stare up into her eyes. MJ, I'm so sorry. I never wanted things to turn out like this. Tears began to well up in his eyes, and he sounded heart-wrenchingly desperate. This is not how things were supposed to be. Dante looked down at his hands. I'm not a good person, MJ. I have done terrible things. You deserve only good and beauty in your life, and I have ruined that for you, me and that damn wolf. Dante slumped his head in an act of defeat. MJ cupped his face with both her hands and brought his eyes back up to hers. Dante closed them to keep the tears from falling. It almost broke her heart to see tears fall from the face of a man that looked stronger than a hurricane wind. Dante, MJ whispered. You are not what you have done, but what you choose to do. MJ paused. It's true that I don't know you well, but Theron told me I need to trust my instincts, and they tell me right now that you would not have done what you did if you had another choice. Dante was so happy to hear her say that she didn't hate him, he forgot himself and jumped to his feet. He pulled MJ up into his arms and tried to lean in and kiss her, but she was squirming in his grip. Dante, stop. You promised we could go slow. MJ grunted as she struggled against him. He didn't let her go, but he didn't try to kiss her. Instead, he just held her there close and stared into her eyes for as long as she would allow him. Please put me down. MJ purred, hoping to coax him into doing so, but he didn't. He just wrinkled his eyebrows and tucked his head into her neck, inhaling. Come on, Dante, let go. Jay grunted. She was starting to get the idea that maybe following him to his room alone was not a good idea. Suddenly, there was a tingling feeling in her head. You are not alone, my little one. I am always here. A voice whispered. MJ realized Theron was there for her, and she concentrated on not speaking out loud to him. What is happening, Theron? Help me make him let go. She had begun to struggle against Dante, who still had his head in the crook of her neck and was now nuzzling her shoulder. Dante had both of his hands pressed flat against her back, and she could not get more than a few inches away from him. When his nose touched the bare part of her neck, he purred with excitement, and her skin lit up with electricity. MJ moaned from the feeling and caught herself. Dante, what the hell are you doing? Stop, she yelled. He pressed his face harder against her neck, and she could feel his lips against her collarbone. Dante, please, we can't. MJ's voice was almost desperate now. I don't want to not like this. Her body was starting to respond in the wrong way, she thought. She wanted him to stop, and her body was not saying stop. Lust was starting to wash over her, and she became desperate for escape. Where was Theron? She wondered. He promised to always be there. Before she could form thoughts again, she felt a surge of energy. It was almost painful, and it shot through her entire body. It felt like something strong had settled into every part of her, and she could feel Theron's power. She let out a snarl that surprised even her, and when Dante looked up from her neck, his eyes went wide with shock, and he instantly dropped her on the bed. MJ shot up to her feet on top of the bed, and Dante put his hands palm up in front of him. Kitten, I'm sorry. Okay, but you need to calm down. Theron is powerful, and the power of the animal can be enticing and dangerous, baby. MJ did not respond. Instead, she cocked her head to the side and grinned at him. Her eyes were solid gold and almost illuminated. Dante could tell she had let Theron give her power, but since they had not mate bonded, he was afraid she could get lost in it. Okay, I get it. Dante coaxed. My bad. Bring her back, Theo. Dante taunted the wolf inside him, but to his horror, there was no answer. Instead, MJ leaped off the bed with incredible power and almost flew across the room. She turned to look at him and growled. She looked like a trapped animal, and Dante suddenly realized what he must seem like to her. He walked over to the bed and sat down. He let out a deep sigh and laid down. A curious but still cautious MJ walked close enough to peek at him over the bed. Hello, gorgeous. He grinned. She growled at him, but didn't leave. Let me guess you want out, he said, knowing all too well that's exactly what she wanted. Not only had he been there once before, but she was brought here against her will for the most part. MJ almost purred at him and looked toward the door. Dante flipped to his stomach, and MJ jumped back into a defensive stance and locked her eyes on his. Relax, Dante chuckled. I promise I will keep my hands to myself, okay? I just couldn't help it. Hearing that you at least don't hate me was more than I could have hoped for. I only meant to hug you. Dante paused a moment, but baby, you gotta understand, the thing about Omegas is they are the most enticing creature on this planet. MJ looked a little confused and her eyes began to flash. Dante knew she was draining and would pass out soon, letting the wolf pump their power through. You did a number on the human body, and it took conditioning to get used to it. Most wolves started from youth, and since Omegas only used the wolf's power when they were in danger, they usually became pretty drained the first few times. MJ grabbed her head and shook it back and forth. Dante shot up off the bed across from her and spoke with urgency in his voice. MJ, your body is pretty drained. You might pass out. You need to either sit down or allow me to help you to the bed. He started to advance toward her, and she backed away from him and held her hand out. Don't touch me, she yelled desperately, and her back hit the bathroom door. She grabbed the handle, swung the door open, jumped inside, and closed it behind her. She leaned up against the door and heard Dante run to the door and lean against it. MollyJay, please. Dante hollered through the door. Don't reject me. I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again, baby. I swear. Dante's voice changed as he cooed against the door. But if I can change the subject, that was pretty badass, how you used Theron's power so easily. It had been a while and she didn't say anything. Dante started to worry that she may have passed out. He rested his head against the door. Look, MJ, I can see this isn't working like this. I can get someone else to come in here and talk to you if you like, but I need to know you are still conscious, or I'm going to break down the door. Dante tried to keep his voice calm. Don't you dare, was the only thing he heard from the other side of the door. With a broken heart, he stood up. I'm going to go get Sam to come talk to you. And he started to walk out. Before he closed the bedroom door behind him, he heard the sad, soft sound of sobbing coming from the bathroom, and his heart broke again. You have frightened her, boy. He heard the familiar snarl of that damn wolf in his head, but before he could argue with him, he saw Ace standing up against the wall outside the door with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face. Trouble in paradise, who Romeo? Ace hissed in sheer pleasure at Dante's distress. What the fuck do you want, Ace? Come here to give me one of your famous "I told you so" speeches? Save him for the hunters. And he started to walk past him when Ace's hand shot out and stopped Dante mid-stride. You best let me pass, Dante growled, and Ace responded by growling back. I'm here to make sure you let that woman know her place. The alpha wants to make sure she is aware of the condition of being a wolf, and we all know how flaky you are when it comes to cleaning up your own mess. Both Dante and Ace now had each other by the shirt collar, and their wolves were snarling ferociously. I feel like a sideshow freak. Sam finished helping the others clean up breakfast and thought it had been long enough she could visit MJ and see if she wanted any clean clothes, as they had just left in the middle of the night, and her only set of clothes had been ripped to shreds by moonwalkers. As she made her way to Dante's room, suddenly Sam heard Dante and Ace yelling and growling at each other, and she picked up the pace. Sure enough, right outside Dante's room, he and Ace were locked in a pissing contest, and MJ was nowhere to be found. What the fuck is wrong with the two of you? Sam hissed as she forced her way in between the seething men and separated the two angry wolves. Sam slapped both men at the same time, and the both shook back the wolf and looked at her with surprise and anger. You got a death wish, little girl. Ace snarled at her, and Dante put his arm in between them to let Ace know he needed to watch himself. Sam pushed Dante away and ignored Ace. Where is she? Sam said in a demanding tone. Dante stuffed his hands into his pockets and grumbled. She locked herself in the bathroom and won't come out. Sam touched Dante's shoulder, and Ace growled, and Sam rolled her eyes. Dante, why don't you let me talk to her, and if that doesn't work, we can ask Lila to talk to her, okay? Dante felt hopeless and a bit angry. He just turned and walked away, leaving Ace and Sam alone outside his door. Ace didn't look at Sam but spoke to her regardless. You need to make sure she understands she can't leave, or I will explain it to her. And without another word, he too turned and left. Sam shook her head and opened Dante's bedroom door and closed it behind her. She walked up to the bathroom door and knocked lightly. She could hear MJ inside sniffling and wondered what had happened. MJ, it's Sam. Can I come in? Sam heard some rustling inside. No, stay out. Tell Dante to get away from me. She was still crying and sounded desperate. Sam felt for the poor girl. Dante's not here, MJ. I made him leave. Sam paused before she spoke again softly. Girl, what happened? Sam could hear MJ starting to cry harder, and she leaned against the door. MJ, honey, please, I know this has to be scary, but it's not all bad. Before Sam could react, MJ flung the door open. She looked almost crazy. Her hair was a mess, and her eyes and nose were red from crying. Sam, what am I? She almost yelled in desperation, and MJ began to sob again. Sam caught her before her body hit the ground. Sam tried to console her. You are an amazing, strong woman who was destined to be a badass part of this pack. It just didn't happen the way it should, and that is our fault. Sam paused and took a long breath. MJ, we are all so sorry we put you in danger, but no one cares for you more than Dante. MJ pulled herself up out of Sam's arms and wiped her nose on Dante's shirt. But Sam, what am I supposed to do now? MJ almost sounded like she was pleading. What about my life back in Loader? My jobs, I know my life wasn't much, but it was mine, and I knew where I fit. Here I feel like a sideshow freak. Sam giggled and pulled MJ into the bathroom to look in the mirror. Okay, looking like this, I can see how you might feel a little sideshowish, but everyone here understands what you are going through in some way. And if you really feel out of place, you should go see Lila. She was in your shoes before. Sam giggled before she spoke again. When Azriel brought her here, she hid behind him and didn't talk to anyone for months. MJ smiled and looked at her reflection. She took a deep breath and decided to try and move forward. She would deal with Dante later. For now, she needed to get a little bit of normal back, she thought. Sam, MJ asked, can you help me get back to my apartment? I really need a shower and clothes. MJ dropped her voice to barely a whisper. And between us girls, Dante didn't save my undies, so I'm kind of blowing in the wind, you know? Sam looked a little nervous all of a sudden, and MJ could feel her unease. What, Sam? MJ asked in a low, serious tone. What's wrong with my apartment? Sam began to fidget a little, and MJ started to feel Theron in her head try to help her stay calm, but she ignored it and kept pushing, crossing her arms over her chest. Sam, what the fuck is going on? Why do I feel like everyone is keeping things from me on purpose? What the hell could be worse than what I am now? MJ hadn't meant for the words to come out the way they did, but she could tell she had hurt Sam's feelings, and Theron didn't seem too happy with her either. MJ took a large breath and let it out. I'm sorry, Sam, I shouldn't have said that. It was my decision to bond with Theron. This is all just a lot to take in all at once, and I was hoping for something familiar, you know? Sam felt horrible. She wanted to help MJ, but she really didn't understand what she was going through, although Sam had been on her own when she came to the pack. But she was already a wolf. Will you come with me to see Lila? Sam blurted out. She knows exactly what you are going through, and she can definitely give you answers about your apartment and all that. Sam felt a little guilty. She knew she had offered to talk to MJ for Dante, but this girl needed to talk to another Omega. Her desire to go back to Loader meant she didn't really understand what she now was, and Sam couldn't bear to tell her. Yay, okay. MJ agreed. After all, Lila had been very sweet to her this morning, and she was an Omega too, so maybe MJ could get some solid answers, she thought. Sam, do you think I could borrow some clothes and maybe shower first? Sam laughed. Sure, girl, I will grab you some clothes. You will have to keep freeballing, though. I don't have unopened panties. Both women laughed, and MJ nodded as she headed for the shower, but turned. Sam, wait. Sam turned around. MJ sounded like something was urgent. MJ fumbled with the hem of her shirt. Can I shower in your room? MJ asked sheepishly. What if Dante comes back? Sam smiled and walked up to the woman, who now looked scared to death. She grabbed MJ's hands and spoke as softly as she could. MJ, I know Dante can be intense, but he would never hurt you. MJ began to cry again, and Sam hugged her tight. What happened this morning, who? MJ proceeded to ugly cry, explained to Sam what had happened right down to Theron, feeling like he was under her skin. When MJ finally stopped crying, Sam squeezed her tight one last time before she held MJ at arm's length. Okay, so you really don't know anything about wolves? Sam giggled sarcastically. He was calming himself, MJ. You are an Omega. The way you smell is intoxicating to some wolves, and for Dante especially, but it also calms him down. MJ thought for a moment, and it sounded logical, though she didn't appreciate being manhandled. Boy, this mate thing is weird. I guess I should go talk to Lila, MJ said with a mixture of confusion and worry in her voice. To make MJ feel as at ease as she could, Sam took her to her room to shower and change. She knew Dante would object and be really upset to know his mate was in someone else's room, but he would just have to suck it up and understand, Sam thought to herself. MJ towel dried her hair while she inspected Sam's closet. She decided to keep Dante's shirt. It covered more than any of the things Sam had. MJ grabbed a pair of denim jeans and squeezed into them. It's not that Sam was much smaller than her, but Sam's thighs and rear end were much slimmer than MJ's, and the fact was made apparent because the jeans looked painted on. MJ brushed her still wet hair and pulled it up in her signature messy bun, and Sam giggled at the sight of her. You are definitely perfect for Dante, Sam said through her laughter. Absolute opposites. Come on, girl, let's go. MJ smirked and followed Sam out the door and through what seemed like a maze of cold gray stone, beautiful paintings and tapestries scattered along the wall. This place is huge. How do you not get lost? MJ asked as she looked around absently. Sam smiled. You're a wolf, honey. You have extra senses. Wait until you learn to use them all. It won't matter where you are. You will be able to find your way anywhere. Sam cocked a sly smile. You will even be able to find your mate by smell alone. Sam was now walking backwards, looking at MJ, and she blushed. Sam grinned and taunted MJ a little more. Looky there. Not so put off by the thought of Dante, girl. MJ crossed her arms and smiled, shrugging. It must be the wolf influencing me or something. Sam cracked up laughing. It doesn't work like that, girlie. He can only enhance the feelings you already have. He can't make you feel them or invent the way you feel. That's all you doll. MJ stopped walking and Sam stopped with her. But Sam, I don't even know him. How the hell can I say he's my mate, my soul match, or whatever? Sam sighed. Look, I don't have a mate yet, so I don't know for sure. But I assume if you give him a fair chance and you guys work together, maybe you can answer these questions for yourself. But for now, let's go to Lila and Azriel and get answers to some of the others, okay? MJ nodded and continued walking a short way until Sam stopped outside of a huge set of double doors. Sam turned around and put her hands out to stop MJ. Okay, MJ, this is the common room. Lila and Azriel are in here talking to some of the pack. There are a lot of wolves in here, but if you stick close to me, you will be okay. Remember, not one person behind this door wants to harm you. You are bonded to our brother Dante. They will all know. MJ backed up a little. How do they know that, Sam? She squeaked. Sam smiled. He marked you, sweetie, and they can all sense his wolf in you. MJ crossed her arms and scrunched her nose. Wait, what do you mean he marked me? She said, he peed on my leg or something? Sam rolled her eyes, this time giggling as she spoke. We aren't stray dogs, MJ. He bit you, Sam stated almost joyfully. MJ wasn't sure if she should laugh or scream. Sam said it so lightheartedly, almost as if it were as simple as spraying someone with perfume. What the hell do you mean, he bit me? MJ almost yelled. Sam looked a little impatient. Look, MJ, I'm going to give you the quick footnotes because I believe you are a strong woman. Do you think you can handle that? At last, MJ thought. Honesty, brutal honesty she could handle. Yes, please, Sam, that's all I want, MJ admitted. To Sam's surprise, MJ seemed less scared and more confident with Sam's harsh words. What a strange woman, she thought. She seems more comfortable with her back against a wall, she thought. Sam took a long breath and spoke frankly as if she were speaking to another hunter. Okay, when a wolf finds an omega in order to bond, they have to bite the omega and release the wolf's enzyme into your blood. It's done through the saliva. Sam stopped talking and waited for her to freak out, but MJ only nodded and said, Okay, let's go. I belong to myself. Sam couldn't believe it. She thought MJ would have lost her marbles, but she was holding together better now than she had been this morning. Sam smiled and turned to the door. She grabbed both handles and flung the door open. The amount of smells and sounds coming out of the large common room almost sent MJ backwards. It was all a bit overwhelming. You good doll? Sam asked as she touched MJ's shoulder and brought her feet solid to the ground. MJ nodded. Yay, sorry, that was just a lot of... Sam cut her off. It's all good. It's the wolf's power in you. All wolves go through that when they mature. MJ steadied herself and was so thankful for Sam at that moment. Sam grabbed MJ's hand, leading her through the room. There were so many people. It was almost like a small town all by itself. There were kids of all ages running around and some young girls flirting with a group of boys who were wrestling with each other. They stopped and looked at MJ. She smiled and continued to walk with Sam when suddenly she felt a hand jerk her elbow, pulling her backwards and out of Sam's grasp. MJ turned to look at a young man of about 20, and he was very much out of breath and very sweaty. He was looking her up and down like she was made of food. Hi there, he said, still out of breath. MJ grinned softly and tried to pull her arm free, but he didn't let her go. Hello? MJ said as she reached up to tap his hand with her free one. Do you think you can ease up there a little? He let go of her arm, but wrapped another hand around her waist, bringing her up to his face. I have never met an omega before. The young man paused and sniffed the air around MJ. You are unmated. I will challenge for breeding rights. He spoke out loud as if he were announcing it to the room. Okay, cowboy, that's enough time to put me down now, MJ said. She was not afraid of this young man because she could feel Theron in the back of her mind, reassuring her that he would let no harm come to her. He obliged and set her on the floor, but did not release her waist, and MJ got the familiar feeling again, like she used to, and giggled a little. It seemed men were men no matter the species, she thought, rolling her eyes. I hate to break it to you, MJ cooed, but I'm already bonded, sweetheart, and I seriously doubt you want to challenge him. MJ meant to laugh playfully, but Theron made his presence known and laughed through her. The young man scoffed and held her tight. You may be bonded, breeder, but you are not mated. You will have my pups first. The smile that spread on his face made MJ queasy. She was done with his bullshit, and every time he said the word breeder, she could feel Theron get very angry. Look, kiddo, MJ stated flatly. I'm not sure what the hell you mean by breeder. I can only guess it's self-explanatory, so let me tell you this one time. I will not, now, nor will I ever be anyone's breeder, and if you don't release me, I will show you exactly why, she snapped. MJ could feel Theron again settle himself under her skin, and she let out a low growl. Her eyes flashed liquid gold, and to her complete surprise, this kid did not let go. Instead, his eyes went black, and he started to squeeze her, hard. MJ wriggled and growled louder, and the young wolf reached up and grabbed her by the throat. I will have you now, he growled, and MJ let Theron take hold of her. It was almost like an adrenaline shot. She leaned back as far as she could and cracked her head into the young man holding her. It made a noise that had most of the room paying attention. The young man started to try and squeeze MJ's throat, but she reached up and grabbed his arm, and to her surprise, her fingers were strong enough to crush his wrist. He threw her across the room and she slid on the floor. All of a sudden, she could feel Theron stronger than before. She looked up and saw Dante looking at the young man that had just thrown her across the room. Dante started to walk forward, and MJ growled. He looked down at her, surprised, and then his eyes widened at the sight of hers. They were gold again. Damn it, Theo, Dante thought to himself. My turn, May growled, and Dante could hear Theron in her voice. She lunged forward and landed in the center of the young wolf's chest. He crashed to the floor with a sick cracking sound. The young wolf grabbed his chest immediately and began to gasp for air. Sam and Dante began to approach, and MJ turned and growled a warning at them both. The entire room had encircled them to watch the scene unfold. MJ puffed her chest out as she spoke to the man underneath her foot, still gasping for air. I belong to myself, and if you touch me again, I will snap your neck, insolent child. Theron snarled through MJ, and everyone in the room took a step backwards. MJ blinked and shook her head a little. Dante stepped forward and spoke to her softly. MJ, baby, please, I know he was wrong, but you broke his ribs, and he might have a collapsed lung. They need to take him to the med hall. Dante spoke, trying to coax her like a cornered animal. Come on, let's go talk to Azrael, yay? She looked at Dante and made an almost purring sound. She stepped off of the still gasping wolf and walked over to Dante, who held his hands out away from his sides, so she knew he would not touch her. MJ still had Theron in her eyes when she reached up and cupped Dante's cheek with one hand. He leaned down so she did not have to stretch so far, and they both purred in comfort. The gold faded from her eyes and MJ wobbled on her feet. Dante took the opportunity to reach down and scoop her up off the floor. She looked up at him and he spoke tenderly to her. I'm sorry I had to pick you up or you would have fallen. She didn't protest but looked at Sam. Can I still talk to Lila? I think Asriel is going to be really upset with me now. MJ's voice was raspy and sounded exhausted. Sam started to speak but was interrupted. I most certainly am not upset with you, Em. Asriel was standing behind Dante and had been alerted to the situation at the same time he had seen most of it unfold. MJ struggled and Dante set her on the floor. She wobbled and Dante stepped up behind her so she could rest her body against his, but he did not try to hold her again. MJ leaned against Dante and was thankful she had the tree trunk behind her. I'm so sorry, Alpha, Sam spat out. We were looking for Beta. I didn't think it would be that much of a problem. I'm so sorry. Asriel walked to Sam and put a hand on her shoulder. Sam, please calm yourself, Sam. He will be fine. Asriel's voice became deep and serious. As a member of this pack, he should know better and paid the price for his own behavior. But please understand that for MJ to wander about without Dante is dangerous, not just to her, but to others. Sam bowed her head and Asriel patted her shoulders. Do not fret. Why don't you accompany the young ones to the med hall to check on his condition before you report back to Lila, okay? Sam nodded and waved at MJ as she ran off toward the commotion that had moved its way down another set of doors on the other side of the common room. MJ marveled at how amazing Asriel was. He sounded so fatherly to Sam, and he did not seem upset with MJ at all, even though she felt immense guilt for injuring the young man so badly. Dante rubbed MJ's shoulders and made a low sound in his chest she knew was the wolf trying to calm her, and she leaned her back further into him and looked up into his eyes. He looked down at her and smiled. MJ's body was warm all over, starting from the place on her arms where Dante was touching her. Thanks, she said, and he nodded before looking back toward Asriel, who was smiling warmly at them. MJ, I hear you have some questions. I would be happy to answer them for you, or have Lila sit in to maybe make things easier for the transition? Asriel offered. MJ wasn't really sure what the hell he meant, but she was definitely ready to get home, so she nodded, and they all walked out of the common room and into another open courtyard. You are my greatest love. The sunlight made MJ stop and look up toward it with her eyes closed, as if it were recharging her batteries. How amazingly warm, she thought. She had stood in the sun many times, but today it was different. She could feel the energy from the sun seeping into every pore of her skin. The wind was not blowing, but she could feel the fresh air around her. The flowers and plants almost seemed to be rustling whispers amongst themselves, and she could swear she could hear every feather in the wings of the birds flying above. A small laugh cut through the air, bringing MJ out of her thoughts, and she opened her eyes. It was Lila, and she looked absolutely stunning in the sunlight. MJ thought she looked like her hair was made with cocoa powder and her skin looked to be the color honey standing against her deep chocolate brown eyes. She was wearing a white sundress with small yellow flowers all over it. Her hair hung in a single thick braid down the middle of her back, and she had a few small yellow flowers in her hair. Hello again, Jay. It's nice to see you again, Lila said in a voice as sweet as honey. Dante tells me he may have been less than a gentleman this morning after breakfast, Lila inquired, shooting a disapproving glance toward Dante. She was a small, slender woman about 5'5" but curvy, and she looked at Dante as if he were a child who lied about his grades on a test. MJ giggled. Yeah, but I talked to Sam and I guess what he did is supposed to be normal for MJ stopped looking up at Dante, unsure. She didn't know what to call her and Dante. They weren't mates, but she didn't want to make him feel like she was rejecting him. Lila touched MJ softly on the forearm. It's okay, MJ. You don't have to call him anything right now. This is all new to you, and I'm sure a little scary, but I also want you to know that this is not easy for Dante either. By this time, Dante and Asriel had walked away from the two women, giving them space, but they were still in the courtyard with them. What do you mean? Jay asked Lila, as she looked at Dante talking with Asriel. He had his head hung, as if he had just been told his dog got hit by a car, and MJ felt a sudden urge to run to him and comfort him. That's called attraction, Mie, Lila whispered, and MJ realized she had been staring at Dante while Lila was speaking. I'm sorry? MJ stuttered. I don't know what's wrong with me. Lila grabbed MJ by the hand and led her to a small hedge that led them into a garden. The two women continued walking and Lila spoke. I asked myself the same question when I first met Asriel. I couldn't understand why I kept thinking about this man I had met for only a few moments. It was absurd. MJ smiled and Lila led her to a small stone bench and they sat. But you know what, MJ? Lila smiled. I was still human when that happened. MJ looked at Lila and for the first time she was relieved, someone who understood her. So you guys ran away together and started a pack right away, who? MJ blurted out. Lila laughed so hard she held her stomach. No, MJ, we dated for 3 years, and when he asked me to marry him, I said no. MJ's mouth dropped open. Did he kidnap you? She whispered. No, Lila whispered back and laughed again. After 3 years, he still hadn't told me about the wolf, and we were walking through a park holding hands when we noticed 2 guys had been following us for a while. Lila paused, looking off into the distance, as if remembering things from another life. Asriel told me to run, but I didn't listen, and they attacked us from behind. MJ gasped, and Lila patted her hand softly before continuing. He managed to push me behind a tree, and they attacked him at the same time. I remember feeling helpless watching these men attack the man I loved. One of them managed to get the jump on him and was holding him down while the other walked to the tree I was behind. Lila paused as if trying to finish this story was the most difficult thing she had done. She took a deep breath and continued. He pulled me out from behind the tree, by my hair, and forced me to my knees in front of Azrael. The man I loved looked into my eyes, and I could see his fear, not for himself, but for me. The men told him I was a great find, and they would be taking this Omega off his hands, that I would fetch a great price on the market, and they would make a ton of money pimping me out to breed. Jay gasped, bringing her hand up to her mouth, and Lila smiled pitifully at her. Do you want to know what happened next, eh? MJ nodded like a foolish child, and Lila smiled. He looked at me with tears in his eyes, and he said, You are my greatest love. Please remember that no matter what happens next. Lila took a long, heavy breath. MJ. At that moment, I thought my life was over. I thought he was going to let these men take me away to save his own skin. But do you know what happened? MJ's mouth was still open, and she now had tears in her eyes. Lila continued. He shifted in front of me. It was the most terrifying and most powerful thing I had ever seen in my life. The man holding Azrael also shifted, but was not near the size of Azrael, and he snapped the smaller wolf in half before turning his attention to the one that still had me by the hair. The man spoke in almost a begging tone. He begged Azrael not to kill him, called him Old One and Master, and then ran away. Azrael was in front of me, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was enormous and terrifying to look at. I wanted to scream and run, but instead of him coming toward me, he backed away and whimpered, like an injured animal. Lila laughed a little. I thought he was going to kill me at first, but then it dawned on me. This creature in front of me had been silently protecting me and hiding from me for 3 years. I had no right to be afraid of him. He protected me from the real monsters and did so knowing he may lose me or possibly get himself killed. MJ cut Lila off by grabbing her with both hands and hugging her tightly. Thank you, Lila. I know that can't have been easy for you to tell me. Lila smiled and pushed MJ back. I had no problem accepting Azrael, but accepting his wolf took me some time. I almost didn't wake up from our bonding. MJ, I agreed to be Azrael's mate and knew that he was a part of an ancient species. MJ gave Lila a look of confusion. What I'm saying, MJ, is that I went through the same thing with Azrael's wolf that you did with Dante's, and we were bonded mates by then. The fact that you were able to bond to the wolf without a proper bond to Dante proves that you owe it to yourself and to Dante to at least give him a real chance. Don't you think? MJ didn't understand why Lila seemed to almost be chastising her. And Lila must have sensed it, because she stood up and clasped her hands behind her back. MJ, do you know what happens if you reject Dante as your bonded mate? MJ shook her head and then realized Lila couldn't see her. No, she squeaked. It wasn't actually something she had thought about. Wolves rely on each other for many things, Lila stated. We rely on each other for strength, safety, love, friendship, and life. MJ. Lila turned to look at MJ and squatted down in front of her. Lila's voice was low, and MJ assumed she didn't want anyone to hear what she told MJ next. MJ, I know this is your decision, but what nobody wants to tell you is that if you reject Dante, he will die. And since he has no heir, his wolf will die also. That's the strength of the bond between you when you accepted his wolf. MJ was in shock. Why didn't you tell me? She said absently. Lila knew she wasn't talking to her, but to the wolf inside her. Theron did not answer her, so MJ said it louder. Why, Theron? Why didn't you tell me? Tears began to blur MJ's vision, and Lila wiped them away with her hands. Do not be angry with them, MJ. They feel that your life is worth more than theirs. Nothing you do or say will change that. You can choose to accept it or not. But you cannot change it. I trusted her to be strong with the truth. Theron stirred inside her, but he never answered MJ, and it hurt her a little. She decided she needed to take Lila's advice. After all, her attraction to Dante couldn't be all because of the wolf, MJ thought. She had felt the electric buzz before she was bonded, so there had to be something there. And she did owe it to them both to give it a try, right? MJ smiled at Lila and wiped her face. Thank you, Lila. I can't thank you enough for the truth and the amount of trust you put in me to handle it. Lila laughed. Don't hold it against them, dear. They don't understand that humans might be physically weaker, but mentally we are just as strong, if not more so at times. Lila shot her a wink and stood up, offering MJ her hands. This time, MJ obliged, and they talked about how beautiful the garden was as they made their way back toward Dante and Azrael. Azrael and Dante had been talking for quite a while. He knew the story of how Azrael and Lila became bonded because Dante had been tasked with finding the runaway assailant. But Azrael explained to Dante that, unlike wolves, humans usually fought their feelings, and so even though what Dante was doing this morning was trying to calm both of their nerves so they could get to know one another, all it really did was succeed in freaking her out. To Dante's surprise, when he saw MJ and his beta walk toward them, MJ seemed at peace a little, and Dante exhaled. MJ released Lila and walked up to Dante, and grabbing his hand, he looked at her wide-eyed, and she pulled him down to her level. She gently kissed him on the cheek, and he turned his face to inhale her neck once more. She giggled and pushed him away. Thank you, she said to him, and the look in her eyes told him she may know more than he wanted her to about the sacrifice he and Theron had made. Dante looked into her eyes and raised his hand to touch her face, but hesitated. MJ smiled and grabbed it. She led his hand to her cheek and leaned into it. Dante didn't know what to do. Not even an hour ago she was yelling at him not to touch her. Now she was nuzzling his hand. He looked at Lila almost helplessly. What did you do? He asked. Lila laughed and crossed to the arms of her mate, looked up into his eyes with love and respect. I trusted her to be just as strong with the truth as she is with the wolf, and so should you, Dante. MJ lifted her face from Dante's hand and turned to look at Lila and Azriel. Lila, thank you so much, but if it's all right with you, I think I should talk to Dante alone now. Dante's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to be alone with him. He jumped for joy internally. Theron cautioned him once again to heed the words of his alpha, to be extra patient and cautious with her. Dante decided, then and there, that he would let her make all the decisions. He would never assume he knew what was best for her. She was obviously stronger than he had been giving her credit for. Dante looked down at MJ. Would you like to see more of the house? She shook her head. If it's all right with you, I think I would like to go back to your room. You said we had some things we needed to talk about, and I don't think we got that far. Dante rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. MJ, about what happened I was just trying to... She reached up and touched his chest to stop him. I know, Dante. Sam and Lila explained it to me. She paused before she giggled a little. Sam told me you bit me and I asked her if you were a stray dog. Dante chuckled, looking down at her. I thought I was a chupacabra? Dante said in a tone of fake insult. MJ released a belly laugh, and it set Dante on fire again. They reached his room and stepped inside. MJ, is it okay if I close the door? She turned and smiled. As long as you don't try to bear hug me again without permission. And she nudged his shoulder with hers before running over to the bed and hoping on it like a little kid. Dante rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't quite know where to start. He wasn't sure what Theron had told her, or what she had heard from Sam, or even how much her and Lila had discussed, and suddenly he was kicking himself for not being able to control himself enough to do it on his own. MJ could sense Dante's unease, so she decided it was better to focus him and ask direct questions. Dante, she began, why won't anyone tell me what's going on with my apartment? Or tell me why nobody is worried about me losing my jobs? Dante sat down cross-legged on the floor in front of MJ, and all of a sudden looked like he had aged just by her asking the question. She could see him debating on what to say. Dante, I do better with raw honesty. Don't sugarcoat anything or leave stuff out, okay? Dante chuckled. Theo said you were a feisty one. MJ snorted and rolled her eyes. Dante decided it was no use keeping it from her anymore. MJ, the thing is, he began, you can't go back to your apartment. And MJ cut him off. What? Why not? What about all my clothes? Dante laughed a little and put his hands up in surrender. Calm down, baby. I didn't mean you can never go back. We can go back to get your things. But it's not safe for you to stay there anymore. And as far as I know, Ace already explained everything to Lou and Mara, so they took care of work for you. MJ didn't speak, and Dante started to fear she would bolt again. But to his surprise, when she stood up, she dropped herself into his lap facing him and stuffed her neck into his face. She pulled away slightly, and he wanted to grab her, but put his hands on the floor next to him so she knew she was safe. MJ was a little confused. She knew he was worried, and Sam said he had done that earlier to calm down, and she was trying to do the same thing now. Is this okay? MJ asked. Sam said you did it earlier because you were trying to calm us both down, and it felt like you were kind of stressed out right now, so I thought I would see if it helps if this is wrong. I'm sorry. MJ began to stutter again. I should have asked first. I didn't mean to. MJ started to climb out of his lap, thoroughly embarrassed, when Dante suddenly grasped her hips with his hands, leaned into her neck and purred. She felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her as she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Dante, MJ whispered, if I can't go home, where do I go? MJ felt like she wanted to cry. She never realized how much her little place meant to her. Dante looked up at her in surprise, and he removed his hands from her hips, sitting back to look her in the eyes. Kitten, you stay here with me. With us, we are your family now, the entire pack. MJ swallowed and huffed. Don't call me kitten. Dante laughed at her and stood up, still holding her, which freaked MJ out. She started to squirm, and Dante set her down on the bed. She stood up as Dante walked to the window to look out. If you want, I can ask Azriel if we can make a covert trip down to get your things, but we might have to wait a couple days for the Moonwalkers to move on. Does that mean I'm like a unicorn? Jay walked to stand beside Dante and had a sudden recollection. Dante? MJ began tentatively. When Sam and I were in that big room, why did that kid attack me? She started to raise her voice just slightly. And what the hell did he mean I'm bonded but not mated? He said he wanted to challenge for breeding rights. Please tell me it's not what it sounds like. Dante did not turn around, but MJ could feel how tense he had become. Please, Dante, she pleaded. I don't want to be naive. I get the feeling that in this world it's not a good trait to have. Dante turned to MJ and looked down at her with a sorrowful look on his face, and she simply smiled up at him. I'm sorry, kitten. I wanted your life here to always be beautiful. I never wanted you to know about the monsters that live among us. Dante almost growled the words. MJ was surprised to see tears in his eyes as he continued to speak. MJ, when Azriel and Lila met, she didn't know anything about wolves. Even after Azriel started courting her, he tried keeping it from her, and because she is an Omega, it ultimately put her in danger. MJ reached up and squeezed his massive arms, pulling him to the bed, where they sat across from one another. Dante, I know about that night. Lila told me what Azriel had to do. MJ paused. I understand, and she offered him a soft smile. I am not angry with you for saving my life. MJ laughed a little. To be honest, I have never felt better. Sure, my life is upside down and I feel a little lost, but for the first time, I'm not alone, and that's worth something. Dante looked at her so warmly. She was amazing, he thought. Such an accepting creature. In that moment, he wanted to hold her tight and never let go. Dante, you still haven't told me what breeders are. Suddenly she felt Theron become uneasy. What's wrong with him? She whispered as if he wouldn't hear them. Dante whispered back, which made her laugh. He doesn't like that term, baby. Dante paused before he seemed to be having an internal argument, and somehow MJ could feel that Dante and Theron were having a heated discussion she was not a part of. Crossing her arms, MJ spoke pointedly. Boys, if I'm going to be here and trust you both, then I need you both to do the same. MJ squared her shoulders. Now I'm going to ask one more time. What the fuck is a breeder? MJ heard Theron growl as Dante opened his mouth to speak. After Azrael brought Lila back to the pack, he sent me and Ace out to find the guy that got away. MJ noticed that the air around Dante seemed to become darker. We found him, MJ, and we made sure he never used another Omega again. Breeders are what low-life scum call Omegas who are not mate-bonded. Dante paused briefly. You see, the human species lives with wolves through our DNA, so we have to be compatible. And sometimes even then, it is hard for the pair to survive. It's easier to birth a wolf if you mate with an Omega than another wolf. Omegas are special and their bodies are strong enough to reproduce wolves, so you have a better chance of furthering your line if you are mated to one. MJ leaned forward and covered Dante's mouth with her hand. She had a look of fear and sadness in her eyes. Dante almost whispered with tears in her eyes. Did you kill that man? Dante looked away from MJ before he answered her. Yes, MJ. He admitted somberly. I killed him after I tortured him for information about other traders, and then we hunted them down and I killed them too. Dante was ready to hear her rejection. I told you I was a monster, MJ. MJ cut him off by crashing her body into his. She spoke so breathlessly it was almost a whisper. Dante, you are not the monster. You killed the monster. Dante wrapped his arms around MJ and held her so tight he thought she might melt into him. You know, I understand a little better why it seemed like there was something nobody wanted to tell me. MJ giggled through Dante's shoulder. She pulled back and Dante let her loose. She grinned at him. So does that mean I'm like a unicorn? MJ said childishly. Dante started laughing and MJ couldn't help herself. She laughed with him. They fell back on the bed side by side and laughed for a while before Dante propped himself up on an elbow and took on an almost somber tone again. MJ, in all seriousness, you are alluring to all wolves, especially because you are only bonded, not mated. It will be dangerous for you. MJ smiled. Then I guess you and Theron have some things to teach me, don't you? Dante sat up completely and looked very serious. I mean it, kitten. You can't go anywhere alone. The way you smell can literally bring out the animal in some, and moonwalkers above all you have to be weary of. They are mostly animals but are very powerful and you cannot shift. MJ sat up and pulled her knees to her chest. I have Theron's power, Dante. I'm not as fragile as you keep treating me. I survived this far in life without you, didn't I? She felt Theron stir uneasily inside of her. Look, she said, speaking to both of them now. You both keep repeating the same shit about trusting you, but trust is a two-way street, you know. Theron, didn't you tell me love is not unconditional? How do you expect me to believe you will love me if you can't even trust me? Dante laughed a little. Wow, Theo, she has a point, you know. MJ could feel something inside her, and it made her feel things she was not familiar with, so she buried her head in her knees and giggled. She sat up and Dante was grinning at her. What? She said. That's called pride, kitten. Dante thrust his closed fist to his chest. We are proud our match is fearless and vicious without us already. MJ could hear Theron in Dante's voice, and in her head it was almost like listening to music. Dante interrupted her bliss. Want to go talk to Ace about getting your stuff? MJ felt a little uncomfortable. Not really. It seems like I make trouble for him and I don't want you guys to fight. Dante opened the door, motioning for her to follow. You let me rip their throats out. MJ looked unsure as Dante ushered her out of the room. Come on, kitten, he chuckled. Although I love you in my shirt, you definitely need your own things. MJ agreed, and they walked together down the hall. She brushed up against his arm, and he put it around her shoulder. She shrugged it off, and he slid it to the middle of her back. She started to turn and protest, when all of a sudden she felt Theron tense inside her. She looked to the right and noticed a few young boys making lewd gestures at her. Disgusted, she growled at them, and Theron let her take full advantage of his intimidating presence. They all sunk down to the floor, and one of them whimpered. Dante laughed. Careful, kitten, he leaned down to whisper in her ear. You aren't really supposed to do that unless you're the alpha or beta. But they were being really gross. What was I supposed to do? MJ asked almost like a pouting child. Dante looked at her and smiled softly. You let me rip their throats out. He growled into her ear with a gold flash in his eyes. MJ giggled and elbowed him playfully. No, you need to help me learn how to protect myself. MJ stopped when they came back to the same double doors she and Sam had walked though a few hours earlier. Dante tried to coax her forward with his palm pressed into the middle of her back, but she leaned back against him. Dante, I don't want to go back in there. What I did to that boy. Dante turned her to face him. Baby, this is a different world. The rules are different here. What you did was defend yourself. There is not a soul in this entire pack that would blame you if you had ripped his tongue out of his head. MJ took a deep breath and relaxed a little. Plus, Dante continued, you're with the assassin and everyone knows now, so I doubt you will have much more trouble. They walked through the door and all of the young wolves had disappeared from the room. It had a much different feel now. Almost somber, MJ followed behind Dante while they walked the room looking for Ace and the others. MJ was looking at her feet instead of paying attention and had not noticed that Dante had stopped. She crashed into the back of him and bounced backwards to her rear. Dante turned around and looked at her as if she had grown horns. Sorry, MJ grumbled, wasn't paying attention. She heard a familiar laugh and knew it was Tanner. Shit, bro, Tanner managed to say through his laughter. You got her weakened in the knees already? That didn't take long. MJ stood up and rolled her eyes. Fuck you, Easter Bunny. She spat and Dante puffed his chest out with pride. Tanner. A voice boomed through the room and MJ shrank at the sound. It was Azriel, and she wasn't sure why, but she had the feeling she wasn't supposed to look at him. She hadn't noticed, but MJ was actually hiding behind Dante with her fingers dug deep into the back of his shirt. The rest of the hunters had now gathered around, and MJ felt all eyes on her. I apologize for my brother, he's vulgar. Azriel spoke in a soft tone and MJ felt a little more at ease, but she did not come out from behind Dante. Instead, she leaned her head around him and smiled a little. I am sorry if I scared you, Azriel coaxed softly. It's the alpha tone, you will be used to it over time. Dante sidestepped so that he was now beside MJ and put a proud arm around her back before he spoke. Oh, I don't think you scared her too much, Alpha. She seems to have a tone of her own. There are a few pups out back that I'm pretty sure pissed themselves. Azriel crossed his arms and lifted his eyebrows at her. Is that so? He said with a jovial tone. Well, I can't wait for you to come out of that shell then. He looked up toward Dante. I assume you have explained her living situation. Dante went to speak and MJ wiggled free from him and stepped forward to grab the Alpha's attention. Yes. She spoke with as much confidence as she could find, and once again she could feel Theron soothing her nerves. Yes, Alpha. MJ corrected herself. Dante has explained the danger of being an Omega and that I am safer here, in with the pack. Azriel nodded and put his hand on his chin. MJ thought this was her chance. I realize another body to protect in a pack is a burden, especially one as helpless as an Omega. MJ licked her lips nervously. So I would like to ask you, if I am to stay here, how do I function as a member of this pack? I assume that since I cannot return to my apartment, I can no longer work in town, so... Azriel cut her off by placing a hand on her shoulder. You are much braver than I gave you credit for, and I apologize for that. Azriel paused, knitting his eyebrow together at her. MJ, do not assume that as an Omega you are helpless or powerless. As an Omega, you are the most powerful of us all, and if you're going to believe anyone, believe me. After all, I'm married to one. MJ blushed when she thought about what her and Lila had talked about. Azriel removed his hand from her shoulder to rub his chin and spoke again. Although the way you have gone about asking to become part of this pack is unorthodox, I suppose your entire situation seems to be that way. Azriel glanced at Dante with a wry smile. Such seems to be the nature of your life too, eh, Dante? MJ wondered what Azriel meant by that and made a mental note to ask Dante about it later. Azriel thought for a moment, then walked to a large armchair and sat down. You are correct in assuming you can no longer resume some of your work in town. Azriel shot a defeated-looking MJ a wide smile. However, I just so happen to know the owner of a small butcher shop, so I think we can work something out in the way of getting you to and from work safely. MJ looked at Azriel like a hopeful child, and he continued with a small laugh. I don't want you to feel like you are a prisoner here, MJ, and Lila has helped me understand that while it is safer for you to remain within the safety of the pack, it's not something humans are accustomed to. MJ was so excited she didn't mean to, but she jumped forward and hugged the Alpha to the absolute horror of everyone around her. Azriel laughed, and MJ let go when she heard a low, vicious growl. She turned her head to see Lila standing there with her arms crossed and her head cocked to the side. Her eyes were also dancing with a gold color. MJ ran to Lila. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. I just got so excited. Thank you so much, Lila. I get to go back to Loader. MJ almost squealed in excitement, and Lila smiled. I am happy you are happy, MJ. But if you don't mind, darling, can you refrain from touching my mate? MJ gasped and blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I don't usually act like that. Ace cut in and sounded impatient. It's because you're unmated. The animal in you wants to mate and solidify his power, so basically your body wants his. And Ace sauntered over and slumped in a chair with his signature scowl. Ace! Lila yelled. No! MJ cut in. It's okay, Lila. I appreciate the truth, no matter what kind of erotic spin Superman wants to put on it. He doesn't bother me. MJ laughed and stood tall. I was a bartender. MJ's voice trailed off as she had a thought. Azriel said she would be safe with someone he knew, a butcher in Loader. It's like puberty all over again. Lo? MJ screamed as she pointed at Azriel, and the entire room jumped as her voice echoed through the room. Everyone laughed and she apologized again. I'm sorry. I guess I'm processing information kinda slow, MJ said, laughing a little embarrassed. Tanner popped up next to Azriel like a weird, shorter body double. It's okay, doll, Tanner chirped. It's just the wolf settling into your body. It's like puberty all over again. MJ rolled her eyes and groaned playfully. Puberty had been horrible for her the first time around, she thought. Now at almost 30, she was going to do it all over again, except this time she was sharing her body with an alien. MJ felt Theron groan in her head at the thought. Dante nudged her shoulder with his, brining her out of her headspace. "Lose a wolf kitten," he almost whispered. MJ's mouth almost hit the floor. She was in shock. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," was all she could say. All kinds of weird things started going through her head, and she looked up at Dante and squinted. "Wait," MJ drawled out slowly. "Does that mean Beth is too?" And Dante nodded with a goofy grin on his face. "Fuck a duck," MJ said as she sat down on the floor in a slump. Her head was swimming with questions, and Theron once again was there to remind her to ask the most important first. "So," she paused, and everyone stared at her, waiting for her to continue. MJ took a breath. "Does that mean Lou and Beth knew I was an Omega?" Everyone was really taken aback by her question. It wasn't one they had thought of yet with everything else going on. Lila spoke with command, and it surprised MJ to see this tender woman flip a switch so quickly. "I'm not sure, MJ, but I tell you what, if it's all right with you, I would like to investigate a little." MJ stood up and nodded at Lila. "All right, then it's settled," Azriel snapped. "MJ will continue to work at Lou's with Sam, Ace and Ed, and the rest of you will continue at the slaughterhouse," Azriel stated as he stood. "Now, MJ, you will only be working 3 days a week for now until you become better acquainted with your wolf and are able to control yourself a little better." MJ nodded. Alpha," she asked quietly, "what do I do about my job at the slaughterhouse and the bar?" Azriel laughed. "I tell you what. Now that you are ready to accept a role in this pack, we will start acting on ceremony. All your questions can be answered by Dante, and if he can't, you need to direct your contact through Ace." MJ nodded and felt bad for asking so many questions. Lila spoke before she took Azriel's arm. "MJ, you have to call me Lila because we are friends. Don't mind Az, he's not a patient man." Before they could leave, Dante spoke with command in his voice, and the look Azriel gave him said he did not appreciate being addressed with such force. "Alpha!" Dante snapped. "With all due respect, I think I should trade positions with either Ace or Ed and accompany MJ at the butcher shop." Before Azriel could speak, it was MJ who cut in, and the Alpha and Beta took this opportunity to sneak out of the room. "Absolutely not, Dante," MJ said, crossing her arms over her chest. "I have to work while I'm at Lou's, and you can barely keep your hands to yourself now, let alone while I'm at work." Dante opened his mouth to protest, but MJ continued, "I will be fine with Sam and you can pick me up from work, okay?" The soothing sound of MJ's voice had completely disarmed any argument Dante had, so he simply nodded sheepishly. "I guess having you in my room is good enough." MJ turned pale. "Wait," she said in a flat, almost angry tone. "What do you mean in your room, Dante?" All the hunters standing around laughed, and Sam rolled her eyes. "You didn't tell her she is to stay in your room, did you?" Dante bit his bottom lip and did something that shocked the entire room. He began to stutter. "Well, you see, MJ." Dante scratched the back of his neck, nervously looking for the right words. I just thought," and MJ cut him off. "You thought what?" MJ started to raise her voice the more agitated she became. "We would stay in the same room and what, Dante, sleep in the same bed." She was now almost yelling. "What the fuck? Every time I think you're taking me seriously and respecting my want to take this slow, you go and do some underhanded shit like that." MJ's voice started to calm down, but her demeanor remained on edge. "You purposely got me to agree to stay here without telling me you had arranged for us to stay together. You are just unbelievable." Dante reached for her, and she jerked away. MJ looked at Tanner and had a vicious idea. She could feel Theron's unease, and she pushed it away. "Hey, Easter Bunny?" She almost cooed at him. "What would it cost a girl to get you and Superman to escort me to my apartment so I can gather what remains of my life?" Ace stood up and walked toward them with force, and Dante stood between him and MJ. "It is my responsibility to keep all members of this pack safe." "MJ," Ace spoke like he was angry with her again. "If you insist on going out unmated, then I will have to accompany you. It is my duty." MJ couldn't believe her ears. What a cold man. She thought, "Thank you, Ace," MJ said sweetly, and he growled at her. "It's Commander!" Sam stepped between Dante and Ace before things could escalate. "Okay, Commander, why don't we go get the car ready?" And Sam ushered Ace out of the room. "Drinks," Tanner yelled with his arms in the air. "You owe me drinks for my services." And he bowed to MJ at the waist before shooting her a movie star smile and running off after Ace and Sam. "I better go keep an eye on them," Ed mumbled. He turned and looked at MJ. "Good to have you here, MJ. Dante needs it." And with that, he headed toward the rest of the crew. Only MJ and Dante remained. Jay started to turn and leave when MJ stopped him. "Jay," she almost blurted. "Thank you for your help," she said with a smile, and Dante growled. Jay backed up with his hands palms up. "I better go help Ed keep those 3 from killing each other." He smiled at her and waved. "It's all good. We are family now, and family is always there for you," before Jay left. MJ called out to him, "You sound like a fortune cookie." And with that, he laughed and ran out after the others, leaving only MJ and Dante in the room together. He reached out to touch her, and she jerked away from him. "Don't fucking touch me," MJ almost growled, and Dante wanted to flinch. "I will meet you outside, as I assume you are going with us." MJ paused, looking for the right words she knew would dig at him, or, "Are we supposed to go in different cars and you aren't telling me that either?" Her words were angry and dripping with poison. She was angry, and Dante could tell, not just by the lashing he was getting, but because Theron could sense her hurt and anger, and was making it very clear to him. Werewolf catnip. MJ was walking as fast as she could out of the room to catch up with the others when Dante grabbed her by the arm and spun her around. "Damn it, kitten, will you wait?" he snapped at her impatiently. She jerked away from him and started to run. "I said don't touch me," she yelled behind her. Dante ran after her, yelling, "Stop, MJ, now!" She only laughed through her frustration and ran faster. MJ reached a door and reached out to open it. When Tanner did it for her, she dove between his legs and rolled back to her feet. MJ spun around and realized she was outside with the rest of the hunters, and for the first time she looked at her surroundings. Nothing but tall trees and blue skies as far as the eye could see. MJ was distracted long enough that Dante caught up to her, but before he could grab her arm again, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up and her entire back started to tingle. She could tell he was there, and without really thinking, MJ squatted down and pushed off the ground as hard as she could, shooting herself into the air. She landed at the top of the black SUV and spun to look at him. "I said don't touch me," MJ yelled in frustration. "Not only do you keep hiding things from me, you don't listen either." MJ was furious and wanted to cry. Why did he keep doing this to her? If he really cared and wanted to be her match, then why did he always make the decision of what she could handle? He didn't even know her. MJ thought, fighting back tears. "Would you like to get your ass off of my car?" Ace barked at her, and all of a sudden MJ had a thought. She would just keep playing Dante's stupid little game, give him a taste of his own medicine. Commander," MJ pouted. "Can I ask you for a little help getting down? I'm not really sure how I got up here," she said as sweetly as she could. Ace rolled his eyes impatiently and reached up with both arms like a father waiting for his daughter. MJ giggled like a child, slid her arms around his neck and pressed her body against his. He grabbed her with one arm and guided her body to the ground. MJ didn't let go immediately and instead looked up into his eyes and cooed a soft, "Thank you, Commander." Ace pried himself free, grumbled a short, "You're welcome," and climbed into the driver's seat of the SUV. Dante was furious. How dare Ace touch his mate? He heard Theron in his mind. "She is not your mate yet, boy. That is her point. You do not own her. You have to win her over, or she will leave you." Dante was absolutely furious. He felt as though he was an outsider to his own wolf now. The car ride into Loader was fairly quiet, except for the sound of the tires on the road. Nobody knew quite what to say. Jay surprised everyone when she spoke first. "I will not stay in the same room with you," Dante growled. "What makes you think you have a choice?" And MJ's head snapped in his direction. She looked very angry, and she had tears in her eyes. She looked at the floor, and the tears began to fall from her face. Sam shot Dante a look of death, and Tanner motioned for him to say something to her, but again it was MJ who surprised everyone and spoke, without even a quiver in her voice. "Tanner, do you think I could talk to your brother about paying for my own room?" Tanner didn't know what to say, so he sat there with his mouth open. "It might not be safe for you to have your own room, MJ." She wiped her eyes and let out a sigh mixed with a crazed laugh that worried all the other occupants. "That's right, I forgot. I'm like walking werewolf catnip." MJ paused. "Maybe you should have let me die. Dante, it seems like a better alternative to being your pet the rest of my life." And without missing a beat, Sam reached into the back seat and slapped MJ across the face hard enough to leave a mark. "That is enough, MJ." Sam barked. "Dante is only trying to do what's best for you, and since you are both new to how this works, he's trying, but you being such a bitch is not helping, okay?" MJ looked at her lap and spoke very softly. "You are right, Sam. I'm sorry, I will behave myself, I promise." She sounded almost defeated. Sam wanted to say something, but she didn't know what, so she turned back to the front and concentrated on the road. MJ did not speak or even really move a lot for the rest of the trip. When Ace started to ask for directions, it was Dante who gave them to him, and suddenly it dawned on her. Her head snapped upright, and Tanner jumped next to her. She spun sideways and pointed a finger at Dante. "You," she yelled. "You know where I live. You were there before, weren't you, you?" MJ paused, almost out of breath. "You slept in my bed, you son of a bitch!" She reached over and began to hit him in the chest and scream at how unfair he was being to her, and how she was starting to feel like he did all of this to her on purpose. She started to cry, and Dante grabbed her and pulled her into his chest. She tried to fight and break free, but he wouldn't let her. "Yes, kitten. I was here. I couldn't help it." She tried to struggle against him as he brushed his fingers through her hair. "You are the most amazing creature we have ever seen, and Theo had me convinced we would just look at you and leave. But you were so unsafe. And in the open here, we didn't want you to run, so we influenced you into thinking it was a dream." And MJ calmed down in his arms. She didn't want to, but she had to admit she felt safe right there with him, and she wanted to hate him for it, but couldn't. "Can I go up alone?" she mumbled through Dante's chest, and he pulled her away from him. She wouldn't look at him, and he felt like part of him was dying. "You may not." Ace snapped at her, and she rolled her eyes. "Of course not. I might disappear, right?" And with her snotty comment, she climbed out the sunroof as Dante and Tanner were blocking the only exits. "The big bad wolf really does blow your house in, who?" MJ was so upset she didn't even notice that she leaped off the top of the car, landed on the pavement, and started walking. "Wait up, Em," Sam shouted, and MJ waved at her. "It's cool, girl. Dante's been here before." MJ spat sarcastically. "I'm sure he knows how to get there. Plus, I want to try something." And without warning, she leapt into the air about 12 feet and grabbed the bottom of a balcony. MJ laughed and swung her legs up so she could sit on the ledge. "That's what I thought," she whispered out loud. "Come on, Theron, let's go." And she began to scale the building, working her way toward her apartment. Dante paced at the bottom of the building, watching her helpless. Jay walked up and punched him in the chest. "You know, if you were more open with her, she would have gone up the stairs. Stop making this hard on yourself." And he opened the main door, motioning for everyone to enter. Everyone except Ace followed in. "I will follow and make sure she is not hurt," Ace said, looking up toward the still slowly climbing MJ. "Dante gonna be cool with that?" Jay's voice held more caution than question. Ace huffed in irritation. "She must be protected, and if he isn't gonna do it, then I have to. That's what Alpha ordered." Jay looked at Ace with pity. How could the Alpha do that to him? Jay thought. Then again, he was right. She needed to be protected. And although Dante would never put her in danger on purpose, sometimes he was reckless, and Jay knew all too well that recklessness could cost lives. Jay shrugged and bound up the stairs after the other hunters who were desperately trying to keep up with a heated Dante. They reached MJ's apartment door, and Dante was so angry, he didn't wait and kicked the door open. Subtitle. Tanner said as he walked in behind Dante, followed by Sam and an out-of-breath Jay. Dante looked at the door and squinted. "What happened to Ace?" he asked, and Jay went pale. Don't fucking look at me," he stammered, but before Dante could inquire any further, he heard a scream from the balcony and ran to the window. Climbing up the balcony was Ace with MJ slung over his back. Ace grabbed MJ and threw her onto the floor of her balcony. She landed on her side with a thud, and Ace climbed over the balcony. MJ turned onto her back and began to laugh so hard she had to hold her stomach. "Thanks, Superman," she said, and shot to her feet. She turned and offered Ace a hand, and he ignored her gesture, standing unassisted, and stormed past her again, mumbling something about being irresponsible. Ace and MJ climbed in through the window, and immediately Dante grabbed Ace by the throat, and Ace growled at him, grabbing the collar of Dante's shirt with both his hands. "Take the measuring contest outside. I have to say goodbye to my life in here," MJ spat flatly, and Dante let go of Ace, walking toward MJ. She ignored him and walked to her bed. She pulled a duffel bag out from under it and packed all of her clothes into it, except for a set she had laid out for herself. Next, she pulled her knives out of the kitchen drawer and put them in her bag. She leaned her forehead against her punching bag. "Thanks for always being there," she whispered, like she was saying goodbye to an old friend. MJ turned her back to the group, watching her, and began to undress. "Wah!" shouted Ed as he turned around and grabbed Tanner to do the same. Both Sam and Jay turned around laughing, and Ace walked toward the door. "We don't have time for this childish bullshit. Hurry your ass up," he barked and headed down toward the SUV. Dante just watched MJ in horror. What was she doing? He thought. First clinging to Ace just to bother him, then stripping in front of everyone. It's like she was trying to push him over the edge. MJ finished changing and threw Dante's shirt at him. "There," she snapped. "I don't want to smell like lies and deceit anymore." She handed Sam her folded-up pants and hugged her from behind. "Thanks for the pants, sis." Then she grabbed her duffel bag and swung it over her shoulder. She took one last look at her apartment and looked toward the door. MJ turned to look at Dante, and the expression on her face was almost too much for him to handle. He looked down at the floor and suddenly felt angry and ashamed of himself. "Wow," she almost hissed. "The big bad wolf really does blow your house in, who?" Dante couldn't believe the venom hanging on this woman's every word. "Tell me something, Dante. Can I expect to be on the receiving end of that wrath of yours?" MJ didn't wait for an answer. She simply walked over the threshold and down the hall, leaving her words to hang in the air. Nobody seemed to know what to say, so they all left one by one, walking down the hall. There was a loud guttural roar booming from inside the apartment and a loud popping sound. Suddenly they all felt a rush past them and knew it was Dante. He was angry and on a mission. He stormed up to MJ and snatched her bag. He didn't say anything to her. He just kept walking down the stairs and out of the building. MJ smiled. Good, she thought. He seems royally peeved. Serves him right. When MJ walked out of the building, she turned around to look at the sad little building begging to be torn down. MJ stood there staring at it so long, Ace honked the horn, and by the time she turned, everyone else was already piled into the car, except of course Dante, who was standing just outside the SUV scanning the area like he was her bodyguard. "Come on, princess," Ace yelled. "Say goodbye to your old shithole, and let's go." She didn't know why, but Ace's words hurt her. "Fuck you," was all MJ shouted back before turning to the car and awaiting Dante. He didn't look at her as she approached the SUV. Dante opened the door and scooped her into it with one fluid motion. She found herself now sitting in his lap. He closed the door and she started to protest when he cut her off. "Look!" Dante snapped at her. "Your fucking bag is taking up too much room, so you have no place to sit unless you would rather sit on Ace's lap." MJ crossed her arms and huffed. "Why don't you sit on Ace's lap?" The entire car laughed and Dante tried to nuzzle MJ to calm her, but she turned her back to him and held her arms crossed tighter across her chest. He wanted to be hurt and angry by her words, but her butt was now grinding into his lap and he was doing all he could to concentrate on keeping himself calm. MJ looked into the back and noticed that someone had grabbed her punching bag and she smiled a little. "I thought you might want that," Dante said in a low tone into the side of her neck. She shifted in the seat and leaned her head against the window. MJ didn't say anything. She just looked out the window and watched Loader disappear. It's not that she was going to miss it or anything, but the closer they got to the pack house, the more she wished she was back in her apartment with its cold floor and warm blankets. MJ started to cry. What was her life going to be like now? She was basically the property of this man and his weird world, she thought. Our world. MJ heard Theron whisper, and she closed her eyes and sleep came to her all too soon. Please forgive me, Dante. MJ opened her eyes and instantly knew she was dreaming. She was back on the moon with its familiar deep blue grass and lavender sky. Theron. MJ hollered out, but there was no answer, so she started to walk a little. She walked along a small stream until it emptied into a pool, and MJ couldn't believe her eyes. The water almost sparkled. She bent down and touched it, and for some reason, she felt the overwhelming need to strip and dive in. A low, throaty laugh cut her train of thought short. You may do as you please here, little one. However, I do not think it is fair for me to see your beauty before the boy. MJ turned around to see Theron in Dante form looking at her. She soured her face, ignoring his statement. Why do you look like that? It's gross. Theron growled at her a little, and she stepped back. He shifted in front of her, and it was almost as if the wolf exploded from the human form he had been in before. MJ smiled and jumped into his waiting arms. Theron knelt down and wrapped his body around her. MJ was completely surrounded by thick black fur. Theron purred softly and the sound echoed around her. MJ leaned into his body and inhaled him as much as she could. He hates me, Theron, she squealed out in low whimpers before she began to sob. The wolf did not move. He only held her and spoke softly. He does not hate you, little one. He hates himself and wants to protect you. Theron began to stroke her cheek with his enormous claws and was surprised when she did not flinch away from them. MJ grabbed his massive clawed hand and sat up to look into his liquid gold eyes. No, Theron, MJ said forcefully. He wants to control me. Theron let go of her and stood to his full height. You must understand that for us. MJ cut him off. Look, I understand. Okay, all anyone has done is explain to me what his problem is. Everyone except Dante. The wolf sighed and looked off into the distance as if weighing something. I should not tell you this, but I fear you will drift farther if I do not. MJ looked puzzled. Theron sounded almost guilty. Please forgive me, Dante. Theron put a hand on MJ and spoke. Dante's mother was an Omega and she was kidnapped when he was young. His father and their pack hunters found her, but when they did, she was already pregnant and they had broken her spirit. Theron paused, and MJ thought she heard him whimper. His father tried to bring her back, but she took her own life, and soon after his father set out on a suicide quest that ultimately cost him his life as well. MJ clapped her hands over her mouth. She thought it was bad, not knowing anything about her parents, but suddenly she was glad she didn't. He is alone, little one. As you can see, I'm not a good human companion. He wants me to stay in his room, Theron, and I don't think he was going to tell me. What if he expects me to stay in his bed, then what? Where does it stop? Jay stopped her rant when she heard Theron let out a small laugh. And what's wrong with that, little one? Why does it need to stop? The wolf gave a wry smile. You like him. Your body responds to him well, so there is attraction there. All of a sudden, MJ was really self-conscious and held herself by the elbows. There is more to it than physical attraction, Theron. We don't know anything about one another. Theron started to sound agitated. You keep saying that, and yet I feel you resist him at every turn. He is trying and you are pushing him. MJ felt like she was fighting a losing battle. It felt like there was nothing she could say that would make him understand. So she ended their conversation. Thank you, Theron, she said softly. I think we have said all that can be said. Theron spoke once more, but this time, MJ could barely hear it, over the sudden sound of rushing in her ears, and the scenery in front of her started to melt away almost like an oil painting. When she opened her eyes, Dante was carrying her out of the SUV and back into the pack house. She wasn't quite sure what to do, so she just stayed still in his arms. Dante felt the slight shift in movement and looked down to see her eyes were open now, but she looked exhausted from crying and from using the wolf's power to scale her apartment building. Dante took MJ to his room and set her down on the bed. Their eyes met, and a tear formed in the corner of her eye before she turned her head away from him and curled into a fetal position. Dante left the room and closed the door behind him. He headed back out to the SUV to grab MJ's things, only to find Ace waiting for him. Something wrong, Commander? Dante grumbled as he opened the door and grabbed MJ's duffel bag before popping the back gate to get her punching bag. He swung the larger bag onto his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. Ace didn't move, he just stayed leaned against the SUV. You need to be careful, Dante. Ace finally spoke. She is a loose cannon and could put everyone in danger. Get your female under control. Ace was really pushing it today, Dante thought. And what is it you would have me do, who? Dante spat as he dropped her punching bag to the ground and turned to face his commander. Ace stood up straight but did not uncross his arms. Well, it seems you have two choices. Since your wolf is bonding to her, you can mate her and solidify his power in her, or you can continue to fight with her about it until she ultimately either ends up dead or putting this entire pack in serious danger. By the end of his statement, Ace was yelling, and instead of Dante doing his signature explosion back, he hung his head and somberly, How am I supposed to mate her? She hates me. Dante felt his heart wrench with every word. Wow. Was the only thing that came out of Ace's mouth as he stood there and looked at Dante, who, for lack of a better word, looked defeated. Maybe you're losing it, Dante, Ace taunted. Look at that, the great assassin reduced to a whimpering pup, all because he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. Ace wasn't trying to upset Dante, but he was trying to get him to react. Ace knew all too well that depression was worse for a wolf than normal humans, and if he could keep him from that, it would be better for all of them. Dante growled and started to shout. What would you have me do then? Oh, great commander? Should I have let her die? Ace shrugged. Probably, he had said with a calm and cold look, but you didn't, and now here she is, and you know as well as I do that the Alpha will not be happy. She went sprinting up the side of a building. She could have put all of us in serious jeopardy. There was nothing but silence when the sound of heavy doors being thrown open roared through the walls. Why in the name of the moon do you gentlemen insist on keeping me awake at all hours? The Alpha's voice was unmistakable. Azrael was rushing toward both men and shifted before he grabbed them both firmly by the throat, and because he was their Alpha, neither man moved a muscle. In the midst of the commotion, a few pack members had peppered out to see what the commotion was. Lila rushed out a side door, and to her very angry mate, she reached up and touched the very large, very angry, fully shifted wolf, and he instantly released the two men he had been holding up by the trachea. As he shifted back, Lila handed him a pair of cotton pants and a thin, matching robe. Azrael quickly dressed and let his mate speak. Now that we are all awake, Lila said through gritted teeth as she glared at her Alpha, what is it that cannot be solved with cooler tempers? Lila crossed her arms and looked disapprovingly at the men gasping for air. Ace looked at Dante and squinted at him silently, telling him he needed to fess up to his beta, but Dante wouldn't meet anyone's gaze. He just growled a low and defeated growl that sounded almost like more of a whimper. Ace huffed in irritation. Beta, I am sorry to report that Dante's Omega did not take news of her sleeping arrangements well and made an unfortunate scene at her old domicile. Azrael began to mumble under his breath when Lila stomped her small foot on the ground, shushing him. She approached Dante and lifted his head with both her hands. She spoke so softly it made everyone who heard feel instantly at ease. What happened, Dante? Lila asked in a motherly tone. It seemed like the two of you were at least getting along. Why did that suddenly change? Dante growled and tried to turn away, but Lila held his face firm and patiently waited for him to answer, as a mother would wait for the truth from her child. Just then, a small but firm voice was heard from behind them, and Dante's eyes became wide as he looked past his Alpha and Beta. Although he could not see her, he knew she was there. Her voice was unmistakable to him, and her scent carried like a drug through his entire body. He somehow forgot to tell me that we are supposed to share a room. Oh, and apparently he has been watching me sleep, sneaking into my apartment. MJ looked defeated and tired, but her voice was strong and venomous. Azrael had grown tired of this game and tired of the bickering. He had far more important things to do than cuckold a brooding wolf and his angry mate. He turned and looked directly at MJ. I understand that this is all new to you, and is a bit scary. We will be as patient as possible with you, but you will understand something. You are a part of this pack now. Like it or not, every move you make affects us all. And what you did tonight was reckless. MJ was confused. What was it she had done? What do you mean as Alpha? She almost forgot herself again from the amount of time she'd just spent crying with her entire body. Ace interjected. What the hell do you mean? What did you do? You climbed up the side of a fucking building after jumping off the roof of my SUV. What if you had been seen? MJ giggled in spite of Ace's anger when she remembered how shocked everyone had looked, but she instantly regretted it, because Azrael and Ace shot her a death glare. She fumbled with her hands looking for the right words. I am sorry, Alpha. I didn't really think about that. I was just so excited to see what Theron and I could do, and I really didn't want to be in present company. MJ shot Dante a look that meant he was definitely not forgiven. To everyone's surprise, Azrael chuckled a little and looked slyly at Lila. My love, I think we should leave them to their own vices. And then he turned to MJ. You are part of this pack, and as such you will follow the rules. Since this is your first offense, and you are still new to the wolf, I will grant you leniency. Azrael chuckled a little. Your punishment will be to remain within the safety of the pack grounds for a month, or until the commander believes you have full control over your emotions. MJ couldn't believe her ears. He had just made special arrangements that morning so that she could still go into town and not feel like a prisoner. And now, not only was he dismissing that Dante wanted to share rooms with her, he was basically grounding her to their territory for an entire month. But Alpha, what will I do for money? MJ blurted the words out without thinking first, and she clasped her hand over her mouth to avoid any more from breaking loose. This time, it was Lila who stepped forward. Hush now, it's late and we are all tired. It has been a long day, I'm sure we can discuss this in the morning. She walked over to MJ and touched her cheek in comfort. I can't sleep in his room, MJ said softly, and Dante exploded in anger and frustration. He grabbed her punching bag off the floor and hoisted it on his shoulder as he marched through the door and out of sight. Azrael scratched the back of his neck and groaned as he looked at his mate. She gave him a gentle smile and coaxed him over to stand next to her, and MJ, who now looked more like a wilted flower than the mighty tree he had seen her portray hours earlier. I do not know how to make this easy for you. Azrael tried to speak with comfort. I can only tell you that right now Dante's room is the safest place for you to stay, especially since you are. And to the alpha's surprise, MJ cut him off. Since I'm weak, I know, she said softly as large tears began to stream down her cheeks slowly. MJ wrapped her arms around herself and took a deep breath. Alpha, I cannot thank you and Lila enough for making a place for me here, and I'm so sorry if I put anyone in danger. Azriel sighed in frustration. It's time for me to sleep. I hope to see you at breakfast, MJ. Azriel wrapped his arms around Lila and they were off to bed, cooing sweet nothings at each other. And MJ felt more alone now that she was surrounded by people than she ever did when she was alone. Give him what he needs and be grateful. He could have just let you die, you know. Ace's words brought MJ out of her mind. They were sharper than a cold wind and MJ almost winced when he spoke. What? Was all she could get out, and it was almost a whisper. Her stomach was in knots from crying and now she felt truly trapped and nauseous. Ace rolled his eyes and walked right up to MJ. He could have just let you die, he hissed low into her face. You ran off into the middle of the forest and got yourself in trouble. He didn't do that to you, so why don't you give him what he needs and be grateful? MJ really thought she might throw up now, except there was no food in her belly at the moment. She tried to be strong. She tried to hold it in, but the lump in her throat had started to ache, and she could feel hot tears stream down her face. She spoke softly and looked at Ace with a haunted expression. You sound like you think my body is sufficient payment for my life. Ace snorted a laugh and walked off without giving her a second look. MJ stood there in the dark. Alone and cold, she was numb from all the emotions she had run through today and couldn't feel anything but empty. Go to him, little one, she heard Theron whisper inside her mind, and his voice was so warm it brought the tears on harder. Please, MJ, he will soothe you. Please, my little one, it hurts me that you are in such agony. MJ squeezed her eyes shut tight and spoke inside her mind like Dante told her. Theron, I can't. He must hate me. She began to sniffle as the tears kept coming. Ace is right. I'm a weak human who doesn't belong here, but I was afraid to die. MJ started to run and didn't realize she was running to Dante's room until she reached the end of the hallway and flung the door open. She slammed it behind her and instantly found Dante. He was sitting on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands. The sound of the door caused him to look in her direction. Dante stood up the moment he saw her. She looked like she was still crying and he could feel how much pain she was in. He started walking toward her. MJ, listen, you don't have to. And before he could finish, she had crashed her body into his and was sobbing uncontrollably. He didn't know what to do, so he just held her while she cried. Even if he was the reason she was crying, at least she had sought him out for comfort as well. It was a step in the right direction, he thought, as he pulled her body as close to his as he could, and she continued to cry. MJ seemed to sob for hours. She eventually fell asleep in his arms, exhausted from crying. Dante lifted MJ and placed her gingerly into his bed. He brushed her cheek with the back of his hand. She cooed and leaned into it while she slept. He wanted nothing more than to crawl in beside her and hold her while she slept. But he was the reason she had sobbed so severely, and thought it might not be a good idea since she wasn't too keen on sleeping in his room anyway. So Dante kicked his shoes off and pulled his shirt off over his head and slumped down onto the floor beside MJ and closed his eyes, waiting for sleep to take him. MJ's eyes fluttered open to the sound of running water. She sat up in a daze, not remembering falling asleep, or even how she got into the bed. Her attention was snapped to the bathroom door as she heard the water cut off. After a few brief seconds, the doorknob began to turn, and her breath caught in her throat. Dante exited the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist, hanging low and loose on his hips. His hair slicked to his head and still wet, causing droplets of water to fall down his neck and chest. He didn't look at her, but somehow she knew he was aware of her. MJ felt like she had to say something. Thank you for giving me the bed, Dante. She licked her lips, trying to find anything to keep her mind off of his half-naked wet body. Since the alpha won't let me have my own room, maybe we can alternate nights? So you don't have to sleep on the floor all the time? Dante acknowledged MJ with a nod of his head while walking to the closet and dropped his towel in front of the door. MJ gasped and turned her body toward the door to avoid stealing glances at a very naked Dante. After some minutes, Dante appeared in front of her fully clothed to MJ's relief and spoke softly but with very little warmth in his voice, and she wasn't sure why, but it hurt her a little. There is no need. I'm an assassin. Sleeping on the floor is of no consequence to me. Please feel free to shower first, but the alpha would like to see us both for breakfast. And with nothing left for him to say, he turned and exited the room. MJ felt her heart crack a little as the door clicked closed in the lock, and she wanted to curl up in the bed and never leave. She laid down and pulled the blanket over her head. She inhaled as deeply as she could a few times before realizing that she was calming herself with his scent. MJ grinned a little and decided she needed to at least try to make things easier for him too. After all, she thought, he was willing to sleep on the floor of his own room. MJ quickly ran through a shower, and when she stepped out, it was like looking at a super Photoshop version of herself. So she decided to give herself a little naked inspection. Her skin looked amazing, almost like it was glowing. Her smile seemed brighter, and her teeth whiter. MJ decided she would see just how different she looked, so she ran the blow dryer through her dirty blonde hair, and when she was done, to her shock and utter horror, her hair was so full and golden, she looked like she was more lion than human. She desperately pawed at it with her fingers, trying to tame it with very little success. She moved on and slipped into her undergarments, and after rummaging through her duffel bag, she found a pair of black leggings and a large shirt before she headed down for breakfast. MJ had this urgent feeling like she was late, so she started to run and noticed she hadn't put on shoes when she heard the hollow sound of her bare feet slap the floor. She grumbled at herself as she had no time to turn back and regretted strutting in the mirror so long. After several wrong turns, MJ finally reached the dining hall in time to hear the very familiar roar of laughing and cutlery clinking against dishes. She opened the door as quietly as she could. She figured she had disturbed their normal goings-on enough as it was. But the stupid door sounded like it hadn't been greased in at least 400 years. The horrific sound of screeching had MJ suddenly feeling like running, as all eyes were on her, and the room had gone silent. Lila rose from her seat and tapped her mouth gently with her napkin before placing it on the table and walking over to MJ with a smile on her face that could have warmed the room. "Good morning, sunshine. Thank you for joining us." She gave MJ an encouraging nod, and MJ responded. "Lila?" she whispered. Lila looked as if she knew what MJ would say and was going to be patient with her. About last night." MJ began. "I'm really sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me, but Both Lila and Asriel began to laugh, and Asriel pounded his fist on the table as Lila reached up and touched MJ's elbows lightly to reassure her. "Oh, MJ, don't apologize for that. You should have seen me when Az first brought me here. I hid behind him everywhere we went. I was terrified to be alone, and when other pack members tried to speak to me, I would run away." Everyone at the table, including Dante, laughed lightly at the remembrance of how frightened their now fierce beta had once been. Asriel spoke through a huge bite of his omelet. "Wolves are passionate creatures, MJ. It truly is like a second puberty." The alpha swallowed and continued to speak. "But wolves are also intense creatures with intense feelings, so it is your job to learn to get control of yourself." Asriel took another very large bite. "But no one expects you to be able to do so in a day's time." MJ let out a sigh of relief and decided if they weren't worried about her behavior, then neither was she. She smiled slightly as she decided she could be brave, and she hugged Lila quickly before she strode up to Dante and kissed him lightly on the cheek. "I'm sorry and thank you," she whispered as she sat down in the empty seat in front of her and started to pile different things on her plate. Lila and Asriel looked at each other and smiled as Dante sat there with a look of shock on his face, holding the cheek MJ had just brushed with her lips. "You make it sound like he was trying to fuck me on the balcony." MJ was painfully aware that before she had entered the room, they were all laughing and joking, and now the table was silent with only the sounds of vigorous eating and an occasional belch from Tanner or Ed. MJ grinned and decided she would be extra brave and a little mischievous. "Hey, Superman," she stated loudly and looked slyly at Ace. I know you're not real fond of me, but I owe you big time for last night, so thanks." And she let out a breath of relief, as to her surprise, she actually felt better now. Ace simply nodded and continued to eat. Tanner began to choke on his food, and Ed heaved a heavy, open-handed slap on his back as Moxie and Jay began to laugh like hyenas. Sam just rolled her eyes and pushed her oatmeal away from her. "You guys are so fucking immature," she lightly laughed. Dante slammed his fists onto the table, and MJ squeaked, jumping in her seat from the shock. She took note that she was the only one who seemed shocked by his outburst. Ed spoke up while everyone else concentrated on their meal. "Dante, you need to be showing your mate how to control her emotions. No wonder the poor girl is such an atom bomb right now." Dante stood up and growled when Tanner and Moxie tried to stifle their laughter. MJ was now looking up at him with half shock and half intrigue in her eyes. Asriel cleared his throat and pushed himself back from his now empty plate. "So Dante, what seems to be the problem?" Without looking at his alpha. Dante locked eyes with Ace, and MJ immediately knew what the issue was. It was her. Dante growled each word without taking his eyes off Ace. "Your commander thought it was necessary to handle my mate last night?" Asriel cocked an eyebrow, and Lila stopped mid-bite to look up at Ace, which left a fork full of food halfway to her mouth that was still wide open. Ace inhaled, no doubt to explain when to Mura's horror, her mouth began moving without her permission. "Now, just a damn minute, Dante. You have no idea what the hell happened, so how can you be so vague? You make it sound like he was trying to fuck me on the balcony," and she crossed her arms over her chest. Everyone, including Ace, now had the same fish out of water, open-mouth, wide-eyed look that their beta did, and to MJ's horror, the alpha laughed. "Ha! Ha! Although we need to have a serious discussion about what transpired outside the pack grounds last night, I really need to know what is going on." Ace growled and looked at MJ, which in turn made Dante growl louder, and MJ huffed in exasperation. She stood up and grabbed Dante by the forearms, pushing him down into his seat, and then for a reason unknown to her, MJ's body acted on its own, and she placed herself gingerly on his lap. Dante was so shocked, he reached next to him and dug his hands into the arms of the chair to avoid scaring his little kitten from her perch. MJ looked at him and sighed. "Dante," she cooed. "Ace saved my life, and he's right. I'm reckless and stupid," she scoffed, the last words thinking about the fact that she was probably around the same age as everyone at the table. MJ spoke a little louder now, so everyone at the table could hear. I was so angry that I just shot up the side of the building, using every ounce of energy the wolf would give me. She began to smile, thinking about how much fun that climb had been, before she furrowed her forehead and drooped her arms and continued. But I wasn't strong enough to get to my apartment. I started to lose my grip when Ace came up beside me. He said I needed to take it easy. My body was still too weak to handle the wolf, but I just kept going. MJ closed her eyes. The memory was making her uneasy, and Dante nuzzled into her neck to calm her nerves. MJ took a deep breath and continued. I slipped off the balcony right below mine and Ace grabbed me. I clung to him like a worthless monkey until he flung me up onto my balcony. Suddenly Dante felt like an asshole. He had assumed Ace was after his mate when all he had done was look after her. Commander, Dante barked. It seems I owe you an apology. I appreciate the care you took of MJ. Ace scoffed and stood up from the table. Don't thank me, assassin, Ace said, almost bored. I did what the Alpha instructed and kept the Omega safe. Ace sneered, and it made MJ uncomfortable. However, I will take that debt and ask that you keep your female under control. Ace! Azrael barked and MJ jumped again. His voice seemed to explode through her entire body like a sonic boom. Dante's attention jumped to the now trembling girl in his lap, and he reached up to stroke her hair and comfort her. It looks beautiful down, Dante whispered in her ear, and he smiled deep when her reaction was one of positivity. MJ blushed a deep ruby red and curled her chin into her chest. Thank you, she whispered so softly Dante thought he might have imagined it. Ace stormed out of the room, and Azrael looked visibly annoyed while Lila touched his arm tenderly and cooed in his ear to soothe him. Dante, Azrael spoke firmly, I will excuse you from dealings in the current situation in Loader for 1 week so you can spend some time bonding with your mate. But after the full moon, I will expect her to be well adjusted enough for you to resume your duties. Azrael paused. As for the rest of you, please meet the Beta and I in the training ward so we can adjust our strategy for the next phase. Everyone wiped their hands and finished the last bits of their food and drink before piling out of the room, leaving only Dante with MJ still in his lap. Sam popped her head back into the room. Hey MJ, I know Alpha said you need a week with Dante, but I was kinda hoping maybe we could hang out after that. You know, maybe go shopping or drink and eat too many tacos and watch cheesy movies? MJ laughed. Tacos? Sam clutched her chest. Please don't tell me you don't like tacos. Dante shook his head at Sam's antics and let out a few light-hearted chuckles that sent waves of joy through MJ's entire body, starting from her ears. I love tacos. MJ laughed. It's just an odd choice for a movie, I guess, but that sounds like fun. Sam pumped her fists in the air and yelped, Yes, best friends date! And she ran down the hall out of MJ's sight. Suddenly, MJ became more than aware of the fact that not only were her and Dante the only ones in the room, but she was sitting in his lap. She started to squirm a bit nervously, and Dante reached up and grabbed both of her hips firmly. Kitten, please, he begged. Unless you plan on taking this into the bedroom, don't move around like that. His voice was low and seductive, almost like a growl, but it did not make MJ afraid. However, she jumped from his lap, and Dante was almost sorry he said anything, but he could tell the wolf was starting to become restless, and he didn't want to lose control of himself and scare her any more than he already had. Sorry, MJ squeaked. I can't sit still when I'm nervous, and I shouldn't have done that anyway. I just didn't want you and Ace to fight anymore because of me. MJ was cursing herself for not being able to speak confidently in front of this man, especially with his piercing eyes all over her body, almost like he was frisking her for weapons. She began to fidget with her hands, and Dante softly put one of his large palms on top of MJ's trembling fingers, swallowing both of her hands with his one. She looked up into his eyes and smiled. Don't be nervous, MJ. His voice sounded like a velvet song to her. I will never hurt you. MJ smiled a large full grin, and Dante noticed that her entire body lit up when she smiled, almost as if the sun itself lived inside her, he thought. MJ dropped her hands and tucked her hair behind her shoulders while she looked around for something to distract her from the burning feeling in the pit of her stomach that was making her tongue tingle and her core numb. It was almost making her nauseous, and she was very aware of her racing heartbeat. MJ. Dante snapped her out of her daze. I know you are not happy about sharing my room, but I need you to understand I would never force you to be uncomfortable with me. He smiled at her confidently. Even if that means I need to put up a curtain in half the room and sleep on the floor. MJ giggled. It's okay, Dante. I think it would be better if you slept in your own bed. I am not used to such a large mattress. I was thinking about getting a sleeping bag, to be honest. Dante crossed his arms in protest. Jay, you're not sleeping on the floor while I sleep in the bed. That's just ridiculous. Why? MJ spat louder than she meant to. Dante groaned in frustration. It's not right for a woman to sleep on the floor, he huffed, and then kicked himself for being so blunt. MJ snorted and cocked her hip out to the side. That is the dumbest and probably the most sexist thing I have ever heard, she said. Dante sighed in defeat. He could see he wasn't getting anywhere this way. Okay, how about this? We put a pin in the sleeping situation for now and I can show you around first. MJ rolled her eyes again. Didn't we do that yesterday? She asked. Dante laughed. Well, you saw the pack house. You haven't seen the grounds. We are one of the largest packs, kitten. Our territory is huge. There are over 1,200 members. MJ's eyes became huge. Holy shit, she exclaimed. That's like half the town of Loader. Prince fucking charming. Dante smiled at MJ and offered her his arm. She lightly slid under his elbow and clasped his forearm with both hands. Lead the way, Prince Charming. Jay chirped as he led her out of the dining area and through another maze of hallways. Prince Charming? Dante said quizzically and almost defensively. First, I'm a chupacabra. Now I'm Prince fucking Charming? He said in a sarcastic tone that made MJ laugh a little. What's wrong with Prince Charming? Would you rather Beauty and Beast? MJ said as he opened what looked to be an entrance door, and the sunlight blasted her skin like a fresh shower. Well, at least that one is real. Dante grumbled as they walked onto the gravel drive in front of the pack house. MJ looked around again at the vast beauty of the wilderness that was all around her. She almost missed Dante's comment. Wait, what? What do you mean that one's real? She said with sarcasm and a small smile. Dante looked down at her. Beauty and the Beast was a true story about a wolf and his omega kitten. Prince Charming was Walt Disney and Company cashing in on shoe sales, he teased at the end. MJ laughed. Okay, Dante, and next you're going to tell me King Harvest sang Dancing in the Moonlight because one of them was a wolf too. And before she could finish laughing at herself, Dante said matter-of-factly, Kitten, King Harvest was an entire band of wolves. MJ looked straight at Dante to try and gauge his honesty, and she found no falter. What? She barked. That's crazy. Dante seemed a bit insulted. Why? We are powerful in all we are and all we do. We are genetically designed to be superior and alluring, and he wiggled his eyebrows at her. MJ smirked and started walking aimlessly toward some trees. I didn't mean it that way, Dante, she said. I just meant it's crazy to think that this entire world exists and most people have absolutely no idea. And suddenly she laughed more than she meant at the thought of how many times she had probably passed a wolf on the street. So, I thought wolves lived in packs. Doesn't being famous make that difficult? MJ asked. Dante looked at her surprised as they approached the tree line, and he started to guide her in. MJ, King Harvest was a band with 5 members. How is that not a pack? She thought for a minute and then had a revelation. Wait, does that mean most large bands are wolves? Dante laughed at her innocence and joviality. How could such an amazing creature be meant for him, he wondered, and then he secretly thanked the moon and the sun and the earth and anyone who would listen to his gratitude for the woman standing before him. Sometimes yes, he answered, or they may be omegas. Dante said and nudged MJ's shoulder. Suddenly MJ gasped and Dante turned to make sure she wasn't hurt. She grabbed both his arms and dug her nails in. Oh my fucking god, Dante! MJ said almost too fast for him to hear. He was confused as to why she was so upset and wasn't sure what emotion this really was. Her eyes were wide like she had some kind of urgent problem she had forgotten about. Slipknot, MJ screamed so loud most of the birds in the canopy above them left with an irritated flitter. Dante let out a loud and hearty laugh as he reached his hands up and gently placed them in the middle of MJ's waist. Yes, kitten, he confirmed. Wow, are they all wolves? MJ questioned. Do you know them? She asked in almost a mischievous tone. Dante sighed. No, baby, not all wolves know each other, and I have no idea who is wolf and who is omega. We can just sort of sense it. MJ was silent for a while, almost as if she were slowly processing the information. Was all she said, and they continued to walk. They talked about silly small things for a while, like how they both liked being outdoors and preferred camping on the ground as opposed to in a lodge or RV. Neither of them liked large crowds, and would much rather swim in a lake or the ocean rather than a man-made pool. They talked about how important music had been in their lives. But soon the small talk turned into an awkward silence, and they walked back toward the clearing in the trees. MJ could smell meat cooking and her stomach growled. Dante eyed her and she blushed. Hungry are we, kitten? He whispered in a seductive voice. She elbowed him playfully. Yes, I'm starving, she almost grunted, and Dante grabbed both her arms, turning her body to him, as they were in a clearing halfway between a large building with a smoking chimney and the tree line. Dante brought her as close to him as he could, and wrapped one arm around her waist to bring her chest flush against his, and purred low in his throat. MJ gasped when Dante grabbed her arms and pulled her close. She put her arms up against his chest, but did not push him away. She looked into his eyes, and to her surprise she was once again not afraid. Instead, she just let him hold her, before she noticed that people were starting to stare and make small whistles and kissing noises. MJ smiled up at him and noticed his eyes had turned black, not the green-blue lagoons they normally were, or the beautiful liquid gold when Theron was present. MJ began to snake her hands up his chest and around his neck. She leaned into his chest until her breasts were smashed to their limit. Dante, she whispered, and he began to pull her upwards and stroke her back longingly while he buried his head into the crook of her neck and purred more. MJ gripped his shoulders and repeated, Dante, people are staring at us. He growled a small, let them look, oh dear Lord. MJ thought. The sound of this man's voice sent her body into a tizzy. She inhaled, and again she could smell him, but this time she noticed he smelled a little different. It was like vanilla and cedar mixed with burnt teak. It was intoxicating. Dante, MJ purred into his ear, letting her lips brush against his ear. He moaned deeper into her neck, and she felt his teeth grow long and graze her skin. Dante, I'm hungry. MJ pressed herself into him, hoping her pleading would distract him from whatever goal he had at the moment. You can have me. Dante growled into her neck and moved his mouth lower to her collarbone, and his hot breath made MJ shudder with excitement. "Please, Dante." She squeezed his shoulders and he chuckled into her cleavage. "I can smell you, little kitten." And his voice was shadowed by the deep sound of a primal animal itching to the surface. MJ started to squirm and push her arms against his, trying to break free. "Dante, please let me down so we can have some food. I have really enjoyed our time together today, and I don't want to spoil it. Please let go of me." Dante grunted in protest and gently placed MJ on the ground, removing his arms from around her. She noticed his eyes were back to their own dazzling pools of green and blue, and she smiled warmly up at him. MJ thought she would reward him for controlling himself and letting her go, so she quickly jumped up and pecked him on the jawline, as that was as far up as she could reach, and he wrapped his arm around her waist and growled low into her ear as he ushered her toward the building that smelled like a roasted pig. And again, MJ's stomach growled. "It's only blood, it doesn't bite." MJ became painfully aware of all the people staring at her as they walked into what she assumed was a community dining hall. There were large picnic-style tables lining the open space, and the tables were filled with every lunch delight you could hope for, smoked meats of every variety. Dante chuckled and looked down at MJ. "Is something wrong?" he asked, amused. "What? No, I have just never seen this much cooked meat before," she admitted. Dante squeezed her hip and whispered in her ear, "Just you wait, kitten." She snorted and slapped a hand against his chest. As they were distracted and giggling, all of a sudden a slew of curses and crashing could be heard coming from what MJ assumed was the kitchen. Dante was annoyed at whatever was going on in the kitchen, as it had interrupted his attempt to get closer to MJ. "What the hell is going on in there?" MJ laughed as she started walking faster toward the sound. Dante rolled his eyes and picked up his pace to catch up with her, gently grasping her by the arm. "It's probably just Ed and Ace in the kitchen." MJ didn't pull her arm away, but she did keep walking. "Well, what the hell are they doing in there? It sounds like a war." "Don't worry about it," Dante said, almost annoyed. "Let's just eat." He was almost pleading with her now. Dante didn't want to share her with anyone, least of all the other hunters. "Don't be such a crybaby." MJ joked as she jabbed him in the ribs and ducked as what looked like a ham bone came flying out of the doorway. As soon as she walked through the doorway, MJ instantly felt home. The familiar cold of a walk-in freezer and the smell of fresh blood and raw flesh tickled the atmosphere. She couldn't believe her eyes. There in front of her were two werewolves hacking away at what she assumed used to be a beef carcass from the size of it. "What the fuck are you guys doing to that poor thing?" MJ said, almost laughing and half horrified. Ed and Ace both looked up at her in confusion and surprise. "Hey, MJ, what's shakin' bacon?" Ed said in a jovial tone, while Ace merely bowed his head to Dante slightly, completely dismissing MJ. "ED," MJ giggled. "What in God's name are you doing? Wasn't it already dead when you brought it in here?" she teased. Ed looked at her and grinned. "Well, I'm a hunter, I ain't a butcher. I'm used to killing it, not making it ready to eat," Ed said, waving his hand toward the carcass. "Would you like some help?" MJ offered with a smile, and Ed's face lit up immediately. "Oh, yeah, MJ, that'd be great," and he turned to a now pouting Dante. "You should have seen her, man. She is wicked with a knife." And Ed made little slashing motions in front of himself as MJ giggled and shook her head. To her absolute surprise, Ace opened his mouth and said something almost nice. "Indeed, Ed is right," Ace affirmed. "She has quite the skill shredding dead flesh from bone." It was a half-hearted compliment, but MJ decided she would take it with a half-hearted thank you. "Wow, thanks, Superman. You sound almost human." MJ winked and turned to Dante. "Want to help?" she asked with a wry smile, and he grumbled, nodding his head. Dante took over Ace's apron, as the commander all of a sudden no longer wished to help in the kitchen, and Ed handed MJ a fresh, clean apron. She looked at it and scrunched her nose. "No thanks, Ed. They just get in my way." "But you will get blood all over your clothes, little miss," Ed said, a bit confused and almost fatherly. MJ smiled. "Ed, it's only blood, it doesn't bite." And she suddenly kicked herself for her poor choice of words, as she could see that Dante shrunk a little after she said that. MJ reached over and touched Dante's now clenched fist. "What I meant to say was, a little blood never hurt anybody." Dante smiled at her and relaxed his fist. Ed squinted and looked suspiciously between the pair. "Right," he drew out. "Well, I missed something." MJ smiled and walked to the half-mutilated body on the butcher block. "Wow," she laughed. "You guys sure did a number on this thing." MJ stepped in for a closer inspection. "But I'm pretty sure I can save most of the rib meat." And to the absolute horror of both men standing there, she stuck her head halfway inside the belly of the beast. Just then, Sam popped herself into the kitchen. "Hey," Sam chirped. "Ace said MJ's in here showing off her badass butcher skills." MJ popped her head out of the cow when she heard Sam. "Sam!" She yelped and ran up to her. Sam put both hands out in front of her. "Oh, hell no. Did you just crawl out of a cow?" MJ laughed and looked down at herself. "Oh shit, sorry. I forget most people are bothered by raw meat." Sam, Ed, and Dante all laughed at the same time. "We are wolves, Mole." Sam reminded her, "Sometimes on stakeouts we have no choice but to eat raw meat, right off the bone." Sam was hoping to give her the creeps, and Dante looked like he wanted to tear off Sam's head. Instead of getting the reaction she wanted, MJ became very interested. "Oh wow, really?" MJ began to inquire like a curious child. "Are you shifted when you eat it, or are your stomachs somehow accustomed to raw meat?" Dante giggled, and Ed looked at her in complete surprise. What the hell kind of human are you? Ed said in both surprise and intrigue. MJ shrugged and went back to peeling chunks of usable meat out of the cow. The most amazing kind, Dante said in a soft voice. MJ blushed and Sam made a gagging sound. Laying it on thick, eh, Romeo? Ed said through a stifled laugh. Dante shrugged. Just being honest, old man. Ed stopped and pointed a knife at Dante. Who you call an old assassin? Ed said with his eyebrows arched. MJ got a little nervous as neither man looked away from the other, almost in challenge, and she couldn't tell if they were joking or not. Just then, Ace stormed into the kitchen looking as impatient as ever. What the fuck is taking so long, Sam? He looked at the remains of the carcass on the table and made a strange face at it. He walked over to and inspected it as if MJ was trying to win first prize for stripping as much flesh as possible. Ace circled it and walked up to MJ. Did you do this? He almost barked at her. Dante growled, and Ace growled back. Yes, MJ blurted out, taking the two wolves' attention off of each other. I told you she was a total badass, Sam said with a sound of pride in her voice, and it made MJ smile. She had never heard anyone have pride in her before, and she decided that Sam was now her favorite person in the world. Can you do it again? Ace said almost in demand rather than being a question. MJ giggled at such a silly question. Of course I can. It's been my job for the last 3 years. Didn't expect you to step into your role so soon, Omega. Ace rolled his eyes and grumbled under his breath. MJ was becoming impatient and folded her arms across her chest. She could feel he wanted something from her, but for whatever reason he wouldn't ask. What's the problem, Ace? She huffed annoyed. Honestly, this is the one thing I'm pretty sure I do fairly well. MJ had a fair amount of attitude flying out of her mouth now. But it seems to not be good enough for you, so if you doubt my ability, please bring me another carcass and I will gladly show you and Ed here how to properly strip meat from bone. Ace turned away from her and MJ felt a sense of triumph, only briefly because Ace whistled and in marched a few other pack members with 3 more whole cows. MJ made note they were not small. What I mean to say, princess, Ace sneered, is can you do it 3 more times with larger bovine? Ace's words were simple, but the tone behind them was almost taunting. MJ squinted her eyes and looked at Ace with a sneer. Everyone in the room could feel the tension like a seeping fog. Dante tried to step forward and defend his mate's honor, but before he could move, MJ's mouth flew open, and what she said next was better than any warning growl Dante could muster, so he simply stayed silent, to observe this curious woman who was just full of surprises. Like I said before, Commander Cranky, MJ sang, bring me the carcass and I will gladly show you how to properly prepare it for a feast. Everyone in the room exchanged glances. Nobody was quite sure if MJ was threatening Ace or not. Even the pack members carrying the cows seemed shocked. Ace motioned for them to put the skinned cows on the block and leave. MJ looked over each one and then over at the selection of different knives. She frowned and turned to Dante. I need to go back to your room. And she was cut off by Ace's nasty laugh. Wow, I didn't expect you to step into your role so soon, Omega. Ace's voice was grotesque. I guess this is just too much meat for her to handle. Dante lunged at Ace but stopped suddenly when MJ's fist connected to Ace's jaw with a sickening crack. Don't be such a vulgar prick, MJ spat, and she strode over to Dante, relaxing her demeanor in the process. I need to go back to your room and get my knives? She shrugged and blushed slightly as she noticed his undying attention on her every word. I would prefer my own tools. Ace stood up straight, holding his face as MJ's surprise left hook had actually rocked his jaw to the side. Ed acted as quickly as he could and blurted out, Hey MJ, do you know how to use a grinder? MJ rolled her eyes. Ed, you know I do. Why? He grinned at her. Well, because the old chef we used to have, retired, and you can see how well Ace and I did. Ed laughed, motioning to the butchered lump. That was with practice. Ed chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Do you think maybe you could give some of us an instructional? MJ nodded like an excited child. Sure, Ed, just let me go get... Dante cut her off by kissing her cheek and whispered in her ear, I will get your tools, kitten. Go show him what I already know. He winked at her and with lightning speed dashed out the door. Suddenly, MJ was painfully aware that a bunch of werewolves were staring at her like they were waiting for something when she suddenly realized they were. Okay, Ed, MJ clapped her hands together. Let's break out that grinder. Dante broke out into a sprint to get to the pack house as fast as possible so that MJ was not alone. He knew she had put her knives in her duffel bag, so finding them wasn't going to be hard. He reached his room and found her bag on the floor next to the bed, like she would be leaving soon. Dante decided he needed to help her feel more at home. Maybe it would make sharing a room more comfortable for her, he thought. Dante felt the wolf purr in agreeance and chuckled. I agree. She deserves the best, and he dove into her bag, retrieving all the contents. He quickly made room in his closet but stuffed her clothes back into her bag and set the entire bag on the empty shelf instead. She definitely wouldn't be appreciative if he put her things away, he thought. She would probably assume he had raided her panties. The sudden thought of her fresh undergarments made him groan in annoyance. The wolf's appetite was growing for his mate, and he wanted to complete the mating process to reach his full power between them. But Dante knew he needed to wait for MJ. Azrael told him that humans without wolves tend to not trust their intuition, and Dante wondered how someone could survive ignoring their nature. Dante had learned a lot from his alpha. He learned that MJ would probably be a bundle of bipolar nerves until their bond was secured. And if she went into heat before then, it could be dangerous for her and for other unbonded males. After all, the ugly truth was that she was an Omega, and her birthright was to be strong enough to grow the power of a wolf inside her without injury or death. But that also meant that her nature would force her to explore her primal need to reproduce, especially now that she was bonded with Theron. Trying to distract himself from impure thoughts of his mate, Dante took the task of hanging her punching bag in the center of the room just like she had in her little apartment. He had to move the bed over a little, but since the room was mostly void of furniture anyway, it wasn't too difficult to make room. When he was finally satisfied with the rearrangement of the room, he scooped up the leather bag containing MJ's tools, raced back out the door, and once again picked up speed, heading back to the woman who would someday be his bonded mate. He could feel Theron's impatience and sexual frustration, so he pumped his legs harder, hoping to run a little of it out of himself before he reached her again. Take a generous step back before I poke that nice shirt full of holes. When Dante approached the kitchen, he saw MJ was clutching her sides with laughter, as Sam almost fell to the floor beside her, gasping for air. Most of the pack had finished their meals and left the kitchen occupants to their shenanigans. To Dante's horror, he saw Tanner and Moxie trying to sword fight with cow tongues, but were more successfully slapping each other with them instead. While Ace and Ed stood side by side with their arms crossed, mumbling to one another, Dante stopped, breathless and a little confused. Almost as if she knew he was there, Jay wiped a tear from her eye and looked up to see an out-of-breath Dante, and it was like someone had sucked all the air out of the room. "I brought your knives," he said, his chest heaving up and down as he extended his arm. MJ noticed that his arms were more like tree trunks than actual arms, and they were covered in thick veins that snaked up his arms almost like the roots of a tree. MJ was almost mesmerized by how they were pulsing with his elevated heart rate. Her fingers itched to reach out and touch them, but she squeezed her hands into fists before reaching for the leather satchel he was holding out to her. Should we leave?" Tanner hollers out before Moxie cold cocks him in the cheek with a tongue and sends him backwards to the floor. "Ha ha! I win, fucker. Do you accept defeat?" Moxie yells, waving the wiggling tongue in the air. Ed groans and Ace laughs, holding out his hand to Ed, who reluctantly pulls cash from his back pocket and slaps it into Ace's waiting hand. Sam is still laughing and is now flopping around on the floor like she is having a seizure. MJ took the leather in her hands over to the counter and unfolded it like precious jewels. Dante noticed that her entire demeanor had changed, and he wasn't the only one. Ace cocked his head to the side and elbowed Ed, who was still watching Moxie try to beat Tanner with a now overly tenderized cow tongue. MJ ran her hands over the smooth metal, and she felt so warm and confident. She suddenly felt electricity ignite her entire back, breath so warm it sent goosebumps down her neck and arms. "Can I help you?" came the seductive rumble of Dante's voice, and she felt it in her whole body. Oh, sweet Jesus. MJ thought, was this the wolf bond? Or something else? She turned around with a blade in her hand to find Dante standing so close to her, she could feel the toes of his shoes touching hers. She cocked an eyebrow and moved the tip of the knife in her hand to gingerly touch his chest. "First, you can help by taking a generous step back before I poke that nice shirt full of holes," MJ said calmly, and Ace chuckled knowingly. The younger wolves on the floor had now fallen silent, looking on at the scene before them. Dante chuckled almost wickedly and grabbed MJ's wrist with a forefinger and thumb. He lifted it so that the tip of the knife she was holding was now pressed firmly against the bottom of his jaw. "If you're going for the kill, little one," he growled, "this is a better vantage point than my shirt." MJ had a strange look on her face. It was half confusion, half horror. She reached up and grabbed Dante's hand with her free one. "Stop it, please. I don't like this," was all she could squeak out. MJ looked up and noticed that Dante's eyes were not the stunning lagoons she had seen a moment ago, or even the liquid gold of the wolf. They were black. She tried to pull away, but he wrapped his other arm around her waist, pushing her back against the counter with his body, and extended her wrist out toward the countertop. MJ dropped the knife, but Dante didn't let go of her wrist. Instead, he tucked his face into her neck and inhaled deeply. MJ's voice caught in her throat as she gasped. "Dante," she said in almost a whisper. Her mouth felt dry. She wanted to shout at him and knee him in the manhood, but her body would not move. It's like it was frozen between lust and terror. By this time, all the other wolves had realized how uncomfortable MJ was at the moment, and they couldn't understand what the hell Dante was doing. Until Sam caught a glimpse of his eyes, they were the telltale black of a rutting male, and she started to panic. She stood up and walked forward a little. "Dante," Sam eased cautiously. "You gotta ease up there, bud. You're losing control a little bit, and you're scaring her now." She tried to sound confident and calm, but she just sounded desperate and alarmed. Dante continued to nuzzle MJ, and the more she tried to wriggle free, the tighter he squeezed her. "Damn it, Dante, let me go. This is ridiculous. Someone get him off me." MJ was now grunting and shouting, pushing hard against Dante's chest with her only free hand, as he was still holding her now empty other hand out to the side. Suddenly the bones in his fingers cracked and started to elongate while claws protrude from the ends. Dante started to snake his hand up the back of MJ's shirt, and the feel of his claws on her skin made her shiver. He reached up and grabbed a handful of her hair, pulling her head back to expose all of her neck to him. Dante released her other hand and grabbed the counter behind them, pressing even harder into MJ's now trembling body. She had started to push with both arms, but he didn't budge, so she changed to beating on his shoulders. Dante growled low and raked his now exposed canines across her throat and down to where he had left his mark on her before gently running his tongue across the now healed tooth marks. MJ's entire body shuddered at the action, and she felt hot and cold all over. She finally decided enough was enough and started to relax her body a little in the same ritual she had used 1,000 times. Sam looked behind her. "Tanner, you better get the alpha," she whispered. "I'm not sure what to do. His eyes are dark. It's like he's stuck in half shift." Sam's heart was pounding, afraid Dante might hear her. Tanner nodded and ran out the door in search of his brother. Sam brought her attention back to Ace and Ed. "Guys, we need to try and get them apart without injuring him or scaring her." Ed looked at her like she was completely insane, and Ace's expression was stern and unchanging as usual. "What the fuck do you propose we do, Sam?" Ace snapped at her. "Have you ever been near a rutting wolf? They aren't easy to subdue," before any real plans could be made. The 3 hunters turned around at the sound of Dante groaning in pain and noticed he had now dropped to his knees. Deflate the big bad wolf. MJ was relaxing her body, and Dante could feel it. His mistake was assuming she was submitting to him. They were now pressed so close together that MJ could feel his erection throbbing on her upper thigh. It made her blush a little, and Dante purred in satisfaction. He was having an impact on her, he thought wryly. Dante made yet another mistake, thinking her slowing heartbeat was due to her submission. Dante loosened his hold on her and began to trail small kisses up and down her neck. It was when he reached her ear that everything stopped. Suddenly, he felt the unmistakable pain in his pants. MJ had managed to get enough room between them that she wiggled her leg in between his thighs and brought her knee upwards with as much force as she could muster. The very large man let out a terrible pained growl, and it tugged at her insides a little bit. MJ didn't waste any time. She hopped onto the counter, grabbed 2 of her chef's knives, and jumped to an adjacent counter to bring some distance between her and the no doubt very angry Dante still groaning on the floor. MJ turned and looked at Sam, Ace, and Ed, who had a mix of looks ranging from amusement to complete shock. Her attention snapped back to Dante as he let out a ferocious roar and leapt to his feet. MJ could hear the bones cracking and stretching within him, his clothes and skin falling away in shreds. As soon as the transformation was done, a huge beast of over 10 feet looked directly at MJ, and she knew who this was. "Theron," MJ whispered, and he cocked his head to the side before he looked at her and snarled, snapping his jaws in her direction. MJ was now terrified and confused. "What is wrong, Theron?" MJ's voice was shaking. "Why are you and Dante doing this?" She didn't realize it, but she was crying. "What do you plan on doing with those, my little one?" The wolf spoke to her, flaring his nostrils but without opening his mouth, and it seemed to MJ that she wasn't the only one who could hear him. Suddenly, for whatever reason, May found a deep sense of bravery. "I'm going to deflate the big bad wolf if he takes another step." She spoke with as much confidence as she could find. This comment seemed to really anger the wolf because he arched his back and shoulders, leaning forward almost on all fours, raising the fur on his body to make himself look even larger, as if that was really necessary. MJ thought to herself. "Put the knives down, MJ." Theron coaxed, and MJ was confused. Why was he asking her? Didn't he have the power to just take them from her, or heal himself if she did manage to injure him? She squeezed her knuckles tighter around the cold metal in her hand. "I will not," she declared, staring him in the face. Ace and Sam tried to step between MJ and the now furious wolf, but they were both knocked off their feet with a swift sweep of Theron's tree branch of an arm. Ed managed to stay at bay, but never let the now almost feral wolf advance toward MJ. "Hey, MJ, you know how to play tag, right?" Ed asked, not looking at her. She thought for a moment, confused. What the hell is he talking about? Then it dawned on her. He was trying to help her stay away from the crazed wolfman, although she wasn't quite sure why, as he and Dante knew each other better than he knew her. MJ giggled like a little girl, making note of how Theron's ears seemed to twitch at the sound, and she twirled the knives in her hands. "Yeah, Ed, I know how," MJ said, almost out of breath with the amount of adrenaline pumping through her. Ed chuckled while he spoke. "Yay, well, alright, girly, so get ready to—" Before Ed could finish his warning, the room exploded. Theron lunged at MJ, and she jumped over him to another countertop, as the wolf went crashing in a set of cabinets, completely crushing them and exploding pots and pans out all over the floor like confit. Theron stood up and shook dust and bits of wood from himself. He turned and locked eyes with MJ. Ed, Ace, and Sam were now spread wide between the huge wolf and the small woman. "What the fuck is wrong with him?" MJ shouted. Unfortunately, every time she spoke, Theron would lunge for her. This time he jumped high, and MJ took a running dive and slid across the edge of the counter and over a flat-top stove before landing feet first on the ground. Both Ace and Ed tried to grab Theron by the arms and hold him while Sam shifted. Sam ran to MJ, and MJ turned to face her with her knives at the ready. Sam's small wolf backed up a little and whined, looking at the blades in MJ's hands. MJ noticed and lowered them slightly. "Sorry, Sammy," she whispered, and the wolf gave her a hurt nod before turning and launching herself onto Theron's back. The larger wolf growled, and it sounded more like a menacing laugh. He broke free and grabbed Sam's back with both clawed hands, flinging her across the room, blowing a large hole in the wall that separated the kitchen from the dining area. MJ let out a terrified scream as she saw Sam's dainty wolf crash through drywall and slump to the floor. Next, Ace and Ed shifted, and they were trying to hold Dante back as he advanced toward a still screaming MJ. Ed's wolf was behind Theron and doing his best to hold the arms of the massive wolf charging toward his commander and the terrified Omega. Ace's wolf was bigger than Ed's and Sam's, but still not as large as Theron. Ace was trying to push Theron back with what looked like massive football drills. He kept lowering his body and slamming his massive shoulders and head into the lower abdomen and chest of Theron. They were slowing him down a little, but never managed to stop his advance on the small woman. MJ, thank the moon, seemed to be a clever enough girl, Ace thought as she kept hoping around the room. Who is that wolf? It was more than apparent Theron was becoming angrier by the moment. He wanted his mate, he wanted his bond to solidify so he could feel his true power again, and these two humans obviously were sexually attracted to one another, so he didn't see what the issue was, and the unmated, inferior males that were now in his way were becoming more of a nuisance than he had anticipated. Theron grabbed Ace by the ear and sunk his teeth into the shoulder blade of the wolf in front of him. Ace let out a painful cry, and MJ screamed again before Theron broke Ed's hold completely and grabbed him by the throat. He held Ed above the ground, and Ed wrapped his long arms and legs around Theron, cinching tight, locking him into a painful hold that was sure to break his arm if he didn't move soon. MJ was terrified, but she couldn't let this go on any longer. These family members were fighting one another, trying to protect a perfect stranger with their lives, and it seemed the more they tried, the worse it got. She didn't want anyone to die when suddenly MJ felt Theron's power inside her. She was confused at first because the wolf was in front of her, trying to tear his companions apart, but she didn't question the gift and lunged forward. MJ sliced at the arm holding Ed by the throat, and Theron dropped him before releasing Ace from his mouth. Ace dropped to the floor and MJ knelt down to him. Ace tried to growl at her, but she ignored him and leaned down to his face. "You okay, Superman?" she asked. He looked up at her and nodded before he rose to his feet. Theron tried to advance on Ace, and before he could react, MJ was standing in front of him with one knife to her side and the other at the tip of Theron's nose, and spoke as demandingly as she could. "Stop hurting them. Theron, I'm the one you want, right?" And the wolf huffed with a single nod. "Good. Then leave everyone alone. You can chase me around all you want, and they will leave us alone, okay?" MJ had started to soften the tone of her voice. "Just ignore them." Theron advanced slowly, and MJ sidestepped to put some distance between the two of them and the injured wolves. The massive black wolf advanced toward her, and she noticed his eyes were still black, so she thought maybe she could distract him. "What's wrong with your eyes, Theron?" MJ tried to sound authoritative but failed miserably. "Why are you chasing me like you want to kill me? I thought you needed me." To her dismay, the large wolf didn't respond to her, or even flick an ear, as if she had not spoken at all. Ed had gone to check on Sam, who had still not moved, and MJ noticed Ace was behind Theron, advancing on him slowly. Theron lunged at MJ again, and she swiped a knife at him, effectively grazing his snout. The impact forced Theron's head to the side, and MJ took the opportunity to take a running leap off the wall next to her and shoot herself through the air and past Theron, so that she was once again beside Ace. Theron spun around and let out a fierce howl, snarling while saliva dripped from his jaws when he saw his mate standing behind another male for protection. Theron could feel the hot sensation of blood trickle to the surface of his snout and wiped an arm across his face to discover she had actually cut him a little. His eyes locked onto Ace, and before anyone could move, a huge silver wolf crashed through the back wall, like the Kool-Aid man taking out the side wall with it and peppering the entire kitchen area and all occupants inside it with rubble from the explosion. Theron immediately spun around, and the two enormous wolves stood tall, on two legs, staring at each other. They began to circle one another, sniffing the air at a close distance. MJ tried to advance her step, but Ace stepped in front of her with his back to her and growled, before shooting her a sideways glance that was telling her to calm down. But right now MJ did not want to be calm. The silver wolf was just as big as Theron, and his eyes were gold. Theron and the silver wolf looked like they were communicating with each other, but MJ couldn't hear anything, so she thought she would ask Ace. She touched his very furry arm, and he growled low at her. MJ felt his arm musicals twitch, and she retracted her arm. "Ace?" she almost whispered. "Who is that wolf?" Ace simply growled low in his throat and turned away from her, still keeping himself set firmly between her and the two huge wolves. They had stopped circling and sniffing each other, but were now making a series of small grunts and growls, like they were still talking to each other, when suddenly Theron bowed his head to the larger wolf, and the silver wolf let out a huge roar, grabbed Theron by the throat and began to squeeze. Theron didn't move, he just made a series of gasping sounds and let the silver wolf choke him. MJ was so confused. He wasn't that hurt. Why wasn't he fighting back? She wondered. Every time MJ tried to move, Ace would insert himself in front of her, and it was really starting to piss her off. The silver wolf slammed Theron's head into the floor and was holding it in place while he lowered his massive jaws to just above Theron's throat. MJ gasped. She didn't want them to hurt him. And before she could stop herself, she threw Ace to the side with as much force as she could and ran at the silver wolf. "Stop!" MJ screamed and scrambled as she slid underneath the larger wolf and stuck both her blades point up at the edge of his exposed throat. She pressed hard enough for him to notice, but not so hard it broke skin. The silver wolf growled and snarled in her face as she positioned herself over the top of Theron's shaking body. But to her surprise, a massive black-clawed hand slowly covered both her hands gently and lowered the knives. MJ turned her head confused and came into contact with Theron's eyes were again the beautiful gold she had come to love looking at. "Theron and Calix." MJ smiled and let out a small whimper of relief. "There you are," she whispered and let the blades fall from her hands. The large silver wolf grabbed MJ by the arm, pulling her away from Theron and close to his face, growling menacingly, but to her surprise, MJ was not afraid at all. Instead, she felt a little annoyed. "Do you mind?" MJ barked and tried to pull herself free, but the silver wolf grabbed tighter and growled louder into her face. This time MJ jerked her arm hard and tried to push away from him, but he snatched her arms again and snarled into her face. "Fuck off, dude, let go," MJ yelled, and she thought she heard herself growl. He was starting to squeeze her arm. MJ struggled to turn and look at Theron. She noticed he was looking at the floor and not at her. "Theron, get him off me," she almost whined. "He's hurting my arms." MJ pleaded, and to her surprise, Theron whimpered a little and paced a little, but he made no attempt to advance or move toward her. MJ looked around and noticed that Sam, Ace, and Ed had all shifted back to human form and were kneeling, naked with their heads facing the ground. "Let me the fuck go right now, or I promise I'm gonna hurt you." MJ twisted her body, turned toward the large silver wolf, and although the words that came out were hers, she did not recognize the voice. There was a surge that blasted through MJ's body like she was on fire from the inside. She started to try and move again, and to her surprise, she was managing to shift under his powerful grip. The silver wolf looked at MJ, and for a moment she thought she saw a flash of shock in his eyes. Then MJ heard a familiar voice. "Calix, please, she doesn't know. Let Azriel speak to her, please." It was Lila, and she was approaching the large silver wolf. MJ watched as she put both her hands on his forearm, and he looked down at her. Lila squeezed the large silver wolf's arm, and he purred slightly. He started to release MJ, and she pulled away from him, but did not relax. She dropped to the floor and grabbed her knives. With a flash of speed, MJ jumped to her feet and pointed a single knife straight at the silver wolf. MJ wasn't sure why, but she felt very threatened at the moment, and the feeling inside her said she needed to show him exactly who was more powerful. Lila gasped. "You can't. You need to put them down, please." She sounded like she was pleading. "He's my mate. It's Azriel. He would never hurt you. He's here because Tanner said you needed help." Lila had now managed to step between the silver wolf, MJ now knew as Calix, and the knife MJ was holding. Calix pulled Lila into his chest and growled at MJ. In an instant, Theron was over. MJ making a low sound in his chest, she assumed was a warning. To MJ's surprise, Theron put his massive head on her shoulder and huffed a few breaths into her neck, but instead of warning the other wolf, Theron was urging MJ to relax, and it was really pissing her off because it was working. MJ felt the fire within her calm and the need to affirm her power fade. She dropped her arm but did not drop the knives. Theron put his hands over hers once again, and she allowed the blades to fall into his grasp. He dropped them on the floor and groaned, pressing his head into her back. MJ smiled and turned around to face Theron, completely ignoring the still seething silver wolf behind her. Theron let MJ's hands go as she turned to face him, and she reached up to clasp his massive furry head. "I wish you could stay," she whispered, and he looked at her almost hurt. MJ was confused. He stepped back away from her and began to shift. His bones began to crack and fold. The canines retracted and the long black fur fell around the now very naked Dante, kneeling on the floor. Tanner came running in through the hole in the wall and tripped over some rubble on the way in. He rushed past MJ and handed the very naked Dante a set of clothes before kneeling down with the others facing the giant angry silver wolf. MJ now knew as Calix. The huge silver wolf grunted at MJ, and she turned around to face him. Lila was still standing between them, but her eyes were on the floor. MJ had figured out that the silver wolf in front of her that Lila had called Calix was actually Azriel. She looked down also, at the floor, not sure what exactly it was that she was supposed to do. MJ heard the cracking and snapping of bones and knew that he was shifting, so she slammed her eyes shut and kept her head down as she assumed he would be just as naked as everyone else. Azriel laughed a little as he pulled a pair of cotton loose-fitting pants over his hips. "You can look now, MJ," he said very calmly. She looked up to see Azriel standing in front of her, smiling with Lila tucked neatly into his side underneath the protection of his arm. MJ didn't know what to do or say. She looked all around her. The entire building looked as though a bomb had gone off, and why? All because Dante wouldn't back off. He got so weird in that moment, and she wasn't sure what he was going to do, so she panicked. But MJ was fully aware that was no excuse for the waste that had been laid to the building. She looked at the naked human shifted wolves still kneeling on the floor, and thought about how they had all been injured trying to help her stay away from Dante and Theron. But why? She wondered internally, shivering from the cold thoughts that were. It wasn't like he was going to hurt her, was he? Suddenly, MJ found her eyes set on Dante, who was also still kneeling and also still naked. She made her way back around to look at Azriel and Lila, and she couldn't help it. Her eyes began to well up with tears, blurring the two figures in front of her into a single form, and a lump formed in her throat. She opened her mouth to speak, and Lila reached out to take her hands. "Don't worry, MJ, everything will be fine. Are you okay?" Lila sang so softly MJ was almost mesmerized. I'm so sorry, Azriel," she cried out. "Look what I did to your kitchen." And MJ collapsed to the floor with her head in her hands as she began to cry. Azriel knelt down to the hysterical MJ and put a reassuring hand on her back. She shrunk away from him, and this time he put his thumb under her chin, forcing her to look up at him. "Do not apologize for things that are not entirely your fault, MJ." Azriel's words brought MJ an overwhelming feeling of safety and comfort. She wanted to ask so many questions, but she couldn't think of a single one at the moment. All she could think about was how none of this would have started if Dante had just stayed at a distance. All of a sudden, MJ stopped crying. She didn't really feel anything anymore. She thought, surprised by the lack of emotion. This was like a never-ending game of cat and mouse, and she was trapped with this man and his dangerous world. MJ's body was now visually shaking, and Dante could feel her discomfort. MJ heard a familiar voice. "Please don't be afraid, Moll. I would never hurt you. You have to believe that." Dante's voice was so sweet and soothing it actually made her want to throw up. Dante reached from MJ's shoulder just to touch it and comfort her, but she violently jerked away from him. "What is wrong with you?" "Wrong with you?" MJ's voice came out almost a desperate scream. She couldn't take it anymore, this place and these people, it was all too much for her. She started to back away from all the eyes on her. Lila tried to calm her. She walked to MJ's side but didn't touch her. "MJ, it's okay." Lila coaxed. "Please, let's just go back into the pack house and we can explain what just..." MJ jerked her body away from Lila and spat. "No, I'm tired of this. I feel like... Everyone in the room could sense MJ's unease like a rabbit in a room full of wolves. They all took a subconscious step back. Lila tried to reach for MJ's hand, but MJ stumbled backwards over some fallen bits of wall, and Lila saw the look in her eyes. She was terrified. And Lila understood. She looked back at Dante, who looked like someone had ripped his heart out and was trying to feed it to him. She felt for him and turned to look at MJ. "It's okay, MJ. You don't have to go back to the pack house if you don't feel like it. You are welcome to just stay in your room if you..." And Lila was cut off by a still retreating MJ. "My room!" MJ almost threw the words at Lila like a fast ball. "With all due respect, Lila, that's Dante's room. I don't belong here." MJ had started to laugh nervously as she tried to fight back more tears. She wouldn't cry, MJ willed herself. She wouldn't let them win. What did they want from her? Why did it seem like everyone was out to torture her? "MJ, that's not true. We all think you belong here. Maybe you don't feel it yet, but we already can." Sam's voice almost sounded like the plea of a wounded animal, and it broke MJ's heart. MJ had started to feel like even though she hadn't known any of these people very long, she could have a home here. That she might get a jump start on a new life, one she could control, and that just made her feel worse. "I'm sorry," MJ managed to choke out. She grabbed her arms and hugged herself tightly as a breeze shot through the huge hole in the building. MJ turned to look at the hole and then looked over her shoulder. "You should have let me die," she almost mumbled in Dante's direction, and then she took off running out into the open air. MJ didn't look back, even though she could hear shouting voices behind her, telling her to stop. "Kept the wolf in your pants." As she ran, MJ looked over her shoulder, and to her horror, they were all chasing after her. She turned and pumped her legs as fast as they would go, her eyes darted around everywhere. She had to find a place to escape these people, she thought frantically. To escape this new life, it was all just too much, and she couldn't handle it anymore. MJ took a sharp right turn and dashed into the wooded area. Suddenly, it was like someone put a blanket over the world. The entire atmosphere changed. MJ could no longer hear shouting and running. There were no more buildings or even any hints that people had been there. MJ kept running, but she slowed her pace a bit to soak in the sunlight peeking through the canopy of trees. She decided to stop for a moment, mainly because her lungs and legs were on fire. She wasn't sure how long she had been running, but she didn't want to stop. MJ looked around and felt this overwhelming need to reach out and touch the trees. As soon as her hand reached the tree, it was as if the entire world had completely changed. She could feel the living fibers of the tree bark. MJ smiled inside, knowing it was Theron, but she also had a pitted feeling in her stomach. Why did he chase her like that? And what was with his eyes? MJ's mind began to spin with questions, and above all, why didn't he want to stay with her? As if answering her questions, she heard an internal voice. "I am here with you, little one. I will never leave you." Tears welled up in her eyes, and MJ sat down with her back leaning against a tree. She brought her knees to her chest and buried her forehead in them. "Then why were you chasing me?" she whispered. But this time there was no answer. MJ could feel him in the back of her mind, but he refused to answer her. She started to doze off while crying lightly into her knees, feeling so desperately alone, but not at the same time. After MJ took off running, Azriel ordered everyone to go after her, but Lila reminded them to keep a bit of distance so as not to make her feel trapped, before Dante could follow the rest of the hunters, shouting at MJ to stop. Azriel grabbed him by the shoulder. "We need to talk about this, Dante. You need to gain control over your emotions, or this game you are playing with that poor girl. That Omega." Azriel paused, letting the words sink in. "It's going to get her and possibly you killed, or worse." Asriel turned to leave as Dante shouted behind him. "And how would you propose I do that, Alpha?" he asked almost tauntingly. "She despises me and she has a right to. The only one she trusts is that damn wolf, and he is of no help to me when it comes to her." Dante sounded halfway between angry and desperate. Asriel turned and let out a heavy sigh. "Dante, did you know I almost lost Lila when it was time for her to bond with Calix?" Asriel looked off into the distance as if recalling ancient history. She had very little issue accepting me or the fact that we live in a world outside of what humans know, but her and Calix almost didn't bond. So not a patient. He's not a patient wolf, and she is headstrong but shy and gentle. Asriel grinned at the thought of times come and gone. "Dante," Asriel paused and licked his lips. "Tanner said your eyes were black when you shifted. Is that true?" Dante rubbed the back of his neck. "Yes, Alpha." Asriel cut Dante off. "This is exactly the reason our bonds are made through us first and the wolf later. Damn it, Dante!" the angry Alpha yelled. Dante was a little confused himself. "Look, I know I lost control, but just for a minute and I got it back." "Did you?" Asriel shouted at him. "You shouldn't have lost it in the first place. You may have lost her forever, Dante, and you know as well as I do that she can't leave here. Not only is it dangerous for her, but it could also be dangerous for us." Although he wanted to argue, Dante knew that Asriel was right. Even if MJ managed to stay away from being kidnapped and sold as a breeder or attacked by moonwalkers, they still had to worry about her being taken by other packs or by rogues and used to hurt Asriel's pack because Dante was their assassin. "How do I fix this?" Dante was looking at the palms of his open hands. He had never felt this lost before. Asriel did not respond for a long time. "I can't tell you how to fix this, Dante." The Alpha's voice was hoarse with exhaustion. "Because I don't know how to fix it. You have to figure that out for yourself. But I can tell you from experience that trying to force her love you is not the way to go." Asriel paused, considering his next statement. "First you need to let her know you, Dante. MJ knows Theron, that's why she trusts him. She doesn't know you." And, when Dante did not respond, Asriel continued. "Whatever you decide, my friend, know this. You are tied to that woman for the rest of her life. You cannot run from this, Dante." The words hit Dante like a silent bomb, and Asriel turned to start surveying the building. "You will head clean up on this," Asriel said. Dante spun around. "What? I didn't crash through the wall, you did." Asriel grinned as he walked away. "Yes, but I'm the Alpha and I wouldn't have had to if you could have kept your wolf in your pants." And just like that, Dante was left alone in the middle of the mess he had created. He looked around and started to recount the events. He hadn't meant to scare her, he just wanted to help her to be near her. But when he saw MJ pick up the knives, he remembered the scene from Lou's and how she was humming while she worked the meat off the bone with such precision. It set him ablaze with the longing to hold her in his arms, to feel her soft skin beneath his. And the next thing he knew, Theron was chasing her around the kitchen, tearing shit apart. Dante slammed his fist into the side of the building, and the entire thing seemed to groan in protest. He quickly backed away before it could come falling down on top of him and started off slowly in the direction MJ had run. Dante knew he needed to get her back, but he didn't know what he would say once he saw her. "That sounds like werewolf VD." MJ opened her eyes with a jerk. She hadn't meant to fall asleep. She sat up and looked around. Her neck was stiff from being stuffed into her knees, but she didn't see anyone. MJ stood up and stretched her arms and legs. She suddenly had the feeling someone was there with her watching her. MJ felt Theron again settle into her body, and her ears became sharp, her eyes cut through the forest like knives. She could hear two heartbeats very clearly. One was hers, but the other? "Come out now." MJ growled and spun around, slowly looking for the second heartbeat. She heard a familiar voice ring through the cold air. "Okay. I will, but don't run off or attack me or nothing, K-doll." MJ rolled her eyes and sighed in relief. "Tanner? Is that you?" And suddenly from in the canopy above dropped Tanner with a thud. He stretched his arms and MJ heard two cracking sounds from his shoulders. "I don't know how you stayed in that position," he groaned. "My shoulders were screaming 20 minutes ago." Tanner stood up straight and looked at MJ with a smile and a look of both hope and youth. MJ was almost jealous. It's not that Tanner was much younger than her, but the youthful look in his eye she had seen before. It was the type of blissful youth that came from being loved, and she had always wanted to feel that. MJ's emotions were malfunctioning again and her eyes started to well up with tears. "Oh, hey. It's okay, it's okay." Tanner soothed her, but he didn't make any move toward her at all. "I hate it when pretty girls cry," he taunted softly. "Can I hug you? Just so I feel better?" MJ didn't move. She just shook her head. She didn't need pity. "Come on," Tanner coaxed. "Give the Easter Bunny a hug," he said childishly. "Plus my brother and Dante will kill me if they find out I made you cry." MJ laughed through her tears and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Tanner wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pushing her arms into her chest and her forehead into his. In spite of herself, she didn't move. It felt nice to let someone else hold your problems, she thought. All of a sudden, a wave of emotion overtook her, and she started to cry harder. MJ cried so hard her knees gave out, but Tanner never let her go. He just sank to the forest floor with her and rocked her while she cried. "It's okay, doll." Tanner soothed into the sobbing woman's hair. "We are here for you. Just let it go." Tanner cooed softly, while he stroked her hair with his hand like his mother used to do when he and Asriel were kids. After a while, MJ had stopped crying and sat up out of Tanner's chest. Tanner offered her the tail of his shirt to wipe her face. She grinned and wiped her eyes. "Thanks, Easter Bunny," MJ said softly before looking directly in his eyes. "Tanner?" MJ said almost like it was a question. "What the hell is wrong with me? What's wrong with him?" Her bottom lip began to quiver again and she blinked the tears away. "Fuck!" MJ shouted at the top of her lungs. Tanner stood up and pulled MJ to her feet with him. "There is nothing wrong with you, MJ," Tanner said firmly. "You are special. You are emotional, and most of all, you are a hell of a drinker." He nudged her shoulder with the side of his fist and wiggled his eyebrows up and down at her playfully. MJ giggled a little and rolled her eyes. "Are you ever serious?" she asked playfully. "Not if I can help it, doll," Tanner chirped proudly. "Oh!" Tanner almost shouted, causing MJ to jump slightly. "Hold on, I gotta let Ace know we found ya." MJ cocked her head to the side because Tanner didn't pull out a phone or yell or any of that. He just closed his eyes and furrowed his brow a little, breathing deeply. "There," he said after some moments. "Now Ace can pull the stick of his ass for a while." MJ laughed and looked at Tanner with her nose scrunched. He laughed and put his hands on each side of her arms. "It's called a telekinetic link doll. It's better than a cell phone. It hurts a little, but you never lose reception." MJ laughed and shook her head. "That sounds like werewolf ED." Both Tanner and MJ laughed for a while, and MJ noted that she felt much better now. To Tanner's dismay, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into a tight hug. "Thanks, Tanner," she said with the side of her head pressed against his lightly. "I guess I needed that." Tanner became stiff before putting his arms around MJ's waist. He was trying to ignore the way she smelled, but now that she wasn't crying, it was hard to ignore. She smelled amazing, he thought, like warm honeysuckle. It was intoxicating to the animal inside him. Tanner cleared his throat. "MJ, I'm glad you are feeling better, but I kinda need you to let go," and he reached up and grabbed her arms. MJ looked up into Tanner's eyes with a mixture of innocence and ignorance, and all of a sudden her smell became almost too much for him to bear, and he purred at her with lust. "Tanner, what's wrong?" MJ was worried. He looked like he was going to be sick, she thought. He still had a hold of her arms and was now holding them above her head with his eyes shut. "Tanner, you can let go of me now," MJ said playfully, and his eyes shot open. But they were no longer Tanner's eyes. MJ thought in horror they were not eyes at all, just familiar black holes so dark she would get sucked into them if she didn't run. "Tanner?" MJ yelled, and he tilted his head to the side. To MJ's horror, he leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers. She bit his bottom lip slightly, and he whimpered like a puppy. His eyes flashed, and the blackness seemed to fade to a more brilliant yellow as MJ let out a low growl from her chest. "Tanner, let go!" A voice that was both hers and not hers rumbled out from low in her throat. Tanner let her arms go and took a few steps back. "Shit, I'm sorry," Tanner stammered. "Oh fuck, Az is gonna kill me. MJ, I'm really sorry." MJ thought Tanner was making very little sense. "Look, you can't go around hugging people like that, okay?" MJ was confused. After all, he had been the one to hug her when she was crying. What was the difference, she thought. Why? MJ spat out, annoyed. Tanner looked even more nervous. He stuffed one hand in his pocket and the other scratched his head like he was thinking. MJ was starting to get really pissed with all the silent treatment. "Tanner," she snapped. "Why the fuck can't anyone give me a straight answer? Why were Dante's black back there? Why did he try to attack me? And why were your eyes black just now?" Tanner looked even more nervous. Now he looked like he wanted to run away, but had no place to go. His face was turning colors. "Look, doll," he said, almost pleading with her. "Now, I'm not really the one you should be asking about that kind of stuff, you know? It sounded more like a cryptid warning instead of a question or a statement." "No, Tanner, I don't know." MJ huffed. "I don't understand anything. I feel like a toddler that doesn't know how to do anything, but the adults around me won't tell me what I should be doing. They just keep waiting until something goes wrong, and then they tell me it's not my fault, but nobody will tell what the fuck is going on." MJ was screaming at Tanner, and he looked like she had been whipping him, rather than yelling at him. "Come on, MJ. Don't be like that. Look, I'm trying." "Okay." Tanner almost whispered, "But they told me I had let—" "Tanner," Ace's booming voice echoed between the trees as he approached the pair. "What the hell were you told?" Ace was now standing over Tanner, who looked more irritated now than scarred or hurt. "I'm glad you found her." Ace almost barked. "But now I think you need to go back to the pack house." Ace put a hand on Tanner's shoulder in comfort, and MJ noticed that Ace did seem to care, even if he had a weird way of showing it. Tanner waved at MJ as he turned and jogged off toward what MJ assumed was the pack house. "That's tough talk for sheep." Ace walked up to MJ the minute Tanner was no longer in earshot and put his forefinger in the center of her chest. "You need to understand that you are dangerous for most of us to be around, and you are Dante's responsibility. So if you are confused about anything happening to you, then he is the one you need to ask. It's not fair for you to put others in between the issue the two of you seem to be having. You're a grown woman, MJ. Act like it." Ace's words were laced with venom. MJ's mouth was open and she was breathing heavily. Her sadness was gone, replaced by disgust and anger. "Wow, thanks, Ace," MJ spat harshly. "I feel better. What a great pep talk. Why don't you fuck off now?" And she turned to leave when Ace grabbed her by the arm and squeezed hard. "Understand this," he all but growled in her face. "I am patent with you now because I was told to be." Ace clenched his teeth as she spoke. "But I will not put up with your bullshit the way the assassin does," at the mention of Dante's name. All the anger MJ felt came flooding back, and she growled into Ace's face, "Let go of my arm or we'll lose a hand." Ace laughed at her and squeezed harder. "That's tough talk for sheep," he sneered. MJ couldn't believe it. Was he aggravating her on purpose, she wondered. "Are you always this charming, or is just with me?" MJ said with both sarcasm and whimsy. She tried to jerk her arm free, but every time she tried, he just latched on harder. "You know, for someone who can't stand me, you sure do like to keep me close. Let go," she yelled. Ace looked down at her and jerked her arm again. "And if I let go, what will you do then?" he said, almost mocking her. "I will kick you in dick," MJ spat and pulled against his arm harder. She started to scratch at his hand, trying to pry his fingers loose, but he didn't budge. "What's the matter, little sheep?" Ace taunted. "Can't get away from the big bad wolf." MJ looked straight up into Ace's eyes. She didn't like the tone in his voice all of a sudden, and the powerful wolf inside her didn't like it much either. MJ could feel Theron inside her, and all her senses were heightened. She waited until she felt Ace relax his hand a little. She had learned from her years as a bartender that if you give them the illusion they have control over you, it's easier to overpower your assailant. The moment Ace's attention was elsewhere, she kicked him as hard as she could in the chest. MJ jarred her arm free, and as Ace started to fall to his knees, she brought her knee upward into his nose, and blood squirted in every direction, peppering her shirt and neck. MJ didn't wait for Ace to get up, she just took off running again. And this time she let Theron take over her legs. She just ran and let her legs carry her wherever they would go. She ran deeper and deeper into the trees. She could hear feet behind her. And she didn't want to turn around for fear of Ace following her. "You better not let me catch you, little sheep." She heard the voice of rage behind her. "I am going to rip your throat out." MJ's blood ran cold. Ace sounded like a monster, she thought. MJ pumped her legs harder, and her heart began to race. She saw a clearing in the trees and made her way in that direction. Just as she had reached the tree line, claws latched onto her leg, throwing her forward. MJ tumbled through the tree line and landed hard on her side. Groaning from the impact, MJ stood up and looked around. She was back in the pack's territory, and emerging from the tree line was an extremely angry werewolf that MJ could only assume was Ace. She started to panic when suddenly she heard Theron. "I am here, my little one. Use my power to protect yourself, for it is yours." "He's so strong, Theron. I can't fight him." She stumbled over the words as she began to shake with fear. MJ felt the wolf within her laugh. "He is not so strong, sure stronger than a human, but you are no human, my little one. You are an omega. You share the power of the moon wolf." MJ could feel his pride, but was still unsure. "Theron, in case you didn't notice, he's a wolf too," MJ said out loud. Instead of in her head, she heard Theron's voice laugh. "Yes, but my little one, he is a made wolf," Theron said matter-of-factly. "He is not an original. He does not carry the power of the moon. He was born of this planet." That made very little sense to MJ, but as Ace was right on top of her, now she didn't have time to argue. MJ looked around, and they seemed clear from other buildings, so she yelled as he stopped in front of her. "I didn't break it on purpose, Ace, but I did tell you to let me go." MJ wasn't sure what she was doing, but she was hoping that she could reason with him. However, Ace lunged at her, and MJ grabbed both of his now furry arms, leading them both to the ground, while she firmly planted one of her feet in his belly and pushed him over the top of her. The wolf landed with a thud, and with lightning speed, MJ was on her feet. She could feel that same feeling of a powerful fire building up inside her, and she took a deep breath like she was inhaling power. "I don't want to hurt you, Ace. Just leave us alone." MJ was almost shocked to hear Theron accompany her voice as she spoke. Once again, Ace jumped at MJ without uttering a word, and she dodged him. This time, diving to the side, using his momentum against him, MJ shoved Ace into the forest floor again, and she could tell he was starting to get dangerously angry. Ace threw a series of kicks and punches at MJ, and although she could block or avoid the kicks, a few of the body shots he threw had landed, and her sides were beginning to burn. Suddenly MJ felt Theron again, and the pain disappeared. "Thanks," she mumbled, and she could feel his gratitude swimming inside her. Suddenly MJ had a thought. What was Ace's endgame? Ace took orders, he said so himself. So what was he doing? MJ thought, and then it dawned on her. He had chased her back to the pack territory. Was he keeping her inside the pack, preventing her from leaving? MJ wondered. "If you dislike me so much, Ace, then just let me leave. Just walk away. You don't want me here, and I don't want to be here." MJ almost sounded like she was pleading with him, and all it seemed to do was further piss him off. MJ had managed to stay clear of the more dangerous blows Ace threw at her, but she was starting to get really tired, and Ace looked as if he had just gotten started. "You don't get to say if you leave or not, MJ, and neither do I," Ace said like it was the most normal thing he could say. "It is up to the Alpha and Beta, not me or you or fucking Dante." Ace's voice sounded like an angry father. "This was the agreement you made when you let them save your life. If you wanted to die, you should have thought of that before you agreed to this life." Every time Ace spoke, it seemed to fuel MJ's anger, and she could feel Theron pumping her with more and more power. MJ felt almost drunk on the feeling and laughed hysterically. "If you don't get out of my way and let me leave, I'm going to hurt you, Ace." The look on his face twisted to one of concern and shock. Suddenly Ace put his hands palms up. "MJ, you need to calm down a little. Your body can't handle the power that wolf is pumping to it yet. You're going to hurt yourself." MJ laughed again. She sounded crazed and monstrous. Why, so you can drag me back to that lying monster? Ace looked at her, and to her surprise, he sat cross-legged on the ground and spoke to her like a concerned brother. MJ, how can you call him a monster? You are using his power. Being a wolf doesn't make you a... I wasn't talking about the wolf, Ace. MJ's voice was almost non-existent behind the wolf's growl now. Look at you, she snarled, and that feeling overcame her again. The feeling she needed to show him who was more powerful. Ace was still in wolf form, but he was sitting on the ground and had turned his eyes to the ground, and she continued. You look down on me for being weak and human, and yet you assume I think you are a monster. Jai laughed, and the sound was chilling. When in fact I recognize that humans are the true monster. How dare you assume you know anything about me? MJ was now standing over Ace, and her head was pounding. She noticed that her gums and teeth seemed to be throbbing and burning, and her arms and hands were now aching. MJ felt something wet on her mouth and wiped her hand across her face, and looking down, her hand was covered in blood. She tried to speak, but her head was seriously pounding. Now it was starting to blur her vision when she heard Ace underneath her. MJ, please, you're gonna hurt yourself. Just calm down a little, okay? She was furious. How dare he tell her what to do? MJ couldn't tell how, but she knew the power Theron was giving her was more than Ace's wolf had by a long shot. And he was telling her to calm down? MJ snorted in disbelief. She roared with rage and grabbed the wolf's back with her hands, throwing him into a nearby tree. Ace's body hit the tree with a sickening crack, and both the werewolf and the tree fell to the ground with a heart-stalling stillness. MJ stood there holding her head. The pain was now almost completely unbearable. She was clutching her head with both hands while blood pooled onto the ground from her nose. She was breathing heavy, and her lungs felt hot and pained. Mamai felt as if she could no longer handle the pain in her head, and she let out a blood-curdling scream before she suddenly felt her feet being pulled from the ground and hands were under her knees and around her back. She wanted to open her eyes and fight and tell them to let her go. MJ was pleading with Theron internally for the power to once again break free from whoever this was, but along with the darkness clouding her vision and the pain in her head, there was silence. Nothing but silence, as if the wolf weren't even there. Almost like an antidote, the warm body holding MJ started to dull the pain that had traveled from her head down the rest of her body. She could feel herself trembling with shock and exhaustion. MJ decided she needed to let herself be drowned into the darkness that was so desperately chasing her pain. She groaned and turned into the warmth. It felt like wherever she was, she needed to stay right there and never leave. Wherever the darkness was about to take her, she was willing to go, because wherever she was going, now it had to be better than the place she had been running from. A place full of people who expect you to follow their every command without question, and if you did dare to question them, you better not ever expect an answer ever, no matter the situation. Beyond the possibility of doubt. Dante knew that Ace had found MJ and was doing his best to keep her from leaving until he could get to her. Dante knew that there were so many things he owed MJ, and from the events that had just unfolded and the information Ace was feeding him, he knew answering her questions was the first thing he needed to give her. When Dante found Ace and MJ, he was in complete shock. Ace was lying about 12 feet away from Jay, and he was crumpled over a broken tree. MJ was seething with power and anger. Dante felt panicked. She was screaming so loud it was almost hurting his ears. Her nose was bleeding and her eyes were gold, Dante observed in horror. Dante ran up behind MJ and scooped her up off her feet and held her close, hoping their bond was still strong enough his presence would help to calm her. "What the hell did you do, Theo?" Dante demanded, but the wolf had gone dormant both in him and now in her. The act made Dante furious. Sam and Ed ran up behind him, and Sam gasped at the sight of Ace. "What the fuck happened?" Ed yelled as the two ran to the still motionless Ace. Sam leaned down and started to check his vitals. It looked as though Sam was petting him back to life. Ace began to move and shift back to human form as Sam touched him, making sure he was still alive. Ed helped Sam pick Ace up off the ground, and all five silently walked toward the pack house. Dante wanted to ask MJ what happened to her, but he was afraid of the answer. She started to move, and he thought she might be fighting him again. Instead, she grabbed his shirt and turned herself inward toward him as she scrunched up her face. Dante purred low in his chest, hoping nobody else would notice, and MJ pulled her body further into him. He could have sworn he heard MJ purr back. How is it that she could accept their bond in her sleep, but when she was awake, she could push him away so ferociously, he thought. Dante felt Theron emerge, and the warm, healing power of the wolf started to work its magic on his mate. That's when Dante realized something that wrenched his gut. She was his mate, but he was not hers. She had proven to him beyond the possibility of doubt that she was a strong and worthy mate, but Dante had done very little to prove to her that he could be worthy of her. And as they approached the pack house, Dante bounded past awaiting Alpha and Beta. Dante ran up the stairs and to his room with a new determination, one in which he would do whatever he needed to prove he was just as worthy of her love as that wolf inside them. Dante was starting to worry. It had been almost 2 full days since he found MJ in the forest. Ace had already fully recovered and recounted his events to the Alpha. Dante had tried in vain to ask Theron what happened, why MJ had felt so threatened, and why he had given her so much power. Dante tried pressing Ace for answers because he was pretty sure that asshole had said something to make her freak out, but Ace would only laugh in his face and call him a weak excuse for a wolf. In the last 2 days, the Alpha had Dante confined to the pack house, as his explosions on Ace's freshly healed body proved just how unstable Dante was at the moment. I would like to speak with Theron. Azrael had demanded of Dante at least once an hour, and Dante would hang his head in shame. I'm sorry, Alpha. He will not answer me, Dante confessed to his Alpha and trusted friend. I can't even force a shift. It's as if he is just sitting there watching. In spite of his confession, Azrael ordered Dante to stand guard outside his bedroom door, where MJ was healing, and the Alpha told him once MJ was awake, they would be handling the little stunt him and the wolf pulled in the kitchen, and Dante could hear Calyx in the threat behind Azrael's voice. Dante was constantly in and out of his room to check on MJ, and although her body had healed, and he could tell she was no longer weak, she just hadn't woken up yet. It wasn't like he could ask the wolf. Dante had thought many times in his silent fury that useless bastard wouldn't even acknowledge him, but Dante tried to take comfort in the fact that Theron was still MJ knew he was, because she was healing quickly, and every now and then she would whimper a little in her sleep like State and whisper the wolf's name before becoming still again. Dante had called Beth and Mara out of everyone else because he figured they knew her the best, and she would probably be most comfortable with them. Beth came the first day and stayed in a chair by the bed as often as she could in case MJ woke up. Beth doted on her and made sure she was clean and comfortable. Mara stayed in her own room but visited MJ throughout the day, helping Beth and bringing them all food. Dante decided to stop Mara one day. Mara, Dante said with more force in his voice than he meant, and she jerked the tray of coffees she had in her hand. Dante grabbed the tray to steady it before it toppled over. Sorry, he said with a small grin. Mara looked at him and scowled. I'm not the one you should apologize to. She hissed it at Dante, like the venom from a snake bite, and he knew what she meant. Dante handed the tray back to Mara and slumped down onto the floor with his head in his hands. Yes, Mara, but how do you apologize for being a monster? Mara just scoffed and walked into the room with the tray of coffee. You say thank you and take the coffee. A short time later, Mara emerged with 2 cups still on the tray. She shoved one into Dante's face and he looked up at her in confusion. Mara rolled her eyes. You say thank you and take the coffee, Dante obliged, and as she sat down in front of him with her own coffee. Dante didn't quite know what to do. He knew Mara was a wolf, but she was Rouge, so his status in the pack didn't intimidate her quite as much, and he wasn't sure if she knew he was an original, because Earthborn wolves couldn't distinguish between the scents. They sat in silence for a while just drinking their coffee when Dante decided to break the silence. Maybe if he could get Mara to open up to him about MJ, he could gain a little insight into how he was supposed to deal with his little atom bomb when she did finally wake up, he thought, smiling. Thank you, Mara. Dante thought it was best to start there. She just rolled her eyes and continued to nurse her coffee. Can I ask you for something? Dante asked tentatively. I'm not a member of the pack, Dante, Mara quipped back. I abide by Rouge rules. If you want something from me, then you owe me something. She put her coffee down and stared straight through him. Are you prepared to be indebted to a rogue assassin? Dante smirked at her. She was trying to intimidate him, and he could see why her and MJ were friends, he thought, and laughed softly in spite of himself, causing Mara to cross her arms. You don't scare me, Dante managed through his laughter. His face then took a serious tone. I need help, Mara. His voice was almost desperate. I fucked this entire thing up, and I know you owe me nothing. Dante sighed heavily. But I was hoping you would help me for the sake of MJ. Mara arched an eyebrow and tilted her head back. How does me giving you anything help my friend? Mara snorted. You don't even fucking know her. That's my point, Mara. The sorrow and seriousness of Dante's tone took her by surprise. Dante was an assassin. Mara thought, a ruthless killing machine, a tool for his pack, and here he was practically begging a rogue she-wolf for help. Mara sighed and stood up. She reached down and offered Dante her hand, but he stood without her assistance, towering over the smaller wolf, and she looked up at him. I will tell you this, assassin, Mara began with a voice almost as soft as a whisper. MJ is a strong woman. She might be human, but she is fierce, and the only way to win her trust is to be honest with her, always. Her life has been hell, and she didn't get the same things most of us did growing up. The tone in Mara's voice sounded almost like a somber warning. Dante did not fully understand, but before he could ask, Mara continued talking. She started out life with nobody there for her, and now here. Mara motioned all around herself. Her life is pretty much the same. She feels she is the only one there for her. It has taken me and Beth years to get her to come out of that shell. Mara smiled. She has a kind soul, but she is not weak, Dante. He could tell there was more to what Mara said than just her words. Out of half impulse and half just trying to throw her off, Dante wrapped his arms around Mara, pinning her arms to her sides and hugged her tight. Thanks, little sister, Dante mumbled into the top of Mara's hair. Mara tried to knee him in the balls, but he blocked her with his own knee and let her go, taking a half step back. I'm a rogue, Dante. Save it for your mate. Mara tried to stifle a smile, but it broke free as Dante laughed heavy in his chest. You may be rogue, Mara, but you are still my kin. Dante looked at Mara, furrowing his brow, and squeezed her shoulders. I don't know what you have been through, but for your help with MJ, I will in turn help you. Whatever you need, Mara, know that you have an assassin by your side." And with a devilish smirk, Dante leaned into her ear and whispered, "And between us girls, I'm an original." His last words had the breath caught in Mara's throat, and her eyes became wide with shock. Dante stepped back from her and let her shoulders free. The look on her face was amusing. It was both shock and awe. "Holy fuck," Mara croaked out with her mouth falling open like a fish out of water. "MJ's mate is an original." Mara whispered it at Dante like she was gossiping. He didn't say anything, as he could tell she was still processing the information. Then suddenly the seriousness of the situation hit Mara like a ton of bricks, and she put her hand flat to her chest. "Holy fuck. MJ's the omega of an original? Oh fuck." The last curse that flew out of Mara's mouth sounded like more of a question than a statement. Dante looked at Mara, who seemed to now understand the severity of the situation from the gaping mouth and the wide eyes. "Dante," Mara all but whispered, "we have to keep her safe. I had no idea." As if trying to figure out long division in her head, Mara's face twisted up uncomfortably. "How the hell could I not know she was such a powerful omega?" Mara looked up at Dante as if registering something he had already figured out. How the hell did Lou not know? Dante didn't speak. He simply nodded his head and hummed in agreement. "Will you help me protect her?" Dante asked, and the question seemed to hang in the air for an eternity before Mara and Dante locked eyes in an almost silent pact. "I will, assassin. She is special indeed." The mood was cut short when both Mara and Dante heard yelling from inside the room. "How long?" MJ stirred slightly and opened her eyes. She blinked the blur away and realized she was once again in Dante's room. She tried to sit up and her body felt heavy. All of a sudden she felt hands on her arm and shoulder. MJ looked up to see Beth sitting next to her with tears in her eyes. "Beth!" MJ croaked, and Beth reached up and pulled MJ into a soft, loving hug. Both women began to cry uncontrollably, and MJ held on to Beth as if she were the only thing holding her to the ground. After what seemed like forever, Beth pulled back from MJ. "How are you feeling, Mole?" she asked. "You sure gave us a scare." And Beth reached up to touch MJ's face with the palm of her hand. MJ still had tears rolling down her face. She tried to speak, but all that came out were short bursts of hiccups and sobs, so Beth just rubbed her back and tried to calm her best she could by humming and throwing in small purring sounds. After a while, MJ had calmed down and began to try to piece things together for herself. She remembered running off into the woods and Ace cornering her, but after that it was kind of fuzzy. She remembered seeing Ace's wolf crumpled on top of a broken tree, and then pain. So much pain. MJ had been quiet for 2 hours, and Beth began to worry, so she tried to get her to speak again. "Molly, sweetie?" Beth cooed softly as she began to pet her hair. "Can you tell me what you remember?" MJ looked up at Beth and suddenly scooted away from her. Beth tried to reach for her again, and this time MJ jerked herself farther across the bed. Her eyes flashed with fear, and then something else. Anger? MJ furrowed her brow and growled low and threateningly in Beth's direction, cocking her head to the side. "MJ, honey, what's wrong?" Beth asked, leaning forward on the bed and trying again to reach for MJ. This time, MJ jumped straight back. She launched her body backwards about 6 feet with such supernatural force Beth's mouth hung open. "How long?" Mim shouted. The sound gave Beth chills to the bone. It was MJ's voice, but it sounded different. Beth thought. It sounded old and feral and powerful. Beth's heart began to beat faster as she tried to understand the question. "How long were you out?" Beth asked desperately, trying to understand. "Almost 3 days, but it's okay, you're awake now." Beth stood up and had her arms out in front of her, trying to coax MJ to relax. All she succeeded in doing, however, was pissing her off. MJ roared in frustration, throwing an end table into the wall behind Beth, causing the woman to duck and gasp. The table exploded against the wall, and the sound echoed inside the room. The bedroom door burst open to reveal both Dante and Mara. The motion of the door caused MJ to divert her attention from Beth, long enough to lock eyes with Dante, and she instantly started to relax her body. That is until MJ saw motion behind him, and her eyes zeroed in on another familiar face. "Mara." "Take it easy, May, it's okay." Beth sounded as if she were pleading, and MJ found it both annoying and pathetic. "How long?" MJ roared with anger and felt her entire body go numb. "I don't know what you mean, May. Please calm down." Beth's voice was shaking and she had started to cry. Dante stepped into the room and put a hand out toward MJ, who had now crouched into a defensive stance, but she was not looking at her mate. She was zeroed in on the older woman next to the bed that was now slumped to the floor. MJ stalked over to her and grabbed Beth by the shoulders. In a move almost too fast for Dante to catch, she slammed her into the wall next to the open doorway Dante and Mara were standing in. MJ's eyes were deep in color from all the blood rushing around her body. Her adrenaline was on high, and the air around her was thick with anger. She squeezed Beth's arms, forcing the woman to whimper in pain, and MJ growled through gritted teeth. "How long did you and Lou know I was this?" MJ spat out the last word with a touch of disgust, and it pulled at Dante's heart. She hated herself, he thought somberly. Dante could feel her anger and her sadness, and it was killing him to know he was the cause. Beth was now crying hysterically, and MJ had raised the woman off the floor to a point she was having to look up at her. Dante stepped forward slowly. "MJ, maybe you should take your anger out on me instead. It's my fault." Dante paused and then whispered, "I'm sorry." MJ never looked away from the now limp woman in her grasp, and with a smirk of dissatisfaction, MJ dropped Beth to the floor and stalked toward the door. She stopped in front of Dante and spoke but did not look at him. "I would like to speak to Mara alone." Dante raised an eyebrow, and before he could protest, MJ's small arms shot out, grabbing Mara by the shirt and yanking her into the room. MJ pulled Mara with such force they began to fall backward, and to Dante's surprise, he took her bare little foot and jammed it into Mara's belly as she fell, launching her over MJ's head and into the bathroom door with enough power it cracked the door. Mara's body slammed to the floor, and she grunted as the air was forced from her body. Dante stormed over and touched MJ's arm with his fingertips. She spun around to face him. "Don't touch me!" MJ sounded almost desperate rather than angry, and he wanted badly to reach out and take her into his arms. Dante wanted to wash away her anger and her hurt. He wanted to kill the cause of her anguish, but all he could do was shrink away from her with his head down. He was the cause of so much pain in her. Dante thought to himself, and he didn't know how to fix it. He had turned her against people she had known most of her life. Dante decided it might be good to try to remind her of the people she was lashing out at. "MJ, please let me check on Mara," he asked, almost begging. "You threw her pretty hard and she hasn't moved yet." MJ chuckled, and the sound that came out of her and Dante's blood cold. She sounded like a crazed animal. "Do what you want, Dante. Fuck her for all I care." And MJ shot her body across the room, bounding over the bed and out the bedroom door before Dante could stop her. "Are we even now?" MJ ran down the hall. She was wearing only a long cotton taut shirt and white cotton panties. Her bare feet slapped against the floor, echoing around her. She burst through the door. She remembered being a dining area, and sure enough, all the other wolves were there. And her eyes fell on Ace. Out of breath, she released the doors and walked over to him. Ace stood up as MJ approached him, and the room was silent. MJ had been asleep for quite a while, and nobody but her and Ace really knew what the hell had happened, but unfortunately for MJ, her memory was a bit fuzzy. Ace stared at her as she stood so close to him. Her still heaving body would almost touch him each time she inhaled a new breath. Ace arched an eyebrow at her, and before he could speak, she leaned back and clocked him in the jaw with as vicious of a left hook as she could muster. MJ's body still felt heavy, and it wanted to collapse from all the running she had just done, but she forced herself to fight through it. Ace stood straight and looked down at her with a split lip, no emotion on his face. "Are we even now?" Ace asked, and the entire table buzzed with confusion. MJ smirked and cocked her head to the side. "Not even close, super dick," she growled, then turned and strode back toward the Alpha and Beta, who had the same shocked expression. MJ slumped to the floor in front of their feet and moved her head to the side to expose the side and back of her neck. "Alpha, Beta, my apologies for interrupting your breakfast. May I be excused?" Lila did not move. She seemed to be frozen with shock. Azriel looked down at MJ with a mixture of what looked to be amusement and confusion. "No, you may not," he spoke frankly, and MJ's body shot straight into the air without permission, and Azriel snarled at her. MJ did not move, but she left her head hang low in a show of defiant submission. Lila stepped between her mate and MJ and spoke softly but sternly. "MJ, you have been asleep for some time, and the Alpha and I have some questions for you, but first we would like for you to sit and eat with us." Lila motioned for MJ to take a seat directly next to her, and although MJ's mind said to run, her body ignored her and she sat down into the chair. Suddenly a plate filled with food was set in front of her, and she recognized the skin-covered tree trunk of an arm and searched for the owner. MJ's hand shot out and clutched the throat of a man she had worked for the last 3 years, and she shoved him into the wall. "Come near me and I will tear your throat out." Her words were both vicious and desperate. MJ dropped her hand when Lou didn't move, and she walked back to her seat where she proceeded to sit down gingerly as if it was a normal morning. Nobody said a word, they just continued to eat while MJ sat quietly with her head down and hands in her lap, plate untouched and growing cold. Suddenly MJ's eyes shot toward the doorway as she felt electricity string through the air and grab her attention, while that familiar, seductive musk of smoky teak and cedar. There stood Dante with both Beth and Mara almost tucked under his arms. Dante looked like he was practically carrying Mara, and MJ snickered, which forced all eyes on her. And Dante walked Mara to an open seat far away from MJ at the other end of the table, and Beth walked to the open seat next to Lou, who by this time had made his way back to his seat and was holding his throat, trying to clear the ache by rubbing it. Lou and Beth both leaned close to each other and whispered a few words before Azriel stood. "Dante," the Alpha bellowed. "MJ, what is the meaning of this? I have injured guests in my pack house, and my breakfast is being disturbed continually." MJ lowered her head and put her hands back into her lap in defeat and whispered, "I'm sorry, Alpha." Dante growled at her, and Azriel stomped his foot, forcing Dante's attention to the Alpha as he walked to the open seat next to MJ. As Dante reached for the chair, MJ growled low in her chest. "Find another chair," she hissed under her breath. Dante ignored her and sat down anyway. His scent and the closeness of his body began to calm, and she was again in an internal fight between her brain and her body. She wanted to stay guarded and cold to him, but her muscles relaxed and his smell was almost like a drug, forcing her to pacify her anger. Dante reached up and removed MJ's plate, handing it to the waiting staff and motioned for a clean one. Dante then filled her plate again with fresh hot food. MJ watched as he loaded it with bacon and sausage. There were quail eggs and chicken eggs, slices of ham, and seasoned potatoes. Dante then grabbed a second plate and filled it with so many different fruits it looked like a tie-dye experiment. He set both plates in front of her and placed his hand on the back of her chair, leaning in close to, just next to her ear, and again MJ growled low in her chest, turning her face away from him. Dante smirked and leaned closer to her, brushing his fingers against the mark on her neck and moving the hair that hung free from her shoulders. MJ's body shuddered, and she sucked in a sharp breath through her nose as his fingers made contact with her skin. Dante leaned in as close as he could and spoke. "Please eat something. Your body needs food, MJ." The sound of her name on his lips sent MJ's heart into overdrive, and her stomach began to burn with desire. But before she could protest, her stomach growled loud, and it felt like her entire body was crying for food. MJ looked down at the plates in front of her, and her mouth started to water. MJ clutched her hands tight together and sat in silent protest when Azrael slammed his fists onto the table, and she jumped in her seat. "You will eat, MJ," the Alpha commanded. "I have much to ask you and do not wish for malnutrition to be a distraction while I question you." MJ wasn't sure why, but she felt the overwhelming need to do as Azrael asked of her. So she grabbed a huge chunk of honeydew and shoved the entire thing into her mouth. To MJ's delight, it was the most delicious thing she ever tasted, and she moaned a little in spite of herself. Some of the table laughed, but no one spoke. They just continued to eat. MJ began to concentrate on killing the hunger that was living inside her. She had finished the plate of fruit and dove into the next plate, stuffing as much meat and eggs inside toast as she could, and devouring it like she had never seen food before. When her plate was empty, MJ looked up toward the Alpha and Beta, but along with most of the others, they were already gone, leaving some time in the middle of MJ feverishly stuffing food into her face. So MJ gathered her plates and moved toward the kitchen. When Dante stepped in front of her and put a hand out, MJ flinched back and growled without looking at him. He let out a heavy sigh and took a step back from her. "Can I take that for you, kitten?" He purred softly, and she just rushed past him to deposit her plates with the kitchen staff. When MJ returned to the dining room, she noticed that Beth, Lou, Mara, Dante, and Ace were all that was left. MJ wanted desperately to leave this room full of deceitful people. How fitting they were all wolves, she thought, when MJ stood in the doorway and looked around the table. All but Ace could not meet her eyes. What a shame. MJ snapped out loud, and everyone looked up at her. She felt a pang of guilt as she looked at Dante, whose eyes held so much sadness and longing. She had to look away to avoid wanting to run to him and wrap her body around his. She turned her attention to Ace instead. "The Alpha wanted to speak to me. Can you tell me how to find him?" Ace stood up and Dante stood with him. "Yes, he needs to speak with us both about our encounter," Ace said with a hint of something in his voice that had MJ curious. "Can you take me there?" MJ asked. "I think you and I need to talk anyway." Ace nodded. "Yes, we do," and they began to move toward the door. Dante followed and darted past Ace to open the door for MJ, who only growled at him as she passed. "Don't follow us like a pathetic pet," MJ spat in Dante's direction as she and Ace walked out of the room. Shared pain. Dante hung his head and leaned on the door he was still holding open. Lou walked over to Dante as Beth and Mara cleared the rest of the table and put his large meat hook of a hand on Dante's back. "She's a real spitfire, that one, but she will come around. Just don't give up on her." Lou paused, looking off into the distance. "She's had enough people do that in her life." Dante shrugged him off and growled in annoyance. "What do you mean, old man?" Dante was not in the mood for some old wolf and his sentimental bullshit. "Does it look like I have given up?" Dante snapped. "Why don't you worry about your own damn problems, because from where I stand, it looks like bringing the three of you here did nothing more than agitate the situation." Dante leaned into Lou's space, growling. "Do you know what she did to Beth and Mara when she woke up, Lou? I thought she was going to kill them." Dante was now booming in Lou's face, and the old wolf did not move. He was steady on his feet like an old tree. MJ shrunk into herself as she heard the sound of Dante shouting in severe agitation echo from behind her, and she picked up her pace, not looking at Ace, who was walking beside her. "We need to talk about what happened," Ace stated flatly. There was a small pause, and Ace stopped walking and looked at MJ. "I'm serious, MJ." His voice sounded almost urgent. "We need to talk about what you did I have never seen," and MJ stopped him mid-sentence. "First of all, Ace, I remember what you said to me every word, but after that it's really fuzzy." MJ looked at the floor, trying to recall the events. "I know I saw your wolf laying on the ground, but all I can remember after that is pain, so much pain." MJ was almost whispering, and the thought made her hug herself tightly. Ace sighed heavily and rubbed his temples. "Well, I remember everything, and what I'm about to tell you, I didn't tell anyone except the Alpha." MJ was now a little scared. What the hell had happened, and why couldn't she remember? She thought, feeling a little panicked. Suddenly, MJ felt a pain in her chest that sent threads of searing pain into her body, and she clutched her chest, whimpering with the agony. MJ's knees buckled under her, and she hit the floor. Ace bent down to pick her up, and MJ grabbed onto his forearms, looking at him with a mixture of loss, fear, and confusion on her face. "Ace, it hurts so much," MJ managed to whimper out. "What is happening to me?" Ace looked back toward the direction they had come, and he pushed MJ's arms off him as he walked away. MJ was confused and could no longer handle the pain. She sank to the floor completely and pulled her knees into her chest in the fetal position, waiting for the pain to end. It never did. The only break in pain was the sound of feet thumping in the hall. They were running in her direction, and before MJ could register who was there, she was being pulled from the ground, and the sudden warmth and familiar calming swam across her. MJ wanted to fight him. She didn't want him anywhere near her, and she suddenly realized she wanted him to go so badly because she really didn't want him to leave at all. She felt so calm and home in his arms. When she was there, time stopped, and nothing else mattered. MJ began to cry in desperation and surrender, pulling herself into Dante's chest as far as she could. He squeezed her close and purred to try and comfort her. Dante whimpered and stood with her in his arms. "I'm so sorry, kitten," Dante whispered. "I hurt you again." MJ was confused. The pain had subsided, but she could still feel the dull ache. "How?" she managed to croak, almost demanding, and the sound of her voice sent chills through Dante. He tried to nuzzle into her neck, but she put both her hands on his collarbone and pushed herself away. "Dante, please," she half begged, and he looked into her eyes. His heart almost broke. He did not see hatred or fear or even anger. What he found there in her eyes was confusion and exhaustion. He stopped walking and set her down, noticing she was still only wearing one of his shirts and her underwear. "Ace said you felt pain in here," and Dante tapped his own chest at the place his heart was kept. MJ nodded and looked at him skeptically. Here comes another barrage of half-truths and no answers, she thought. "It's our bond, kitten," Dante said, interrupting her thoughts. "You felt my pain." He stopped talking and stuffed his hands into his pockets. MJ sighed in relief. A real answer, finally, she thought in relief. MJ wrinkled her forehead and reached up to touch his face out of habit. She stopped short and almost withdrew her hand, but Dante snatched it with both of his hands and brought it to his face. He half kissed, half inhaled the scent of her hand, and she opened it flat. Palm up as Dante snuggled his face into it, purring in satisfaction. "What do you mean, Dante?" MJ asked with a touch of concern in her voice. "Why were you feeling pain in your chest?" Ace pushed past Dante and grunted in dissatisfaction. "Are you really that dense, woman?" Ace cut in impatiently. "Not his chest, his heart. Now can we move, please? The Alpha would like to speak to some of us." Dante lifted his head from MJ's hand and growled at Ace, who spun and growled back. The men were almost nose to nose with poor little MJ trapped between them. Suddenly, a large throat clearing snapped their heads to the side. "If you two are finished, we can proceed." It was Azriel, and he didn't look like he was in the mood for antics, so both men tucked their heads and followed behind their Alpha to his private office, with MJ in tow behind Dante. Ace's wolf is taking a long nap. Several times Dante had tried to pick MJ up and carry her, but she just slapped his hands away or dodged his arms, so he gave up, as they had reached Alpha's private office anyway. The huge double doors were made of a deep brown wood, polished to a dull shine, and carved across them was a scene only visible when they were closed. It was that of a man and a huge wolf, connected to the same heart by what looked like roots, and holding the heart was a woman. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time, MJ thought. It was like they worshipped the woman, or they were going to eat her heart. At this point, it could be either. Azriel opened the doors, and in they all walked with two guards shutting the doors behind them. MJ jumped at the sound of them shutting, almost like someone had just locked the doors on a cell she could never get out of. Her heart started to race again, and she was feeling the familiar prickle all over her body that meant Theron was there to protect her. She felt a hand on her shoulder, and she was overthrown by his smell. In spite of herself, MJ inhaled deep, and Dante stepped up behind her as they made their way to the center of the dimly lit room. The walls were a series of built-in bookcases that were overfilled with books of what looked like all ages. There was also a huge wood desk in the center of the room, sitting on top of a deep red Persian rug decorated with thick gold vines. MJ was in awe. The room was simple yet beautiful. The only other things in the room were two large armchairs facing the desk and the huge throne-like chair behind it. Azriel walked around and sat in the throne-like chair, while Ace took one of the armchairs and slumped down into it, looking at the floor. Dante stood beside the open one and motioned for MJ to sit, but she stopped about a foot from the open chair and shook her head. Ace snorted in amusement, and Azriel slammed his palm onto the desk. "Ace, that is unnecessary," the Alpha offered MJ a kind smile. "MJ, please have a seat." "I would rather stand, Alpha," MJ said softly without looking up from the floor. Dante rolled his eyes and stomped over to her. He scooped her off of the floor and had her on his lap in the chair faster than MJ could think. She barely had time to gasp before they were seated, and Dante was gripping her hips tightly with his fingertips. MJ tried to scoot herself by wiggling her hips, and Dante tightened his grip. "Just stay for a minute," he growled, and MJ snapped her head up to meet his eyes. Their noses were brushing against each other because they were so close. "I was trying to pull down my shirt," MJ said in a hushed tone. "I'm not wearing any pants, so chill," she gritted through her teeth. "Enough," Azriel bellowed, and his voice sang through the room. MJ clasped her hands together in her lap and squeezed her knees together. Dante brought one of his hands up to rub her back and comfort her, and to her surprise it did just that. Everyone was silent for what seemed like forever until a small knock on the door broke the silence, and MJ glanced up to see Lila enter the room with something in her hands. She strode quickly and so gracefully toward the desk that it seemed like she was floating. Lila rounded the desk and leaned down to place a kiss on the alpha's cheek. She walked over to MJ and Dante and handed MJ the parcel she held that happened to be a pair of yoga pants. "Thank you, Lila." MJ whispered and wriggled free from Dante. She accepted the pants and hopped behind Dante's chair, wiggling herself into them. MJ ran her hands up and down them as if they were precious. "You are amazing, thank you," she whispered to Lila, and MJ started to cry. Lila reached out and grabbed MJ's hands. Now, Lila cooed lightly. "We have a lot to discuss. There is no time for that." And MJ took a long, deep breath before poking out from behind the chair. Lila left MJ's side and walked to Azriel. He pushed his chair out and Lila climbed into his lap. MJ looked at the floor embarrassed. Dante reached out and gingerly took MJ's hand, without squeezing, so she knew she wasn't trapped. He tugged her just a little, but she did not move and just snatched her hand away. Dante looked away in defeat, and Ace started to tap his foot on the floor. MJ cleared her throat and stood tall with her shoulders back, trying to give the illusion of strength and confidence, when deep down she wanted to curl up in a ball and cry herself to sleep. MJ bit her lower lip, trying to decide if it was proper to speak. "Alpha, am I allowed to speak?" she asked, almost yelling the question. "That's what I brought you here for, MJ." Azriel chuckled lightly. "So I certainly hope so." There was a hint of amusement in Azriel's voice. "Well, as far as what happened between me and Ace," MJ began, "you will have to ask him because I have no idea." Her admission seemed more like a confession. "One minute your commander was using the venom in his bite to try and distract me from getting close to the edge of the pack's territory, and the next my head feels like it's gonna explode." MJ shrugged, and next thing I know, Ace's wolf was taking a long nap. MJ looked at Azriel and Lila, who were grinning, and Lila had a hand over her mouth, but her shaking body gave her laughter away. MJ was confused, and Azriel could tell. "Please don't misunderstand, MJ." The alpha managed through his laughter. "It's just not often Aces knocked down a peg, but seeing as you don't remember and only one other person was there, I will leave it to him to tell you." Ace's head shot up and his eyes were huge. He could not believe the alpha was going to make him say it, and with the assassin in the room, Ace was weighing his options when he heard his alpha become impatient. "Today, Commander." Ace slammed his hands down on the arms of the chair and MJ jumped. Dante reached around her waist without standing and was trying to pull her into his lap. MJ spun out of his grasp. "Will you stop?" she chirped at him. And this time it was Lila who spoke, and her voice had the danger of wolf inside as she spoke to the room. "I have had just about enough of all of this," Lila barked. "MJ, sit down right now." And she pointed at Dante. MJ looked at Lila pleading but found no sympathy in her eyes, and so reluctantly MJ walked to Dante and sat down on his lap. Dante adjusted MJ with his hands and then put them both on the arms of the chairs to give her as much room as possible, seeing as she was just forced to sit there. Azriel put his back in his chair and looked up at his beta as she spoke. "Before we discuss the events in the forested area," Lila paused, shooting Ace a pointed look, "I would like to bring to attention to the common house fiasco." MJ and Dante both hung their heads as Lila crossed her arms and laughed. "I have decided," Lila paused to giggle softly, "as the situation between the two of you is unique, then it is only fair that your repayment for damages be just as unique." Lila walked to the front of the desk and knelt down to make eye contact with MJ. "MJ, I hope you understand that as beta of this pack, it is my job to make sure the relationships in it function properly." Lila paused again, waiting for MJ to respond, and she just nodded her head, so Lila continued. "All of them. MJ and I also need you to know that you are part of this pack, so please keep those words with you as I speak your punishment." MJ looked up at Lila with fear in her eyes. What the hell was going on here? She was talking like MJ was her teenage daughter. MJ nodded in agreement, more so to let Lila know she was listening to her. "Good." Lila continued with an authoritative tone. "Now, as repayment for the destruction of the common house, Dante, assassin of the Quicksilver Pack, and MJ." Lila paused, realizing she had no idea what MJ's surname was. "What's your last name, dear?" Lila cooed softly at MJ, and MJ smiled back at her. "It is Bijou Beta," MJ said softly. Lila rolled her eyes. "Call me Lila, MJ, don't be completely ridiculous," and both women giggled. However, the tone again became serious as Azriel cleared his throat with the firm suggestion that he was more than irritated with the situation. Yes, my love," Lila cooed as she returned to the lap of her mate. "As repayment, I hereby assign Dante of Quicksilver Pack and MJ Bijou to reside in the same domicile for no less than 3 months. MJ thought she might exhale sweat. That didn't sound too bad, she thought, until the beta continued speaking. Within this time, Lila affirmed if MJ should need a place to sit outside of your shared room, then she shall find it on the lap of one Dante, the assassin of Quicksilver Pack. Dante grinned as MJ opened her mouth in protest. And furthermore, Lila raised her voice to silence any coming objection. Dante will also accompany one MJ Bijou to the training grounds to begin her self-defense training. Lila took a long breath. At the conclusion of these 3 months, the two of you shall be free to do as you please. Lila paused for a moment to allow words to sink in. She could see that both Emye and Dante were not happy about her decision. Seeing that Lila was now confident, she had made the right one. If becoming a mother had taught her one thing about being responsible for the well-being of others, it was as long as neither party was happy. In the end, the punishment was more than fitting for the crime. Lila frowned a little as she could see that MJ was on the verge of crying, and she felt sorry for her. But Lila knew MJ needed to understand the way things worked in a pack, and the way she had bonded was not important to Lila. But what was important was that MJ was part of her pack, and Lila would do anything she could to help her stay safe.
Dante's favorite pastime partner. Lila stood from her mate's lap and walked again to MJ and Dante, but this time she stayed standing and spoke softly once again. MJ, I hope we can still be friends. If not right now, then that's okay, I understand. Lila's voice was so soft, MJ sighed at the sweet, tender sound of her beta. But I want you to know that I will always be here for you if you need me. MJ caught Lila completely by surprise as she shot up so fast. Lila didn't even see her, and it had Lila on guard at first, until she realized that MJ was hugging her tightly. I don't understand, Lila, MJ said, almost laughing, but I don't hate you, thank you, MJ whispered and let her go. Lila walked out of the room, closing the enormous door behind her with such tenderness you would have thought they were made of silk and not solid wood. MJ turned around, and Dante was looking up at her with a Cheshire cat-sized grin on his face, and he patted his lap with his hands. This motherfucker, thought MJ, and she decided she would play this game, at least in front of the alpha and beta for the next 3 months, until she could earn her right to leave, or at least until Dante got tired of chasing her. MJ thought she felt Theron shake inside her with anger, and she wondered if it was her train of thought. MJ was brought out of her thoughts when she heard Azriel speak again. Please take a seat, MJ. We still have much to discuss. Dante patted his lap again and popped his hips out, so he was sitting lower in the chair, making his legs appear longer. MJ rolled her eyes and very gently placed the edge of her butt on his knee. MJ tried to move away from him, but Dante squeezed her tighter, so instead, MJ tried to adjust to the side, and Dante growled low in his chest. For the fucking love of all things in this life, kitten, please stop moving. I can't take it. Dante sounded like he was begging by the end of his statement, and MJ almost thought she heard him whimper like a puppy. Dante placed his forehead in between MJ's shoulder blades and tried to think of anything. MJ froze. Oh my God, she thought. This is the most embarrassing thing I have ever been through. I may die of heart palpitations before the end of 3 months. Are the two of you quite finished? Azriel spoke in an alpha tone, but everything about the way he spoke, including the huge toothy grin, said he was enjoying their torture a little too much. MJ let go of Dante's wrists and placed her hands in her lap. As Azriel decided to spare his commander, he began to explain to MJ what Ace told him about that day. She didn't dare look anywhere but at her hands. Now clasped together so tightly, her knuckles were turning white. Although the alpha spoke to her calmly and with concern, she could feel how angry Ace was sitting there silently seething with anger. As Azriel explained to MJ that Theron was a very powerful wolf, and that he had given her more power than most wolves born on Earth ever have, and he was frankly surprised she was only out for a couple of days, as the amount of power it would take to incapacitate Ace should have killed her, and MJ felt herself blush. As Azriel told her, he was extremely impressed with her resolve to survive. Azriel's gaze had become tired and impatient. I guess I would like to conclude this meeting with a thluth. I hope everyone here understands the sensitivity and severity of this situation. The alpha looked at Ace with a knowing and intense stare, and I hope that we can all grow together as a pack and move forward from this incident. Azriel said no more. He simply stood and motioned for them to do the same. Dante stood up, still holding MJ, before he set her on the floor with a look of triumph on his face. Alpha, may I ask you a question? Again, MJ wasn't sure how to address him, if she was just allowed to ask, or if she needed special permission to speak. Azriel chuckled. MJ, the meeting is over. He shook his head and chuckled lightly. Only during meetings, meals, or special occasions do you need permission to speak with anyone in this pack, most importantly myself or Lila. Azriel now took on a serious but warm tone. We are your leaders, your protectors. You should always feel safe with us. And he smiled at her while raising a single eyebrow. MJ nodded thoughtfully, and then like a small child, her head shot upright, and she almost squealed like a schoolgirl. When do I start training? Before Azriel could speak, he heard Dante growl in protest and kick the chair with such force he knocked it over. Why must you be in such a hurry to get hurt? Dante blurted, throwing his hands into the air. You just woke up. Didn't you hear anything the alpha said to you? Dante did not wait for her answer. He simply continued his tantrum. That stupid bastard wolf could have killed you with the amount of power he gave you. Before Dante could finish his syllable, MJ slapped him across the face so hard it echoed in the room, and Azriel turned to leave the room, motioning for Ace to follow him. Ace looked frozen with a mixture of anger and embarrassment all bottled up inside him, waiting to blow. Come on, Commander, Ace said, coaxing the shocked male. I think Calix could use a run, and I'm sure you could use one yourself. Join me? Azriel's tone told Ace this was not so much a question as a way out of the sticky situation brewing in the room. Not human, little one. Omega. Soon Dante and MJ were alone in Azriel's private office. Dante could sense MJ's anger, but he wasn't 100% sure as to why she was angry this time. But he was sure, however, she had a pretty good little bitch slap. His cheek stung a little, and to his surprise it was kind of making him hard. What was that for? Dante spat rhythmically like he was trying to stay calm and keep his manhood at bay. She was driving him crazy, he thought to himself, and she was just standing there being angry. How dare you? Mna snapped at Dante as she looked straight up into his beautiful eyes. She noticed they now seemed more of a dark, mossy blue-green rather than the lagoons she had grown to love looking into, even though he was a pompous asshole. MJ kept Dante's eyes locked on hers to make sure he listened to her every word. "Don't you ever speak about Theron that way in front of me again." She paused, licking her lips. "In fact, don't ever speak about him that way at all. He saved my life, Dante." Mna didn't bother to let Dante speak. She just continued with her tirade. "He gave me that power because I asked him for it." She crossed her arms and twisted up her face. "I knew it could hurt me, Dante, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from. MJ's words caught in her throat. What the hell was she running away from? She thought. "From me," Dante said in a low, raspy voice, pulling MJ from her own thoughts. "Yes, Dante," MJ said with a stern but quiet tone, and she suddenly grabbed her chest again, looking at the large man in front of her. He was supposed to be the most deadly assassin in the pack, MJ thought, bewildered by the pain in her chest. Hell, he was the most powerful assassin in the world for all she knew, after all. MJ realized everyone acted like Theron and Dante were to be feared, even though all they had really ever done was be kind to her. But they were in so much pain simply because of her words. MJ almost laughed to herself. Her a weak human. Suddenly a voice broke her inward silence. "Not human, little one. Omega," MJ heard Theron whisper in the back of her mind. "Why?" Dante almost whimpered again, snapping MJ back out of her mind. He hadn't meant to sound so desperate. He just wanted to fix this. He wanted the hurt to stop. He wanted the longing to stop. He couldn't think of anything else. It's as if she had fogged what was left of his brain with her beauty, and he couldn't get enough. MJ decided she would listen to her gut. After all, she thought, her gut had gotten her in and out of trouble this far in her life, so why fuck with a good thing? Taking a long, drawn-out breath, MJ decided she would put on her big girl panties and open a door she thought would always be closed, deciding to let in the most beautiful man she had ever seen. Because, MJ said, after releasing her breath, "You keep trying to hide things from me, and I can't live like that." She motioned to the world around her. "This Dante, this entire world is scary and new." MJ paused and thought, what the hell, let's go for broke and lay it all out there. "Even you and us, these are scary and new for me too." MJ started to stutter just a little. I don't know what to do with such aggressive attention. It's not that I don't like it, I don't really know you, so, I know how my body feels, but I don't want to give in, just because my body is experiencing so many new things, because I don't want to look back and feel like I betrayed myself. MJ licked her lips nervously. If I can't get honest answers from the person who brought me into this new life, how can you expect me to trust anyone here, including you? MJ sighed slowly. "You want to know why I trust the wolf, Dante?" MJ paused, and Dante nodded slowly as MJ opened her mouth to answer her own question. "Because he didn't lie to me. He told me I would die, or I would bond." MJ was now almost in tears, and Dante couldn't take it anymore. He hit his knees in front of her and grabbed her around the waist. He buried his head into her stomach, almost grinding his chin into her hip bone, and squeezed her around the waist tightly. "MJ, please," Dante almost whispered with desperation in his voice. "Allow me to show you that you can trust me. I will be honest with you from now on. I swear it." He began to speak with a little more confidence. "I was afraid of what you would think of me or of what we are and how we live." Dante grabbed MJ's hand so gently she almost didn't feel it. "But when I realized you were such a different kind of person, I don't know. I guess I just worried that I had already lost my chance." MJ pulled her hands from his and grabbed Dante by the shoulders, pulling away from him, just enough to look down into his eyes. MJ was not exactly comfortable with Dante wrapped around her waist, but if she wanted him to try, then she had to do the same, she thought. And although she was not one for physical affection, MJ had noticed that werewolves as a species seemed to be just as physically intense as they were verbally and emotionally intense. "Dante, we have to take this slow, okay?" she said tentatively. "I am going to abide by the alpha and beta's rules." Jay's voice had become almost a breathless. "I promise that I will give you a chance, but you also need to respect my space a little." She pushed against his shoulders slightly. "I'm not used to all this physical attention, and to be honest, it makes me a little uncomfortable." Dante let go of MJ tenderly and stood to his feet. The minute he was upright, MJ noticed Dante's aura was almost completely different. He had returned to the calm, smooth, sultry, sexy, mysterious Dante. And MJ secretly prayed to any and all gods and deities she had ever heard of for the strength to control her very immature libido around this man. Girl power. Dante looked down at MJ with hooded and hopeful eyes. Dante said with a sultry, lustful voice, "Are you?" And before he was done, Dante found himself flat on his back with MJ perched on top of him. She had both her hands on his chest, and her legs were placed firmly on either side of his hips. MJ leaned down and pressed the front of her body onto his chest, allowing him to feel her weight as she would inhale and exhale deeply. MJ had to hold back a smirk, as the quiver she felt against her leg let her know she definitely had his full and undivided attention. They were now nose to nose, and Dante did not move for fear of scaring off the mythical beauty now perched on top of his ever-growing excitement. MJ smirked and cocked her head to the side so that her mouth was just above his ear. "We have been over this before," she whispered seductively in his ear. "Don't call me kitten," and with her last word, MJ groaned and ground her core into his lap before springing herself up, standing off the now flustered man on the floor, and walked toward the door. All of a sudden, MJ felt powerful again. Not the same kind she had felt with Theron, but a new kind. A kind she felt come from deep down inside herself. And as she pulled the doors open, she felt like her shoulders were standing a little taller than before. And she wondered to herself if this was what girl power felt like. Smirking, MJ spoke again. If you don't mind, I would like to start training as soon as possible. There are a lot of things I don't understand about the way a pack works, and I would like to try. Glancing back over her shoulder, MJ winked. So when you are done on the floor, I will be in your room. Dante didn't move. He just closed his eyes and concentrated on the sound of MJ's small feet against the floor as she walked away. He took in a large breath and held it until his chest started to ache. Dante exhaled and tried to leave all his frustration with it. This woman is going to be the death of me. I just know it, Theo, Dante said to himself and the now snickering wolf within him. Humans are such a strange animal, Theron ribbed amusingly at Dante. You fight your nature and pretend it makes you stronger. Theron was now full on laughing, and Dante couldn't help but smirk and chuckle a little in spite of his own annoyance. It seemed the wolf was genuinely amused, he thought, and enjoyed the new feeling. Dante jumped to his feet and sauntered out of the Alpha's office with a sense of feeling almost lighter, like weight had just been lifted from him. MJ grabbed her sides and giggled all of a sudden. Theron, what are you doing? She absently said out loud. MJ felt like there was a little kid living inside her at the moment. She felt a sense of pure joy and couldn't contain herself. She stopped walking and laughed harder. I don't know what the hell you're doing, but I'm glad you're happy. She felt a sense of giddiness and decided she would run it out. MJ took off running through the halls, diving around other pack members and cleaning staff busy with their own tasks. She reached the hall with Dante's room and headed for his door. However, she was stopped when hands reached out and snatched her by the shoulders, halting MJ's momentum and slamming her into the wall. When MJ had gained her wit and focused her eyes, she noticed it was Mara that had grabbed her. MJ, please, Mara begged. Let me explain. MJ was taken aback. What the fuck was she doing? MJ shoved Mara off of her. What the fuck is your problem, bitch? Mara looked at MJ shocked. They had often talked to each other this way, but now Mara wasn't sure if she was being her friend or not. She knew MJ would probably be upset that not only was she now a werewolf, but that Mara had known about Dante and the others, not to mention she was a wolf too. Mara looked down at the floor, and tears started falling to the stone below her. MJ huffed in irritation and grabbed Mara by the face firmly with both hands. Mara looked up at MJ, who also had tears in her eyes. Mara, MJ croaked through the growing lump in her throat. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. MJ closed her eyes, trying to clear away the tears. But I also understand why you couldn't, she offered Mara a genuine smile. You're still my friend as long as you want to be.
And the two women crushed each other into a tight hug while they laughed and cried. It had definitely been an emotional couple of days, MJ thought, and she could use a familiar face right now, even if that face was the lying bitch of a friend she just couldn't bring herself to be mad at. Dante cleared his throat as he approached the two women hugging in front of his room. I take it this means she is forgiven then, Dante said with an amused tone. MJ rolled her eyes and let go of Mara. Well, it's not like it was her fault. MJ crossed her arms and smiled mischievously at Dante. After all, she couldn't know you would invite me back to your place to be mauled by... MJ paused for a moment, whatever the fuck they were. MJ had meant it as a joke, but she felt a pang in her chest and instantly regretted her words. Walkers, Mara whispered in horror, and MJ looked at her confused. Say what? She said, and Dante cut in by forcing himself between them, opening the door to his bedroom. Looking down at Mara, Dante spoke as softly and seriously as he could. Mara, I know you are not part of this pack, but please, whatever it is you overhear, keep it to yourself. We don't need anyone to panic. MJ was silent. She felt that her statement had completely changed the mood, and she wanted to get to the bottom of it for sure. Mara nodded absent-mindedly and then blinked a few times to bring herself back to the conversation. MJ, Mara said, almost trembling. I'm going to be staying here for a little while, and Beta assigned me to kitchen duty at night, so I'm going to run the bar too. You should talk to her about putting you on with me so we can work together just like old times. MJ reached up and grabbed Mara's arm before she could walk away. Oh my God, MJ almost shouted. Mara, what about the bar? What's the old man going to do without us? Mara shrugged. Honestly, babe, with all the attacks lately, people are afraid to go out, so business is slow. The old man has been thinking about closing the place up for good for a while now, so maybe he will do just that. Mara rubbed MJ's hand gently before she ran off down the hallway. MJ looked at Dante and he waved his arm inside the room for her to enter. MJ strode past Dante and into his room. She looked around at the mess that she had made earlier. She stepped over the table that was in unrecognizable shards all over the entrance. Then she noticed the spots of blood on the wall, next to where the door to the bathroom lay on the floor. MJ just stood there, turning in a slow circle, looking around. She finally noticed that Dante had hung up her punching bag and that her duffel was now empty and stuffed under the bed. Where's my stuff? She asked as Dante shut the door behind him. I put it away the day that you, Dante looked at her with wide eyes. I mean the day I, MollyJay turned to face Dante and he looked so nervous she couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you, Dante," she said earnestly. "I appreciate you trying to make me feel at home, I think." Dante sighed in relief. She wasn't mad, he thought, thanking the moon and stars. He moved to the closet door and opened it. "I made room for you in the closet," Dante shrugged, leaning against the door. "I don't own much anyway, so between the two of us I think we fill up half." MJ mindlessly walked up to the door and moved her head to the side to look up into Dante's eyes. He leaned in close to her, but not enough to invade her space completely. "You can move your things wherever you like, MJ. I just wanted to make sure you knew this was your home too." Dante's voice was soft and sweet, and MJ caught herself feeling almost sleepy with the seduction of the sound.
Quid pro quo. That's how this works. MJ walked toward the bed and sat down, crossing her legs. She looked at Dante and cocked her head to the side. "Can I ask you something?" she said hopefully. Dante spun around and collapsed to his knees in front of her. He looked up into MJ's eyes, reached out, and put his hands on the edge of her knees. "You can ask me anything always, MJ." The seriousness in his tone made her scrunch up her nose a little in skepticism. "Okay," she said and took a deep breath, knowing he wasn't going to like the question at all. "The day MJ was becoming clammy and nervous. Well, that is, what I mean to say is," MJ took a deep breath, trying to calm down. "The day we tore down that building, why were your eyes black?" MJ was proud of herself for being able to finally spit that out, but it looked as though her question had ignited the storm inside Dante. His entire aura changed. Dante squeezed MJ's knees just a little and looked down at the floor. She thought she was losing him and put her hands on top of his. "Dante, please," she said softly. "Just tell me, whatever it is, I just need to know what I did wrong so I don't do it again." She tried reasoning with him. Maybe if she told him why she wanted to know, he would be more open to telling her, MJ thought. Dante snatched a hold of MJ's hands and looked deep into her eyes so he knew she would hear him. "Kitten, don't ever think it was something you did." Dante exhaled in defeat. "It was between me and that damn wolf." He squeezed her hands a little and dropped his head in defeat. MJ pulled her hands free and grabbed his face, forcing Dante to look at her. Her beautiful eyes darted all over his face as if searching for the right answer, and almost as if deciding on what that was, she crashed her face into his. Her lips smashed against his and the fireworks went off. MJ thought her nose felt cold, but her face felt hot, and Dante's lips were soft. She wanted to wait there forever. The motion caught Dante off guard, but when her lips met his, the fire ignited and he heard Theron roar in accomplishment. He felt her pull back a little, surprised and not sure what to do. MJ wrapped her arms around his neck for support, bringing them both to the floor. Dante opened his mouth to breathe her in, and MJ reciprocated his action. They were almost panting into one another, as if they were using each other to live. Dante's hands began to move around the back of MJ's thighs to just underneath her butt, and she gasped in surprise, but did not pull away. Dante took the opportunity to try and invade her mouth with his tongue, but MJ pulled back from him and bit her bottom lip, looking just as innocent as a lamb. Confused, Dante scrunched his eyebrows and sighed. "MJ," he asked almost tentatively, "have you ever kissed anyone before?" Dante could feel her discomfort, and the way she acted, it was as if she had never been intimate with anyone. "Yes," MJ responded shyly, rolling her eyes. But I was 15 and it was awful." MJ wrinkled her nose in embarrassment. Dante was almost in shock. He gingerly set MJ on the bed again and sat next to her. "MJ," he spoke softly to her, "I want to ask you something, but I don't want you to get mad, okay?" "Oh, no way, Dante," she blurted out. "You have to answer my question before you get to ask me one," she said, crossing her arms over her chest. "That's how this works." "MJ," Dante said in an almost warning, "look at my eyes now and tell me I didn't answer your question." MJ looked up at Dante confused and then realized his eyes were pitch black again. She jumped to her feet and Dante laughed. "Relax, kitten. I have control this time." He leaned forward so she could get a good look. "Does this answer your question?" MJ shook her head. "Not at all," she said almost melancholy. "Showing me that they are black again just says I did something wrong again." And MJ hugged herself, feeling very vulnerable at the moment. Dante growled in frustration, and suddenly, MJ found herself pinned to the bed with Dante's body crashing down on top of her. MJ's breath caught in her throat as she felt his weight. He was heavy enough she was aware of him, but not so heavy she couldn't breathe. Dante held each of her wrists tenderly but firmly, pinning them above her head with his hands. His face in the crook of her neck, Dante spoke, but his voice was low and raspy. MJ could feel the vibration of his words in her chest as he spoke. "MJ, my eyes changed because I was feeling intense emotion," he said between breathless nuzzles of MJ's exposed throat. "It's like a rattlesnake rattle." "So it's a warning?" MJ managed to squeak out. She needed to distract herself, anything to prevent thinking about the incredibly sexy man laying on top of her. She thought, as she felt his heart start to quicken against her chest. "Yes, kitten," Dante said in a tone somewhere between a whisper and a growl. "It's like a warning, but not the way you might think." And Dante began to slowly drag his fingertips down MJ's arms. His hands were so large they completely covered the area of skin they touched, and MJ noticed the feeling of his fingers lingered on her skin even after they were gone. His hands were rough, but not scratchy, but warm, MJ thought. Dante snaked one arm behind her back, and the other he kept moving downward until it was just beside her butt. He squeezed her thigh as he nipped gently at her throat. MJ gasped and grabbed his shoulders. Dante sat up with MJ in his arms. She was facing him in a straddling position while he was sitting on his knees. MJ looked into his eyes but did not move. They were both breathing heavy, and his eyes were still black. "This is the warning, kitten." Dante groaned in frustration. "This is what you do to me, and that is why my eyes turned black." He exhaled and drew in her scent again. "I want you so much sometimes I can't control myself." However, he could also smell her arousal and knew she was not rejecting him completely. He could tell she was not ready to mate bond either. Dante lifted Mie completely off his lap and placed her gently back on the bed in a sitting position, and he noticed the woman looked both perplexed and a bit frustrated. Dante stood up and headed into the bathroom before he heard MJ behind him. "Hey, Dante," she called out to him, still breathless. "What was your question?" Dante noticed how soft and gentle she sounded, and he smiled in spite of himself. "I don't remember," he lied innocently, not wanting to embarrass her any further. "I will be back. I'm going to jump in the shower real quick." Dante rubbed the back of his neck and smiled devilishly. "Unless you want to join?" MJ rolled her eyes and laid back down on the bed to avoid letting him see her blush, and Dante chuckled as he stepped over the broken door and into the bathroom to take as cold a shower as he could stand. Quid pro quo, remember? MJ heard the sound of the shower cut on, and she felt a mixture of guilt and longing. She had not meant to be so intimate with Dante. After all, she hardly knew him. MJ scolded herself. But for whatever reason, when he was near her, she couldn't seem to keep her wits about her, she thought, folding her arms under her head. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get her mind off him. MJ smiled. She also wanted nothing more than to never take her body off of him. The sudden thought of Dante's body had MJ's breathing short and panicked. Her palms were sweating, indicating she definitely needed a change of clothes. To distract herself from thinking about the more than obviously naked man in the bathroom that now had no door, MJ hurried to the closet to change. She grinned. When she took a better look inside, he had put all her things in there neatly and folded, she thought. MJ peeled off Lila's leggings and Dante's shirt. She dropped them to the floor and grabbed a pair of white underwear. Everything she owned seemed to be the way she wished her life could be, MJ thought absent-mindedly, simple. She sighed and thought about how her life would absolutely never be simple again. MJ was brought out of her mind when Dante's voice rang through her entire body, and she spun around to see a dripping wet half-naked man standing almost dangerously close. MJ's eyes were caught on Dante's wet hair, watching plump droplets of water as they traveled seductively down his perfectly shaped jawline, continuing to roll down his neck and speeding up past his collarbone before descending over the hills of muscle that chiseled out his chest and abs, and finally ending their tantalizing destination, disappearing beneath the towel that hung so dangerously low on his hips. MJ could see the delicious V she was trying so hard to avoid looking toward. Dante's voice rang out again, causing MJ to jump slightly at the interference in the atmosphere. "See something you like, kitten?" Dante's voice was low and growling. He advanced toward her, and MJ started to breathe heavily. Memi looked up into Dante's eyes, almost pleading for help. She didn't know what to do. He was mostly naked and coming toward her. She knew she didn't want him to close the distance between them, but all her old tricks never work. Plus, a few of them might actually hurt him, she thought, and she wanted space, but not at the cost of hurting him. Her mind was racing at million miles. MJ's mouth had gone dry, and Dante had now backed her into the shelves behind her. He was so close now they were almost touching, and he reached up with one hand above MJ's head and pulled a shirt down from the rack. Taking advantage of the situation, Dante looked down into MJ's eyes and noticed that she looked almost terrified and remembered his question from earlier. Instead of moving back after taking his shirt down, he gently took hold of the shirt with both hands behind MJ and pulled her close to him by putting the shirt in the center of her back and pulling her body flush against his. The feeling of his warm, bare skin against hers sent hot electric jolts to every part of MJ's body, and she felt the core of her existence become weak with wanting. Dante leaned close to MJ and whispered into her ear, "Are you a virgin, kitten?" The words caught MJ like a fly in a spider web, and her breath came out ragged and in short bursts. Dante dropped one side of the shirt and wrapped his arm around MJ's back where the shirt had just been, then took the other hand to touch her face when he realized her body was shaking and she started trying to break free. "Stop fighting me, MJ," he said calmly. "I'm not going to hurt you." MJ didn't say anything. She just kept wiggling, and in a small fit of frustration, Dante released her. MJ's back fell into the drawers behind her. She squeezed her eyes shut as Dante's towel fell to his feet, and he let out a hearty laugh. MJ heard him rustling around with clothes before the sound of his disappearing footsteps indicated he had left the closet. MJ kept her eyes shut for a few moments more. This man was relentless, she thought, and knew he probably wasn't going to let that question slide for long. MJ sighed in both frustration and embarrassment, turning back to the hanging clothes. She grabbed a simple tank top and a pair of old ripped-up jeans. She squeezed into her jeans and then cursed to herself. "What the fuck is wrong?" she thought. "These stupid things fit just fine the last time I put them on, and now it's like I gained 15 pounds. MJ sucked in a huge breath, and finally the accomplishment of the button clasping on her jeans filled her ears. MJ let out the breath she had been holding and walked out of the closet to see a now dressed Dante standing in the center of the room with the broken bathroom door leaned against the wall opposite the bed. He spun around to look at MJ, and his eyes traveled from her feet to her eyes. She raised an eyebrow when a Cheshire grin spread over him. MJ rolled her eyes and pointed her chin in his direction. "Can you fix that?" Dante laughed and waved his index finger in front of him. "That's not how this works. Remember, kitten, you have to answer my question, then I answer yours." And suddenly, MJ was kicking herself. Why the hell did she have to be so clever? All pink and tender. Why do you care anyway? MJ tried to sound indifferent. She didn't really want to answer his question the last time she admitted to someone she was a virgin. She was 25, and the guy acted like she had an STD and ran off. She was almost 30 now and still a virgin, so how would someone react to her now? Dante brought MJ out of her worried daydream again. "Where do you go when you do that?" he asked, looking amused, and MJ wrinkled her nose. "Nope," she chirped, popping the word as she spoke. "You didn't answer my question. That's not how this works, remember?" Dante chuckled and turned toward the broken door again. "Well, Lou taught me some stuff, but I suppose that doesn't work on wolves," MJ said, walking up to Dante and staring at the door. She stretched her arms out above her head and then behind her back. She pulled at the muscles in her neck and then worked on her wrists. Lastly, she cracked her knuckles before giving both her shoulders a good roll, getting any stiffness or air out of the joints. Dante laughed and turned to look at MJ with his arms crossed and amusement written all over his face. "Well, let's just see what Lou taught you, shall we?" And he motioned toward the door. MJ approached the door and just stared at it for a long time. Dante set his hand on the small of MJ's back, causing her to jump just slightly before turning to look at him. Dante leaned close to her ear, and they were almost cheek to cheek. "You are supposed to attack it, kitten," and she pushed him away from her with a scoff. "I understand that," she stated flatly, "but I'm not really in the habit of attacking things that haven't done anything to me." And this time it was MJ who crossed her arms. She cocked her hip out to one side to drive her attitude home, in case he had missed the tone in her voice. Dante grabbed her elbow gently and pulled her a few feet away from the door. They were standing in the empty space between her punching bag and the door. MJ looked at Dante suspiciously. What the hell was he up to now, she thought. And to her absolute shock, he stepped into a defensive stance. "Okay, kitten," Dante quipped. "Are you ready to show me what you've got then?" His body was squatted, and he was now eye to eye with MJ. She felt her core heat up and her mouth go dry. What the hell was wrong with her? She thought. It was like she all of a sudden had the sex drive of a horny teenager. The thought embarrassed MJ, and she couldn't look at Dante. She was afraid her body would betray her again, and she would pounce on him with the intention of taking advantage of his rock-hard body. Her heart was racing, and she felt light as a feather. MJ felt a familiar power rush over her body, so she closed her eyes and cooed softly. Dante let a low growl escape his lips, and it sounded almost like a frustrated groan. MJ lunged forward, and before Dante could react, she darted to the side and landed a series of lefts, rights, and uppercut combinations to the punching bag instead of the waiting Dante, much to his dismay. What the hell was her game? Dante wondered. He knew she was thinking about him. He could smell her arousal. It was the same for most women, Dante thought. He would figure out what it was they wanted and slowly wear them down until they melted just the way he wanted. And Dante figured, if he could get this tender little thing to give in, then maybe he wouldn't want her so badly, and he could continue with his life the way it had been before she showed up. Dante watched her move and work around the bag. The longer he let her go, the more she opened up. He watched fascinated as she added small roundhouse kicks and knee jabs to her routine. Dante could see her stamina was waning. Her kicks were sloppy, and she had started to leave herself open with her hand combinations. Her breathing was becoming labored, and she had started to verbally express her exhaustion every time her body connected with the bag. Dante made his decision, and he knew just how to get her to attack him rather than the bag. He waited until MJ was rounding in front of him and had turned her back. He leveled his hand, and with enough force to sting, but not enough to leave a lasting mark, and he slapped MJ across the ass cheek. Her jeans were so tight that the sound of his hand against her made a high-pitched echo, and on what he assumed was pure instinct alone, MJ turned on her heel, and with all the strength she could muster, she planted one foot on the floor, both hands on the bag in front of her, and kicked outward with her free leg, slamming it into Dante's center, and sending him stumbling back only a few steps. Dante patted his stomach just below the ribcage and laughed. "That's what I'm talking about, baby, yay," he yelled excitedly. MJ looked at Dante confused and slightly blushing. What the hell did he just say? She stood there staring at him while he laughed, and then in an instant the atmosphere changed. Dante's stance became defensive again, and his eyes deeper in color. MJ swallowed hard but didn't move. "Come on, kitten," Dante said like he was warning her. MJ started to shrug. "Knock it off, Dante. That wasn't funny. We are supposed to be training." And before she could take another step, Dante launched forward and snatched her around the waist. He pulled her close and grabbed a hold of both her hands with his one free one. Dante moved them toward the bed and sat down, stretching MJ belly down across his lap. MJ couldn't believe her ears. Aren't they supposed to be taking it slow? She thought, panicked. I mean, sure, Spanking wasn't technically sex, but Dante made it sound like it was. MJ bucked her hips up and managed to plant her feet on the floor. Dante released her hands and she stood up, looking straight into his eyes. All MJ could see was amusement. He was playing with her like a predator does its prey. The thought irritated her, and MJ's body reacted before she thought through her actions. MJ slapped Dante across the face with just as much force as he had used to slap her ass. Dante's hand shot up to touch his cheek, and again he chuckled, but this time he sounded malicious, and MJ backed up toward the door. He stood and spoke, dropping again into a defensive stance. "Baby," Dante taunted. "That wasn't nice." MJ noticed his voice had taken on a darker tone. "If you want to be allowed to walk out of this room without chase, then I want you to pin me in a fair spare." He motioned for her to advance, and with a huff of exasperation, MJ obliged. "Yes." MJ lunged at Dante and caught him with a fake left. She ducked under his waiting arm and planted an uppercut with her right hand before dropping to her knees, turning sideways and thrusting her fist into the side of Dante's knee with enough force to buckle it. Dante dropped to one knee, but he was far from caught off guard. Sure, she would have outsmarted a human man, no problem, he thought to himself, amused by the notion, but he was no human man. Dante reminded himself he was a wolf, and he was an assassin above all. Dante dropped his other knee and leaned back, bending himself almost completely backwards. He caught MJ by the hair and closed his fist around as much as he could get a hold of. She screamed and clawed at Dante's hand. He had a handful of hair at the back of her head and yanked MJ off her feet. She hit the floor with a thud, and like something out of a movie, Dante flipped his body over MJ's head and landed on top of her with his knees on either side of her hips. Dante looked down at MJ through hooded eyelashes and pointed his chin toward the air. "Answer my question, and you can get up," he smirked when MJ's eyes shot to his. Dante slid his body down on top of MJ and tried to place his knee between hers, but MJ thrust her hip upwards and squeezed her knees together as tight as she could. "Dante, don't," MJ almost squealed. Dante looked down at her but did not move. "MJ, relax," he said calmly. "I am not going to hurt you, but I do want you to try and break my hold." Dante licked his lips, smirking slightly. "Can you trust I am not going to hurt you?" He spoke so softly that MJ found herself wanting desperately to believe his every word, but his body told her something different, and the fact that her own body seemed ready to give in to his every command only made MJ want to fight harder. But he said he wouldn't hurt her, she reminded herself. She just had to try and get free. How hard could that be? MJ tried to calm herself down and think, how? How could she get free? Then, like a light bulb, MJ had an idea. She would just do the same as before and trick him with her femme fatale. MJ looked at the center of Dante's eyes, and he cocked his head to the side. What was this little kitty thinking, he wondered. Dante leaned down and rolled MJ's head to the side with his thumb and index finger still firmly holding her tender and now trembling jaw. "That won't work this time, kitten," he said, rubbing his nose from her jawbone to her earlobe. "We are not playing grab ass right now." He squeezed her chin just enough for her to slightly feel discomfort. "I'm your enemy," Dante whispered with a hint of danger in his voice. "And if you do not get up soon, I may be forced to take advantage of this situation." Dante smiled against MJ's neck, feeling her body tremble as he spoke. "I will force you to submit to my interrogation." MJ tried moving her free hand to pry his hand off her face, but he just laughed and slightly applied more pressure to her throat. MJ could still breathe, but she could feel the pressure of his hand. "Naughty little kitty," Dante taunted. "Don't touch or I will squeeze," he moaned softly into her ear and drug his mouth down to her throat where he searched every inch of skin with his lips. MJ moaned in spite of herself when she felt the tips of Dante's teeth against her neck as he let out a low chuckle. "Better hurry and get free, or I will begin my interrogation," he warned, and moved his lips down her neck to her collarbone. He very easily evaded her with just a jerk of his head. Dante released her throat and grabbed MJ's free hand before placing it above her head firmly in his grasp and alongside her other one. Dante sat up slightly and looked MJ directly in the eyes. "You are trapped and cannot get away. That means you are my prisoner and have to do as I say." Dante smirked wryly as MJ rolled her eyes. "I have only one question to ask before I release you." MJ rolled her eyes again. What a drama queen, she thought. Okay, you got me," MJ said in a jovial tone. "But I'll never tell you where the buried treasure is," and she began to laugh. Dante chuckled, making a ticking sound with his tongue. "Oh, kitten," he taunted in a low tone. "I already know where the buried treasure is." He licked his lips. "I just want to know if anybody has ever been given the key to your chest." And then Dante ground his knee into MJ's center, causing the breath catch in her throat. "Dante, stop," she barely managed to squeak out. "That's not funny." And she tried to move, but he still had her pinned. MJ tried to bring her knee up and shove Dante off of her that way, but he grabbed her ankle and swung his other knee in between her thighs so that he was now resting completely at her core. Dante wrapped her leg around his waist. MJ gasped in horror, and her eyes began to water. "Stop, Dante," she yelped. "You promised," and tears began to fall like rain. Very patently, Dante waited for MJ to realize he wasn't actually doing anything but softly kissing her. "I already told you," he muffled out between kisses. "I'm not going to hurt you." MJ tried one more time to move her hands, but every time she did, Dante would squeeze her wrists between his one hand. and if she tried to kick him, he just grabbed her ankle or shoved her knee away from his chest. After several more failed attempts, MJ let out a frustrated cry and stopped fighting. She looked at Dante in defeat and turned her head to the side so he couldn't see her embarrassment. "Yes, Dante," she finally conceded. "Okay, the answer is yes." MJ now had a lump in her throat, but she didn't want to cry. She felt more like throwing up. She may have been fully clothed, but the confession she just made had her feeling more than naked. "Yes, what?" Dante ordered through MJ's heaving cleavage. She swallowed hard and gathered all the courage she could find. "Yes, I'm a virgin," and spat the words out so fast, Dante thought they were almost physically painful for her. They all turn out the same. They end. Why? Dante's question caught completely MJ off guard. What the hell kind of question was that? She thought in exasperation. MJ didn't answer. "Concentrate on the questions, prisoner," Dante barked and jerked his face from her pants back to her face. He was staring into her eyes, and MJ swallowed hard. "I already did," she said almost pitifully. A grin played at Dante's lips, and he cocked his head to the side. "No, kitten, you didn't. Now tell me why." And again he began to close the distance between them. MJ started to panic. His eyes would not move from hers. "That is the truth, Dante." "Okay, I don't know," MJ said, sounding more flustered than angry. "It doesn't matter. It's a stupid question. Can we move on now?" MJ moved her hand away from Dante's throat. She stood up and offered Dante her hand, not expecting him to accept the help. To her surprise, Dante took her hand, but instead of using it to stand, he pulled her back to the floor, crashing her body into his. MJ's hands were pinned to Dante's chest, and he had his hands clasped together behind her back. She looked into his eyes, and to her surprise, he spoke softly. "Come on, MJ, talk to me," Dante said, almost like he was pleading with her. "Confide in me." He squeezed her waist and leaned into her ear. Dante nuzzled Mez's neck with his nose, and a moan escaped her throat in spite of her best efforts. MJ started twisting and pushing against him again. "Dante, stop it, damn it," she spat. "There is no reason. Okay, I'm just not interested in being in a relationship with anyone now. Let go or get serious about this training." MJ sounded fed up and a little angry. Dante jerked his arms, making MJ look him directly in the eyes. "I'm taking your training seriously, Meh," Dante said, almost like he was insulted by her notion. "But in order for me to train you, there has to be trust. And if you don't trust me, then we can't train without you getting hurt." Dante grinned. "Besides, kitten, who says you have to be in a relationship to lose your virginity? Haven't you ever heard of casual sex, one-night stands?" MJ rolled her eyes and kept pushing on Dante's chest. "Of course I have. Don't be such an asshole." MJ grunted and kept twisting her shoulders back and forth, but this man was on her tighter than yoga pants. "Oh, for fuck's sake," MJ hissed. Okay, Dante, you really want to know why I'm still a virgin?" Dante pursed his lips, lifting his eyebrow at her inquisition. MJ sighed in defeat. "Because I don't want anything to do with anyone else's mess." She closed her eyes and let her head loll back, because that's all people bring to the table when they meet is their mess. Dante was a little sad. She sounded so cryptic and cold toward the idea of trusting someone. MJ sighed again deeply, and Dante could feel the weight of the world in her words. It doesn't matter if it's one night of fun or years of torture. They all end the same. She forced out a curt laugh. "I have been a bartender long enough to have heard plenty of heartbreak, and I have observed people for enough time to see that everything turns out with hurt feelings or broken promises, but they are all the same." Dante. He could feel the nausea radiating from her words as she continued her heartbreaking explanation. "They end. It always ends. So why give someone the opportunity to hurt you?" MJ didn't realize she had been crying until one of Dante's hands brushed a tear from her cheek, and she nuzzled into his hand in spite of herself.
"She wants you to pull out this time." Dante sat up and released MJ so she could stand on her own. He stood up and looked down at the small woman. "I think that was a really good start, MJ," he said, trying to encourage her. "I know you may not think so, but I learned a lot about your fighting style just now." Dante chuckled. "I have to say you are quite the little fighter. I think maybe we should move to the next lesson." MJ looked Dante almost defeated. She wasn't sure if she could take any more today. Dante must have sensed her despair because he chuckled. "Don't worry," he managed through his laughter. "We are done for today. It's about time for dinner, and we need to make sure we attend dinner with the pack. It's a requirement of living here." MJ wrinkled her nose and pursed her lips. "Really? Why?" she asked, and Dante laughed at her as he opened the door and ushered for her to exit first. "The Alpha believes that if we eat together as a pack, it helps solidify the bond we all share," Dante said, like it was some obvious thing. MJ should have already known. She smiled, exiting the room. "Like a family," MJ said, more as a statement than a question, thinking back on her bonding with Theron and the things they had talked about. Dante closed the door behind him and touched the small of MJ's back lightly with the tips of his fingers, as if asking for permission to touch her without being forceful. He assumed she had enough of that a few minutes ago, but when she didn't react to his touch, Dante slid the palm of his hand to the small of her back, and, to his surprise, she just kept walking. The pair walked in silence toward the dining room, and MJ was confused when they turned down an unfamiliar hallway. MJ stopped in front of the unfamiliar entrance. "Dante?" she asked quietly. "This isn't the same place we all ate at before." "No, this is the main dining hall, kitten," Dante began to explain. "The Alpha and Beta like to eat with the entire pack as often as possible." He licked his lips, knowing she wasn't going to like what he was about to say. There are going to be a lot of people in here. Dante watched as MJ's body language changed to one of fear and uncertainty. But we will still be sitting with everyone you already know, including Beth and Lou. Dante's voice was soft as he tried calming her down. He could tell she was uneasy about the fact that the entire pack would be there. MJ clapped her hands over her arms and hugged herself as if she were suddenly cold. I don't know them at all. Dante, she whispered, and he could feel her heart breaking. Kitten. Dante soothed softly. Don't be angry with them, they couldn't tell you who they were. Dante tried to urge her to continue walking. Not that you would have believed them anyway, he added, trying to lighten the mood. Jai shook her head and stopped glancing at him. That's not it, Dante. I could have understood that. MJ paused, licking her lips nervously, almost as if she were weighing the weight of what she was about to say. The day we met, they knew Dante, she started to yell, and still they acted like it was business as usual. Suddenly, her eyes became cold. I know they owe me no loyalty, but I assume they don't owe it to you or this pack either, seeing as how they don't live here. Dante looked down at her with intrigue. What do you mean by that exactly? He asked in a defensive tone. MJ rolled her eyes and shrugged. They could have warned me. Lou could have said something to me that day. MJ paused again, almost as if remembering was hard for her. She looked into Dante's eyes, and he noticed hers looked misty, as if she may cry. I was afraid you guys were going to hurt him, and then I was afraid Lou might fire me for what I did to you. MJ's upper lip curled in disgust. Suddenly the tears gone from her eyes. But instead they let that stupid little game play out, like watching cats play with a mouse waiting for one of them to kill it. Her words hurt Dante a little. But at least she understood this was all a game, he thought to himself. One, he couldn't help but to keep playing with her. Dante thought he needed to get her trained and then figure out how to either mate with her to satisfy the wolf or reject her and see what the hell would happen then. Dante knew that no wolf had ever bonded with his mate before the human side did, so he wasn't quite sure what would happen if MJ didn't accept him. The two were silent as Dante reached for the door handle leading to the main dining hall. He pulled the doors open, and the sound of voices pouring out resembled white noise rather than people speaking. MJ slowed her stride, and Dante stepped behind her to put his hand on her arm. You can do this, kitten, Dante said to her reassuringly. I'm right here, nobody will even talk to you if you don't want them to, okay? He gently squeezed her shoulder. It's the least I can do for torturing you the way I did upstairs. MJ looked up and smiled at Dante in response. She was thankful he had read her body language this time, because she definitely needed reassurance right now. As they walked through the open doors, Dante pulled MJ close to his side and kept his arm on her shoulder, squeezing lightly, trying to reassure her that he would protect her. They walked past rows of tables crowded with busy pack members, walking toward the head table. Dante could hear the whispers of others. He desperately wanted to turn and snap someone's neck so they had something else to talk about. Hey, isn't that the assassin's mate? MJ heard someone say. Yay, heard she tore down one of the dining halls. Came another voice, and MJ sank further into Dante's side. She was so embarrassed, these people already knew who she was because of what she had done. I heard she tried to kill the commander and a younger wolf because she's a crazy bitch. MJ heard a shrill woman's voice say, and she slumped her shoulders forward, looking at the ground. Dante squeezed her arm, rubbing her shoulder lightly with his thumb, and MJ looked up at him. His beautiful eyes furrowed with worry. You okay? Dante asked softly. MJ smiled. Yeah, just hungry. She lied as Dante ushered them to the end of the room. Seated at a long table by itself on a platform a good 3 feet off the floor were all the hunters along with the alpha and beta. MJ looked up to see Sam smiling at her. Hey, doll! Sam squealed, and MJ noticed Ace was sitting next to her, rolling his eyes as usual. MJ smiled, but before she could answer Sam, Dante lifted her off the ground by her hips and placed her on the platform. MJ gasped and squeaked out of the sudden shift in elevation. Several people at the table laughed, and MJ blushed in embarrassment. She turned to see Dante staring up at her. Well? She said almost impatiently, and Dante looked up at her a bit confused. MJ crossed her arms impatiently. Seriously? She said in a lovable yet exasperated tone. I know you didn't forget. Now can you hurry up? I'm hungry. And with the last word, MJ smiled and rolled her eyes, as if 3 feet were a laughable distance. Dante stepped up onto the platform, and MJ took a small step back. Sam grabbed her by the arm and tried to pull her to the side of the table she was sitting on. Come one, girl, Sam chirped. Come sit with your new bestie, and MJ giggled before looking at Dante, who grinned at her and sat next to Ace on the opposite side of Sam. MJ rolled her eyes, annoyed. I can't, Sam. My chair is over there, she motioned to Dante and Ace. Unless you can convince Super Grumpy to give up his chair. Sam looked at MJ like she spoke a Forgian language. MJ, sweetie, Sam said, looking at her confused. There is an open chair next to me right here, and she pointed to the chair. But before MJ could try and explain, Tanner jumped in. Sam, she has to use Dante as a chair, Beta's orders. And Azrael punched him in the chest so hard it made Tanner gasp like a fish out of water. MJ laughed in spite of Tanner's pain, and he gave her the fakest look of hurt. She only laughed harder. Tanner's right, Sam, MJ explained through her laughter. In public, Dante is my chair. MJ shrugged as Sam's mouth fell open. Sam looked at her Beta, who was calmly eating, but also eyeing MJ to gauge her next move. MJ smiled a wide, toothy grin. But he has to teach me to defend myself, and it's for just 3 months anyway. MJ stopped as a strange feeling of emptiness hit her as she thought of leaving in 3 months, but she shrugged it off and left, Sam with a look of bewilderment, to stand next to Dante, who looked like he was fighting Ace for the trophy of world's crankiest face. Excuse me, Chair? MJ said, playing with the obviously peeved Dante. I need you to pull out so I can sit down. She hadn't meant for it to come out as a sexual innuendo, but then Ed choked on his food, and Tanner grabbed his sides with laughter. Even Azriel and Lila were trying to stifle giggles, and MJ turned so red she felt her face heat up. Hear that, assassin? She wants to pull out this time? Tanner blabbed through his laughter, and Dante banged his fist on the table before pushing his chair out and looking up at MJ with annoyance and anger on his face. Sit. He spat at her, and she didn't understand what she had done to make him angry. Dante tried not to look around the table. This was humiliating, he grumbled to himself. He was the assassin, aside from the alpha. Dante was the most feared member of the pack, but this woman was making him look like a lovesick puppy, Dante thought, becoming more agitated. And the beta's condition was not helping any. What a real woman can do. MJ wasn't sure what she had done to make him angry, but she was too hungry and too tired to argue, so she sat down on the edge of his knee. And again Dante grumbled and lifted her to a better position in the center of his thigh, with her legs laid out across his lap. MJ tried to move her legs so that she was facing the table, as 2 of the kitchen staff brought them full plates, but Dante grabbed her knees and squeezed them so she couldn't move. Dante, May hissed through her teeth under her breath. Stop, I need to face the table, she whispered, as to not upset him further or let any of the others in on the silent argument they were having. The others at the table seemed to not notice the tiff going on in the chair. Dante squeezed her knees so tight it made her whine quietly in pain, and her hand clapped over the top of his out of instinct. You need to not move around on my lap, Dante hissed into her ear. This is going to be a long 3 months if you don't sit still. And he grabbed her plate, placing it in her lap. Both MJ and Dante sat quietly eating their meal while the rest of the table was wrapped up in conversation. Every now and again, MJ would catch Jay's blue eyes looking at her out of the corner of her eye, but every time she tried to catch him, he would look away. What an odd bunch, she thought. MJ had finished her meal and tried several times to get off Dante's lap and take her plate to the kitchen, but each time he would trap her with his arms, pretending to be engrossed in his meal, or he would squeeze her knee and tell her to sit still. So she finally gave up and just sat with her hands in her lap, tuning in and out of the table conversation. MJ was zoning out to no place in particular when she felt Dante shift under her, and she looked up to see him staring at her quizzically. You okay in there? He asked, tapping the side of his own head. MJ rolled her eyes and nodded. He smiled at her and reached up to touch her face with the back of his hand. You know, you have the most beautiful eyes even when you roll them like a cow. MJ's mouth fell open and she slapped him on the chest playfully. Dante put his hand over his heart in a show of fake hurt. They both started to laugh, and MJ leaned forward, touching her forehead to the tip of Dante's. She inhaled, closing her eyes. Whatever this feeling was, MJ thought, she wished it would last forever. Shh. Can I have that if you're done? A shrill, high-pitched, sarcastic tone cut MJ's good mood off, and she looked up to see what could only be described as a plastic woman standing in front of her with her arms crossed, smacking her lips together as she chewed her gum. I'm sorry? MJ giggled. She wasn't sure what this girl wanted. The impatient girl rolled her eyes. The plate, she said in a short, rude tone. Are you done with it? She spat the words out slowly, and MJ did not appreciate her tone. Oh yes, MJ said with a small smile, but you don't have to. I can... And the girl cut her off again, waving her long, skinny fingers in MJ's face. Yes, I do. It's my job, she spat curtly at MJ and then looked her up and down before glancing at Dante and smiling sweetly. And when you're done with this little slut assassin, I can show you what a real woman can do. She winked at him, and MJ felt her stomach roll with nausea. Dante opened his mouth to speak, as did Azriel and Lila. But to everyone's absolute shock, MJ was the one to open her mouth first. She was laughing in the rude woman's face, and Dante was almost smiling at the sight of his small, fearless mate. MJ took a long breath and sat up as straight as she could, leaning up into the woman's space as she offered her the empty plate. She looked directly into her eyes. I seriously doubt you can teach him anything about what a real woman can do. MJ raised a single eyebrow and cocked her head to the side. Best stick to handling dishes and leave the assassin and his balls to me. MJ's voice was low, but it was calm and threatening. Dante couldn't believe his ears. The mouth on this little kitten was just as sharp as her claws could be, he thought, and the fact she was referencing his balls in an attempt to fluster another female made him hard enough for MJ to notice and shift in his lap slightly. The plastic woman didn't move. She just stood there with her mouth open, seething with anger. MJ relaxed herself back into Dante's lap and turned back to the table, ignoring the obviously pissed-off female next to her. MJ spoke to Sam as if it were any other normal day. So, Sammy, she chirped so sweet, Sam almost jumped in her seat. Please tell me there is a place around here for us to get a couple drinks. But before Sam could answer her, the now angry plastic blonde was growling. Challenge! She snarled in MJ's direction, and before Dante could move a muscle, Jay, Tanner, Sam, and Lila were all on their feet, snarling and baring their teeth at her in response. The entire room had gone silent. There were no less than 800 people in the room, and now they were all silent, gawking at the Alpha's table. Asriel touched Lila's hand and she squeezed it in response, gently taking her seat beside him, but not taking her eyes off the now shocked bleach blonde, still staring at MJ. Dante squeezed his hands into tight fists and stood up, placing MJ on the floor before he stepped in front of her and spoke to the bottle blonde. "That's enough, Pepper. Go back to the kitchen now." The blonde dropped her head and immediately ran off to the kitchen snickering. Dante turned around to see MJ looking up at him with an eyebrow arched into the air and her arms crossed over her chest. "Friend of yours?" she asked with almost an accusatory tone. Dante looked at her and opened his mouth as if to speak, but instead he looked off to the side, clenching his mouth shut. MJ was a bit confused. She had only been kidding, she thought, starting to panic. She didn't actually expect him to be pure or to never have dated before. Why was he suddenly so upset? "Alpha, you have to do something," Dante blurted out almost desperately, and MJ stared at him confused. That's when she noticed that the entire room still had all eyes on them. Asriel stood and filled his lungs with air before addressing the entire room. "If you will all remain calm and finish your meals, the Beta and I will address this immediately, and a decision will be made. Until then, please enjoy yourselves, and we will inform you all when a decision has been made." And almost like nothing had happened at all, the room was once again roaring with the hustle and bustle of talking and dishes clanking with silverware. The atmosphere at the Alpha's table, however, was tense to say the least. Everyone was glancing from Asriel to Dante and nobody was speaking. "Whatever it takes." "Dante, what's going on?" MJ asked, almost in a whisper, and when he didn't answer, she touched his arm. "Dante?" He flinched at the sudden feeling of her touch and jerked away. He turned his head, giving her a side glance. "You just had to be at Lou's that day, didn't you?" he snapped. "Now look," and Dante stormed off, with his hands in his pockets and his jaw clenched so tight it was forcing the muscles in his face to contort. MJ stood there dumbfounded. What the hell had she done? She looked around the table, and when her eyes landed on Jay, she saw something comforting and familiar in his face, and large tears began to fall from her eyes. Sam ran to MJ and grabbed her by the shoulders. "Hey, hey, hey, hey!" she cooed. "It's okay, MJ, it's okay," and Sam hugged MJ's now shuddering shoulders. Lila walked up behind her and put a hand in the center of MJ's back, while rubbing small circles. "Sam's right, MJ, it's okay. Don't worry about Dante, he's just worried about you." Just then, both Lou and Beth came running up to the platform, talking at the same time. Nobody could understand a thing they were saying. "For fuck's sake, woman, will you calm down?" Lou shouted as he shook Beth's arm, trying to get her to slow down. "God damn it, Lou," Beth snapped, jerking her arm away from her brother. "You calm down. Didn't you hear that stupid little bimbo?" Beth looked up toward the table. "She wants to challenge our little MollyJay." MJ pulled out of Sam's grasp to look at the pair bickering underneath her, and although she was still really angry with them, she couldn't help but laugh. They looked like little kids trying to tell on one another, she thought. Their words began to register in MJ's mind, and she looked at Asriel. "Alpha, what is she talking about?" But before Asriel could speak, Tanner piped up again. Wait, I think the more important question is, why did she just call you MollyJay?" And Tanner wagged his finger at MJ. She rolled her eyes and sighed. "Because Easter Bunny." MJ smiled at Tanner so he knew she was okay. "It's my name now. Can we drop it, please?" To her surprise, Ace was laughing. "Are we really gonna get hung up on her name right now?" he almost yelled. "That Wolf has clearly decided to stake claim, and we all know she has absolutely no idea what that even means." Sam punched Ace in the chest and he stopped laughing. MJ pulled herself from Sam and looked at Asriel. "Alpha, what is happening?" she said softly. Asriel looked at Lila and let out a sharp sigh before he spoke. "MJ, I'm afraid that girl just challenged you for the bonding rights to your mate." MJ wrinkled her nose and snorted. It sounded silly, she thought, but everyone at the table scowled at her. "MJ, this is serious," Lila said. "She could kill you if she beats you." MJ looked at Lila, then at Sam, then at the rest of the table. She slowly sat down in Dante's empty chair and was silent for a while before she spoke. "Okay, so what do I have to do?" MJ didn't look at anyone in particular, but she was pretty sure the question would land on the right ears. Lila sat down on the edge of the table. "Well, you have two choices, you can..." And she was cut off by Lou. "Oh, come on, Beta, you can't be seriously considering letting her do this, Asriel snarled loudly at Lou before he could finish. "You will respect the rules of this pack while you are under this roof, or you and your sister can go back to your human town." Asriel's voice bellowed through the hall and MJ smirked. "Alpha, may I speak to them?" Asriel glanced at MJ queerly and nodded. MJ stood and squared her shoulders best she could before looking down at the pair of eyes she had once thought she knew so well. "With all due respect, Lou," she paused for a moment, making sure he was paying attention. "I fucking quit. Second, how the hell would you know what I can and can't do?" She paused again as if waiting for him to answer. But both Lou and Beth were staring at MJ with wide eyes and open mouths, so MJ continued. "You see, Lou, something happened to me while you and Beth had your tails tucked between your legs," and MJ cocked her chin upwards as she started to feel a disgusting amount of power and venom spill out into her words. MJ let Theron's voice echo alongside her own as she spoke, and both Lou and Beth took a horrified step back. "I found a friend, Lou, just like you always wanted me to." And MJ's laughed. The sound was sick with anger, "and I will do whatever it takes to protect my new friend Lou. With her next words, she leaned forward into the old wolf's face and let the venom fly. Whatever it takes. MJ then stood and turned to Leela. Beta, please, what are my choices? This time it was Beth's turn to be disrespectful. MJ, please, the older woman begged. You don't know what you're saying, and this time MJ exploded. Alpha, who is this woman? She curtly yelled, does she belong to our pack? MJ spat the words, hoping they hit Beth like a ton of bricks. Lou tried to speak, but MJ growled at him, and she allowed Theron to come forward, changing her eyes to a deadly gold. Both Lou and Beth took a terrified step back, and Ace put his hand on MJ's shoulder. I think they have had enough, princess. You need to concentrate that anger on a bubble-headed blonde. MJ looked up at Ace, surprised, and nodded. He let his hand fall from her shoulder as she turned her attention back to Lila. My apologies, Beta. Please continue. The color slowly fading from her eyes, Lila began to speak again. MJ, she is challenging you for Dante. MJ laughed. So what, she wants to fight me? Look, if it's that important to her, she can fuck him all she wants. We clearly won't be. Lila stopped her. No, MJ, it's not that simple. She is challenging you for your mate bond. She wants you gone. She doesn't want you sharing Dante's bed. And if she wins the challenge, you have to leave Dante and pack. MJ looked at Lila for a hint of sarcasm, but there was none. Harsh was the only thing she could think to say, and again Ace was the one to laugh. She could decide to kill you instead of banishment if she wins, and the only thing you can say is harsh? Ace said, almost amused. Sam punched Ace again, and MJ noticed that the other hunters looked like someone had already died. Wow, MJ almost whispered. You guys really think I'm gonna die? Who? And the entire table except for Ace looked at her with wide eyes. MJ stood up and spoke as bravely as she could. I will not shy away from her challenge, but I would also like it if someone would explain to me in detail what is going to happen so there are no surprises, seeing as my life may be on the line. Azriel crossed his arms and spoke frankly. MJ, because of your situation, Dante is who you will go to for these answers. The Alpha looked around the table as if warning everyone, we shall all retire for the moment while Lila and I ready the training arena for a challenge. We have not had use for a fighting ring in many years. Everyone began to file out of their chairs, and MJ jumped from the platform to make her way out to find Dante. I promise it will only be me the first time. After about an hour and 25 minutes of searching, MJ was starting to get frustrated. Where the hell had he gone? MJ thought, getting frustrated. She had checked his room, and he wasn't there. She had been all over the enormous compound and still could not find him. Feeling defeated, she made her way back to Dante's room, as she didn't really know where else to go. MJ turned the corner to find Ace propped up against the wall with his hands stuffed into his pockets. As if he knew she was there, he stood up and looked straight at her. I take it, you are still looking for the assassin? MJ nodded, and Ace mumbled several curses under his breath, so MJ thought she would take a shot in the dark. Ace, look, she began nervously. I know that Alpha said Dante needed to be the one to give me answers, but I have been all over. I can't find him. And she was cut off when Ace threw his hands up into the air. Unfucking believable. MJ walked up to Ace and crossed her fingers. This would work. Look, Ace, I understand you don't like me very much, and helping me doesn't seem in the best interest of this pack. She swallowed hard as she continued. But I am a part of this pack now, too. Like it or not. And as a part of this pack, I am asking for your help, because the one I am supposed to go to for help is not around. When Ace's demeanor did not change, MJ switched to begging. Please, Ace, please help me. Ace growled in frustration and paced back and forth a few minutes. Fine, he barked at her. Come on, we will talk in Dante's room, Ace said in an annoyed tone. Alpha sent me here to explain the conditions of the challenge anyway, and seeing as Dante isn't here, I'm sure Alpha and Beta would forgive me if I took the liberty to educate you. Ace opened the door to the bedroom and motioned for her to step inside. MJ sighed in relief and hurried into the bedroom. No sooner did Ace shut the door than they heard a rustling sound in the closet. They both inched closer to the sound. Ace put his arm out in front of MJ to protect her, but for some reason, MJ had the feeling she wasn't the one who needed protection. She zeroed in on the sound coming from behind the door, and her blood began to boil. She heard Ace mumble under his breath and stormed past him. She was becoming so angry she could feel Theron thrashing around inside her. MJ charged toward the door and tore it open so fast there was a gust of wind and the sound of a female's squeal. In front of MJ were two familiar faces, eyes wide. It was Dante and the bimbo from earlier, he called Pepper. She had him pinned to the wall of shelves, and his shirt was off, while he had a hold of one of her legs, so lazily perched on his hip. She looked at MJ and tugged herself up toward Dante's neck, and tried to coo in his ear, Baby, tell the little slut to get. Before she could finish, MJ snatched a hold of her by the back of her hair and the throat. MJ tore her off of Dante like 2 strips of Velcro, and allowed Theron to pump power through her, as she threw the now whimpering girl across the room. Pepper's body slid across the floor and landed next to Ace, who was standing tall with his arms crossed. MJ Zhao turned her attention to a still stunned Dante. Standing in the closet with no shirt, she also noticed that his pants were unbuttoned. Jay cocked her head to the side and sneered before turning and charging toward the girl now rising off the floor. Before either woman could touch the other, Ace stepped between them facing Pepper, and MJ was surprised. He seemed to be defending her, she thought, stunned. You know the rules, bitch, Ace said in a flat tone. She doesn't now leave unless you want to play with me next. The sound in his voice sent chills down MJ's spine. Would he really do that? MJ wondered, shivering at the thought. Pepper looked past Ace and MJ toward Dante, and Ace adjusted his body so that he was blocking her view. Leave, he barked, and Pepper backed toward the door before running out down the hall, giggling. The sound of her laugh churned MJ's stomach. MJ looked up at Ace and spoke in almost a whisper. Please explain the challenge to me so I can get this over with. Ace looked at MJ with pity. What it must be like to find your mate with your challenger when you were still so new to your life. Ace thought to himself. It had to be Harmist, but she was acting exceptionally strong, especially for a human, and he found himself rather impressed with the small woman. Dante tried to compose himself and walked toward MJ, who was not facing him. What the hell is he doing here? Dante demanded. MJ spun around, and Dante could tell that was not the right question. How fucking dare you ask me that? She spat. Get out. MJ growled at him as viciously as she could. Kitten, I'm supposed to. Dante beeped, and before he could finish, MJ had clocked him with a closed fist as hard as she could. Ace's jaw dropped open, and Dante was now holding his jaw. Get the fuck out, she was crying, but her tears were shadowed by the anger seething off of her. How fucking dare you? She shouted with tears threatening her eyes once more. I have been looking everywhere for you. Want to know why Ace is here? MJ paused, almost as if waiting for him to answer, but she continued. Because someone has to explain to me what the fuck your whore's problem is. MJ was almost out of breath, she was so angry. Ace agreed to help me while we waited for you, and what do we find? Suddenly, MJ was at a loss for words. She searched Dante for the next thing to say, but nothing came. So she spun around to face Ace. Is there some place we can go? Ace simply nodded and opened the door. MJ started to leave, but stopped. She turned and walked up to Dante, who was still standing where she had left him. If you want me gone, then say so. Don't play with me. Dante, someone will get hurt. She paused, licking her lips. And I promise you it will only be me the first time. MJ tried to turn and leave, but Dante grabbed her by the arms. Kitten, it's not what you think, he blurted out, almost desperate for her to understand. I was trying to get her to call it off. I don't want you getting hurt. He tried to explain when all of a sudden MJ sounded like a crazed animal. She started to laugh hysterically. You hear that, Ace? MJ said in a tone both men knew meant trouble. He was almost hip deep in his whore to save me. Ace slowly raised his eyebrows, looking at Dante. Clearly you can explain the challenge to her. I came here to let you know that the conditions have been decided. Ace glanced from Dante to MJ as he spoke. You will fight at dawn. That gives you 15 hours to prepare. Be ready. And with that, Ace turned and shut the door behind him, leaving MJ and Dante alone, with only a thick blanket of silence between them. The challenge is... MJ finally broke the silence. What is a challenge and how does it work? Her words were cold and calculated. Dante was alarmed at how distant she sounded to him. MJ, please, he tried to plead with her. You don't have to do this. She will not let you live. She has this crazy idea that we are supposed to be together. MJ snorted. And fucking her in the closet is going to help with that delusion? Dante growled and tore at his hair. I wasn't fucking her, MJ, he almost roared before he regained his composure. But I used to. MJ rolled her eyes. Great. Wonderful. Her voice was indifferent and completely void of emotion. I don't really care. Now what's a challenge? Dante grunted. Why can't you just listen to me? MJ groaned back in annoyance. This is obviously a waste of time. I'm going to go find Ace. Maybe he will explain since you clearly won't. Dante grabbed MJ again, but this time he was on his knees and hugging her around the waist. What the fuck are you doing to me, woman? MJ was taken back a little. His voice was raspy and almost desperate. I am willing to defy my alpha to keep you safe. And he squeezed her waist a little tighter, burying his head in her stomach. Please, MJ, Dante whispered. Nothing can happen to you. And he felt the pain in her chest again. She shoved Dante off her, and he looked up like a pitiful puppy. Dante, MJ stated impatiently. If you want this to work, you have to trust me, like you ask me to trust you. She crossed her arms. And you also need to trust Theron. MJ's voice suddenly took on the undertone of the wolf they shared, because I am telling you right now, when I fight this bitch, we will not lose, and when we win, I will rip out her throat. Dante was speechless. She looked absolutely ruthless, he thought in astonishment, and she sounded as cold and calculated as he did during a fight. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dante stood up and walked over to the broken door before shoving his fist through it as if it were made of butter. Dante spoke flatly. A challenge consists of 3 battles. The winner is decided by submission or death. MJ listened intently to everything Dante said to her before she asked him anything. Not only was the challenge 3 battles, they were all different. MJ started to rehearse the information in her head. The first one was human form only, no weapons, no wolves, only fists. The winner was usually decided by pinning or knockout. Dante had told her that sometimes a challenger was deadly enough to end it in the first round, but that rarely happened. MJ continued to recite the challenge in her head. The second round was weapons, but no wolves. Weapons had to be handheld, no guns or bows for fear of harming anyone outside the challenge arena. And if they made it to the 3rd round, it was wolves out and usually a fight to the death. MJ had not spoken the entire time. Dante gave his instruction, nor did he turn to look at her. So when he finished speaking, he turned to make sure she was still there. He found she was standing there staring at him with a stone look on her face. Do you have any questions? He asked. MJ pondered in silence for a moment before she finally spoke. Yes, but I need you to answer it, Dante. It's important. The sound of desperation in her voice tugged at his heart. I will do my best to answer any question you have. MJ. MJ took a long, slow breath and bit her bottom lip before exhaling. If she wins, you are not allowed to pursue me as a mate anymore, are you? Dante began to panic. He didn't want to answer that question, but he knew he had to, not just because he had promised her, but because she deserved to know all the outcomes of this challenge. No, MJ, Dante said somberly. I am not per the conditions of the challenge. And his heart dropped into his stomach. He hated this feeling, and fighting Theron to stay away from her was just making things worse. Dante walked over to the bed and sat down, ready to hear her say she could finally leave. MJ walked over to Dante, who had slumped down on the bed, and she squatted to her knees in order to look him in the eye without disturbing him physically. Would you be happier if I were not your mate, or if it were her instead? MJ searched Dante for any tell as to what he might be thinking, but he didn't budge. Dante exhaled all the air he had in him. Look, MJ. Dante began. As far as wanting Pepper as a mate, the answer is no. No. Hell no even. She was a distraction at best. MJ sat back on her heels. What about the first part of my question? Dante stood up, almost knocking MJ over. Look, kitten, to be honest, I didn't want a mate at all. He looked at her, and for a moment she thought she saw an internal struggle weigh heavy in his eyes before he spoke again. But now, I don't know. And he started walking toward the door. MJ started to panic as he was leaving the room, and she really felt like she needed him to stay. Dante, wait! Please! He cut her off before she could speak. You only have a few hours before the challenge. We need to get you as ready as possible. The tone of his voice sent cold chills down MJ's back. He sounded somber and emotionless. MJ followed Dante somberly out of the room, falling in behind him as they weaved through the rows and rows of what seemed like endless hallways and open courtyards. MJ was wondering to herself why this place seemed like they were always going in circles when she ran face first into Dante's back, making him turn his head to look at her. You okay? He asked sarcastically. Yeah, sorry, she said, rubbing her forehead. MJ looked around. They were standing in front of what looked like a bedroom door in a hallway similar to the one Dante's room was in. Dante beat on the door, and it was Lou who answered. Lou looked first at Dante, and his eyes grew angry like MJ had never seen. Then Lou's eyes fell to MJ standing just behind the assassin, and out of impulse, he shoved past Dante and scooped MJ up off the floor into a suffocating hug. MollyJay, he declared, squeezing her tighter. Damn it, I don't care if you rip my throat out right here and now, I'm just so glad you're safe. MJ wanted to push him off and tell him to get the fuck out of her life. But she could feel Theron urging her to feel something more than anger, and in spite of everything her brain was screaming back to her heart, she caved and fell apart in the big man's arms, anyway. Warm to the wolf and cold to the man. MJ began to sob and clutch at Lou's shirt like it was the only thing holding her to the ground. Her sobs were only met by Lou's own crying. He thought he had lost her forever, especially with the display at dinner and the rumors floating around the pack. Their reunion was interrupted by Dante clearing his throat. We don't have a lot of time right now, he warned, and MJ pulled back away from Lou to wipe her eyes. Right, sorry. She managed through her sobs. Dante rolled his eyes. I'm gonna get this old bastard to help you. He's been challenged before. Lou shot Dante a scowl that would have sent him 6 feet under if it could. You don't mean that alpha of yours actually took her seriously? Lou yelled, hugging MJ tighter. Again, Dante rolled his eyes and growled at Lou. Yes, old man, the alpha takes everything seriously. It's part of being a leader. Lou scoffed and crossed his arms. Right, forcing an innocent human girl to fight a jealous wolf is so regal and loyal to his subjects. It just screams intelligent leadership. The old wolf's words cut through the air like daggers. Dante cut Lou off, grabbing him by the collar, to which Lou answered with a hand tight on Dante's wrist. You will respect my alpha in my presence, and especially in his home. Dante roared, and Lou pushed a terrified MJ to the side. Lou simply laughed and patted Dante on the shoulder. Yay, loud and clear, assassin. Loud and clear. The two men looked toward the now silently hyperventilating MJ, who was gawking at them with a frozen look of shock and horror. Dante and Lou let go of each other and they both took a step back. Dante spoke first. Look, Lou, she needs someone to help her. Alpha wants the challenge in about 14 hours. Dante paused, glancing at MJ. And she doesn't trust me enough. He let the words hang in the air, even though they stung him, and MJ wanted to grab his hand and let him know it was not his fault. She was broken, and hated people in general. Lou cleared his throat, bringing MJ's attention back to the present. Are you really sure you want to do this? Lou was almost whispering at her. MJ scoffed. What other choice do I have, old man? Lou smiled softly at the familiar jab. We could run. Lou blurted out so quietly. MJ almost didn't catch it. Dante growled, and MJ touched his arm, half out of necessity, and half being the inability to control herself anymore. It's okay, Dante. Between MJ's voice and the touch of her hand, the atom bomb named Dante was almost immediately diffused by this small woman, and he surrendered to her immediately, as if under a spell. MJ turned to Lou with her hand still touching Dante's arm. Lou, I'm not running. She spoke with a very serious and flat tone. I owe Dante and Theron my life, and a lot more. She glanced at Dante, licking her lips, before turning back to Lou. This is his home, and I'm going to try and make it mine too. so I need you to respect that, and for old time's sake, please help me get through this stupid challenge so I can get back to figuring out what the hell my life is supposed to mean. MJ had not realized she was yelling at Lou, or that her hand had slid down Dante's arm, because she now realized her fingers were tangled with his. Lou looked at MJ with a mixture of shame and pride. "Ah, hell, Moll, that was heavy," the old wolf said. "Let's get you ready, I guess." And was the last word spoken for a while. MJ followed Dante and Lou through yet another maze of hallways until they entered a room that looked like a huge Zen garden, but instead of beautiful designs and meditation, there were weapons lining the walls and training dummies of all different shapes and sizes scattered around. The place seemed empty for the moment, so the three of them had it to themselves. Lou walked to a wall covered in different types of swords and blades, and he took 6 small daggers off the wall and handed them to MJ. "These are karambit-throwing knives," he instructed, and MJ nodded absently. "They are a small curved blade designed for close combat, or they can be used to distract from a distance." As Lou spoke, he waved one of the small blades in the air, making slashing and jabbing motions while he continued his impromptu lesson. "I think for the second round you should use these. You are comfortable with a blade, and if I do say so, quite proficient at separating flesh from bone." Lou extended his hand, and MJ took the small dagger, that just so happened to look not so small in her hand. She spun it around in her hand, twirling it and touching the edges, almost as if she were hypnotized. She nodded slowly, and Dante put his hand over hers as she ran her finger over the blade, thus causing MJ to look up into his eyes again, setting her core instantly on fire. "Careful, kitten," Dante almost purred. "That blade is silver, and while it wouldn't hurt you too much as a human, silver is toxic to wolves." MJ could feel Theron buzzing around inside her uncomfortably at the touch of the blade. She closed her eyes and purred, attempting to soothe the uneasy beast. She felt him purr back in appreciation. Lou brought her out of her trance. "Well, that's just about the weirdest goddamn thing I ever saw, MJ. Are you soothing the wolf?" Her eyes popped open and she furrowed a brow at Lou. "Yes, why wouldn't I?" Her voice was defensive and threatening. Lou put his hands out in surrender. All right. It just seems weird you would be so warm to the wolf and cold to the man." Dante growled at Lou and walked away from the pair toward a row of wooden sparring dummies. He tried to ignore what Lou said, but it bothered him a little, and the fact that he could feel Theron was getting such a kick out of it wasn't helping. "Help me, or stop wasting my time." MJ watched as Dante started to take out some hidden aggression he was carrying on the poor equipment. Lou's voice brought MJ back to the present. "You know he's a ticking time bomb, Mole. You should take my advice and leave with me and Beth." MJ was really pissed off at the man standing in front of her. She had never thought of Lou as a coward or someone who ran from his problems, but seeing as how him and Beth lived outside of a pack, she guessed it was his nature. MJ crossed her arms before she spoke. "Look, Lou." Her voice was cold and dripping with annoyance. "I appreciate you saying what I assume you think is what's best for me, but I'm no chicken shit." She gave a curt laugh and motioned all around her with her hands. "This life is something I accepted, and I will live it the way I think is right. Now either help me or stop wasting my time." To MJ's surprise, Theron growled through her. She could tell he wasn't too keen on Lou from the mocking he had been doing earlier. MJ was starting to get the idea that wolves were generally proud creatures, and she could hear Theron's confirmation of her thoughts. Lou had a very hurt look on his face, but MJ didn't care. She felt like being petty and angry. So for the next 10.5 hours, Lou tried his best to get her to concentrate on the most efficient holds he knew and the best ways to get out of them, along with many others. But it seemed to Lou MJ was more worried about making cheap jabs at him. She was clearly still pissed off about something, and he had enough of her antics. "Damn it, MJ. Will you concentrate?" He yelled at her for what seemed like the millionth time. "This is serious." She was giggling at him now. Lou had already warned her that she needed to use Theron's power little by little because she could gas out in the 3rd round and be in real trouble, but instead of taking it seriously, she kept the wolf tucked away. It was time she got serious, Lou thought. So Lou let his wolf show through, something he had not done in years, and instantly he heard MJ growl low in her chest. "So that's what it takes, who?" the older man said in a teasing tone, and he lunged forward at her, swiping his now extended claws in her direction. MJ was confused. Lou looked like he was shifting but had stopped halfway. She jumped back and felt Theron stir restlessly. "What was that, Theron?" MJ concentrated on making sure she spoke to him in her mind. "He challenged our dominance, little one. We must answer." MJ was shocked. He sounded actually angry, she thought, and could feel his anger, so she decided to let it influence her the way she remembered hearing he could do. Mie heard Dante grunt and looked over to see him staring at her with a look of warning. "The boy is foolish and worried. I will hurt you." The whisper in her mind came with the answer to the question MJ had not asked. Dante's distraction, however, cost MJ as Lou landed a kick in the center of her chest, sending her tumbling backwards. She allowed the anger she held to mix with Theron's arrogant aura, and she quickly ground her feet into the floor before launching herself into the center of the very large, very squishy man in front of her. MJ was sure she had him by surprise until Lou grabbed hold of both her arms to slow her momentum. "Not so fast, little girl." Lou chuckled and tried to wrap an arm around her. To MJ's surprise, she saw Lou's action before he made it, almost as if it were in slow motion, and as he grabbed her by the arms, she turned her hands palms up and clasped her fingers into Lou's shirt sleeve, twisting her body around and down. She now had Lou's shirt pulled up around his head, and the large man was trying to twist free. MJ heard Theron laugh through her, and she planted both her feet into Lou's soft center, flipping him over her head and onto his back with a thud loud enough to echo around the room. MJ sprang to her feet and planted one foot firmly in the center of Lou's throat, allowing Theron to speak through her. "Never challenge me!" The powerful beast roared through MJ's chest. "My little one has an affection for you, foolish pup, but I do not." MJ pressed the ball of her foot into Lou's throat just a little harder as the wolf continued his tirade. "She may allow you to spew your nonsense, but I will not ignore your insults. Are we clear?" Lou grunted what sounded like a yes or fuck you. Either way, Theron seemed satisfied with his surrender as Ace appeared in the doorway. Dante sauntered over to him as MJ watched. She couldn't hear them, but from the body language, it seemed Ace had once again said something to piss off Dante. MJ stepped off Lou, ignoring the fact that he was gasping for air, as she made her way closer to Dante as she felt Theron's irritation at whatever heated discussion the two were having. Something in MJ wanted Ace to stop whatever it was he was doing to bother Dante. "That's bullshit, Ace, and you know it. Alpha would never allow it." MJ could now hear Dante and Ace's conversation. "Not your call, assassin. Alpha and Beta already agreed to her terms. I am merely here to inform her." Ace looked up as MJ came closer to them. She still had Theron close to the surface when she spoke. What seems to be the problem? MJ sounded so sure of herself at that moment that neither man could speak at first. Ace looked at Dante, and Dante sighed before turning to MJ. "Ace came to inform us of the conditions upon Pepper's win, and wanted to know what yours are." Lou walked up behind MJ but was still breathing heavy when he spoke. "You should ask what her conditions are before making your own mole," the old man croaked. MJ nodded and looked at both Ace and Dante. "Okay," she said, sounding almost bored. "What does this bitch want?" Ace arched his eyebrows and sucked in his bottom lip, but Dante looked worried. "I have my champion right here. She wants to own you, so she can sell you." Dante spoke in a low, almost faraway tone, as if saying it out loud made it more real. MJ felt Theron become furious within her, and suddenly she felt her body start to heat up at an uncomfortably rapid pace. MJ started to make small purring sounds again, trying to calm the seething inner beast, but it didn't work this time. She heard Lou laugh again, and this time MJ really let him have it. With all the strength she could muster, MJ planted both her hands palm out into the center of Lou's chest, and the large man flew backwards off of his feet with such force he slammed into a nearby wall of wooden training staffs and swords, causing them to all fall on top of him, almost melodically. MJ walked over to the slumped pile of Lou and lifted his entire body from the floor, as if he were made of marshmallow. Lou was still conscious, but Barley, MJ shook him like a rag doll to bring him around before slamming his back against the now empty wall. "I will not tell you again," MJ roared in the larger man's face with so much dominance dripping from her it made Lou feel suddenly very small. "I will not be mocked." And MJ dropped Lou to the floor, calmly sauntering back to a flabbergasted-looking Ace and Dante. MJ looked Ace directly in the eyes. "And I will not be sold. Please take me to the Alpha. I am ready." Neither Dante nor Ace said a word as they escorted Jay out of the training room and down yet another twisting hallway of rooms and doors. Although this time MJ was pretty sure she was on the exterior part of the compound, considering there was no ceiling and the walls and floor were covered in vines and other foliage. They came to a break in the hallway, and both Ace and Dante stopped. MJ walked to the doorway and noticed that it led out into a huge open courtyard, surrounded by trees. There was an enormous clearing in the center, and the ground looked like it was covered in a fine sand or dirt. There were huge vertical posts with what looked like thin silver cord outlining the center, making it look like an arena or a makeshift wrestling ring. Dante leaned down into MJ's ear, answering the question she didn't ask. "They are made of silver to keep the crowd from interfering and to keep the challengers from injuring anyone outside during the challenge." MJ could see a crowd already beginning to form around the arena. Some of them looked at her and glared. She assumed they had to be friends or supporters of her challenger. Dante grabbed MJ by the shoulders. "Kitten, please," he was almost begging her. "Call for a champion. Asriel said you could ask a champion to fight in your place because you—" Nyai hushed Dante before he could finish by bringing her hand up to his very tense jaw. "Dante," she cooed softly, "I have my champion right here," and she reached up, tapping his chest softly with the tips of her finger before stroking his face and smiling softly. "But I have to do this." Dante looked impatient and flexed his already very tight face muscles. "Why?" he asked in a tone somewhere between angry and temper tantrum. MJ grinned, squeezing his hand. "If I run now, how many others will come after her?" She tried not to sound too harsh. "How many more do you have that might want me out of the way?" MJ didn't really want to think about the other woman Dante had most likely been with, but she knew she also needed to be realistic about the situation. Before they could speak further on the matter, Dante looked off into the distance, causing MJ to also turn. Asriel and Lila had made their way to the arena, and it looked as though the entire pack had now gathered around. MJ caught sight of Pepper and growled in spite of herself. Dante ushered MJ to where Alpha and Beta were standing. Asriel had a stone expression on his face. Lila looked as though she had been crying. MJ thought, and her suspicions were confirmed the moment Lila locked eyes with her because she began to cry again. Asriel tried to put his arms around her. Lila, my greatest love, please, he spoke to her tenderly. We talked about this. Instead of letting her mate comfort her, Lila shrugged away from him and stood next to MJ. Don't give me that shit, Az. Lila croaked harshly, her voice hoarse from crying. You know as well as I do that this isn't going to end well. Lila paused, fighting to keep her tears from falling. How could you agree to this? Don't you care at all? The very angry Beta was now yelling at the almost helpless-looking Alpha. MJ put her hand on Lila's shoulder to stop her ranting, and Lila looked at MJ with so much pain in her eyes, it was almost like a slap in the face. MJ, I'm so sorry. Lila managed to squeeze out between silent sobs. You shouldn't be put through this. It just isn't fair. MJ smiled at Lila and pulled her into a hug. Thank you, Lila, MJ purred, trying to soothe the distressed Beta. I could not ask for a better person to call friend, but tell me something, and MJ gave her a pointed look. Would you be objecting so hard if I were not an Omega? Lila pulled back from her friend and looked from MJ to Asriel with a wide-open mouth and a look of absolute bewilderment, trying to erase her tears. You sound like him. Lila sneered, looking at her mate and Alpha. MJ looked at Asriel, and before she could speak, he put a hand up to stop her. It is almost time, Asriel reminded the group. Looking at MJ, he asked seriously, have you decided your condition should you win? Overprotective big brother, little sister. MJ glanced around. She hadn't really thought about it. No, Alpha. She bit her lip, considering her options. Do I have to decide before the challenge? MJ asked confidently, but quickly. Asriel was a little surprised by her question. Nobody had ever wanted to wait before. The Alpha thought to himself. After some careful, silent consideration, the Alpha spoke. There is no rule against waiting. Are you ready? MJ thought Asriel sounded more like a concerned father than a heartless Alpha, and she smiled at him sweetly. Honestly, no, she admitted, causing several of those around her to gasp. But that doesn't really matter now, does it? MJ finished shrugging lazily. Asriel simply smiled at her and nodded slightly before guiding a still half-angry, half-sobbing Lila away to a seating area on an elevated platform at one side of the arena. Ace and Sam walked to MJ's side, and Dante followed suit to sit next to Asriel, leaving MJ to feel alone. MJ, are you ready? Ace asked her, and MJ's attention was brought immediately to him and Sam. Why does everyone keep asking me that? MJ said in an almost amused tone. I'm as ready as I'm going to be, I guess. To MJ's surprise, Ace smiled and nodded at her with a glimmer of what she could have sworn was respect swimming in his eyes. Sam handed MJ a small box, and MJ looked at her with scrunched brows. Lou said you liked these. Sam almost whispered to MJ, tapping the top of the box, and I didn't want you using the old shit ones in the training room, so I want to give you these. And Sam pushed the box into her hands. MJ opened the box to reveal a set of beautiful karambit knives. They looked almost identical to the ones Lou had shown her, but they were sharper and a bit larger. Thank you, Sam. They are beautiful. And MJ pulled Sam into her chest, hugging her tight. Ace put a hand on MJ's shoulder and again surprised her with the way he spoke. Do you know the rules? He asked her. MJ nodded. Yes, Lou said the challenge is 3 rounds. First round is human strength only, second round is weapons and no wolves, and the third round is wolves out balls to the wall to end it all. Ace chuckled at MJ's description, and his laugh was so surprising it made MJ laugh. Ace playfully punched MJ in the shoulder as her challenger entered the arena. Give him hell, kid. See you on the other side, Ace said to MJ, and before walking away, he leaned down into her ear. We are all rooting for you, MJ, and he kissed her on the cheek before ushering Sam over to Dante and the Alpha. MJ walked alone toward the arena when Jay and Tanner appeared next to her. Break her neck quickly, so we can go have drinks, Tanner joked, and MJ rolled her eyes. They reached what looked to be a gate, fashioned into the arena to allow them to enter and leave, and Tanner patted Jay's back before jogging over and joining the others. It was now only her and Jay, and MJ seemed painfully aware that Jay wanted to say something to her, but seemed to be fighting with himself about it. Something on her mind? She asked him. Jay looked into the arena and then at MJ before hugging her tight and blurting out, Make sure to follow the rules or you will be disqualified. He squeezed her tighter still, and Jay's tone became dark. But if that conniving bitch tries anything, we are all right here. Fuck the rules. MJ giggled and hugged him back tightly. She felt that same strange but familiar pull again, and held back the urge to cry. I always wanted an overprotective brother, MJ laughed, and Jay suddenly held her out at arm's length with a scowl. I'm serious, MJ. Do you know what she wants to do? Jay squeezed her arms a little. MJ cocked her head to the side and smiled softly at Jay. Yes, Jay, she wants to sell me. Then it suddenly dawned on MJ what exactly that could actually mean. She looked at Jay and he seemed to know what she was thinking about. He squeezed his eyes shut and spoke, Yes, MJ. Jay almost choked on his words. She wants to sell you as a breeding Omega. It's not just about having Dante. Jay swallowed hard. He knew this was information she needed, but he wasn't sure why he felt like he needed to be the one to tell her. It's about the money she will make pimping you out, forcing you to give birth, draining the wolf until he dies. Jay's voice was both soft and deadly at the same time. The thought of someone taking power and life away from Theron had MJ's blood boiling, and Jay shook her as he watched her eyes flash black and then gold before settling back to normal. You have got to keep the wolf at bay until the 3rd round, he warned her. If not, you will lose by default. and MJ nodded that she understood. As MJ entered the arena, she turned to look at Jay as he closed the door. "I always wanted a little sister." Jay yelled at her as he locked the gate and walked to the same platform Dante was and the others were seated in. MJ laughed nervously before turning her attention to the strange but familiar woman standing in the center of the arena. The challenge, round 1, no weapons, no wolves. Will both challengers please step to the center of the arena to indicate readiness? MJ heard Azriel's voice boom all around her before noticing the speakers at the top of every post. She stretched her arms and legs quickly before stepping to the center. Pepper looked MJ from head to toe before stepping back and announcing, "She is not abiding by the rules. I demand a win by default," and grinned a disgusting fake grin to show off all her fake teeth. Azriel spoke again through the speakers. "MJ, please step back and change into the uniform provided. There will be a calling of no such default win, as the contender was not aware of the conditions in the first place." MJ exhaled before she heard Jay behind her and turned around. He was pointing to a table next to the gate. So she walked over to it and noticed that the box Sam had given her was there along with what looked like a dusty brown cloth. MJ picked it up and noticed that it seemed to match the decrepit romper that Pepper was wearing. She looked around for a place to change when she saw Jay pointing up, glancing upward. MJ saw a curtain hung on one of the posts. Rolling her eyes, MJ pulled the curtain out, and it seemed to cover just enough for her to change. While she was changing, she could hear Pepper taunting the audience. "Look at how the little whore is procrastinating," she yelled out to the people surrounding the arena. "She knows she can't beat me." Some of the audience laughed while most stayed silent. MJ emerged from behind the curtain and stuffed it back into place before removing her shoes and stepping back into the center of the arena. She was now face to face with Pepper, and MJ noted she looked just as fake as she did a few hours ago. MJ suddenly had the idea to get into her head the way she was trying to get into MJ's. She leaned forward so that they were almost nose to nose, whispered, "I don't need 3 rounds to end this," and suddenly MJ heard what sounded like an air horn. Before she could collect herself, Pepper grabbed a hold of her and was trying to pin her to the floor. To MJ's surprise, she was pretty strong for being as skinny as she was. The woman was now perched on MJ's chest, straddling her as she pounded her fists down on MJ's midsection. MJ brought her hands up in a defensive posture to cover her head and face. It's not that Pepper was hitting her particularly hard, but the woman was relentless. Pepper let out a sickening laugh. "Give it up, Omega. You are no match for me." She grunted after each blow to MJ's torso. "I have trained like this my entire life, and your ass will fetch such a pretty price." MJ could feel Theron shiver inside her at the thought of being someone's baby factory, and with every bit of strength MJ had, she bucked her hips up and sent Pepper falling to the side. MJ countered as quickly as she could, but it was not fast enough. Once again, Pepper was perched on top of her. This time she was latched onto her back like a monkey, and MJ could feel her working in for a chokehold. "Keep her arms off your throat." MJ heard Dante yell her way, and as soon as Pepper tried cutting her air off with her forearm, MJ bit down on it as hard as she could. She could taste blood, and Pepper squealed before punching MJ in the back of the head. MJ fell to her hands and knees and tried to blink back the dizziness when she felt another crack across her back, sending her face down onto the dirt. Pepper flipped MJ onto her back and again began to pound on her, landing several brutal punches to her face. MJ's lip was now busted open and her cheek was beginning to swell. MJ wasn't sure how much longer she could keep this up when she heard Theron inside her head. "She is tiring, my little one. You will show her who the superior warrior is." That seemed to be exactly what MJ needed to hear. With almost newfound strength, MJ held her position until she felt Pepper's punches start to gas, and with every ounce of strength MJ had, she bucked her hips upward and slid her body farther underneath her assailant. Pepper relaxed a little and laughed. "You stupid bitch, now what are you gonna do?" Pepper stopped throwing punches to mock the stupid human girl, and this was the chance MJ needed. MJ brought both her legs up around Pepper's midsection backwards, and MJ sat up as quickly as she could, forcing Pepper to fall backward and hit the dirt with a thud. As quickly as she could, MJ rolled a few feet away and scrambled to her feet before launching at Pepper, who was still trying to stand up. MJ collided with Pepper's back and wrapped her legs around the woman's waist, placing one shoulder underneath her arm and the other around her neck, before clasping her hand around her neck with the curve of the other arm's elbow, essentially putting Pepper in a rear chokehold. MJ started to squeeze her arms and thighs together at the same time. Pepper began to thrash around and scratch at MJ's arms and legs furiously, but MJ would not release her. Pepper managed to make it to her feet before throwing her body backwards, crushing MJ's body between hers and the ground, but MJ would not let her go. And soon, Pepper began to turn a sick shade of purple while making grotesque gasping noises. Suddenly, MJ heard the horn sound again, and the gate flew open. She did not, however, let go of Pepper until she felt Jay and Dante's hands pulling her arms off the now limp body. The challenge: "Why do I smell flowers?" MJ felt primal and frenzied. She heard a growl roar through the air and hadn't realized it was her own until she looked at an absolutely stunned Dante, now holding both her arms while Jay peeked around him. She glanced at the limp body on the ground as it started to move, and Dante shook her by the shoulders. "MJ!" he hollered at her. "You have got to keep the wolf under control. You can't lose it like that, or you will be disqualified. MJ searched Dante's face for an answer, but there was not one there. What did I do? She asked absently, and Dante let go of her arms. Kitten, he said to her softly, when the buzzer sounds you are supposed to stop, but you snapped. I think you were going to squeeze her head until it popped off. To MJ's horror, Dante did not sound worried at all. Instead, he sounded more proud of her, and she wasn't sure how that made her feel. Jay tapped Dante on the shoulder. Hey, we need to get her ready for the next round. Dante nodded. Jay stepped around them and rushed over to the table next to the gate. MJ looked back and noticed that Pepper had been picked up by two men, and they were dragging her back to the gate at the other end of the arena, before they slammed her back into the gate. MJ winced, and Dante turned to see what could be causing her pain. He saw the she-wolf being thrown around and turned back to MJ. What's the matter? He asked, half concerned and half confused. MJ's eyes snapped to Dante, and she had tears in her eyes. They are being so cruel to her, she choked out, and Dante grabbed her by the shoulders and crushed her into a hug that he hoped would drown out whatever sadness she had. Jay tapped him on the shoulder and Dante hesitantly let go of her. She gets what she deals, kitten, Dante said to her. They are her choices. Before Dante could finish, MJ rushed to the other side of the arena, and the two men manhandling Pepper turned to growl a series of warnings in her direction. MJ held her hands, palms out in a show of surrender. Please, I just want to speak to her, she almost begged them. They looked at each other, and then again behind her, as Dante came up from behind and snatched her by the arm. MJ, we shouldn't be on this side, he hissed low and started pulling her back. Come on, we need to get you ready. But she jerked her arm away. No, Dante, I need to. And the rush of air she felt pass her had the words caught in her throat as one of the two men jumped at Dante. We will have your breeder and your power, he shouted, and he lunged at Dante with what looked like a small knife. MJ looked on horrified, but her body reacted before her mind did again, and she jumped over the man's head to land between him and Dante. MJ felt a small twinge of pain in her thigh. The stranger had jabbed MJ with a needle and then started to stumble backwards, staring at a seething Dante. In a flash, almost too quick to see, Dante had the man by the throat and was holding him above his head so that the man's legs dangled as he struggled for air. Jay sprinted across the arena to grab MJ as she started to wobble and fall. The crowd outside the arena had become restless. They could see the commotion in the center. Azriel and Lila stood and as calmly as possible walked to the arena center. Azriel spoke. Dante, you will bring him to me unharmed. And to MJ's surprise, Dante did, as Azriel said, and dropped the man at his alpha's feet. Azriel put one of his arms in the air and made a motion with his hand. Soon Ace and Moxie were picking the man up off the ground. Now what is the meaning of this? Azriel hissed, but the man on the ground did not speak. He only gasped for air. He tried to stab the assassin, but MJ stepped in, and it looks like he injected her with something. Jay's voice sounded frantic, and Dante rushed over to MJ, who was now doubled over on the ground, groaning silently in pain. Suddenly, Dante felt Theron stir uneasily inside him. Dante stalked back to the man on the floor, and again lifted him off the ground, this time by the hair. What was in that needle? Dante roared in the man's face. And please lie to me. I really want to rip you apart. Slow. Could not believe the sight in front of her. Dante was absolutely livid. He looked murderous, and instead of being terrified, she felt like she wanted to jump on him right then and there. But the feeling was soon replaced by a strange pain. It felt like she was being held underwater, but could still breathe. The man Dante was holding would not answer. He only laughed, and he roared again in pain as Dante reached up and snapped the man's right hand. Answer! Dante snarled again. Suddenly MJ spoke. I smell flowers? MJ looked at Jay, who was still at her side, and then at Dante, who was still holding the now unconscious man, and then to Azriel and Lila, who now had a look of terror on her face. Azriel reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers as Dante dropped the limp man on the ground and rushed to his mate. What did you say, kitten? Dante had heard very well what she said, but he wished he hadn't. Flowers, MJ repeated. I smell flowers and I feel... She paused for a moment, scrunching up her face, trying to figure out the feeling. Weird. Lila put her hands over her mouth as she gasped, and Azriel growled again. Ace, Moxie, get him out of here. The now obviously angry Alpha barked. I want him locked up but unharmed. Both hunters nodded before grabbing the man and dragging him from the arena. Azriel walked to Dante and Jay while they were helping MJ to stand again. MJ, I'm sorry to say. Azriel spoke calmly but somberly, shaking his head. It seems he may have injected you with chrysanthemum flower. And both Lila and Jay gasped in surprise and horror. Dante was so angry he was almost steaming. He spoke as calmly as possible to Azriel. Alpha, please call off this challenge. It has been tainted, and we don't know what other motives they might have. Dante growled as he looked over at the stunned-looking Pepper and her male companion, who was now hiding behind her like a coward. Azriel let out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Dante, you know the rule. Before he could finish a panicked hum. MJ started to shout. Why do I feel so weird? Her voice was shaking and scared. Why can't I talk to Theron? Dante, what's going on? Why did he stab me with a flower? Azriel wanted to laugh at her innocence, but he was well aware this was no time for that. He looked at his mate, who seemed to be falling apart. Easy, my love. He tried to console, and he pulled her close to him. Lila leaned into his neck and whispered in his ear, When will all this end? The challenge, tell him to go chase his tail. Dante was looking at the ground, and MJ could feel his anger, but she was so panicked at the thought that she couldn't seem to hear Theron or get him to respond to her. Dante, she squeaked, and he looked up at her with tears in his eyes. Kitten, it's okay, don't worry, he told her softly, and she crashed her body into his. Why can't I feel him anymore? She sobbed, and Dante squeezed MJ tight before Jay walked to her side and placed his hands on Dante and MJ's shoulders. We do not have enough time, Dante, Jay whispered, the warning trying not to upset either of them. We have to figure this out now. Take her back to our table. Jay coaxed softly. Dante lifted MJ into his arms and carried her to the other end of the arena before placing her on the table. Dante still would not meet her eyes, and now he looked like he hadn't slept in years. MJ, Dante said, he named so softly she almost didn't hear it. He injected you with chrysanthemum flower. It's toxic to wolves in high concentrations. Dante started to caress the sides of MJ's face with his thumbs. He was aiming for me, but you jumping in front only means that Theron's connection to you is weak since we are not mated. Dante could see the worry on her face. The flower is toxic, but there was not enough to seriously hurt him. May sighed in relief, but Dante squeezed his hands into fists and clenched his jaw. But you may not be able to use his power in the third round at all. Dante managed to say through his clenched jaw. MJ's heart sank into her throat. If she couldn't use the wolf in the third round, then how was she supposed to survive? She thought, panicked. I will be with you, my little one. I will never leave. MJ's heart skipped a beat. The voice she just heard meant he was still with her, although she could tell he was in pain. MJ's body felt renewed again, and she could tell the wolf was trying to soothe her because she could see the pain it was causing in Dante's face. MJ hugged herself. Stop it, Theron. She forced the words out. You need to concentrate on getting better. But he was not listening to her. She could see the pain in Dante's face as the wolf concentrated on making her feel at ease. Dante snapped his head up to look at MJ as he heard her sniffle. Kitten, please? He tried to speak without letting on. He was in agony. It's all right. We will be fine. Dante tried to speak calmly to her to show her that he was fine, but in reality he wasn't. Between the flower's toxin and Theron feeding MJ power, it was draining. Dante. As an assassin, he had been subject to all forms of torture, but this was beginning to wane on him. Dante cupped MJ's cheeks as large tears began to fall from her face. Please, Dante, MJ begged, and the look in her eyes almost broke him then and there. He's hurting you. Make him stop. Her lip was quivering, and her shoulders were beginning to shake. It's all right, kitten, Dante half whispered. We need to keep you safe. His voice was beginning to shake, and MJ grabbed his shirt with both hands clenched into tiny fists as she sobbed. Dante, make him leave me alone. He needs to heal himself. Stop him, please. Dante felt like he was dying inside, the pain he could handle, but the fact that she was pleading with him in tears was tearing him apart. Just as he thought he couldn't take any more, he felt Tanner's hand on his shoulder. MJ, girl, block him out if you want to, Tanner told her tentatively. Dante tried to growl at Tanner, but his voice caught in his throat, and his comrade reached out to grab him as his legs gave out. MJ jumped off the table as the large man began to crumble to the ground. Tanner, help him, she screamed, and he smiled at her calmly. I can't, girl, but you can. Tanner grabbed MJ by the elbows and tore her away from Dante, who was now groaning and holding his head. You need to push the wolf out, MJ. He's going to kill Dante trying to protect you, Tanner warned, and MJ looked at Tanner frantically. How? She almost cried, and he shook her. Think, woman. Block him. Put up a wall. Tanner was almost yelling at her now. Tell him to go chase his tail. It's your mind, your body. He just lives there, get it? And as if Tanner's rant had clicked in her head like a stupid switch, MJ closed her eyes and concentrated on caging Theron out of her mind. I'm sorry, she whispered. I have to save you now, and closed her eyes and took a long deep breath, then looked Tanner in the eye. At first, he was shocked. Tanner could see how fatigued she was, but she was somehow gathering enough strength to push the wolf out of her mind. Dante was breathing heavy but was no longer groaning in agony, nor was he holding his head. Dante suddenly stood up and grabbed Tanner by the shirt. What are you doing? He yelled, shaking his friend and comrade. You're gonna get her killed, you fucking moron. MJ didn't really react. She grabbed Dante's arm tenderly, and instantly he let go of Tanner, and his attention was solely on her. It's okay, Dante. MJ's voice sounded almost hypnotic. I need to push him out so he can heal. Her voice was so calm. Dante wanted to protest, but she kept speaking as she looked off across the arena. I need Theron for the third round, and if he is busy trying to heal me in the second round, then he can't heal himself. MJ closed her eyes. She really had to concentrate to keep Theron out. She could feel him scratching and pacing to get in. Dante, please, tell him I need to protect you. Her voice was soft, and he wrapped her in his arms. Kitten, Dante tried to reason with her softly. We are supposed to protect you. MJ pulled herself from Dante as Jay came jogging back across the field. The second round is about to start. We need to clear the arena, and Dante looked suddenly frantic. MJ, you need to be careful. This round is with weapons. She is a trained fighter. MJ put her hand up to Dante's mouth to quiet him, and she smiled. Tanner and Jay both looked at each other with open mouths. This human woman had shut down the deadliest assassin on the planet with her small fingers. MJ looked deep into Dante's eyes. Stop it right now, she scolded softly. Love is not unconditional, remember? At first Dante was a little confused by what she said. But from the way Theron was reacting, he had a feeling her words were meant more for the wolf than for him. The challenge. I'm scared, Lou. The gate opened and everyone started to file out. Lou ran past all three men and almost crashed into MJ. What the hell are you doing? Are you insane? The old man yelled at MJ. Dante grabbed Lou by the back of the neck, yanking the plump, overly excited man backwards. You help or you leave. Dante's voice sounded ragged and strained. Tanner looked at Jay and they nodded to each other. In one swift movement, both men had Dante under their arms as they forced him to lean on them for support. Jay looked back at Lou. You have 3 minutes, make them count. Lou was frantic. The girl he cared for as his own was in a life-or-death battle, and she looked like it was a regular Thursday afternoon. Lou took a long breath before he spoke. MollyJay, you listen to me now like you have never listened before. MJ was a little shocked. She had never heard Lou's voice take on such a tone before. Every time she lands a blow, you use that wolf to heal. Do you hear me? I will not. MJ put her hand out in front of her to stop Lou from saying anything else. No, Lou, you listen to me. I will not use him like that. He loves me. Lou grabbed MJ and shook her. Are you really that stupid, woman? You are means to an end to him. He's a monster he doesn't love. He's a killer. Mol. The sudden, unmistakable sound of MJ's hand across Lou's cheek could be heard through the entire arena. Lila and Azriel turned to see a now seething MJ. She looked so angry, her shoulders trembled. Azriel tried to wrap an arm around his distressed mate, but she shrugged him away. Don't even think about it, Az. If she dies, I will never forgive you. Lila spoke soft but firmly through her teeth, and Azriel knew she meant it. What would you have me do, my love? Azriel asked her. I cannot bend the rules of this pack for anyone. I must be fair, I must be fair, Lila shouted before composing herself into a whisper once again. Don't lecture me about fair, Azriel. She is human. She knows nothing of the danger we... No. Azriel spoke so firmly to his mate she was a little hurt by his tone. You are wrong, Lila. She is not human. She is an Omega. Azriel brushed his knuckles against her cheek, speaking softer this time. The mate of an original Lee, you above all should know how strong she is. He reached up and cupped her cheek with his hand. Do not underestimate her calm, naive nature for weakness, my love. She is stronger than any of us understand. She chose to love a wolf even before she knew the man. And now she is choosing to save the wolf at the risk of her own life. Azriel made a sound between laughter and humming. It's love, Lee. True love, in its rawest form, and I will not interfere, and neither will you. And with that last statement, Azriel led Leela back to their seats. Leela began to silently say a prayer to the moon for MJ to make it out of this alive. She didn't know the girl very well, but already felt so attached to her. MJ was so angry she could barely see. She couldn't believe Lou. Who the hell did he think he was, she thought to herself, letting the anger fester. How could he say things like that about Dante or Theron? He was a wolf, too. MJ looked at Lou and realized this huge man who had a teddy bear demeanor, with a bit of TNT temper, was holding his head in his hands, crying. Ugly crying, in fact. MJ cleared her throat. Lou, I need you to leave the arena. I have to get ready. Her voice was monotone. Lou lurched forward at her and wrapped her in his huge arms while he sobbed. Please be safe, little MollyJay. Lou's voice rumbled all over MJ's body. I never wanted you involved in this life. Please, please, use the wolf. Let him protect you, MJ. MJ pushed herself away from him. Damn it, Lou, this is not helping me at all. The large man wiped his eyes with his hands and walked to the table, retrieving the box Sam had given her. MJ, these are made with silver. They will hurt her more than you because she is wolf, and you are still not mated to Dante, so the wolf is weak. MJ rolled her eyes. I know that already. Lou, he put his hand out to stop her. I'm not done, Mol. The silver will burn her, and you know how to use these better than any fighter I have ever seen. Lou opened the box to show her the 2 karambits. MJ ran her fingers over the cold metal before picking them up. She looked at Lou and had tears in her eyes. I'm scared, Lou, came her sudden confession. I don't know how to. Lou slapped MJ across the face. Not hard enough to leave a mark, just enough to quiet her down. He chuckled, seeing the look on her face. Yay, doesn't feel great, right? Now listen to me, MollyJay Bijou. Lou's use of her full name almost caught MJ by surprise. I have been around a long time, and I have seen plenty of skilled blade enthusiasts, but you, my dear, are a true artist with a knife. MJ rolled her eyes. Lou, I only cut up dead shit, she said sarcastically. Lou gently put his hand over her mouth. I said shush, young lady. You may not cut on things that are alive anymore, but they were at one time, right? Lou said to MJ in a bated tone. You still know all the places to make the best cuts, right? Lou paused again to let the question sink in. Just think of her as a moving target. This time meat on the hoof is running around trying to cut you up too. MJ giggled at the thought of a chunk of beef or a plucked chicken chasing her around with a knife, and she couldn't help herself. Lou squeezed her arms. There's my girl, he said and hugged her tight one last time before he kissed her on the forehead. I never wanted kids, Lou said to her flatly. But if I had ever had any, Lou paused again, his tone softening into one so vulnerable it caused a lump to form in his throat. I wish they would have been like you. MJ couldn't believe her ears. This man was professing his undying fatherly love for her. She nudged him off of her and smiled. Get out, old man, she said with a smile. I have work to do. Lou gave her one last look and left the arena. Jay closed the gate and waved at her with a thumbs up. MJ shot him back a smile and waved before turning her attention to the arena center. Shh! The challenge, round 2 weapons. Pepper was standing at the arena center with what looked like two machetes, only thinner, and a sick grin on her face. MJ took a deep breath and stepped to the center, almost nose to nose with Pepper. She laughed shortly as she leaned into MJ's face. "I can't wait to bathe in the money your ass is going to make me." Pepper glanced toward the others. "Don't worry about Dante, I will take good care of him too." Pepper's voice was shrill, and MJ's fist tightened on the knives as she leaned back onto her heel to ready for the buzzer. The buzzer sounded and Pepper threw a kick straight into MJ's gut, knocking her backwards and throwing the knives from her hands. MJ's body ached, and she noticed that without Theron her body felt heavy and weak. She could feel the wolf pacing just outside her mind, and she purred to calm him. Pepper walked over and sliced at her leg, leaving a thin red line of blood to trickle down MJ's calf before she leaned over her. "Don't worry, pet, I won't kill you," Pepper mocked. "You are far too valuable for that." The she-wolf laughed maniacally and sliced at MJ's flesh again. "But I will slice you up a little just to make sure you know who's boss after this." MJ looked up at Pepper with nothing but disgust as she quickly moved her legs in a scissor motion and took the she-wolf off her feet. Instead of pouncing on top of this woman, MJ made a dash for her knives. If this she-bitch had no plans on killing her, then she didn't need to worry about death. She just had to stay conscious for the entire round, she reasoned. MJ reached for her knives and spun around to face Pepper, who was standing up laughing. "You stupid little cunt," she laughed, groaning slightly. "Now I'm cut off one of your feet." MJ heard a voice in her head so loud it almost scared her. "Move left, now." And for some reason, MJ compiled and lunged to the left, just in time to dodge Pepper's assault. MJ was confused. She had shut out Theron, but she could hear him now and feel the muscles in her body lighten. "No, Theo, don't," MJ said out loud, and Pepper looked at her confused. "Hit your head, little bitch." Pepper motioned outward around them. "We are the only ones here. Your wolf can't help you. The assassin won't help you." Pepper continued to taunt. "Nobody is going to save you, little bitch. Just give up." MJ could feel Theron stirring outside her mind still and glanced at Dante, who was now on his feet. She noticed his eyes were sunken in, and he looked so tired, but he was nodding at her and pleading with his eyes, so she relaxed. "No cheating, Theron," MJ warned and heard the wolf laugh within her. "Just making sure my little one is on fair playing field. I will honor your request. No healing," the powerful beast whispered from within. MJ felt his calming presence even over the stinging in her leg. The blood had started to run down her leg in streaks now, and she saw Pepper sniff the air. "I smell your fear, pet. Come to mommy," she sneered, and to everyone's surprise, MJ dropped the two knives in her hand. She walked forward, and Pepper couldn't believe her eyes. This was way easier than she thought it was gonna be, Pepper praised herself. MJ stopped about a foot away from Pepper and 3 feet away from her weapons. "Whenever you are ready, little one," she heard Theron in her head and tucked her head into her chest to avoid Pepper seeing the smile spread. Pepper was becoming impatient, so she decided to hurry things along. She stalked toward MJ. MJ took a step back but didn't look up at her assailant. Pepper dropped one machete to the floor. "Don't worry, pet," she cooed in a sickeningly fake tone of concern. "I won't hurt you if you give up now and come with me." Pepper smiled at MJ, stepping closer. "You can live a nice life if you are a good girl, okay?" Pepper tried to coax her, and MJ looked up at Pepper as the woman approached her. Pepper put one hand out to touch MJ's face, and suddenly MJ shot between her legs and snatched the machete. Pepper dropped before spinning on her heel and running about 12 feet out to the side. Pepper roared in frustration. "Come back here, you bitch." She chased after MJ and noticed that the women's movements were sporadic. She had almost slipped on the dirt a few times. "Her anger clouds her mind, little one," MJ heard Theron affirm her thoughts. MJ darted out of the way again as Pepper dove for her. MJ ran farther toward the arena edge, and she threw the machete as high as she could. It swung over the arena and landed with a clang outside the gates. Pepper growled at MJ and launched at her, too fast for MJ to move out of the way, and she was snatched by the hair. MJ screamed as she fought to break free, but Pepper was dragging her back to the center of the arena. "I'm gonna let him watch me carve you up." Pepper growled through her clenched teeth. MJ was thrashing all over as Pepper kept on dragging her. MJ could feel her body start to give, and again she heard Theron, "My little one, let me in." And she wanted to so badly. She wanted him to heal her and keep her calm and save her, but MJ also knew right now she needed to save him and herself, or they were all screwed. In the midst of her scattered thoughts, MJ's hand glanced over something cold and metal as she was being dragged. MJ grabbed it with her fingers. It was one of her karambits. She tucked it into the waist of the now torn romper she was wearing and allowed the woman to drag her the rest of the way before Pepper grabbed her by the throat and raised MJ off the ground. Pepper spun in a small circle to show everyone around her that she had caught her prey. Just as Pepper started to celebrate, MJ reached into her waistband and brought the blade up, slashing Pepper's elbow down to her wrist with circular slicing motions. The woman instantly dropped MJ and her other machete while her wrist started to gush blood. MJ scooted away from Pepper and spotted her other karambit. She made a mad dash for it, but was stopped by a hand clutching her ankle. "You may have silver, but I still have a wolf. You are mine." Pepper was snapping and snarling at MJ while she fought to get free. Pepper was only using one arm while the other hung bloody next to her. She grabbed MJ by the hair and flung her back away from her other blade. Pepper grabbed a hold of MJ's wrist and started to squeeze, trying to get her to let go of her knife. MJ kicked her legs out wildly at Pepper while she grabbed at her with her free hand. MJ gave one hard shove, and Pepper's grip loosened on her hand. MJ swung her free fist into the side of Pepper's head before breaking her knifed hand free and slicing at Pepper's face. She missed every time, and MJ noticed that Pepper's other hand had started to heal. "Little one, please let me in." MJ could feel Theron pushing at her mind, and she was distracted long enough that Pepper managed to once again gain the upper hand, grabbing MJ by the throat and knocking the knife free from her other hand. Struggling against her, MJ was desperate. Her lungs were starting to burn, and she could feel her body giving out no matter how hard she was trying to push it. To no avail. MJ continued to kick and thrash her body, but it seemed like the harder she tried, the worse it got. Pepper had managed to drag them close enough that she picked up one of MJ's knives and threw her to the ground. MJ hit the dirt face down with a thud, and before she could push herself to her knees, Pepper was on top of her with a knee in her back and her free hand clutching the back of MJ's head. Pepper took the knife and cut open the back of MJ's clothes, exposing the skin of her back. Pepper searched the crowd and found Dante staring back at her, looking exhausted and pleading. She simply laughed and began to slash at the fresh pink flesh on MJ's back. MJ started to scream and thrash her body as she felt the sting of the blade. She could feel Theron trying to heal her, but she also knew the cuts were made with silver, so she did the only thing she could think to save him, and she put a wall up in her mind, trying to shut him out of her completely. MJ thought she heard Theron and Dante scream, but she couldn't be sure, as the searing pain in her back from each and every cut was causing her to scream in unimaginable agony. Pepper was laughing as the buzzer sounded the end of the second round. The gate flew open, and Jay was in the center of the arena before anyone could blink. He tossed a still laughing Pepper across the arena and scooped MJ's almost lifeless body up off the ground. The challenge, brave all on her own. Tanner was next to slide to the ground. "How is she, Jay?" He didn't answer while he turned her over. "She's breathing, Tanner. Let's get her up." Jay stood holding MJ in his arms, blood from her back running down his arm and staining his shirt. MJ stirred, and Jay looked down at her as Tanner led them out of the arena, screaming for a medic. MJ groaned in pain and glanced at Jay. "Sorry, MJ." Jay cooed at her. "Tanner went to get a doc. I know it hurts, but do you think you can walk?" She winced and nodded. Jay stopped just outside the gate and put her feet gently on the floor. MJ grabbed his shirt collar to steady herself, and Jay put one arm around her shoulders, trying not to touch the still bleeding wounds on her back. He offered her his shoulder, and she swung her arm around it. Jay slid his arm from her shoulder to her hip, and they began to walk forward. Jay hissed in pain and limped on her leg as the blood was still trickling from the open gash. Jay leaned his shoulder down so Jay could use him as a crutch, and she smiled painfully at him. "You're not using the wolf to heal that, are you?" Jay said in almost a whisper. MJ was starting to shake from the shock her body was going through. In a ragged, shaky voice, she pleaded with him. "Leave it alone, please. Everyone else is." And her voice caught in her throat. Jay stopped and took her arm off his shoulder. Jay turned his body so that his back was facing her, and he knelt down. MJ slumped her body over his back, and Jay grabbed her legs under the knee and lifted them both while he continued to circle around the outside of the arena, closer to Dante, while Tanner came running up with 2 others in tow. Dante tried to make his way through the crowd, but he was still so weak from the toxin that it was difficult to nudge his way through the thick sea of people. Suddenly, he felt a hand under his arm and looked over to see a stone-faced Ace holding him upright, marching through the crowd. Dante wanted to thank him, but Ace was just as proud as he was, meaning Dante's silent cooperation was all the thanks Ace would tolerate. His pace quickened as he saw MJ's body slumped over Jay's back. Jay was walking as slowly as possible so as to not cause MJ any more pain. "Look, all I was going to say was I admire your bravery," Jay said under his breath. "Not many would willingly step into an arena without their wolf." But before MJ could retort, Tanner had reached them with Ace and Dante not far behind. One of the medics with Tanner laid out a white sheet on the ground, and Jay knelt down so MJ could lay down onto the ground. MJ tried as hard as she could to step down gracefully, but her body was so exhausted that she crashed to the floor with a thud. Dante saw MJ fall to the ground and pulled out of Ace's grasp as he dove for her. He hit his knees on the edge of the sheet, and the medics gave him a few glares to which he ignored, and reached for MJ's hand, as the medics coaxed her onto her stomach so they could have a look at her back first, as it was worse than her leg. Many of the cuts on her back had crossed each other, causing deeper gashes. MJ squeezed Dante's hand and looked at him. As soon as her eyes met his, it was like a painkiller. She instantly felt better. MJ let out a breath, followed by a small squeak from the pain of the cleaning the medics were attempting. Dante reached his other hand over to stroke her face. "Stupid little kitten," he whispered lovingly. "Will you please let him help you?" MJ looked away from Dante by burying her face in the sheet as the medics began to clean the deeper wounds. Dante scooted closer to her until his face was in front of hers. He whispered. She looked up at him, and his heart sank. She had tears streaming down her cheeks, and her bottom lip was bloody from biting back the pain. She was so brave, all on her own, he thought. He leaned forward and placed his forehead on hers while he purred to try and soothe her. MJ's breathing started to steady. To her surprise, the way Dante was touching her and fussing over her was actually helping her to calm down. Why the hell doesn't she just heal? One of the medics snapped in frustration, to which Dante growled at him. What? The medic snapped back. Look, some of these cuts need stitches and we aren't surgeons. Dante knew he was right, and he looked back at MJ with pleading eyes. Please, kitten, just enough to heal the bad ones, I promise. He leaned his forehead against hers again. Please, baby, he whispered the last two words, and to his surprise, MJ nodded in agreement. The medics had done everything they could to clean up her wounds, but werewolves healed on their own for the most part, so they really were out of their element and took their leave. MJ tried to sit up, but her body was still so weak she was struggling just to get to a sitting position. Dante cupped her elbows to allow her the leverage she needed to get to a sitting position. She was panting heavily from the effort, and Dante wanted so badly to take all the pain away from her. MJ closed her eyes tight, and Dante could see her, allowing Theron to heal her, if only a little. MJ slowly and cautiously allowed the wall to come down. She was concentrating on talking to the wolf inside herself, and not out loud. She didn't want anyone else to hear her. Theron? MJ began. I need you to only heal the really deep ones. I need your strength for the end of the third round. This bitch won't kill me. She thinks we are her cash cow. Theron growled in disgust, and MJ answered with a gentle purr like always. She felt his gratitude and amusement. I will always be here for you, little one, but this is a dangerous game you play. MJ sighed out loud, and Dante noticed that not all her wounds were healing. Kitten, you need more, please, he begged. To which MJ held her hand up to his mouth. Shh, she said with a small smile, and Dante grabbed her hand tight and kissed the small fingers touching his lips. Dante, I need to concentrate, MJ grumbled, and so he let her hand fall into her lap while he sat by her side and watched her internal struggle before he realized she was speaking with the wolf. Look, Theron, MJ said internally as sternly as she could. I understand how dangerous this is, but what other choice do I have? It's not like I can shift. Theron growled in frustration and was silent for a moment. Little one, Theron soothed. I trust your decision, whatever it may be, and MJ sighed again in frustration. Look, Theron, I will need you, MJ said firmly, but I will need you strong. I don't know what I'm walking into. Theron made a low sound in MJ's head, and her entire body felt like it was vibrating. I will shift you, my little one, as much as I can, Theron admitted to MJ. It will hurt. It will be like no other pain you will ever feel, and it is very dangerous. Theron chuckled low in her mind. Animal instinct is a delicious power to get lost in. MJ wasn't quite sure what Theron was talking about, but she was pretty sure he was agreeing to her plan. MJ opened her eyes and saw Dante's almost forlorn face staring back at her. He looked sad and beaten down. On what must have been pure instinct alone, MJ climbed into Dante's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. I need you to trust me, okay, MJ whispered, and Dante squeezed his arms around her as much as he could without disturbing the small cut still visible on her exposed back. The challenge, you don't need luck, you have Theo. Azrael cleared his throat. I'm sorry, MJ, but we need to get you ready for the third round. Before the alpha could utter another word, a very concerned beta pushed past him and straight to the floor next to MJ, who was still holding tight to Dante. MJ, I'm so sorry, please. Forgive me. Lila's voice was hoarse and barely audible. She had huge streaks down her face from crying, and the tears were lingering at the corner of her eyes, threatening to assault her already rosy cheeks. MJ released Dante and pushed herself off of his lap. She grabbed Lila by the shoulders and hugged her as tight as she could. Hush, hush. Now it's not your fault, Lila. MJ spoke softly to comfort the almost grieving woman. Don't apologize to me, and please stop crying. All right, I'm right here, okay? MJ pulled away from Lila and pointed to her head, giving the sobbing beta a wink. We have a plan. Lila pulled away from MJ and shoved some fabric into her lap. You need to change, okay? MJ nodded and gave her a small smile. To her surprise, Lila jumped to her feet and whirled around to face her mate before she reached back and slapped him across the face so hard, MJ thought she could taste it. I will never forgive you. Lila gritted through her teeth and walked away with wide strides back to her seat before glaring at Azrael and crossing her arms. Azrael rubbed his face where his mate had slapped him and smiled. She really likes you a lot, he chuckled and gave MJ a warm, sorrowful smile. MJ stood up with the fabric crumbled in her arms. Where can I change, Alpha? MJ tried not to sound cold, but he was the one who had agreed to Pepper challenging her, and she couldn't understand why. MJ thought Azrael had liked her. It couldn't be that she was an Omega, she thought, because his mate was too. Azrael crossed his arms and closed his eyes. You will have the hunters stand around you with the sheet you are sitting on. MJ looked at Azrael confused, and he explained. It's very unorthodox to even allow clothes outside what you are given in the arena. Azrael hummed, what MJ thought might have been a laugh. But seeing as the beta has deemed it acceptable, and might have my head if I say otherwise, and Azrael winked at MJ. I shall not interfere, he turned to leave before stopping and glancing back at her. I am the alpha of this pack, MJ, so I must remain neutral, but I know Calix will be overjoyed to see his honored brothers Omega wipe the floor with that mutt. MJ saw him crack a smile before sauntering over to his mate, who turned away from him the moment he approached her. MJ stood and Dante picked up the sheet. He handed one end to Jay, and held the other as they tried to circle around her to block the view. Dante kept his eyes deadlocked with Jay to make sure he didn't try to sneak a peek at his mate, but noticed that Jay was more interested in watching what was happening across the arena. "What troubles you, Jay?" Dante said, to which Jay returned his eyes to Dante's gaze absently. "I think that other wolf is her mate, Dante," and they heard MJ underneath them. "What's who's what now?" She pulled the sheet up and stepped out, to which Dante and Jay dropped the sheet to the dirt. Jay looked down at MJ and repeated himself. "That other wolf, the one who stayed by Pepper, I'm pretty sure it's her mate." Jay shrugged when MJ cocked her head, and he explained, "I saw the way he was pacing during the second round and the way he fusses over her now." Jay motioned to the other corner of the arena. "He touches her the way Dante does you." Jay was a hunter and only making an observation, but his words caused MJ to blush a little before she looked up toward the arena. "I guess I better get in there and end this. I'm starting to get hungry." She smiled, and both men looked at her, almost confused. "How can you joke at a time like this?" Dante snapped at her. "How can you think about food at a time like this?" Jay said, mocking Dante, but he still had his own sound of horror and disbelief. MJ rolled her eyes and stepped past both of them to start making her way back to the gate. Both Dante and Jay fell in line behind MJ while she walked. They had reached the gate all too soon, and suddenly, Dante felt like he couldn't let her go. "Kitten, wait," he blurted out urgently, grasping her hand and spinning her around. MJ looked at Dante wide-eyed and a little confused. He looked frantic and was searching her face for something. She could feel his unrest because she could feel Theron stiffing just on the edges of her mind. MJ was pretty good at hiding it, but she was painfully aware that her plan may not work at all, and she may die. But she would die before she would let that bitch sell her for anything, MJ recited in her mind. Without thinking, MJ reached up on her tiptoes and pulled Dante down to her level. He looked at her in utter surprise as she cocked her head to the side and smashed her lips into his. Feverishly clutching at his shirt, she squeezed into him as much as she could, feeling the soft motion of his lips against hers. As if it were a renewed breath they had been holding in, and they both inhaled deep, and Dante reached up to squeeze her hips tightly. MJ moaned softly into his mouth before she pulled back, licking her now pink lips. "What the hell was that for?" Dante asked, completely shocked with a wry grin dancing on his ever-paling face. MJ shrugged. "For good luck?" She turned and entered the gate when Dante had a thought. "You don't need luck, kitten. You have Theo." MJ laughed and she winked at him as the gate closed with a heart-clenching sound. The challenge, round 3, wolves out, balls to the wall to end it all. MJ had put on a brave face, but her head was screaming at her that this was probably how she died. She felt Theron try to steady her, and MJ closed her eyes. "Not yet," she whispered as she stepped forward into the center of the arena. The tables had now been cleared away, and Pepper was still standing at her end of the arena speaking to the male wolf. MJ observed the way they behaved around each other, and she noticed that, even though the male seemed to try and fuse over Pepper, she seemed to accept and deny his affection at the same time, and it suddenly gave MJ a pained thought. Was that how she treated Dante? MJ looked back at her end of the gate, and Dante was still standing there. Even though Jay was physically trying to get him to leave, she smiled at him when their eyes locked. MJ's attention was snapped back to the arena as she heard the shuffling sound of feet approaching. Pepper had a lazy smile on her face, and MJ could see the change happening in her already. Her teeth were protruding through her thin, curled lips, and MJ could hear the crackling of cartilage as her anatomy started to shift. As soon as Pepper was done shifting, MJ was shell-shocked. Pepper's wolf form was small, her body did not lurch and spread the way Dante's or Azriel's had. Even Ace and Sam had been quite large compared to Pepper. Instead, she was about the same size shifted as she was in human form, and MJ smirked, looking her up and down. Pepper growled at her, and without warning, the buzzer sounded for the third round to begin. Pepper crouched her body and lunged at MJ. Left dive. MJ heard in her head, and trusting her body and the beast within, she dove, causing Pepper to smash into the dirt instead of on top of MJ, who had now scrambled to her feet and run about 50 yards away from the angry she-wolf. Pepper roared and lunged straight at MJ again. MJ half panicked until once again a voice roared in her head, "Slide," and this time she ran toward Pepper before diving under the smaller wolf. Pepper's body crashed to the ground, and she rolled. MJ spun around. "Theron, what the fuck do I do? She is gonna eat me." MJ could feel herself start to panic, but she felt so helpless right now she didn't know what else to do. "Little one," Theron's soft warning was like a sedative to her frantically beating heart. "She is reckless. You can exhaust her easily, but you will have to be quick and listen to my every word." MJ nodded and then remembered he couldn't see her. "You got it," she said, watching Pepper regain her footing before shaking her entire body free of the thin layer of dirt that now covered it. Pepper had a crazed look in her eye, and her lips were pulled back to fully expose the long canine teeth waiting to crash down on MJ's limbs. MJ looked into her eyes and noticed they were not gold like Dante's. They were yellow and seemed to almost be lit up from behind like a jack-o'-lantern. "She is not moonborn, my little one," came Theron's answer before MJ could even ask the question. "Come on now, little rabbit, stop this stupid little game of chase and just come with me." MJ was confused. Did Pepper just try to coax her into surrendering? MJ decided she would play along and see how much more time she could buy herself and Theron. "What's your endgame here, Pepper?" MJ yelled out. The wolf cocked her head to the side, almost as if she were confused by the question, so MJ continued. "I mean, first you want Dante, now you want me." Pepper growled in frustration. "I want the wolf." MJ narrowed her eyes. There it was, the ugly truth, she thought. The crown jewel of truths. Pepper wanted the wolf, but for what? MJ decided she would try her best to find out anything she could, but Pepper was already gearing up to attack her again. "Trust in me, little one, and be ready," MJ heard Theron whisper faintly, and decided it was time to let the wolf back in. As best she could, MJ slowly calmed her inner mind and felt the familiar feel of Theron settling into her body, almost like he was in the driver's seat with her. "She won't know what hit her," Theron whispered, with a sick amount, a pleasure dripping from every word. And MJ grinned. This seemed to set Pepper on fire, and she jumped into the air in an arch and tried to come down on top of MJ, but Theron laid them back onto MJ's back and used Pepper's momentum to toss her over their body and again crashed to the ground, in which Pepper flipped back to her feet and roared in MJ's face. "Stop running and fight me." Pepper spit in hopeless anger. MJ tried to concentrate on her breathing and noticed that even though Pepper was the aggressor, she rarely made a move without MJ moving first. MJ heard Theron chuckle in her mind. "Her wolf is submissive to yours, my little one." And MJ could feel his sense of pride, so she unknowingly squared her shoulders as she retorted to Pepper. "The only one running is you, silly bitch. I have barely moved." MJ wasn't so sure taunting her was a good idea, but she couldn't help herself. Theron made her feel invincible. Her words only further infuriated the already blindly angry. She-Wolf and MJ made sure to remain focused on her muscle movements. Every time Pepper would charge, MJ would go on the offense and dive out of the way or tuck and roll, staying just out of Pepper's reach no matter what she did. And MJ could see this game of chase was starting to wear on her assailant, so she decided to taunt her again. "What's wrong, bitch?" MJ grunted, diving out of the way of Pepper's lightning-fast claws. "I thought you were a predator. Come on, catch me?" MJ turned on her heels and started running away from Pepper. She could hear Theron making what she assumed were laughing noises, but they sounded more like short growls and snarls of pleasure. MJ waited until she could feel Pepper close behind her, and she slowed her pace a little. They were nearing the arena barrier walls, and just as Pepper reached to grab MJ, she bolted forward, climbing up the wall as if gravity were only a silly myth. MJ ran diagonally up the side of the wall and over Pepper's head before landing just on the other side of the stunned she-wolf. Before Pepper could smash her muzzle into the wall, MJ grabbed her by the tail, and using as little of Theron as she could, she flung the she-wolf by the tail in a circle before releasing the wolf's tail and allowing her to smash sideways into the wall she had just jumped off of. MJ felt Theron and she winced. "Did I hurt you?" He didn't answer her, but she felt the familiar prickle telling her he was there. MJ knew she had to be careful as he was probably still weak from the needle injection, and she knew she would have to bank on his strength eventually. But if she could save him from as much pain as possible, she would. Bringing her focus back to the task of staying alive, MJ ran back toward the center of the arena and whirled around to face the she-wolf slowly stalking towards her. MJ pushed the wolf as far out of her mind as she could, and she could feel him fighting her internally. "Stop it," MJ hissed. "You're going to get yourself hurt." She had not realized she had screamed it out loud until Pepper started to laugh, wiping blood from her mouth. She stalked ever closer to MJ. "How precious," Pepper sneered. "You can't win. Just give up." MJ could see how tired Pepper was, the closer she got. The she-wolf's ribcage bowed with the heavy breaths she was taking, and she seemed to be dragging one leg a little. Shouldn't she be healing herself? MJ thought. Healing takes energy, little one. She could hear Theron, and his voice sounded almost tired but stronger than before. MJ was starting to panic a little. This wolf just kept coming, and she knew if she got a hold of her, it would probably be game over. "That's it," MJ thought. "A game! Ed's game!" MJ looked at Pepper and smiled wide. The she-wolf cocked her head in confusion as MJ opened her mouth to speak. "Tag, bitch, you're it!" And MJ yelled and took off into a sprint, taking a wide right stance, crossing diagonally in front of Pepper, who had to jerk her body to the side to keep eye contact with MJ. She felt Theron in the back of her head and opened up to let him in. "She will only chase you for so long, my little one." MJ nodded and felt Theron prickle the hairs on the back of her neck to warn of the angry she-wolf coming up behind her, fast. MJ slowed her stride a little to let the wolf catch up. Pepper reached a clawed arm to grab MJ and managed to snag the fabric of her clothes. MJ jerked to the side, sending Pepper tumbling forward and tearing at the shirt MJ was wearing, sending the fabric flopping down her back in tattered shreds. MJ could feel the sun start to warm the skin on her back and realized that it must be close to afternoon from the placement of the warm orb in the sky. MJ dug her hands into the ground and pushed off the ground to lurch herself forward. And this time when Pepper tried to grab her again, she only stumbled forward, losing her footing, once again slamming her body into the dirt. MJ turned at the sound and giggled under her breath. Unfortunately, MJ had stopped too soon, and as she turned, an ugly clawed hand reached up and grabbed her by the throat, clutching her windpipe hard. MJ raked her fingers down the arm and chest of Pepper, but the woman just batted her hands away with her outstretched claws and brought MJ's face up to hers, so close she could feel their noses brush together. Pepper growled and squeezed so hard MJ thought she might lose consciousness. I will enjoy watching my master have you, Omega. You will create his army and serve him well. Pepper began to squeeze and MJ felt frantic. What the hell was she talking about, her master? Crazy things started to flash through MJ's mind. Wasn't she part of Azriel's pack? Did Azriel want her? MJ felt Theron start to rustle inside her, and it felt like schools of fish inside her body. Suddenly Theron spoke, and it almost sounded like he was afraid. My little one, I fear we will be in trouble if I do not do something. Please forgive me for the pain I must now put you through. MJ wanted to protest, but Pepper's claws had started to dig into the flesh of her neck, and she could feel the blood running down her chest. MJ fought to keep Theron at bay on the inside while trying to fight Pepper on the outside. She kicked and clawed at the wolf, holding her just high enough that her feet could barely touch the ground. Pepper squeezed MJ tighter and growled in her face. I will watch you fade, you stupid human. How dare you assume to be worthy of a wolf's power? If it were up to me, I would squeeze your head off myself. MJ was now beginning to lose consciousness when she felt a sharp pain rush through her, and she felt almost like she was falling into the back of her own mind. She started to panic until she heard her savior speak. You will be all right, my little one. Just rest and I will get us to the other side. Are you ready? MJ didn't speak. She only concentrated on her breathing and the intense pain now surging through her. Pepper began to laugh maniacally as the human woman in her claws closed her eyes and stilled her movements. She dropped the now motionless MJ to the ground and stood tall in the middle of the arena. The challenge, she is not a walker. Lila gasped and shot to her feet, hands over her mouth. No was all the distressed Beta could say. Azriel tried to grab her arm, but she jerked away and glared at him. Don't you dare, Lila spat at her mate. That girl is gone because of you. Before anyone else could say anything, Dante doubled over, groaning in pain, as if setting off a chain reaction. The entire arena became silent as an earth-shattering scream ripped out of the lifeless body on the ground. Pepper whirled around to face the screaming woman, and to her absolute horror, MJ's body was convulsing so ferociously that her body was arching off the ground, throwing dust into the air. The sound coming from MJ's mouth was a mixture of what sounded like a woman's scream and the groan of something dangerous. The sudden snapping sound of bones echoed through the silent air. The sound caused Lila to instinctively grab her mate with both hands. Azriel, what is happening? She said, and looked up into his eyes, hoping for an answer. Azriel only looked back at her, just as shell-shocked, and only capable of shaking his head in a loss for words. MJ's arms and legs snapped and began to reform longer with a larger muscle mass. Her fingers snapped and began to bleed as lethal black claws emerged from her now reformed hands. MJ's body flipped over and she was laying on her stomach. Her eyes shot open and she spat blood all over the dirt, along with most of her teeth. As she opened her mouth to scream again, it revealed large sharp teeth protruding from her bloody mouth. Pepper stumbled back in horror as MJ crawled to her hands and knees, spitting blood and grunting. She looked up pleadingly at Pepper, and to her horror, the place where the color of MJ's eyes should be was replaced by silver spheres, almost like she had the moon trapped inside them. MJ groaned and lurched forward as her collarbone and ribcage made a sickening hollow crack, while they too became larger, stretching MJ's skin to its limit. Pepper's wolf fell to the ground in horror and shock as MJ stood up on two legs, breathing heavily with blood and saliva still spilling from her mouth. The sound Pepper made, stumbling to the dirt, caused MJ's attention to snap in her direction. Someone in the crowd screamed as MJ moved into view. Her body was long and slender like that of a wolf, but she did not have any fur, nor did her face shift any more than to give her a sickening set of razor-sharp talons for teeth. MJ looked out into the crowd and roared. Lila grabbed Azriel's arm, and they looked at each other with matching shock and horror, but before they couldn't speak, it was Moxie who blurted, "What the fuck is that?" "I think that's MJ," Sam said in a mix of horror and confusion. Ace ran up to Azriel. "Alpha, what is happening? She looks like..." Before Ace could finish, Jay was next to him. "Don't say it, Commander. She's not a walker." Jay sounded defensive almost, and all eyes were on him until the sound of Dante groaning in pain snapped everyone's attention to the assassin who was crumpled up on the floor holding himself. "He doesn't look good," Lila said, trying to tear her eyes off the horrific scene in the arena. Azriel seemed lost in thought, staring into the arena at the seething creature who was half MJ and half animal. Azriel was at a loss. His entire pack, including his mate, were all looking to him for answers, and he didn't have any. Not even Calix seemed to know what was going on. Azriel would ask Dante, except for the fact that the assassin was in no position to be answering questions. With a heavy sigh and a furrowed brow, Azriel finally spoke. "Jay, I want you and Ace to get Dante up and over to the gate. I am going to end this now." The hunters nodded as their alpha barked out orders. "Tanner, keep Lila safe, and Sam, I want you to go and gather the Rouges. MJ knows they may be our only hope in bringing her back." As soon as Azriel spoke the last word, it was like a tizzy of commotion, everyone running everywhere. Most of the pack had receded away from the arena in fear of catching the eye of whatever that thing was in the center. MJ watched as the onlookers began to panic and run around like ants under a magnifying glass. A few of them were gathering by her side of the gate, while the she-wolf inside with her was trying to stay out of sight. "Time to have a little fun," she said inside herself, and heard her voice along with Theron's as they laughed out loud for all to hear. MJ suddenly turned her attention to Pepper, and as the wolf tried to run, MJ leapt into the air and came crashing down on top of her, pinning her to the dirt. "Not so fast, bitch." MJ's voice was terrifying. She could barely hear her own over the sound of the beast. "I thought we were going to play a little game of cat and mouse. Don't you want to play with me anymore?" MJ gave a wry grin when Pepper's only answer was to try and claw her way out from under her. Suddenly, MJ's attention snapped to the gate as she watched Azriel and Jay open it and sound the buzzer. But instead of being relieved, it was over. MJ was now furious. How dare they stop it now, when she was so close to finishing it with a win? Did they not want her to win? Were they plotting her demise this entire time? MJ cocked her head to the side as she watched Jay and Ace hoist Dante up off the floor, and MJ noticed that he looked awful. Azriel stepped into the arena and MJ growled in his direction. He put both hands up in surrender. "MJ, we are not here to harm you." The alpha spoke calmly but confidently. "We just want to make sure you are okay. Dante is not doing well." At the mention of Dante, MJ's eyes darted back to the gate, and she could see him propped up against Ace, while Jay seemed to be speaking to him. MJ made a sound in her throat that was something between a growl and a whimper. She stepped off the still struggling Pepper and walked closer to Azriel. He did not move, but he did square his chest, preparing for whatever she was about to do. But instead of stopping in front of him, she brushed past the waiting alpha and headed for the open gate and Dante. Ace looked up to see MJ coming their way and shoved Jay and Dante into the arena and closed the gate to make sure she couldn't get out. MJ growled and dropped to all fours, picking up speed to close the distance between them. Dante could feel MJ near him, and he looked up to see her running at him. But she did not look like the beautiful, tender, fiery woman he had seen just hours ago. Now she was something between a shifted wolf and a walker, his stomach wretched as he tried to break free from Ace to run to her, but Ace would not let go. "She's gonna fuck you up if you keep holding me, Ace." Dante managed to croak just in time for MJ to stop nose to nose with him. "The challenge ends. What did you do, Theo?" Ace let go of Dante, and he started to fall when MJ grabbed him by the waist and pulled him up to her face. She stuffed her face into the crook of his neck and inhaled. Jay and Ace looked at each other and shrugged. MJ purred into the neck of her mate and realized his heartbeat was erratic and weak. She pulled herself away from him and looked into his eyes. Dante looked up at MJ and reached up to gently cup her face, that was now stained with dry blood and dirt. "What did you do, Theo?" Dante said in a ragged voice. MJ looked down away from him and whimpered. She set Dante gently on the ground and began to back away. Dante reached out for her, but suddenly a blur shot between them, and as MJ steadied her eyes, she saw the other man from Pepper's corner was now behind Dante. One of his hands was buried deep into Dante's hair as he raised his head. He brought the other hand around Dante's throat, and MJ noticed he was brandishing a knife. She growled and started to step forward, but the man pressed the blade hard under Dante's Adam's apple, and she noticed a small trail of blood run down his neck. MJ dug her claws into the ground, tensed every muscle in her body, and snarled as furiously as possible. "I suggest you release my assassin and start begging for your own life." It was Azriel's voice, and he had Pepper by the hair. She had shifted back to human form and was dangling from the angry alpha's grasp completely naked. Azriel dragged Pepper by the hair until he was standing next to MJ and dropped the naked woman at her feet. The man holding Dante flinched and tried in vain to stifle a whimper as she hit the ground. Jay shouted, "MJ, we were right." He wasn't sure if she could even understand him. He knew she wasn't a walker, but her eyes and skin said different. MJ couldn't understand why Dante wouldn't fight back. He wouldn't move or do anything but just stare at her with hurt in his eyes. MJ looked down at the woman whimpering at her feet and kicked her toward the man holding Dante. Azriel stepped forward, almost standing between MJ and the man holding Dante. MJ remained still and compliant. She could feel the protective aura pooling around Azriel. He was trying to protect her and Dante at the same time, and it put MJ at ease a little. She watched the man holding Dante very carefully as he loosened his grip on Dante while Pepper tried to crawl to his feet. "Let go," MJ growled, and before she could move, Azriel spoke again. "You are not from my pack." The tone in the alpha's voice said, "This was not a question. I will warn you one time you will release my assassin and pay for your interruption." Azriel sounded unlike MJ had ever heard. He had no emotion in his voice. It was as if this was nothing more than a business transaction. MJ's thoughts were cut off by the sound of maniacal laughing. "How dare you think you hold any power here? I have all the cards and you have zip!" The man holding Dante let go of his hair and pulled Pepper behind him before grabbing Dante by the hair again, yanking his head upward, causing Dante to groan uncomfortably. MJ took one step forward and began to snarl loudly. Saliva started to drip from her jaws. She bared all her teeth for him to see, but the man seemed mostly unfazed by her intimidation. "Not so fast, sweetheart," the man said, looking at MJ. "You want the assassin back? Trade me, you for him." Azriel put a hand out in front of MJ. "How dare you think you can trade one life for another? Who is your alpha?" MJ was surprised at how protective Azriel was being, and not just of Dante. Was he willing to lose Dante before giving up MJ? She thought, and suddenly felt so guilty. If only she hadn't kicked Pepper over to him, they would still have leverage, she scolded herself. Jay knew she had to think of something quick. Dante looked like he was getting worse. and she could tell that her body along with Theron's were wearing from exhaustion and running on pure fumes at this point. Jay was now holding Ace by the arms to prevent him from advancing on the stranger holding his comrade hostage. MJ leaned forward and nudged Azriel with her head. He tried to ignore her, but she did it again and made a groaning sound. The angry alpha did not turn around, but he dipped his head to the side and mumbled to her, "I don't know what you're thinking, or if you even are, but if you can hear me in there, MJ, I need you to trust me, or we could lose him." MJ grunted, and Azriel continued while still eyeing the stranger holding Dante. "We have to separate him from Dante without hurting any of them." MJ growled at the idea, and Azriel grunted impatiently. "I need them unharmed." He tried to reason with her. "I need to figure out what the hell is going on here. I think you were targeted on purpose, MJ. Obviously, he is not of my pack, but that means that Pepper was a spy, and there could be more. I don't want them hurt if I can get information from them." MJ simply grunted to let Azriel know she understood him. She moved past Azriel, and Jay let go of Ace when he saw her. "No, MJ, don't," he shouted at her. MJ looked at Jay with what he thought looked like sadness and gratitude at the same time. This time it was Ace who grabbed Jay, and Azriel turned to face his hunters. "We must trust her if she is to trust us." Ace snorted. "Are you even sure she can understand us, Alpha? She looks like—" Jay cut Ace's words off before he could start. "Don't you dare say it." The young hunter was almost screaming. "She is not a walker." Both Ace and Azriel looked at Jay in shock. He had never been one to be outspoken or passionate about anything. Their conversation died out as they watched MJ slowly advance toward the traders standing opposite them. The shift in power. Why would I trade for something worthless? Azriel turned his attention to the wolves attempting to leave the territory and noticed that the male seemed to be struggling with MJ's body. She had started to move around, and with her elongated limbs, it was difficult for him to keep his balance with her over his shoulder the way she was. Pepper's mate dropped MJ to the ground as her body started to convulse. Her chest was making a crunching sound as the bones began to retract. The sound of pure air being forced from her body caused MJ to groan. The sound was sickening, and Pepper took a step away from her. Is she dying or something? The she-wolf sounded disgusted. Beth tried to run to the now flopping body of MJ, but Lou grabbed his sister around the shoulders. "Lou, stop!" Beth yelled desperately. "Let go, she needs us." Lou held tight to his hysteric, shouting sister and looked at Azriel with a half scowl on his face. A series of screams and gasps for air flew from MJ feverishly as her chest rose from the ground, and her arms started to slam against the dirt. The bones in her shoulders and arms retracting into small, tender human form, the muscles calming into their original frame. MJ was panting and thrashing. She tried to gain ground and pull herself to her hands and knees, but her leg muscles spasmed, and she cried out in agony as they too began to retract. Each breath she took felt like she was breathing fire. MJ's claws retracted into more human fingers, although her nails remained longer than they had been before. She dug her fingers into the dirt as her spine cracked and contorted, condensing into its small human form. Everyone standing around took another step back. MJ had shifted once before, and they were not sure what might happen this time around. Azriel heard Pepper's mate yell above the commotion. MJ's body was making. "If it dies on your territory, you have to dispose of the body." His words flew out so casually it made the alpha nauseous. "We still leave unharmed," he finished. Azriel looked up at the two wolves and nodded in disgust. Their obvious dismissal of MJ's life was causing the bile in his stomach to churn. Dante groaned in pain and crumpled to the floor. Jay kneeled with him, and Ace followed. "What the hell is going on, Commander?" Jay sounded like he was pleading more than asking. Ace simply looked up at Jay and shook his head. The commander was at an absolute loss. He had never seen anything like this before. Ace thought, terrified. He wasn't sure anyone had. Trying to distract himself and the others, Ace instantly started delegating like a true commander. "Sam, we need to get him to the pearls, and now!" Ace barked, without looking up from the still groaning Dante. When Sam didn't answer, Ace searched the crowd to find her frozen clutching Moxie's arm. Ace growled in a mix of rage and frustration. "Sam, goddammit, woman, pull yourself together." Sam acted as though she couldn't hear him. Her eyes were fixated on the scene unfolding in front of her. MJ was now on her knees and clutching at her hair. She was screaming and blood was pouring from her mouth. MJ started to pull at her hair, and it was coming out in handfuls until she was completely bald. Nobody moved as MJ continued to scream and claw at her own head. Her entire body was on fire from the inside. MJ felt each and every one of her teeth be pushed upward and out of her mouth, once again replaced with more human-looking ones. Only the small hooked portions of the sharp canines she had once had remained on her new set of human pearly whites. Blood continued to pour from MJ's mouth as intense itching began to infest her now smooth scalp. MJ clawed at her skin as the sensation became almost painful, and hair burst from her scalp so quickly the ends whipped her face. As MJ dropped to the dirt, breathing so heavily she was groaning, the entire group around her was silent. Her hair had come back, but instead of the golden blonde color, it was now a deep shade of red, almost the same as a rich red wine when the sun shines through it. Her body was limp on the ground, while Dante continued to groan in pain. Ace tried to pick him up, but was unable to guide him while he writhed in pain. "He is going to die if we do not get him help now." Ace yelled at anyone who would listen, and Lou jerked Beth toward them. "Beth, her mate needs medical attention." Lou yelled at his sister, "Help her by helping him." Beth started to jerk against Lou, but soon snapped her attention to the wolf on the ground and shrugged her brother off. Beth knelt down to Dante and began to take his vitals. "He seems unharmed. Was he shot or stabbed with anything?" Beth sounded very clinical, and Lou almost couldn't believe his ears. She hadn't been an active pack medic for years, Lou thought, looking on in astonishment, but it seemed like she was falling back at it like she hadn't been a dormant office worker for more than 20 years. Tanner spoke to Beth. "They got MJ with chrysanthemum." Beth's eyes shot up to Tanner's, and she looked shocked. "Then why is he suffering and not her?" Tanner shook his head. He had no idea, nor did anyone else. Beth leaned down and stroked Dante's face. He looked at her, confused and in pain. "You are protecting her, aren't you?" Beth whispered. Dante couldn't answer her, but Beth looked as if she knew the answer to the question already. She grabbed his hand, and Dante looked into the older woman's eyes. "Don't worry, you will be all right," she assured him, and Beth looked at Lou. "Hey, we need to get him to the pack house. I have some ephedra vine. It will counter the chrysanthemum, but we need to get him there quickly." Ace and Jay tried to help Dante move away, but he started to fight them off. Beth grabbed Dante by the shirt collar and slapped him across the face. "If you want to help her, then you need to help you." The older woman shook him. "How can she survive if you are a half-dead idiot? Now stop fussing, and let's get you out of here." Dante once again allowed his body to go limp. The three wolves made their way toward the pack house, dragging Dante as they went. Moxie was still holding a shell-shocked Sam, while Tanner struggled to hold on to Mara. Azriel stood staring at the two wolves who were trying to gauge if taking MJ was worth it or not. MJ continued to grunt and gasp for air, but her body was completely shifted back to human form. Her stretched skin had fallen away from her body to reveal fresh pink flesh underneath. MJ was also naked as the day she was born, and Azriel wasn't sure if it was the shift or the weather, but he noticed her entire body seemed to be trembling. Lou stepped forward to stand next to Azriel and tried to speak to the girl he had known for the last 3 years. "MollyJay, you better be okay in there, girl," he yelled, hoping to get a rise out of her, but she didn't move other than the heavy gasping breaths she was taking. Lou tried to step forward, but Azriel stopped him. "Wait," the alpha said to Lou, and the older wolf complied reluctantly. MJ's breathing started to steady, and as Pepper's mate leaned down to grab her by her fresh head of hair, Azriel yelled at the top of his lungs, "MJ, now!" And before anyone could even blink, MJ flung her body sideways. Her movements were so quick she looked as if she defied gravity itself. She flew toward the estranged wolves, kicking Pepper in the chest, sending her flying backwards a few feet as MJ charged the front of her body at Pepper's mate, who was standing with his mouth hanging open. MJ grabbed his arms, and as he tried to grab her, she swatted his hands away, as if it were only a simple training exercise. MJ wrapped her body around his and grabbed a hold of his throat with one hand, squeezing hard enough to feel his trachea flex in protest. Her other hand grabbed one of his wrists and twisted it painfully behind his back. MJ kicked Pepper's mate in the back of the knee, and he dropped to the dirt. MJ didn't move. She just locked eyes with Azriel and waited. She wasn't quite sure why, but she could feel Theron telling her that Azriel was alpha, and she needed to wait for his approval to do anything further. Pepper stood up and tried to advance, but MJ squeezed her mate's throat tighter, causing him to make a sick gurgling sound as he struggled to speak. Pepper stopped and looked at Azriel, who simply grinned before he spoke. "I see you understand who is in charge here. That's good." He paused and looked at MJ. Azriel noticed her eyes were swimming in gold, and he thought to himself that he and Calix needed to speak with Theron when this was all over. Azriel brought his attention once again to Pepper. "I will ask you this one last time," the alpha warned. "Then I will give your mate to her as a trophy." MJ grinned and glanced from Azriel to Pepper. Pepper hit her knees, begging, "Please, Alpha, you can't, he's my mate. You can't give him to her. Please don't do this." Azriel looked at Pepper in disgust and crossed his arms. It was obvious her cries were falling on deaf ears. It was more than apparent. The alpha no longer had sympathy for her. She had betrayed his trust and turned against her pack. All she had now was her mate, and he was going to make sure she knew it. "Okay," Pepper screeched. "I will tell you who our alpha is, just please don't hurt him." Pepper looked at MJ and began to crawl forward. "Please take me instead," she groveled pathetically. "I challenged you. Take me." MJ laughed a low, growling laugh and squeezed the throat she held even tighter. The man began to claw at MJ's arm, but before they could bleed, the wounds were healing. She lifted him higher and he stopped struggling. He was still clutching at her arm, but now he was simply holding it while he strained to take small breaths. MJ didn't look at Pepper but spoke to her. "Why would I trade for something worthless?" Pepper scrambled to her feet and lunged at Azriel. "Please, Alpha, stop her. She's going to kill him." Azriel looked down at her with his arms folded and a stone face, but he did not speak. MJ looked at Azriel, and the alpha stayed still. She lowered her arm but did not let go of the throat she held. Pepper crawled to within a few feet of her mate, and MJ grabbed the back of his head, letting go of his throat, allowing him to gulp large amounts of oxygen. MJ shoved him forward but did not release him. Pepper was now nose to nose with her mate. "Answer the alpha or I rip his throat out," she roared. MJ's voice was almost non-existent as she was so exhausted that Theron was mostly in control of her body. "Don't, Pep," the man MJ held managed to choke out, Pepper was now sobbing and grabbed her mate by the face. MJ growled and pulled back on his head, causing him to gasp in pain. "Talia!" Pepper screamed at the top of her lungs. MJ looked up at Azriel as the name meant nothing to her, but Azriel seemed genuinely affected by the name. Azriel grabbed Pepper by the hair and jerked her up to face him. "What did you say?" The now obviously angry Alpha roared in her face. MJ could feel his wolf trying to surface. It was like the air around him was vibrating. Pepper was crying, and the man MJ was holding by the hair was now fighting to get free. MJ reached down and calmly grabbed Pepper's mate by the throat again. He fought against her, but MJ could feel Theron pulse enough power to her arm to keep him immobile without overstimulating MJ's body any more than it already was. "Talia! Our Alpha is Talia!" Pepper screamed at the top of her lungs, and MJ began to feel herself slipping, almost like she was falling asleep without her body. Everyone looked on horrified as MJ raised the man off his feet once more, and he began to choke and gasp for air. His throat could be heard making crunching sounds beneath her hand, and MJ tried to drop him, but her hand would not listen to her. "Sleep, my little one," Jay could hear Theron, and although she wanted desperately to fight him and stay awake for some reason, she just couldn't any longer. A life not worth taking, nor worth selling. Azriel watched the internal struggle between human and wolf as MJ raised the weak man above her head once again. He could feel the familiar presence of an original wolf, and his own started to scratch at the surface. Azriel gave Calyx complete control and shifted, almost crushing Pepper beneath his feet. MJ's gold eyes found the eyes of the giant silver wolf standing before her, and a deep sound-shattering growl erupted from her chest. Calyx roared in anger in MJ's face, and instead of submitting to him, she grinned and held the man in her hand out like a fresh kill. "This is my trophy," she declared, her voice this with the beast within. "I won your challenge. Do you deny it?" Pepper screamed before Calyx could answer. "Please, Alpha, don't let her have him. Tell her she has to take me." Calyx grabbed Pepper by the hair and threw her at MJ's feet in disgust. "You may take your trophy." Theron looked down at Pepper through MJ's eyes and sneered at the sight of the trembling she-wolf. He spoke to Calyx while still looking at Pepper. "This life is not worth taking, nor is it worth selling. Send it back to its Alpha as warning." And before Calyx could retort, Theron let out a howl that could be heard for miles. With one swift movement, Theron latched firmly onto the throat he and MJ were holding and ripped the man's spine out through his neck, allowing the rest of his body to flop to the ground in a sickening slump of flesh and blood. MJ's body turned and dropped the head and exposed spinal cord to the floor beside Pepper, who was now screaming continuously. Theron reached down and grabbed Pepper by the face with their bloody hand and pulled her nose to nose with MJ. "I may be weak, but at least I am not worthless." The sound of the beast almost took over MJ's voice completely. "Take your mate with you as warning. The Omegas of Quicksilver will not be taken so easily." Calyx grabbed MJ by the shoulder and yanked her to his face, dislodging Pepper from her grasp. MJ looked up at Calyx, directly in the eye, and he could tell Theron had complete control. "What have you done?" The angry shifted Alpha bellowed furiously. Theron laughed and leaned close to Calyx. "I took what was owed me, old friend." MJ's eyes closed, and her body took a ragged breath before the wolf spoke one last time. "Now please, Alpha, we are weak." MJ's hand grabbed Calyx's shoulders, and he let her body slide to the floor. He could feel the wolf start to disappear inside her. Calyx did not shift back, but looked back at the 5 stunned wolves. "Lou will take MJ to the med hall. Tanner, I want you to take Sam and Mara back to the pack house." The Alpha barked, emotionless. "Moxie and I will take Pepper and clean up that." Lou was the first to move. He scooped up a limp, whimpering MJ and rushed toward the med hall. Tanner started to usher the still shocked she-wolves toward the pack house when Mara slapped his hand away. "No, I'm going with Lou." Mara yelled in his face, "I want to help with MJ." Tanner grabbed her by the arm but did not squeeze. "The Alpha wants us back at the pack house, Mara." She twisted her arm away from Tanner and growled in his face. "Your Alpha, not mine." Tanner stepped back like her words hurt him, and Sam touched them both on the shoulder. "I think it's best if we go back to the pack house first," she reasoned calmly. "Then I'm sure we can go see MJ." Mara looked from Tanner to Sam and sighed in protest as she turned and continued to walk. Tanner tried to put his arm around Mara, and she shrugged him off, walking faster. Sam nudged Tanner. "What the fuck is up with you?" Tanner didn't look at Sam. He just shrugged and shoved his hands in his pockets, following behind Mara. Sam hugged herself tightly as she heard the sound of Pepper screaming in protest while her Alpha and Moxie drug Pepper away from the decapitated head of her mate. Lou looked at the small shaking woman in his arms, and he hardly recognized her. Sure, she was still MJ, he thought, but her hair was deep red, and her body seemed fragile, while her cheeks looked sunken and her eyes seemed to have dark circles under them. Lou started running faster as MJ began to move around restlessly. She was mumbling incoherently as he rushed through the door of the pack's version of a hospital. Lou handed MJ off to 2 nurses who seemed to be already waiting for them. They put MJ on a mobile bed and began taking her vitals. One of them motioned with his hand, and another nurse ran over with a machine they hooked up to MJ, along with several other nurses who began to cut her clothes off of her, while others moved in to clean and dress the wounds they could see. All of a sudden, one of the machines began to beep rapidly, and lights started to blink. Lou stood frozen in horror as one nurse began to beat on the top of MJ's chest in pumping compressions, while someone grabbed a hand pump mask to place over her face. "We need to get an IV in her and grab me 2 vials of wolfsbane," the nurses started to yell. "Let's get her heart back now." Lou grabbed the man speaking. She's not a wolf, she's an omega." The nurse looked at Lou like he didn't understand a word he just said. "She's as much wolf as you are, don't be a bigot." The man snapped at Lou and jerked his arm away, turning his attention back to the other nurses. "We need to move her to Dr. Pearl immediately." And with that, Lou watched helplessly as the man who yelled at him and about 6 others wheeled MJ further into the building, leaving him standing in an area with only an empty desk and what looked like a lobby with a few chairs behind him. The place was completely silent now and looked deserted. Lou didn't know what else to do, so he walked over and slumped down into one of the chairs against the wall. He stuffed his head in his hands, and before he knew it, Lou was sobbing uncontrollably. He realized just how much he loved that girl. He loved her like she was his own daughter. Lou thought continuing to cry, and because he was a coward, he had allowed her to not only be taken by one of the most dangerous wolves he had ever heard of, but now she was dying, and there wasn't anything he could do. The depressing thoughts continued as the onslaught of tears relentlessly streamed down the old wolf's cheeks. Lou would give anything to make sure she was okay. Lou was so wrapped in his own self-wallow that he didn't hear the doors to the med hall fly open, and Beth was screaming at the top of her lungs while Ace and Jay were carrying Dante by the arms and legs. She looked so small. One of the nurses that had been cutting clothes away from MJ ran back through the doors they had taken her through and greeted Beth. The nurse propped the door open and motioned for Jay and Ace to continue through the doors as she yelled to the back for them to bring another bed. Beth tried to follow, but was stopped by the nurse and told she needed to wait outside. They were extremely busy and her presence wasn't needed at this time. Lou looked up. He heard his sister's familiar voice as she began to scream that the assassin had been treated by her, and they had no idea what he had been treated with. If they weren't careful, they could possibly contaminate his treatment. The nurse simply laughed in Beth's face and told her the doctor would surely consult with her before any treatment was applied, but for now, they were only going to stabilize him. However, they would inform her of any change. Beth walked over to Lou with her arms in the air in protest. "Can you believe this shit, Lou?" She almost screamed in frustration. "What nerve?" Lou wiped his eyes with his arms and cleared his throat. "We aren't part of their pack, Bethy. What do you expect?" Beth looked at her brother as he spoke. She had never heard him sound so defeated and almost emotionless. She could tell he had been crying and leaned down so they were face to face. "Hey, what's the news with our little MJ?" She spoke softly, trying to calm her brother down, but he pushed her to the floor and stood straight up. "She doesn't belong to us, Beth." Lou yelled down at his sister. "We never did anything a real family would done for her, and now she might die here in this fucking place full of strange people, and what? You want to get into the semantics of pack living?" Beth looked up at her brother and realized Lou was somehow broken. Her brother, who had been a solid rock their entire lives, was now falling apart. Beth scrambled to her feet and put her hand on his back. "Hey, Lou," she said, as softly as possible. "They are professionals, okay? And besides, her mate is with her now. She is a strong girl. She will pull through. We just need to make sure we are here for her when she wakes up, whether she needs us or not." Beth rubbed her brother's back as the large man slumped back down into the chair and buried his head in his hands once again, sobbing like his soul had been ripped from his body. Beth sat next to Lou and rubbed his back for what seemed like hours before the outside doors burst open again. And this time Azriel entered, looking like he had just freshly showered, but both Beth and Lou could smell the tangy iron of fresh blood all over him. He was wearing a loose white cotton shirt and pants that struck a glow against his dark skin, and Beth inhaled at the sight of such a beautiful man before she internally slapped herself for thinking about an alpha that way, let alone one so much younger than herself that already had his beta for that matter. Azriel walked straight to Beth and Lou, to their complete surprise. "How are they?" the breathtaking alpha asked in a stern but caring tone. Beth spoke first, as she had the most to say and she wasn't sure her brother was in the right mind to answer any questions yet. "Dante is stable," Beth began in a very clerical tone. "The ephedra plant is working. Slowly, but it's working." Beth almost whispered as she glanced at the doors she had left him behind, hoping the doctor hadn't done anything to fuck it up, she thought. Or this alpha might just kill her for damaging his assassin, or worse, he could go after Memja. The thought had Beth uneasy. Lou didn't look up, but he did finally speak. She was not breathing, and I don't think her heart was beating. She looked so small. Lou almost whispered the last part as he stared at his palms. Azriel bent down and put his hands on Lou's knees. "Lou," the alpha said in a low tone, "if they took her back there and have not come out yet, it means she is alive. Take solace in knowing she is alive." Lou sighed and looked up into Azriel's deep chocolate eyes. "Thank you, Alpha," the old wolf said absently. Azriel smiled warmly. "You don't have to call me that, Lou. You are not a part of this pack." And with that, Azriel patted Lou on the shoulder and stood as the interior door opened to reveal a very tired-looking Jay and Ace. Beth started to walk toward them, but Lou grabbed her hand. "No, Bethy," he said coldly. "We aren't part of the pack, remember? Just wait a bit." Beth huffed and jerked her hand away, slumping down in a chair next to Lou. Ace, Jay, and Azriel stood close and whispered to each other. Even with a werewolf's hearing, Beth could not make out what they were saying. Azriel stood with his arms crossed, nodding as the other two wolves spoke in tandem. Beth could not understand how he could possibly be able to keep up with the two of them talking at the same time. Azriel motioned toward Beth and Lou with one of his hands. Ace and Jay walked toward them as Azriel walked through the doors that now held MJ and Dante captive. Ace leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, while Jay rolled his eyes at his commander and squatted down to be eye level with Beth and Lou. They have her stable, but they aren't sure if she is out of the woods yet. Jay paused as if waiting his next words. Her heart stopped 4 times, and although the wolf healed all her wounds, she lost a lot of blood, and they don't know her blood type yet, so they can't even think about a transfusion. Lou jerked his head upright, and his face was soaked with the tears still streaming down his weather-worn face. "Tell them I'm O-negative, Jay," Lou almost yelled at the younger wolf. "I can give them however much they need to save her, please." Lou sounded desperate, and Beth looked at him shocked. Lou had never really been one to lose his shit in an emergency, even when lives were at stake. They had lost most of their family over the years, so death was not a forging monster to either of them, she recalled, still staring at her brother stunned. Jay nodded. "Come with me, Lou. Let's get you hooked up then." Part of an amazing pack once. Lou followed Jay back in through the doors, leaving only Beth, Ace, and the silence they were sharing. "You are fairly calm?" Ace's voice echoed in the empty lobby, almost causing Beth to jump in her seat. She looked up at him with an eyebrow arched. "As are you, Commander," Beth stated flatly. Ace pushed himself off the wall and popped himself up on top of the desk across from the seating area. Beth sat back in her chair, sizing up the cocky young wolf sitting on the desk in front of her. Ace huffed a little. "I just mean you seem to be of a more level head than your brother." Beth laughed and crossed her arms. "That's because he's a historian, and once upon a very long time ago, I was a hunter." Ace raised both his eyebrows at her answer. "That means you were in a pack then?" Ace said quizzically. Beth inhaled and let out a long, heavy sigh, as if even thinking about it was aging her. "Yay, kid?" she said, almost like her mind were far away. "Lou and I were part of an amazing pack once, not as big as this one, but we were enough." Beth had an almost sad, nostalgic look in her eye, and Ace noticed her start to blink faster as tears began to dance inside them. "What happened?" Ace asked, mostly trying to keep her from crying. He couldn't handle crying, especially when women cried. It made him feel sick, and he wanted to make it stop. Beth sighed, trying not to cry, and looked up at Ace. "We were attacked by one of our own, and the ones who weren't killed scattered to the wind." Beth paused for a moment, trying to keep her composure. "Except I think me and Lou, we stayed together, but—" and she trailed off as if recalling it was causing her physical pain. Beth suddenly stood up and cleared her throat, smoothing her hands down the front of her shirt, as if wiping the emotions clean of herself. Before their conversation could continue, the outside doors burst open once again, and both Beth and Ace rolled their eyes at the sight in front of them. "Get the fuck out of my way, Tanner! Your beta said we could come here. What the hell is wrong with you? Would you just stop following me around?" It was Mara, and she was practically screaming at Tanner, who was sulking close behind her, followed by Sam, who looked like she was either trying to stifle a laugh or trying not to vomit. Beth and Ace looked at each other, and Ace shrugged at Beth as if confirming that he had no idea what the hell was going on either. Beth crossed her arms and began to tap one of her feet impatiently. "Do you three mind?" the older woman said in a quite motherly tone. Mara rolled her eyes and stormed over to one of the chairs closest to Beth, while Sam stopped next to Ace and Tanner stood in the middle of the room with his hands in his pockets. Beth looked at Mara. "What the hell is your problem?" she said, half laughing. Mara threw her hand out in Tanner's direction. "Ask him," she blurted out. "He won't stop following me around like some kind of stalker or something?" Beth laughed as Mara huffed dramatically. "Well, maybe he likes you, kiddo." Beth nudged Mara's foot with hers, and Mara rolled her eyes, slumping back in her chair. "Yeah, okay, Beth," Mara said sarcastically. "And Alpha's brother has the hots for a rouge?" Beth just shook her head and looked toward Tanner, who was staring at his shoes like they were going to talk back. Sam shook her head and looked at Ace, who was watching Tanner watch his feet. "Hey, how are they?" Sam said softly, leaning against the reception desk. Ace rubbed the back of his head before letting out a heavy sigh. "Well," Ace spoke loud enough for everyone to hear, and the attention his tone demanded was given by everyone in the room. All eyes were on Ace as he spoke. "Dante is stable, doing really well thanks to Beth." Ace jerked his chin in her direction, and the look on her face was really surprising as Ace continued. "Actually, I forgot," Ace said, snapping his fingers. "Doc wants to talk with you after they get MJ stable." Ace shot Beth $1,000,000 smile. He has never seen anything work so fast on chrysanthemum toxin, and the fact that it worked so fast has him wanting to pick your brain. Beth blushed in pride and nodded her head before Ace continued. MJ, on the other hand, Ace let out a heavy sigh. "I don't know." Ace's somber confession had Mara on her feet. Mara shot out of her chair. "What the fuck does that even mean? I want to go see her." Mara was almost breathless as she looked from Beth to Ace. "This is bullshit. They can't stop us, Beth." And Mara started to walk toward the interior doors when Ace stood up to block her advance, and both Sam and Tanner shot between them faster than a lightning strike, with Sam facing Ace and Tanner facing Mara. Tanner had taken his hands out of his pockets and was holding them up in a small show of surrender. "Look, sweetheart," Tanner tried sweetly. "You can't go in there yet." And Mara's fist connected with Tanner's nose so hard the crack echoed. "Don't patronize me, fuckhead," Mara hissed. "I'm not your sweetheart." Ace growled and Sam put her hand in the center of his chest, pushing just enough to prevent him from walking forward. "Let them figure it out, Commander," she said calmly, and Sam shot Ace a knowing look. Ace sat back down on the desk and rubbed the back of his neck. "Mara!" Beth screamed and grabbed her by the arm. "What the hell is wrong with you?" the older woman shouted, shaking Mara. "We are guests here, and his brother is the fucking alpha!" Mara snorted and pulled her arm out of Beth's grasp. "Fuck off, old bat!" Mara snorted. "If the alpha has an issue with the way I treat his brother, maybe he would like to know how the little freak keeps coming to my room in the middle of the night." Mara shot Tanner, a glare that could have buried him alive, and Tanner once again went to silently talking to his shoes. Beth laughed low and heavy, and Mara shot her a look of disgust and confusion. "Mara, honey, he's probably your mate." The atmosphere in the room changed to one of shock and bewilderment as Mara began to hyperventilate. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Beth. The moon wouldn't give a rogue to an alpha or his brother." But before Mara could finish her sentence, Tanner dove to her feet. He was grasping her hand while trembling on his knees. "Please, Mara," Tanner almost begged. "Don't reject me just because I was born into a pack. Let me prove I don't deserve you first." Beth looked at Tanner confused, and then looked at Sam and Ace, who had identical looks of shock and confusion, with a small pepper of amusement in their eyes. Sam curled her upper lip into a small smile and cocked her head to the side. "I don't think you said that right, homie." But Tanner didn't seem to have heard her. He was still clutching Mara's fingers while she looked at him like they spoke different languages. The interior doors creaked open, pulling everyone's attention away from Mara and Tanner. A universal lifesaver. Asriel walked out with a man and woman both in white coats. Tanner jumped to his feet and released Mara's hand, walking toward his brother. Ace and Sam did the same, while Beth and Mara stayed put. Asriel looked over with a perplexed expression and motioned for the women to accompany them, both obliged. "Beth, Mara." Asriel greeted them both. "I understand that I come off as crass, and the meaning behind my words is sometimes misconstrued. My wife keeps telling me I need to work on this." The alpha tried to stifle a smile at the mention of his beloved wife. "I realize that the two of you and Lou are not members of this pack, and I do not want you to stand on ceremony because of this, but that in no way implies you are to be kept out of the loop regarding the care of your friend." Asriel looked at Beth, motioning to the two white coats standing beside him. "My doctors would like very much to consult with you, Beth." And again the alpha smiled his dazzling, all-knowing smile. "It seems you can take the coat off, but the doctor still lives in there." Beth blushed and bowed her head. "Anything you need, Alpha." The older woman's words were soft and respectful. Mara simply rolled her eyes. "Can I go see MJ now?" Asriel looked at Mara with a bit of curiosity when he noticed his little brother pacing next to her. The female doctor stepped forward and spoke. "She is in the middle of a transfusion, I'm afraid, so we cannot permit visitors, but as soon as it is done and she is stable, we will allow you to visit one at a time. The same goes for Lou." Mara cocked her head to the side. "What's wrong with Lou?" Beth touched Mara's shoulder. "He is the one giving MJ blood, Mara," Beth explained. "He's a universal blood type, so in a pinch, he's a real lifesaver." Beth and Mara both laughed, and the doctors grinned, trying to stifle small giggles. "Miss Beth, or do I call you Doc?" The male doctor spoke to Beth, and she looked almost astonished. "Who, me?" Beth chirped. "Oh shit, honey, I haven't been called that in years. Just call me Beth." The two doctors looked at each other and grinned almost maliciously. The female placed a gentle kiss on the male doctor's cheek and grinned softly. The male doctor offered his hand out to Beth with a flirtatious look. "Well then, Beth," he cooed, small hand, as he took her small hand, "please do me honor of discussing the assassin's vitals and looking over his chart. I would hate to damage any of your exquisite work." And with his last word, he seductively leaned down and placed the firmest yet softest of kisses on her hand. Beth yanked her hand out of the male doctor's and crossed her arms as she passed him, opening the interior double doors. "Back up, Jack," Beth said playfully but firmly. "I'm too old for that kind of shit now. If you want to know what I did to Dante, I would be more than happy to discuss his chart with you, but understand this, pup." And Beth spun around, jabbing a very small chubby finger into the tall, lean doctor's chest. "I may not be a doctor anymore, but that does not mean I will tolerate your funny business." The female doctor laughed and yelled after them, as the pair half-argued, half-flirted their way down through the doors. "Take it easy, Johnny," the female doctor chirped. "She probably knows more ways to kill you than I do." All she got back were the two middle fingers he flipped her from behind his back. Asriel chuckled a little and shook his head. The only doctor left held the double doors open. "You may visit Dante now if you like," she offered. Mara moved past the doctor and Tanner started to follow, but Asriel put a hand in his chest, softly stopping him in his tracks. Maybe let her have some space for a second? It wasn't really a question, and Tanner knew that. It was more so his alpha telling him to back off. Tanner huffed an irritated breath of air and stormed back over to the lobby chairs before slumping down in them. Asriel sighed, looking toward his brother. I want to send him home to shower and rest, but I doubt he will leave that girl's side. Ace grumbled something under his breath and Sam rolled her eyes. Alpha, if it's all right with you, I will trade shifts with Jay. I think I would be better used protecting the beta and the others, Ace said. Asriel nodded at him absently. That's a good idea, Commander. Take Sam with you. We will need fresh clothes for Dante and MJ, and I'm sure everyone will be plenty hungry, so bring food with you also. Both Sam and Ace bowed their heads to their alpha and left the building with purpose in their stride. Asriel scratched the back of his head and walked over to his little brother, who was obviously fighting internally with something. Want to talk about it? Asriel's voice cut the agitated silence Tanner was sitting in. Tanner rolled his eyes and grunted. Not really, I really just want to fucking sit here and be useless. Tanner sounded defeated. It's what I'm best at. Asriel reached down and punched his little brother square center of his body, causing him to gasp and gulp as air was pushed out of his body. He struggled to get it back while trying not to laugh. Don't whine like a bitch in heat, Tanner. The alpha laughed. We all struggle when we meet our mate for the first time. Just be happy she's a wolf. Asriel groaned as he knelt down in front of his brother. It's not a ton of fun trying to find the right time to tell someone you are the descendant of an ancient powerful species, Asriel confessed. Tanner groaned in frustration as he leaned all the way back in his chair, letting his head slap the wall hard enough to make a hollow sound. You made it look so easy after Lee got here, Az? Tanner shrugged. Even Dante and MJ have whatever the fuck that is, but Mara won't even talk to me. I had to find out her name from someone else. Tanner was more or less yelling at the ceiling now. Asriel took a long breath. Tanner being with someone, sharing any aspect of your life with them. Asriel paused to make sure his brother was listening. It is a challenge. Every day you win some, you lose some. But what matters is your resolve, little brother. Your willingness to never give up, to always stand and try again. Tanner was more agitated than anything now. He just wanted his brother to leave him alone to wallow in his own sorrow. Tanner had known Mara was his mate the first time he saw her in the slaughterhouse talking to Dante. He knew she was a wolf because he had seen her before, but she was a rogue, so he really never cared to learn her name or anything else about her. Tanner knew Sam had gone to parties with Mara before, and she was pretty chummy with Mox and Jay. Hell, she even seems to have some kind of relationship with Dante. Tanner thought, how had he never noticed her before? She thinks I'm some spoiled alpha's brat brother who... Tanner paused, looking lost. Who? Goes around peeping in girls' windows. Tanner threw his hands up in the air, and Asriel stood up laughing. You are a spoiled alpha's brat brother, the alpha said through his laughter, and you were watching her. Tanner shot up from his seat, waving his arms. I wasn't peeping in her window, asshole. Tanner stopped realizing what he had just said to his alpha. That's not what I meant. Asriel, damn it. If you're going to be this much help, just go chase your tail or something. Fuck! Calyx growled through Asriel's laughter, and Tanner slumped his head to the side in a show of submission to his alpha. Tanner could talk to Asriel any way he wanted to, but he always affirmed that his words were meant from brother to brother, not from hunter to alpha. Asriel slapped a hand on his brother's back. Okay, Tanner, look. You need to give her a little space. She is a wolf, so she knows you are her mate, and she hasn't rejected you, so I think it's safe to give her a little room. Tanner started to protest, but Asriel put his hand in the air. However, little brother? The alpha grinned wide. I think we may need to move her room closer to yours. After all, you heard the young lady. There is a peeping wolf about. Tanner's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Az, you can do that, he chirped. Asriel laughed and slapped his brother's back again. Of course, I am the alpha, and he gave Tanner a sly wink. You're really pretty when you don't make any sense. Mara hugged herself and looked at the feet in front of her instead of looking around at all. She could smell the sterile hospital cleaner and hear the various beeping sounds of different machines. Mara hated hospitals. She wasn't really sure why, they just always seemed like a creepy place to be. She almost ran into the back of the female doctor when she stopped outside Dante's room. He is stable but not awake. The doctor spoke softly but firm. We don't know when he will wake up, so please keep your voices soft and low, but he does need to hear the voices of the people who care for him. Mara looked up at the doctor as she touched Mara's elbow, coaxing her inside. Oh no, I don't really know him that well. We aren't friends. The doctor scrunched her brows together and tapped her foot. If that were true, honey, you wouldn't be here. And the doctor smiled at Mara. Mara licked her lips. Look, I'm Rouge. But before Mara could finish, the doctor put her long, slender fingers across Mara's lips, closing them. Your social status is none of my business, nor does it have anything to do with the facts, and as a doctor, I deal in facts. Smiling tenderly, she lowered her hand and grabbed Mara softly by the arms, looking at Dante. The assassin's mate is obviously very important to you, so naturally you will be important to him. The doctor raised her eyebrows at Mara, almost like she knew a secret. Maybe staying with us for a few days will give you a glimpse at what true pack living is? Mara rolled her eyes. Yay, rules and standing on ceremony around a bunch of stuffy old... Mara stopped her rant, realizing she was starting to raise her voice. She looked over at Dante and he was unmoved. The doctor laughed lightly before she leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Mara's cheek. Yes, that is true, but it is also about love and protection and unity. The doctor pulled back from Mara just enough to look the stunned she-wolf in the eye. Now, please at least keep him company until I come back. I need to check on the other two. The doctor rolled her eyes. And I'm afraid my brother is trying his best to seduce poor Beth. Mara looked at the doctor in complete shock. She reached up and touched her face where the woman had kissed her. Mara didn't realize she had her mouth open until the doctor put her cold, silky fingers under Mara's chin and pressed her mouth closed. Suddenly, the two women heard a growl and Tanner shot like a lightning bolt between them. He had the doctor by the wrist she had been touching Mara with, and he was now growling in her face. Mine. Mara rolled her eyes and kicked the back of Tanner's shoe. He turned his head slightly to look at her. Shut up, dumbass! Mara hissed and jabbed her thumb in Dante's direction. Tanner turned his attention back to the doctor, who looked more amused than intimidated. She reached up with her free hand and stroked the side of Tanner's face, making him jerk his head to the side. Relax, sweetie. I was only trying to calm her down, the doctor cooed, and Tanner shoved her backward with the wrist he was holding, letting go of her and looking toward his brother. All right, Julie, the alpha barked. That's my kid brother. Keep it out of the office, will ya? Your brother is bad enough? Azriel said, half smiling. Julie gave a slight nod of her head and walked away from the room. Azriel walked over to Dante's bedside and sat down in the chair. Dante looked perfectly peaceful, like he was only sleeping, except he had several monitors and a couple IVs stuck in him. Azriel leaned down close to Dante and took his hand. What the fuck were you two thinking? Azriel asked, stroking Dante's hair absently with his other hand. You can't die, you dumb asshole! I need you! This pack needs you! And now your mate needs you. Azriel wanted so badly to tear into Dante and his wolf about what the hell they had done to turn MJ into whatever the hell she had been the first time, not to mention the second shift. Would she even survive this? Azriel thought, staring at his friend helplessly. Would Dante? Azriel lay his head on the bed next to his friend, and Calyx started to purr and whimper slightly in comfort and worry. Mara couldn't believe her eyes. An alpha was mourning his injured pack member? She thought. And not just any member, the assassin. This was backwards from anything Mara had ever heard or experienced from the packs or its members she had come across in her life. Her attention was jerked from the scene in front of her when the familiar annoying feeling of her mate's electric pull crept up her arm, and she could tell Tanner was touching her. Mara jerked her head toward the feeling, and Tanner was looking at her with his hands out in front of him. Look, he said tenderly. I just wanted to let you know they said we could go see MJ if you want. Mara smiled without meaning to and nodded. Tanner motioned for her to exit the room, and he followed behind her, closing the door to give his brother some time with his friend. Your alpha is strange, Mara declared flatly, causing Tanner to run into Mara when he turned around. He hadn't been expecting her to be that close. Tanner grabbed her elbows gently to steady her balance, then jumped back with his arms out. Sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. I just didn't want you to fall. He paused a moment, as if just now realizing what his mate said. Wait, what do you mean he's strange? Tanner sounded almost defensive. After all, Azriel wasn't just his alpha, he was his older brother. Mara looked toward the door and scrunched her nose. Tanner took a mental note of the way she looked right at this moment, and she looked straight up into his eyes. He's nice, she said in a weird tone. I mean, he seems to really care for the assassin. Tanner knitted his eyebrows together at her. So that makes him strange? Tanner asked, and he crossed his arms in amusement as he watched her start to fidget with the ends of her shirt and then tuck some of her hair behind her ear. Well, yeah, Mara said, half smiling. He's an alpha, and she put emphasis on the last word, as if that explained everything. Tanner leaned forward close to her face. You're really pretty when you don't make any sense, and he fought the itch in his hand to reach up and touch her face. Mara rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. What I mean is he's an alpha, so he's better than us lower wolves. Why would he care so much? And she shrugged. I mean, didn't he agree to the challenge in the first place? Mara cocked her hip out to the side as she continued. I mean, think about it. Honestly, we wouldn't be here if he would just get rid of that stupid tradition. It's so barbaric, Mara declared, and Tanner felt almost sick with a sense of inner turmoil. He was fighting with the urge to defend his alpha or not upset his mate, and on impulse he chose. Now wait one hot second. My brother is the best alpha, Tanner began. I don't know how many other alphas you have met, but I'm going to tell you this. Mate or not, you have no right to judge my brother based off of some weird rouge bias. Tanner didn't raise his voice, but he did make sure to keep it firm, and to his surprise, Mara didn't look angry at all. In fact, she was smiling at him. Wow, the alpha is your brother? Tanner rolled his eyes at her obvious sarcasm. Yes, the alpha is my brother, Tanner retorted impatiently. Mara seemed to process her next thoughts before she spoke again. I didn't mean to insult your brother, she said quietly. You're right. I don't know him, but I know my friend is fighting for her life right now, and he's in there pacifying the reason she is here, so forgive me if he's not my favorite person. Mara's declaration had Tanner's head spinning. Tanner just sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Look, sweet thing, I don't want to make this hard for you, okay? It's obvious this is not a subject we agree on, so let's just go see how MJ is doing, okay? Tanner sidestepped to give Mara room to move first, and when she just looked up at him, he offered her his arm the way he had seen his brother do for Lila countless times. Mara looked up at him and scrunched her nose. Tanner rolled his eyes and offered his arm to her again. Come on, doll. It's just an arm, not a marriage proposal. Unless you want one now? Tanner wagged his eyebrows at her, and she snorted in spite of herself. Mara buried her face in the palm of her hand. Real smooth, she thought. He offers his arm, and you snort like a pig. Great! Mara reached up and gently grabbed the underside of Tanner's bicep with one hand. Can we go together? She asked him. I thought the doctor said we needed to go one at a time. Mara was almost whispering. Tanner looked down at her, and she felt her heart stop. This was the most delicious-looking man she had ever seen, from his hair to his eyes. He looked like a box of chocolate, and Mara could swear he almost smelled like one, too. Tanner grabbed her tender fingers and moved them further around his arm before he leaned in close to inhale her intoxicating scent. Baby, Tanner cooed sensually in her ear. We have been over this already. My brother is the alpha, and I'm a hunter, so anything you wish is my command. Mara looked at Tanner wide-eyed, and he wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not, so in true Tanner fashion, he cracked a joke. You can think of me as your own personal genie. Mara giggled and looked at him mischievously, rolling her eyes. I'm not rubbing your lamp, so don't even think about it. Tanner's mouth fell open. He wasn't sure how she came to that conclusion and started to panic a little. No, that's not what I meant, he started to stutter. I would love for you to, well, what I mean is that... Tanner was losing it. He wasn't sure what to do or say next. She seemed to be toying with him, which was better than ignoring him, but he couldn't be sure. Why don't we go see MJ now? Tanner said in defeat, and without waiting for her to speak, he started walking toward MJ's room, pulling his small feisty mate with him. What have we done? Tanner stopped outside a large room that was surrounded by glass walls, with the curtains drawn around them. There were guards by the doors and a large desk with nurses buzzing around it. Tanner asked for the guards to open one of the curtains, and he turned to Mara, blocking her view of the room. Tanner moved her hand from his arm and grabbed both her hands with his, looking as deep as he could into her eyes. Mara, when they move the curtain, remember that it's still MJ, okay? She nodded absently, unable to tear her eyes away from him. Mara jumped at the sound of the curtains being pulled back, and she squeezed his hands as Tanner sidestepped, and Mara pulled her hands from his. Mara immediately clapped her hands over her mouth to try and stifle the scream that left her. She felt Tanner's arms around her shoulders, and he stepped up behind her so close she could feel the heat from his body radiate down her back, his breath lightly brushing the top of her head. Mara's knees buckled underneath her, and Tanner wrapped his arms around her to keep her from crashing to the ground. Mara grabbed Tanner's forearms because they were in front of her, and small jolts of electricity shot through her hands almost instantly, sending a rushing, calm feeling through her body. It's okay, baby. She is okay. Remember, she's alive. It's still MJ. It's still MJ. Tanner whispered the last few words as Mara's breath came out ragged and almost whimpering. She was holding on to him like her life depended on it, and although Tanner loved the thought of his mate needing him, the fact that her heart seemed to be breaking was also silently killing him. Tanner held her while she heaved out breaths and soft sobs until he heard footsteps behind them. Mara, baby, somebody is coming down the hall. Tanner whispered into Mara's ear. Can I pick you up? She shook her head no and pulled herself from his arms, moving forward to touch the glass wall that housed her friend. Mara touched the glass, looking at MJ. Her body was thin and looked so weak. Although her skin looked beautiful, it also had the look of strain and weakness. As Mara's eyes traveled over her small friend's body, she noticed her hair was so dark red it could have been black, and she gasped. What the hell happened? Mara gasped. MJ did not look peaceful. Her breaths were uneven and scattered, while her eyes darted around inside her head. She had tubes coming out of her nose, mouth, and arms. There were machines hooked up to her everywhere, and some of them looked like they were breathing for her. Mara leaned her head against the glass and cried, I'm so sorry, Mole. I didn't think this would happen. Please wake up. Please. Mara was shaking as she cried when she felt a hand on her back. Looking to the side, expecting to see Tanner, she locked eyes with Sam. Mara and Sam weren't friends, but they did party together sometimes, and for a pack wolf, Mara thought Sam was pretty cool. But right now, Mara was angry, and Sam was a face she could take her anger out on. Mara jerked away from Sam. Don't touch me, bitch. This is partly your fault, too. Look what the fuck we did. Mara shook her head, looking at her poor friend again. We should have never fucking helped him. We should have just... Sam stopped Mara by yanking her away from the glass and slapping her in the face. Not hard enough to break the skin, but just hard enough to shut Mara down. Sam then pulled Mara into a tight hug while both women cried. Sam stroked Mara's hair as she watched Tanner and Ace walk back toward them. Tanner looked pissed and growled low as he showed his teeth. Sam just rolled her eyes, and Ace promptly slapped Tanner in the back of the head. Tanner rubbed the back of his head and shoved Ace, who didn't really move. What the fuck, Commander? Tanner said, almost whimpering. Ace just rolled his eyes. Come on, kid. Doc Pearl wants help convincing Lou to stay put. Old Wolf wants to get up and leave. The orderlies are having a hell of a time keeping him on the bed after they wheeled him out of the girls' room. The way Ace spoke was as if MJ were merely furniture, and Mara was not going to put up with his disrespect. Her name is MJ. Mara yanked herself out of Sam's arms and glared at Ace, who was not amused by Mara's sass. I am aware of her name, Rouge. Ace boomed over the top of Mara and Tanner shot between them in defensive of his mate. Stop scarring her. Ace, what the fuck is your problem? Tanner yelled and shoved Ace in the chest. Ace promptly growled and Mara whimpered, clutching Tanner's forearm in a desperate act of instinct. Tanner's attention was on his mate, and Ace grabbed him by the shirt collar, but before either man could move a muscle, Tanner's small mate was at Ace's throat with her teeth bared and a fully shifted arm clutching his trachea with razor-sharp claws. Mine. Mara growled low in her throat, and her eyes were bright and yellow to show Ace her wolf. Mara's face was stained with tear streaks, but she looked fierce, and Ace found it amusing. He looked Tanner dead in the eye. First you let your brother protect you, and now you have a small she-wolf too. Sam did not let Ace finish his sentence. She simply pushed him away from the couple, causing him to let go of Tanner and racking Mara's extended claws across his throat as they went. Ace and Sam didn't speak, they just walked, and Sam silently thanked the moon for her long legs. She knew Ace was purposely walking faster to stay away from her because, like usual, Ace was pissed off and it was her fault. Sam didn't mean to always be the cause of so much trouble, but she always seemed to get in the way, no matter how hard she tried to stay out of his sight to please him, and oh, how she tried. Ace was her commander, but he was also the most beautiful man Sam had ever seen, strong and never faltering like a tree, and she envied him for it. I can help with Lou, Commander, Sam offered, breaking the silence. I think Tanner would prefer to look after his mate. Sam tried to gauge Ace, but as always he was stone-faced and cold. I don't need you to tell me the obvious. Sam, I am the commander for a reason now. Help me get this fucking old man under control. I am switching shift with Ed soon and Jay is already here. The Alpha needs to get home and rest, and we have 2 captives in the cells that Moxas has been working over for the past few hours. Ace started to raise his voice and walk even faster. We obviously can't send Dante in, and you and Tanner are no good with interrogation. Ace's voice was echoing, and every word reverberated through Sam like poison. She hated it when Ace yelled at her. It made her feel sick to her stomach and weak. Whatever you say, Commander, was all Sam could manage to choke out without the words catching in her throat. Her voice was small and sounded defeated. Ace wanted to apologize for being so harsh, but he also wanted Sam to understand the severity of the situation. He wanted to teach her to always be prepared to be hard to the world so that when tragedy struck, it didn't break you. That was what Ace's father taught him, and his father had been a legendary commander, so it must be so. Still, Ace hated to see Sam sad more than anything else in this world. He wanted to protect her, so he made every attempt possible to harden her, to make sure she stayed safe, even when she was alone. Ace thought Sam was a good hunter, but her empathy made her weak. The sound of Ed yelling and things being thrown interrupted the gloom the pair were currently sharing as they approached yet another room. How to defuse Lou. Get the fuck out of my way, Ed, I'm gonna kill that kid. Lou could be heard clearly bellowing from the room, followed by a crashing sound causing Sam and Ace to quicken their speed. Sam reached the door first and jetted inside. Lou was all she managed to get out before she flung herself at the angry old man. Surprised, Lou caught Sam like a 20-pound sack of potatoes. Sammy? Lou yelled, surprised. He held her as she hugged him tight, and he felt her body heave as she struggled not to cry. Hey girl, it's okay. Lou cooed as he patted her back. Sam pulled away from Lou and wiped her face with her hands. Sam looked at Lou. He was still the huge old wolf she remembered, but he looked very pale and exhausted. The large man swayed slightly and grabbed his head. Sam took him by the arm and led him back toward the bed she now realized had been turned on its side. Sam leaned him against the upturned hospital bed, and he groaned. Doc was right, Lou croaked. That will take it out of an old wolf, and he chuckled slightly. What the hell are you doing, Lou? Sam sounded soft and sad, and it took Lou by surprise. She had always been very chipper and outgoing. I gotta go check on her, Sammy, Lou confessed. She's my responsibility. This is all my fault. I gotta make it right, if I can. Lou sounded desperate, almost like if he didn't get to MJ, he would die. She has her mate, Lou. Jay tried to intervene, but Lou growled and jumped at him. I'm gonna tell you one more time, kid. Get the fuck out of my way. Lou's voice took on a dangerous tone. He's not her mate yet. He doesn't deserve that title. As Lou lunged forward. Ed and Ace grabbed him by each arm. Lou closed in on Jay, but Sam stepped in front of him and stopped his motions like a freight train. Lou, I understand, believe me, but right now we have enough hysterical rouges running around. I seriously doubt the Alpha is going to tolerate one more, and what would MJ think, who? Lou grumbled and stopped struggling against the 2 hunters holding him. What do you mean enough hysterical rouges, Sam? Lou asked. Sam laughed and shook her head. No, Beth is fine. It's Mara. She is an absolute mess about MJ and... Sam stopped and looked around. It really wasn't her business to tell, but it wasn't like it was going to be easy to hide. And what, Sam? Lou lifted an eyebrow at her. Sam looked to Ace for help, and he just rolled his eyes. Well, Tanner is with her, so she's a little emotional at the moment. Sam laughed nervously. Look, old man, if you want to see her, you're going to have to just fucking relax and wait for Doc to give you the go-ahead. Everyone looked to Ace, who had been the one to yell this time. Lou just nodded and walked over to the overturned bed, setting it back to its original position as a set of heels could be heard coming down the hall toward them. What the hell happened in here? Lou spun around and was face to face with the female doctor. Doc? Pearl, it's not what it looks like, Lou said nervously. She laughed and leaned against the door. Oh, Lou, you have no idea what I think this looks like. Ed and Jay looked at each other with the same question on their face, and Sam whispered it to them as she leaned in. Did she just hit on Lou? Pretty soon the male doctor walked in, followed by a very flushed-looking Beth. Lou noticed that his sister kept pulling down the front of her shirt. You okay, Bethy? He asked out loud, and Beth snapped her eyes up to her brother like she just realized where she was. What? Shut up, Beth snapped. What's wrong with you? Both doctors looked at each other and smiled. Everyone was silent when the familiar sound of a throat clearing snapped everyone's attention to the door. The doctors moved aside, and Beth scooted in as Azriel walked in through the door. The Alpha took no time in speaking. Dr. Pearl has been speaking with Beth, and they are both confident that Dante will make a full recovery. It is just a matter of letting the wolf heal him now. As we all know, normally this would have been achieved at this point, but Dr. Pearl, Beth and I feel like MJ's condition might have something to do with that. Azriel stopped speaking and looked around the room before turning his attention to Lou. I am exhausted. I am not going to ask, and no one is going to explain this to me, he said, motioning around the room. We shall act as if what I see before me is a hallucination, if you will. Everyone in the room instantly looked to the floor, turning their heads to the side, exposing their necks in a show of submission to the obviously very upset Alpha in the room. Now, Azriel snapped. I am going home to my mate and children. For the next 12 hours, I am not to be disturbed unless there is an invasion on this pack, or there is a change in the condition of Dante or MJ for the worse. And the moon have mercy on any of you if that order should be disturbed. Are we clear? For a moment, Azriel stopped and looked around the room. Where is Tanner? He almost barked, looking at Ace and Sam, who glanced back and forth between each other. We left him with his hysterical mate, Alpha, Ace said, sighed, glancing a look of disappointment that Sam clearly understood as she leaned her head away from Ace in the same show of submission she had just shown her Alpha. Azriel pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed heavily while Lou looked around confused. Tanner has a mate? Lou thought for a moment, then looked at Beth, wide-eyed, and she grinned. What the hell did I miss? Lou said, dumbfounded. Beth laughed and looked at Sam and Azriel, who was still standing with his head in his hand, looking like he was trying to defuse a bomb inside himself. Going home. Every word Azriel spoke came out with the subtle danger of the wolf behind it. He turned and quickly floated out of the room with such speed it almost caused its own gust of wind. My Alpha, my brother, my friend. Dante groaned as he tried to open his eyes. They felt like steel traps had clamped them shut. He could faintly hear what sounded like beeping, but he couldn't tell. Everything was distorted, almost like he was underwater. He remembered the third stage of the challenge and how Pepper had done something to MJ trying to get to the wolf. Theron had forced a shift in MJ, and Dante remembered seeing her look like a walker. He tried again to open his eyes and sit up. He needed to check on her. He needed to make sure she was all right, but his body wouldn't move. Theo, what the fuck did you do to her? Dante screamed out at the wolf inside him, but there was no answer, not even the usual growl from the nickname Dante gave him. Theo, Dante called internally again, this time with force. Where are you? I know you are there, you asshole. I can feel you swimming around in here. Dante felt helpless. Please, he begged, I need to know she is okay. Now Dante was starting to feel heavy all over. His breathing hurt, and it felt like he was fighting his own ribcage for enough room to expand his lungs. His body was heavy and felt like an invisible force was squeezing every muscle, causing his body so much pain he couldn't move. Dante started to hear muffled voices along with the beeping, and he could feel the strange tickle of cold fingers touching his arms and neck. Dante tried to move again, and this time he felt his body jerk slightly, but his eyes still wouldn't open. The voices started to sound closer, and although he still couldn't make out what they were saying, he was starting to recognize some of them. He had heard Azriel for sure. He could sense Calyx every time he spoke. And Dante was pretty sure he heard Sam and Tanner because there was what sounded like laughing, followed by yelling. Dante started to try and concentrate on making out what they were saying. Maybe the pull of his pack could help him wake up, since it seemed his wolf was busy doing something else at the moment. And the fact that Theron was not answering him just drove Dante's need to get to MJ. He started to fight the urge to sleep more and was tugging at the voices. Dante picked up the one he thought was Sam and started to make out syllables, and finally a few words. You can't just expect us to sit here while he looks like he's having a seizure. Sam was yelling. She seemed angry for some reason, and he could hear other voices who seemed to respond to her, but Dante still couldn't make out what they were saying, so he concentrated on reaching Sam again, and he felt his arm move. The movement was excruciating when he heard Sam's voice again. Look, he's moving, and he felt her warmth creep over his arm. She was like a familiar beacon of light calling him home. Dante groaned again, and this time he felt his chest rumble with the sound. He tried again to open his eyes. Success! He thought as his eyes shot open, and then he snapped them shut again. The light was so blinding white, it was painful. Dante could feel hands all over him. He sat up with his back against the bed and instantly grabbed his head. The change in position made him dizzy and a little nauseous. He heard the yelling voices again, but this time they weren't muffled, and he could tell who they were. Guys, he's awake. Somebody get the doc and tell the Alpha. Tanner's words were like a jackhammer, and Dante groaned in pain. Tanner, shut the fuck up, you jackass. It was Sam again, and her voice sounded close. Sam, lights. Dante managed to choke out, and he heard a click as the relief of darkness blanketed his eyelids, letting him know the lights were now off. Dante opened his eyes and blinked several times. He tried to focus on the shapes in front of him, and Ace started to come into focus, his signature scowl and crossed arms clear. But there was something different in his eyes. They looked tired and relieved at the same time. Hey, assassin. Nice to see you back with us. Dante furrowed his brows. Did Ace just express concern for him? He was pulled from his thoughts when Sam crashed her body into his. Dante, we were so worried about you. You were out for almost a week. Dante grabbed Sam's shoulders and peeled her off of him, looking at her in the face. He all but screamed. What did you just say? A week? The terror in Dante's voice had Sam lost for words. Where is she? Dante asked, looking around the room of quiet wolves. Where is she? Where is she? Every time he repeated the question, his voice became louder, and soon both Dr. Pearls rushed into the room. Okay, assassin, take it easy, you. One of the doctors started to say, but Dante shoved Sam out of his way and tried to stand up. The minute he tried to put weight on his legs to stand, Dante fell to the floor. His legs ached with the rest of his body, but it seemed that unlike the rest of him, his legs had not yet come back to life. Ace and Tanner reached down and picked him up, placing Dante in a sitting position on the bedside. Both doctors began to fuss over Dante, taking his temperature and checking his vitals. As soon as they were done, they turned to the Alpha, and Dr. Julie Pearl spoke first. All his vitals seem normal for him, nothing out of the ordinary except the motor function of Krauss, but the atrophy is momentary and should subside with use. She walked out of the room as Dr. John Pearl spoke next. He cannot resume any sort of regular strenuous activity until we have done a full diagnostic on him. We want to make sure he is 100% before we release him for field duty. Asriel nodded, and the second Dr. Pearl followed his sister out of the room. Dante put his hands palms down on the bed and tried to put weight on his feet, and although he could now feel his toes, he still could not stand up. Asriel knelt down in front of Dante, and the two men just looked into each other's eyes for a minute. As your friend, the Alpha began in a calm tone, I cannot tell you how relieved I am. You are all right? Asriel closed his eyes tight and took a breath before opening his eyes again. However, as your Alpha, I have to order you to explain to me what the hell you two were thinking shifting her like that. Everyone could tell how upset Asriel was, but he was trying very hard to keep his voice at a dull roar, as Dante had just woken up. Dante looked down at the floor before he spoke. Can we speak in private? The entire room was silent with shock. Dante had grown up with Asriel and Tanner, and he was like a brother to them, nonetheless. But rarely, if ever, did Dante call Asriel by his name. It just wasn't something that was done. Asriel wasn't one to worry about the formality of titles when it came to his close friends and family, but Dante wanted to make sure his Alpha always knew he respected him. Asriel asked everyone else to leave, and as soon as they were gone, Asriel shut the door behind him and sat in a chair across from Dante's bed. Dante was silent for a long time, and Asriel never tried to push him for an answer. He simply waited for Dante to break the silence. He won't talk to me, Asriel. I can barely feel him. And Dante turned his hands over, staring at them like they were new. Do you think it has something to do with MJ? Asriel spoke before realizing Dante had no idea what was happening with his mate. Dante jerked on the bed like he was trying to stand up and fell forward off the bed to his knees. Asriel reached down and pulled his friend back up to the bed. Dante, you gotta take it easy. MJ is fine. The worried-sounding Alpha tried to assure Dante. Well, I mean, she's unconscious, but she is alive and healed. I was hoping to talk to Theron about what she might be going through. And Asriel stopped speaking for a moment before he continued. But this time, when he spoke, his voice was thick with the inner beast. And Calix has been demanding him since the second stage of the challenge. Dante had a pitted feeling in his stomach, and he wasn't sure if it was because his Alpha was angry with him or the fact that his wolf would not answer him. Alpha, please, Dante begged. I need to see her. Dante sounded like he was pleading, and it broke Asriel's heart. Dante had always been strong and resilient, but right now he sounded so broken. Asriel sighed heavily, weighing his decision. All right, I will take you to see her. Who knows, it might actually help. But listen to me, good assassin. We took a huge risk with that challenge, and we did not expect Theron to shift her. Dante noticed. Asriel's tone sounded both angry and hurt. We had no intention of letting anything truly horrific happen, but he did not trust us, and neither did you, Dante. As a result, he not only hurt you, but he altered MJ somehow. Dante's head was shaking with every word that passed his Alpha's lips. No, that's not true. Dante yelled, angry. He would never hurt her, I love her! Dante stopped as the words rang through his head as well as the room. Asriel gave him a knowing look and simply smiled. Glad to hear you admit it to yourself. Now hold on to that and let's go. Asriel paused, looking at Dante with a pointed warning. However, Dante, I warn you, Calix is not happy, and MJ is a part of this pack. So what we say goes, understand? Dante shot Asriel a look of hurt and anger mixed with a little confusion. How could Asriel, his Alpha, his best friend, how could they think that Dante was not loyal? The thought made Dante feel sick. It was true that as an original wolf, Dante had every right to be an Alpha himself. Most original wolves were, but Dante never wanted that responsibility, and Theron never pushed the issue. That's what made him such a deadly assassin, but also feared by most. Dante's reputation was that of a ruthless killer, one who was so wild with the animal within that he could not handle a pack of his own. The truth was far less romantic, but Dante let people say what they wanted. It had helped keep Azriel and the pack protected, so Dante just lived the expectation. But MJ coming into his life had disrupted all of that, and suddenly he realized that all the games he tried to play with her and himself were stupid and childish, because no matter how hard he pushed or how hard he fought, she was the one thing he could not let go of now that he had found her. Love her, and let her love you. All of a sudden, Dante felt a rush of something, and it sent a sensation through his body almost like cold water. He could now clearly smell his mate, and wanted to take off running, but remembered what Azriel had just implied, and looked to his alpha for approval. Azriel simply nodded, but before Dante could move, he put a hand in the center of his chest. Remember, Dante, she is like a flower right now, soft and gentle. Azriel said, you must be the same way if you wish her to come back to us. Dante searched Azriel for a better answer, and found none, so he simply nodded his head in agreement. When Azriel removed his hand, Dante took off running, tripping over his own feet as he made his way down the hall. It was like his body was being pulled by a magnet, and he wasn't strong enough to keep up. Dante slammed his shoulder into a wall as he tried to follow the pull of his mate. His bare feet and hands slapped the floor and walls as he clawed his way closer and closer. Dante came to a large clearing and tried to stop, but only ended up skidding on his feet and falling to the floor with his momentum continuing to skid him a few more feet. And he's safe, Dante heard Tanner yell as he was slowly getting to his feet. A groan in pain was the only answer Dante gave, and before he knew it, Ed and Tanner were under each arm helping him stand. Take it easy, assassin. You still have some healing to do, Ed said, laughing at him. Moi was all Dante could say, and Ed nodded his head impatiently. Ed walked Dante toward the door. Tanner left Dante to stand next to a very irritated-looking Mara. Dante noted Tanner kept trying to caress her arm with the back of his index finger, but was too concentrated on getting to MJ to worry about that right now. Dante knew where she was, even though he had no idea where he was, because she was his anchor, and it was like he was being led to her. Dante walked through a curtained room, and there she was. MJ was still hooked up to machines that were taking her vital signs and giving her fluids, but other than that, she looked like she was having a peaceful dream. His heart rate slowed as he approached the bed. Dante's hand reached out to touch hers, and he let out a sigh of relief. The electric fibers were still jumping between them. He squeezed her hand gently and fell to his knees. The feeling of her warm hand was both a relief and torture. It was warm with life, but her body was as still as death. Dante prayed to the moon for her to wake up. Wake up, he ordered to no one in particular. Please, let her wake up. She needs to see the sky and feel the sunlight. She deserves to laugh and run and enjoy her family. Tears were now falling down his face like raindrops. Dante reached his other hand up to her face, placing his palm on her now deep velvet red hair, rubbing her forehead with his thumb. Come back to me, Miei, Dante whispered. I promise I will protect you, no matter what. He leaned in close to her ear, making his blasphemes declaration, even if that means I must defy my alpha. Dante's nose touched her cheek and MJ cooed, stirring slightly. Dante's heart jerked in his chest. That's it, kitten, he encouraged softly. Come back to me. Dante was now nose to nose with MJ, and his tears were falling down onto her cheeks as he watched her eyes start to dart back and forth behind her eyelids. The machines she was hooked to began to beep loudly, and the female Dr. Pearl rushed in. What happened? She asked, looking at Dante. I don't know, Dante blurted, suddenly starting to worry. I was just talking to her. He stood and began to back up. The beeping started to escalate. Doctor? Pearl put her hand out to Dante. No, wait, she chirped. Stay. I think it's helping her to have you near. The doctor sounded as if she were coaxing a frightened animal. I think she can sense you, Dante. Wherever she is in there, you're going to need to help bring her back. Dante knelt back down and resumed rubbing MJ's forehead and holding her hand. The beeping dissipated and her heart rate seemed to level out once more. Dr. Pearl watched the machines for a while, making notes in a chart before turning to Dante. She is remarkable, Dante, Dr. Pearl said in a whispered tone, walking away from her bedside and motioning for him to follow. Dante was apprehensive at first. What is it, Julie? He asked, as flat as he could. Once upon a time, Dante and Dr. Julie Pearl had been in a sexual relationship. It wasn't anything serious. It had been just sex the entire time they were together. But at one point, Julie had expressed the desire for more, so Dante completely put a stop to their goings-on, and although it had been a few years since they had been intimate, it didn't stop her from trying, and right now Dante was shirtless, only wearing a pair of sweatpants. Dr. Pearl shot Dante a knowing smile, and he relaxed a little. She's a fighter, Dante. Dr. Pearl gushed over MJ as a patient. Her heart stopped so many times it should have killed her. I have seen far stronger wolves succumb to less, and her being human is, well, it's... Dante looked over his shoulder at MJ and finished Julie's sentence for her. Incredible, he whispered, and the doctor chuckled quietly. Indeed, the wolf knew what he was doing when he chose her. Dante didn't look away from MJ, he just nodded. Julie? Dante called out. Yay? She retorted almost breathless. He turned around to look at her, and the vulnerability in his eyes sent her almost sideways. Julie Pearl had never seen the assassin look vulnerable, and she had seen him at death's door more times than she cared to recount. How do I protect her? he asked, sounding almost lost. Julie shook her head and put her hand on Dante's back. You love her assassin, and you let her love you. Dante scrunched his face up at her. She doesn't love me, Julie. She barely liked me before, but now? Julie shook her head. Dante, she has been mumbling incoherently since we stabilized her. The only word she says that anyone can understand is your name. Julie looked over at MJ as the machines started beeping loudly again, and she dove past Dante as a siren sounded, and MJ's body began to move. At first, she just started breathing extra heavy and slow, then her limbs began to thrash around, and Dante could hear a sound leave her body, almost like a whimper. The machine monitoring her heart made a sound that Dante thought would kill him immediately. It stopped making its rhythmic beeping sound, and just made one solid deafening tone. 2 nurses rushed in, and Dante watched, helpless as Dr. Pearl and the nurses began to walk around checking MJ as if this were just another routine. MJ's body began to sweat, and although they managed to bring her heart back, it was anything but steady. Dante walked over and grabbed her hand again, placing his other hand on her cheek. Can you feel me, kitten? Dante paused, trying to prevent his voice from cracking. Are you in there, baby? He began to cry again, and just as before, his tears were falling onto MJ. He leaned his forehead to hers and tried as hard as he could to speak to her through his mind. Please, my love, come back to me. He pumped the words to her mind, hoping she would hear him. Molly, I need you. And just as he was about to pull away, he felt her hand twitch.
Say it again. MJ's eyes shot open, and she inhaled so deeply, Dante thought she might pass out. She let out a body-jerking scream. She was taking large, ragged breaths and looked Dante directly in the eyes. As if suddenly registering that it was him, MJ grabbed his face with both her hands. A mixed sound of relief and exhaustion escaped her lips before she began to sob, almost uncontrollable. MJ grabbed Dante around the neck and thrust herself into him as close as she could get, in turn ripping her IVs out and tearing off the heart monitor as they crashed to the floor. Dante was now on his knees with MJ in his lap. Dr. Pearl walked over and silenced all the panic-ridden machines before she slowly slipped from the room, followed by the 2 nurses, leaving only MJ wrapped around Dante sobbing. I thought I lost you, MJ whispered breathlessly, and Dante pulled her far enough away to look into her eyes. What are you talking about, kitten? Instead of answering him, she just clutched onto his neck again and pressed her body as hard into his as she could. Dante wanted to know what the hell was going on, but something told him for now he needed to just enjoy his mates, need to be close to him. MJ moved to wrap her legs around him and squeezed him with her arms and legs. I had the most awful nightmare, she managed to croak out through her sobs. It just kept replaying over and over. Dante, it was terrible. I wanted to die so many times. Dante ripped MJ away from him by the arms and looked into her eyes. Don't say that, kitten. Don't you ever say that. His voice was urgent. You have to live no matter what happens in this life. I know that the most important thing is that you have to live, Molly. At the sound of her name, she leaned forward and crashed her lips into his with tears streaming down her face. MJ pulled her face from him. Say it again, she demanded. Dante looked at her confused. Say what, kitten? She smiled at him. My name. Say my name. He looked at her with knitted eyebrows. What happened in there? And he tapped the side of her head with his finger before leaning his forehead against hers. MJ took a deep breath and moved her head into the crook of Dante's neck. He wrapped his arms around her as tightly as he could without hurting her and inhaled every bit of her scent. She mumbled something into his chest, and reaching under her chin, Dante lifted her head so she was looking into his eyes. Molly, baby, what happened? He had so many more questions but wasn't sure how to ask or even if he should, so Dante thought he would start with the most important. MJ smiled at the sound of her name and sat back so that her butt was on Dante's knees and she was staring into his eyes. Dante studied her face, waiting for an answer. His feet had begun to fall asleep from holding her while on his knees, but he didn't care. Right now she was all that mattered. MJ took a few heavy breaths and climbed out of Dante's lap. He whimpered silently at the absence of her presence and got up to sit next to her on the bed. MJ had her head hung low and her hands gripping the side of the bed. Dante put his hand over the top of hers and squeezed it to reassure her. I kept having this nightmare, Dante. MJ's voice was barely above a whisper. I was inside myself, but I had no control over my body. I was standing in the arena, and Azrael was talking to me, but I couldn't hear him. Tears began to roll down her face, and Dante tried to wipe them away, but MJ jerked away from him and tried to stand up. Making herself instantly dizzy and falling back down into a seated position on the bed, she took a few more ragged breaths and continued. I looked down at myself, and I looked, I don't know, strange. My hands were claws, and I had... The words caught in her throat, and MJ burst into tears again. This time, Dante collapsed to the floor in front of her, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his head in her lap. It's all right, kitten, he soothed, rubbing her legs with his thumbs. It was just a dream, you can tell me. MJ ran her fingers through Dante's hair, and he could hear her sobs. I had you by the throat, Dante, and I killed you. MJ clutched her tiny fingers into a fists, pulling on Dante's hair. He snapped his head up in front of her, grabbing MJ by the face with both hands. I am not dead, MJ, he said, almost barking at her. Look at me. I am right here with you. I'm okay, you are okay, and we will... MJ cut him off, shaking her head before prying his hands off of her face, squeezing them between hers. It's not that, Dante. She paused, almost unable to form the words. I ripped out your throat and threw your body to the ground, but it wasn't me. I couldn't make it stop, no matter how hard I tried. My body wouldn't listen. I tried calling to Theron, but he. She started crying again, harder, and this time she wrapped her arms around Dante and squeezed him like her life depended on it. Dante let her stay like that for as long as she needed to. MJ eventually fell asleep in his arms, and Dante picked her up to repossession the both of them on the bed. MJ snuggled into his arms and cooed in her sleep. He purred low in his chest, and she smiled, sighing in her sleep. Closing his eyes, Dante decided that this very moment was his favorite, even though MJ was close to him, because the wolf had forced her to do things that had more than obviously traumatized her. Dante would live in his guilty pleasure for now, because when she woke up, he knew they would have to talk about the fact that even though MJ killing Dante had been a nightmare, the fact was she actually had killed someone, and he now more than suspected Theron had something to do with it before drifting off to sleep along with his mate. Theron's decision. Dante woke up to the sound of groaning and whimpering. He tried to wrap his arms around MJ to soothe her, but the bed was empty. Dante sat up and noticed she was huddled in a corner of the dark room, holding her knees shaking. Dante jumped out of bed and rushed to her side, but as soon as he got close, MJ put her hand out to stop him. Please, she groaned. Don't come any closer. She sounded like she was in pain, and he could hear the wolf whimpering inside her. Kitten, should I get the doctor? Dante asked, but MJ didn't say anything. She just kept shaking while she made a mixture of painful groaning sounds and pitiful whimpers. Molly, baby, please, what's wrong? Let me help you. Dante reached out to touch her arm, and she jumped over the top of him, shooting her body across the room so fast, all he could do was watch, completely stunned. When MJ landed, she crashed to the floor on her side, hitting the opposite corner of the room. Dante was starting to worry. He could feel Theron's displeasure and stress. Theo, what are you doing in there? And although the wolf did not answer him, he heard a low growl escape them before she started to babble. I won't. No, you can't, MJ groaned again. That's not fair, please. No. Dante didn't know what to do. He wanted to console her, but every time he tried it seemed to make things worse. Go to her, Dante. Dante's heart started to thump in his chest. The words had come out of MJ's mouth, but they were Theron's voice. She asked me to stay away, Theron. What are you doing? Dante forced his voice to sound commanding. MJ stood up and turned to look at him. Her eyes were gold, and she had a sick smile on her face. Dante was horrified. Theron had taken over control of MJ's conscious mind, and it was obvious she hadn't wanted it. Let her back, Theo. She's scared. Dante had as much authority in his voice as he could, but he was confused. He could feel and hear the wolf he had grown up with, but it seemed as though they were now advisories rather than a single being. Theron launched MJ's body into Dante, and they crashed to the floor. Dante grabbed MJ by the waist to make sure she was not injured in the fall, and looked up into her eyes. They were not the telling gold of the wolf anymore. Now they were MJ's eyes, and she looked scared. He smiled at her and stroked her cheek. She smiled warmly back at him and snuggled her chin into his hand before she started to breathe heavily. Dante's heart started to beat faster as he noticed that MJ's pheromones were working overtime. MJ, kitten. Dante tried to softly speak to her, but MJ cut him off by engulfing his mouth with hers. The kiss was deep and desperate. He tried to break away, but MJ wouldn't let go. He parted their kiss, and they were both breathless. The smell of her was driving him past the edge. Dante couldn't get Theron to speak with him, but he could feel the wolf rutting inside him. May, baby, Dante tried. We gotta slow do. She crashed their lips back together and started to trace one hand along his chest and down the center of his abs. As soon as her hand neared his belly button, he snatched her small fingers and placed his other hand in the center of her collarbone, gently pushing her back. MJ was out of breath and looked really confused. Molly, what's wrong? Dante asked her sternly. MJ blinked, clambered herself out of his lap, and was now clutching at the fabric of her hospital gown near her stomach. Just then, Azriel entered the room, and both heads snapped in his direction. Mia, you're awake. Thank the moon. The alpha stopped in his tracks when MJ growled at him subtly. Dante looked at his alpha and noticed Calix was present as he and MJ stared at each other. Mem, Dante tried. He looked at MJ and she did not look back at him. Theo? Dante said questioningly. MJ still refused to break eye contact with Azriel, but she smirked slightly, and Dante knew somehow this damn wolf was talking to their alpha without him being present. After what seemed like forever, Azriel's eyes returned to their deep, demanding color, and Dante noticed his friend suddenly looked guilty and very sad. I'm sorry, my friend. Azriel sounded guilty and forlorn. He has made up his mind. I will give you two a moment. Azriel turned to MJ. MJ, I am so sorry, but this is the way it must be. Dante was astonished. There were tears in Azriel's eyes as he spoke to a still terrified-looking MJ. You will always have a home here with this pack. It is the least I can do for what they are about to do. And before either could say any more, Azriel rushed out of the room, closing a large glass door and locking it, instead of just closing the curtain. Dante's body jerked when he heard it lock. MJ let out a small cry when the lock turned, as if she was now trapped in this room. Theron, please, he doesn't want me, stop it. Minyu groaned and grabbed her stomach. Dante was shocked by her statement. What the hell was Theron doing to her? Then he smelled MJ's scent mixed with something else. Dante figured it out. Theron was purposely forcing her into heat. He couldn't force a full heat on her, but he could force a partial heat. It would be much the same as menstrual cramps before a mating cycle. Dante ran over and grabbed MJ by the shoulders. She started to fight him, and he didn't care. MJ, stop, just let me hold you, okay? Dante grunted. It will make the pain better, I promise. I won't do anything to hurt you. MJ started to cry again. She was trying with everything she could to fight him off, but her body was giving up on her. Every time Dante touched her, electric fire would sound off all the alarms in her body. It was like being on a drug that did nothing but send the most incredible feelings to a part of her body she had never really thought much about. MJ could feel her legs going weak, and in spite of herself, when Dante grabbed her arm and slid his fingers up to her elbow, she moaned lustfully. You don't want me. With her body shivering, MJ jerked away from Dante. Theo, leave her alone, Dante grumbled out loud, reaching for her again. Dante tried to ease her mind. MJ, baby, listen to me. I do want you. MJ groaned louder and pushed Dante away as hard as she could. Stop it, MJ pleaded, almost sobbing. That's not true, she cried out. I heard you when I was asleep. You don't want a mate, Dante. You don't want me. MJ started to scream loudly. Stop it. Theron, please, I can't. She doubled over, crumpling to the floor in pain and frustration. Dante decided this was torture, and he had enough of it. Theron was hurting her somehow, he thought, and he needed to stop it. Dante grasped MJ by the arms and pulled her slumped body from the ground. She was now standing with him, but she would not look at him. She just kept whimpering. Dante lashed out at the wolf. Theron, stop it, damn it. Leave her alone. Can't you see you're hurting her? MJ looked up at him with her own sad, beautiful eyes, and he gently grabbed her face, pulling them both back to the floor, kneeling in front of one another. Molly, listen to me, Dante began. I didn't want to mate because I didn't want to get involved with anyone, most of all a human. She tried to look at the floor, but he placed one hand under her chin, forcing her to look at him instead. But kitten, I had never met you, Dante continued. You are the most incredible creature I have ever seen. You are fierce and gentle, funny and vicious, and so very beautiful. MJ smiled and blushed a little at his confession before wincing in pain again. A large tear fell down her face, so Dante continued. MJ, I want you with every fiber of my being. She opened her mouth to speak, and Dante cut her off. Wolf or not, baby, I want you, but my life is this. And he motioned around them. My life is death and blood and fear and following orders even if they make no sense. Dante squeezed his eyes shut and huffed out a ragged breath. This is a hard life, kitten, and I want only beautiful things for you. MJ huffed and looked like she was thinking. It seemed as though the pain had relieved itself completely from her body, and Dante was thankful. Can I hug you, MollyJay? Dante said in a teasing tone. She giggled and slapped his chest. Don't call me that. They both laughed lightly. Okay, kitten, Dante growled playfully, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you, Dante, she whispered in his ear, and he felt his heart stop. She had never thanked him. Hell, she had hardly been nice to him, he thought. She usually just cuddled up to the wolf. Dante thought he would enjoy her for a moment at least. He wrapped his arms around her and lifted her into his lap sideways so as to not make her uncomfortable. MJ's body started to shake again, and she wrapped her arms tighter around his neck. MJ, kitten? Dante asked. MJ didn't answer, but shifted her hips so that she had Dante's torso firmly set between her legs, and she began to growl low in her throat, trying to push him down to the floor. Molly, what are you doing? Dante asked in a guarded tone. He grabbed her by the hips and tried to lift her off of him, but she just cinched herself tighter around him, and suddenly Dante panicked. He felt something he had never felt before in his entire life, a complete absence of his wolf. It was as if Dante were weak and powerless under some huge, unforeseen force. Dante started to panic and tried pushing MJ off of him, but she only gripped him tighter, digging her nails into his back and grinding her hips hard into his. Theron, stop it, Dante hissed. She doesn't want it like this. He grunted as he tried harder to pull her away, but she didn't move. MJ started to place small kisses on his neck, and Dante couldn't help but shiver at each and every touch of her soft, warm lips. She moved her arms around his shoulders and clutched onto his arms, holding herself up on him. Dante had MJ by the waist, trying desperately to respect what he knew she really wanted. MJ groaned and whispered, Dante, why is he making me feel this way? Oh my God, she shuddered. He could smell her arousal fill the room, and all he could do was pant and flare his nostrils as his body began to respond to hers on instinct. MJ laughed and moaned at the same time, and it snapped Dante out of his lust-filled daze. Yes, her body was responding, but was this her or the wolf? He wondered, and suddenly Dante felt like he understood why MJ was so confused. It must be hard for humans to understand the connection they have with their wolf, but was it the same for her, he wondered. MJ had not been with Theron very long, so was it her wanting him, or was it the wolf overpowering her? MJ, you need to stop, Dante paused. Not because I want you to, but because I want you to be sure this is what you really want, and not what that damn wolf is trying to make you do. MJ whined a little and dug her nails into him. She tried pushing him down by the shoulders, but he stopped and held himself. Theo, stop it. MJ moaned again. Dante, I need. Dante didn't know what to do. She threw her head back and moaned low in her throat. Dante, she whispered, and he started cursing himself. He knew she was so drunk on lust, and right now she was like putty. If he wanted to, he could play any game, and she would say yes. But Dante knew she was also a virgin, and that meant she had no experience with the dangers of lust. Dante gathered as much self-control as he could. "Molly, listen to me." She cooed at the pleasure of his warmth and curled her hands into his golden locks. Exhaling, Dante spoke. "This is not no," he defined. "This is definitely not me saying I don't want you, because I really fucking do." Dante cleared his throat. "But right now we need to stop," he almost whispered. "You have been through a lot, and I think we need to shower and clear our heads." He squeezed her soft flesh again. "I want you so badly, MJ, but I want you to want me on your terms, not his. Okay, baby? Can you do that?" He started to feel better as MJ released his hair and let her hands slide tenderly down his shoulders, resting on his forearms before she started to gently stroke them.
Your loyalty is admirable for any creature. Sam, Tanner, Beth, Mara, and Lila were all standing in the hall when Azriel and MJ came crashing out of her room, and everyone realized that MJ was awake and also naked. Lila tried to step forward and MJ growled, squeezing Azriel's face tighter. He put his hand out to stop her as Dante came bursting through the curtain. "Molly, you gotta let go," he said, almost panicked. "What is the matter, kitten? Come here, it's okay." He tried to grab her, but she swiped her clawed hand at him, catching his arm and scratching him deep enough to draw blood. "No," she spat, and Dante looked at the shocked crowd now standing around them. MJ turned her attention back to Azriel and spat in his face. "Calix, now." Azriel knew exactly what she wanted from the wolf, and he did not have the heart to refuse her. What they had let the wolf do was not fair to her. Azriel thought even if everyone else knew it was only a matter of time before they bonded anyway, it didn't make the way they had gone about it any better. Azriel tried to comfort the angry Omega. "Don't you want some Chloe?" Azriel tried to distract her a little, but MJ wasn't having it, even though she had just woken up. Azriel noted that she was strong. Dante darted down the hall, and Lila tried again, inching closer to them this time. "MJ, you need to let go of the alpha," the confused Beta tried to reason with her. "I know you might be confused right now." MJ snapped her head in Lila's direction, releasing Azriel. She stalked toward Lila, and Azriel became instantly nervous. "Confused?" MJ said in a warning tone. "No, Lila, I am not confused." MJ almost laughed. "But you should ask your mate what he and these wolves are confused about. Go on, Beta, ask them what they did." She jerked her body in Lila's direction, and Lila jumped back, startled. MJ suddenly heard Calix growl through both the Alpha and Beta. She laughed a crazed laugh. "Alpha, Beta, I want Calix now. This is between us." Azriel jumped to his feet, throwing his shirt at MJ. "Put that on first." MJ shredded his shirt and lunged at him again. This time, Azriel grabbed her arm, and using her own momentum, he threw her back into her room. MJ's naked body slid across the floor, and she made an angry sound of frustration as Dante came jogging back toward them, out of breath with a small white sundress in his hands. He looked at Azriel, and then into the room MJ was in, and growled toward his Alpha as he ran to the side of his mate. "MJ? Baby? Are you okay? I'm sorry. I went to get you something to wear." He offered her the dress. "Did they hurt you?" MJ grabbed the dress Dante was offering her and slid it on over her head. She looked at Dante and leaned forward, kissing him on the cheek. "I will be back," she said almost sweetly, and she shot herself back into the center of the waiting Alpha. This time Azriel was ready, and he caught MJ by the ankle, swinging her sideways, slamming her into the wall. Dante shot himself into Azriel, knocking the Alpha off his feet. "Step aside, assassin," the Alpha growled out in amusement. "This is between me and your Omega." Dante could hear Calix dangerously close to the surface, and it scared him a little. Although Azriel was the kindest person Dante had ever met, Calix was not. The wolf had little tolerance for nonsense that didn't involve his own offspring. "Alpha, please." Dante stepped in front of Azriel again, but kept his head to the side, showing his neck in an act of defiant submission. MJ stood up, shaking her head. The Alpha had thrown her hard enough to knock her out, but the wolf pumping in her veins would not allow that. Gathering more power from the wolf, MJ released a thunderous growl and leapt over Dante's head, clasping her clawed fingers into the shoulders of the waiting Alpha. As Azriel looked up to grab MJ, he shifted at the same time, ripping his clothes to shreds. Her nails sank deep into his shoulders, and he let a sick laugh rumble from inside him. "Insolent child, what do you want?" Calix grabbed MJ by the throat and shoved her to the ground, tearing her nails out of his shoulder. Dante knelt down to his mate and shoved Calix away. Calix laughed and grabbed Dante by the arm, throwing him away from MJ, pulling her to her feet by her hair. She threw a punch, landing on the wolf's snout, and he sneezed before laughing again, bringing her close. "I will not apologize for what I have done." The seething silver beast searched MJ's eyes. "I live with my choices. Little girl, can you live with yours?" Almost as if he were instantly calm, he set her on the floor. Suddenly, MJ felt Theron rip through her body, and she had a flash in her mind. She was back near the arena, and it was the same scene as her dream, only this time she was holding a strange man by the hair and not Dante. MJ realized it was Pepper's mate, and the she-wolf was begging for his life. MJ screamed in horror as she once again watched herself tear the man's head off, pulling most of his spine out with it. Jay started to hit Calix in the chest, and he grabbed her by the arms, roaring in her face as she continued to scream and kick at the large beast. "Why, Alpha? Why?" She was crying as she spoke, and Dante tried to go to his mate, but Calix growled at him and sat in front of MJ, staring at her. She was now on her hands and knees crying. Lila tried to kneel down to her, but Calix growled at her the same way he had Dante, and she looked hurt by it but obeyed. "Stand up," Calix demanded, and MJ stood with her head hanging. "Why what?" The beast snapped at her. MJ did not move, she only spoke. "Why did you let it go that far?" Her voice was just above a whisper, and Calix knew exactly what she was referring to. "I do not answer to you, MJ." Calix's voice boomed through the building, and MJ let her shoulders fall forward in defeat. A large claw pushed her chin upwards to face the great silver alpha in front of her, and he had a strange look in his face. However, the beast's voice became almost soft. "Your willingness to accept a life you do not understand and defend a pack that seems to show you no loyalty is admirable." MJ huffed and looked off to the side. "For a weak human, you mean." Calix growled at her. "No, Omega. Your loyalty is admirable for any creature." Calix looked at Lila, who nodded him, turning on her heels. She sped down the hall and out of sight. Calix turned to MJ again. "Small one?" The softness of his voice had MJ in shock. "There is much of this world that is good, but there is much in this world that is evil." Calix waited for MJ to respond. She meekly nodded her head. "I assume you understand what Pepper's intentions were for you?" He paused again to let her answer. MJ looked into his eyes with hatred in hers and nodded. "Very good." Calix's tone took on a deadly serious one. "You understand they were not part of this pack and sent here with a purpose?" MJ simply hummed her understanding once more. "That means they knew you were here, or they may have even been after my Lila?" Calix began to shake with anger, and MJ nudged him with her shoulder. He looked at her a bit shocked. "What I mean to say is that I allowed it to go as far as I needed it to?" MJ nodded again as the alpha continued. "There was information I needed, and you helped me get it." Lila reappeared with a set of clothes. Calix paused and walked around the corner of the hall to change, while MJ stood there letting his words sink in. He had known what would happen and let everything fall the way it did, MJ thought. He let her and Dante become weak from the flower injection. Maybe he had even known that Theron would shift her like that. Dante could have died, and she almost did. The more she thought, the angrier she became. He had done it all for what? For information? She killed a man. She ripped the head off of someone's mate in front of them. The sudden realization made MJ feel sick, and she looked at Dante as he grabbed at his chest, whimpering. He looked up to her. MJ had tears in her eyes again, and before she could push him away, Dante had her wrapped in his arms again. "No, MJ, don't do that." He whispered the command, and she cried harder still. "I killed someone's mate." MJ shoved the words from her mouth like vomit. Dante was petting her face, forcing her to look him in the eye. "Listen, kitten, she would have done far worse to you. I'm so sorry he made you do that." And MJ shook her head. "No, Dante. Theron didn't make me kill him. He just gave me the power to do it." Dante looked into MJ's eyes as the recollection flashed to terror. "I wanted to do it. I wanted him dead. He was going to hurt you. He was going to hurt Theron, and I could not let them." MJ turned as she heard Azriel clear his throat, and she lunged at him again, this time with far less power. Azriel caught MJ by the elbows as she continued to cry and scream and beat on his chest. "You bastard! I killed him, in front of his mate." MJ was screaming as she fought against Azriel. "I hate you. Why won't you answer me? Where are you?" Azriel brought her into a tight hug and whispered in her ear. Dante couldn't hear them, but whatever he said, it had MJ calming down. She turned her head to look at Dante and nodded her head at Azriel. He let her go, and MJ calmly walked back into her room and sat down on the hospital bed. Dante was confused and exhausted. He had never seen his alpha act so patiently with anyone, and he had certainly never seen Calix explain himself to anyone. Dante was thankful that Calix had not hurt her, but he still felt a little stunned. Tanner patted Dante on the shoulder. "Welcome back, assassin." Dante smirked and nodded slightly before noting the fact that Mara seemed to keep her eyes on Tanner at all times. "Tanner, tell me," Dante started. "Has my brother something to share with me?" Dante raised an eyebrow, and Tanner glanced at Mara, who blushed and looked toward the ground. "Yes, Dante, I have many things to tell you, but unfortunately first we must discuss business." Dante looked at Tanner confused. He sounded serious, and that was not something Tanner often was. Tanner turned to Mara. "I'm sorry, my sweet mate. I have to speak with the assassin in private, hunter business." Mara rolled her eyes. "Whatever, pretty boy. I'm gonna go see MJ. Feel free to forget I exist and leave me alone while I'm gone." And Mara turned and marched off into MJ's room. Mara and MJ. Mara opened the curtain, and MJ was sitting on the bed, staring at her hands in her little white sundress. She looked like a completely different MJ than the one Mara remembered just a month ago. MJ. Mara squeaked out softly, not wanting to spook her or incite the rage she had seen firsthand. MJ looked up to see Mara, and she just smiled at her. Mara's heart sank. MJ's eyes were puffy and red, and she had tear stains on her cheeks. Mara wasn't sure what to do, so she just spat out the first thing that came to mind. "Look, I know that you almost died. Well, technically, you did die a couple times, but I really miss our talks. You are the only friend I ever had, and I am really worried about you. And I just want to make sure you are okay, so please don't kick me out. Can I just stay here for a while?" MJ's eyes were wide, and Mara was panting from blurting all of that out without breathing. Both women looked at each other silently for a minute and then started to giggle. Mara sighed and looked around before she pulled a small bottle out of her jacket and waved it in front of MJ. "I know you're not supposed to drink under doctor's orders, but Friday night drinks for old time's sake?" MJ smiled and nodded, patting the side of the bed as she scooted over. Mara ran over to the bed and hopped up next to MJ. She turned and wrapped her arms around MJ, squeezing her tight. You are seriously the only person I can talk to, and I know you are going through the shit right now, but I have to tell someone. MJ pushed Mara at arm's length but didn't let go of her. What's wrong, Mara? Mara opened her bottle and took a long drink before handing it to MJ, who did the same. The two girls slid to the floor at the same time, leaning against the bed. Tanner is my mate, Mara almost whispered. MJ took the bottle and gulped down more of the spicy brown liquid. Why don't you sound happy? MJ asked as she passed the bottle back to Mara. He's the brother of an alpha mole, Mara explained. He lives in a pack and he's a damn hunter, so it's not like I could convince him to leave with me. Mara clapped a hand over her mouth as she passed the bottle back to MJ, who laughed low in her throat before she took another long drink. I bit Dante. I marked him. MJ looked at Mara to gauge her response as she passed the bottle back. Mara's mouth was open. Whoa, was all she said as she took her turn with the bottle. Do I even want to know how that's possible? Mara almost whispered with a faint look of shock in her eyes. Does it have something to do with this? Mara motioned to MJ's entire body and the two laughed again. I'm not really sure, actually, MJ said. She looked sad and Mara grabbed her hands. You know, you can always tell me anything. We have been friends since before you went all official Omega. Please don't dismiss that because of what has happened. MJ silenced her friend's words with a tight hug. I don't know what this wolf did to me, MJ almost whispered. But if you leave Mara, please take me with you. Mara and MJ looked into each other's eyes with an unknown alliance between them. At the first sign of trouble, they were out the door, and having each other seemed to make the thought of leaving for good a little less scary. Mara and MJ sat for a while just drinking. Mara finally decided to break the silence. So can we address the elephant in the room, please? MJ looked at her confused. What? You mean you having to beat Tanner off with a stick? MJ laughed, but Mara did not. No, bitch, I mean all of this, and she motioned to MJ. MJ rolled her eyes. Mara, you just referred to all of me. Mara snorted in irritation. Come on, Moll, you know what I mean. MJ sat up on her knees and took a long, slow breath. Mara, I have a feeling I'm not supposed to say any of this, but since it's my body, I get to decide, right? It was meant to be a statement, but came out as more of a question, as MJ looked to her friend for the answer. Mara looked at MJ with concern. He shifted me somehow, Mara, and then he forced me to mark Dante. MJ didn't say any more. Mara's eyes were wide and her mouth was open. There are so many things wrong with that statement, Mara managed to mumble out from underneath the bottle she was now nursing like a toddler. But why do you look different? MJ grabbed at her hair subconsciously, then looked at her nails, turning her hands over several times as if she were going to find some answer there. I have absolutely no idea, Mara, MJ finally confessed. First I was me, then I was some kind of monster, and now I'm this. Mara scooted closer to MJ. I saw you during the challenge, MJ. Mara's voice was just above a whisper, and it sounded haunted by the memory. You looked like a walker. We thought you might be. Mara's voice cracked, and she was unable to finish her thought. MJ laughed a little and Mara sniffled a little, wiping at her eyes. Hey, Mara, it's okay, MJ cooed, slurring her words a little. I'm still here, she grabbed Mara's face, forcing her to look up. Mine. We all have questions for you, Omega. Both women sat up with the sound of an unfamiliar female voice. Looking over the top of the bed, they saw Dr. Julie Pearl standing in the doorway, with her arms crossed. The doctor walked to the other side of the bed and bent down, picking up the now empty bottle lying between the giggling pair. You know, the doctor began. You aren't supposed to drink while you're under a doctor's care. MJ and Mara looked up at the doctor with worry in their eyes. Are you going to tell Tanner? Mara sounded a bit drunk now. MJ snorted and giggled at her. Wow, Mara! Mara punched MJ in the arm, and all three women laughed. Tell you what, Julie said in a tone MJ wasn't quite fond of. I will make you a deal not to tell the Alpha or your mates if you ladies do me a favor. MJ looked at the doctor tentatively. She could feel Theron's unrest and wondered why she felt so uneasy around someone who was a healer. What do you want? Mara snapped her head to the side, shocked at how cold and callous MJ sounded, giggled. Dr. Pearl giggled. Ma, you're just as charming as Dante. The doctor drew her words out slowly. MJ growled a little at the insinuation. She somehow had the impression this woman at some point had been with Dante. If not romantically, then at the least, they had a physical relationship at one point. And for whatever reason, MJ felt an almost feral need to make sure this bitch understood who he belonged to. MJ started to growl with enough force to make sure everyone in the room understood who was more powerful. Mara looked at her friend with wide eyes as MJ slowly stood up from the floor with such grace it made it look as though gravity were her submissive. MJ head cocked to the side with a sharp jerk. My mate's name stays out of your mouth. She jerked her eyes up to make sure the doctor was paying attention before she continued. Along with the rest of him. She snapped as she stalked toward Julie, who was looking at her with a mix of intrigue and fear. MJ suddenly felt the hair all over her body stand at attention, the tingle of the electric wire pull of Dante's presence, without needing to physically look. MJ turned and launched into the arms of a very stunned-looking assassin, knocking him to the ground. May was now straddling Dante with her hands on either side of his head. Kitten? Dante said, low and quizzically. He was glad to see her so enthused to be around him, but he sort of felt like she was saying something to someone else and not just glad to see him. MJ buried her face into his neck and purred as she inhaled deep. Dante squeezed her hips as she purred into his ear. It was so seductive it sounded more like a moan, and he purred to match her. Mine. MJ mewled into his ear, and Dante answered with the same word, mine. They were purring into each other, and it seemed that the rest of the world had disappeared. I hate to break up such a tender moment, Julie started to say, and MJ flung herself at the doctor with supernatural speed, extending a now clawed hand. MJ had the doctor around the throat. Do you, I wonder? MJ spoke, growling at Julie, and she could feel Theron settle into her body, and MJ smiled, closing her eyes to purr at the feeling of him with her again. Curious, their reunion was cut short by the gasping words of the she-wolf in her grasp. Would that be the wolf with you now? Dr. Pearl managed to choke out as she studied MJ's face. MJ heard Theron in the back of her mind, but she was not in the mood to listen. She shut him out and squeezed the doctor's throat tighter. Stop talking, she snarled. MJ felt a strange surge of power radiating from behind her, and she half-turned to see Azriel standing next to Dante with his arms crossed. MJ, is that any way to treat the doctor that helped save your life? MJ looked from the alpha to the doctor and growled in her face before setting her down, slowly and gently. Dr. Pearl collapsed to the floor, and to MJ's complete horror, Dante rushed to her side. Shit, Jules, are you okay? He asked. MJ grabbed Dante by the shoulders and threw him to the other side of the room, roaring out in anger as Dante hit the floor. Enough! Azriel shouted, and MJ immediately dropped to her knees with her neck exposed. I'm sorry, Alpha, MJ blurted out, almost breathless. Azriel knelt down and grabbed MJ by the hands. MJ, I need you to keep the animal inside. She looked up into the Alpha's eyes briefly as he continued to speak. I know that it's hard to control, but you must try harder. Would you like Calix and Lila to help show you? The sound of Azriel's voice was soothing, like a caring father, and MJ nodded. Dante rushed to his mate's side, grabbing at her arm. What the hell is wrong with you? MJ slapped him across the face, shutting his tantrum down before it could start. Tell me, assassin. MJ's voice was angry and cold. Just how many pack members have you plowed through? She shot a look in the doctor's direction, and Julie stood walking toward MJ. She put her hand out, and MJ tentatively took it, but instead of shaking her hand, the doctor pulled MJ in close, kissing her hand sensually. Julie leaned in and whispered, You know, sometimes physical exercise is best in threes. MJ pulled her hand away from the doctor, with a complete look of shock on her face. Julie simply looked at MJ and winked. You might want to get this one into bed, Alpha, the doctor taunted. She seems drunk. MJ growled at Julie again, and this time Mara accompanied her as Tanner shot around his brother to Mara's side. Mara, my sweet mate, please tell me that? Mara cut Tanner off by grabbing him by the arms and promptly depositing her lips into his. MJ looked at them and started laughing at the sight of the goofiest person she knew now swapping spit with the most serious person she knew. Tanner pulled Mara away from him, and she was giggling while tucking her head into the crook of his neck. Tanner looked at Azriel with total loss. Az, what do I do? He almost whispered. Azriel began to laugh. He laughed so hard he was now clutching his stomach, and it had begun to infect the room. Tanner, Azriel managed through his laughter. If I could answer that question, I would be the smartest wolf on the planet. Tanner simply nodded in defeat and picked up his mate lovingly while she cooed into his neck, playing with the collar of his t-shirt while whispering into his ear. Tanner looked at MJ. Good to see you, doll. And he looked up at her hair. Well, I hope you wanted to be a redhead. He shrugged and walked out of the room with Mara still giggling and mumbling. I claim you. Azriel looked at MJ and crossed his arms. Drunk who? MJ simply shrugged. She opened her mouth to speak, but Azriel put his hand up to stop her. No, you may not explain yourself, MJ, the Alpha warned. You went through something none of us can understand, and despite all odds you won. The Alpha chuckled and pushed his chest out in pride. No, I take that back. You persevered. You have done things no Omega has ever done. Hell, you have done things no wolf has ever heard of. MJ stepped back away from the eyes now on her. Dante, the Alpha, and Dr. Julie Pearl were all staring at her. Tell us, how did he shift you? Dr. Pearl cut in. She sounded so interested in her shift it made Theron uncomfortable. MJ stepped back and Julie put her hands up in front of her. I am just curious. Perhaps one of your parents was a wolf, Julie questioned. Or maybe an Omega. The more the doctor dug, the more panicked MJ felt. It was as if everyone in the room knew something she didn't. I don't know anything about my parents, MJ confessed, hoping to get the focus off of Theron. I was found after a hurricane when I was like 4 and nobody ever claimed me. Suddenly, MJ was cut off by the sudden feeling of Dante wrapping his arms around her waist. I claim you, kitten. He tried playfully, and she shrugged him off. Yes, me and how many others? MJ spat the words in his face, and Dante turned, thrusting his fist into the bricks, making up the outside of the glass walls. The entire building groaned as his fist dented the structure, and Azriel started to tap his foot on the floor. Try to leave this building standing. Dante, we do need it, the Alpha said impatiently. Dante looked at MJ, and she growled at him, so he turned and left the room. MJ huffed and turned away from the eyes in the room. She felt like crying and didn't want them to see her. A slender hand on her shoulder made her turn. It was Julie again. MJ growled, and the doctor crossed her arms. Grow up, MJ. The woman hissed in her face. So I fucked your mate once upon a time. The doctor licked her lips and continued. It was nothing, we were both in need of a little exercise, and as I'm sure you already know, that man can go for a marathon. But before Julie could say another word, MJ punched her so hard in the face, she felt the bones in the doctor's cheek crack as she flew backwards onto the floor. I am a virgin. Thank you very much, MJ growled in disgust and marched out of the room and out of the entire building. MJ realized. It was early morning when she reached the outside. She took a long, slow breath, closing her eyes. She wanted to drink in the entire outside world. MJ could feel an itching in her feet and decided she might want to run. The door burst open behind her, and Dante was in the doorway with Azriel behind him. MJ didn't wait for him to say anything. She just growled and took off running. Dante tried to go after her, but Azriel grabbed his shoulder. Maybe it's best if you let her run it out a little. The alpha's tone was soft, but warning. Jay isn't far, I will link him to follow her. Dante nodded absently, but Azriel could tell he was still watching her. Hey, how about we try to get answers out of that wolf of yours who? Azriel offered, trying to take the assassin's mind off his mate. Dante nodded and turned back to follow Azriel. MJ wasn't sure where she was running or why, but she knew she needed to run. MJ made sure to stay on the inside of the tree line, but she was starting to feel like someone was watching her. Theron? Is someone here? MJ asked inside her mind, and although she could feel him, the wolf did not answer her, so she decided to break down her wall and let the wolf back in. After all, what's the worst he could do now? She thought. As soon as MJ closed her eyes to bring down her wall, she felt a surge in her entire body. All the hair on her body stood at attention. She could smell the turning leaves under her feet, the moisture of the canopy above her, and a heartbeat, but not her own. MJ tried to concentrate on it, but it seemed to be moving around, not coming closer, but not leaving either. Come out? MJ growled out, and the wolf was present in her voice. She sounded confident, although her heart was racing. Learn to slow your heart rate, and you will really sound as spooky as you want. A voice echoed from around her. MJ spun around. She recognized the voice, but couldn't make out who it was. Stop fucking around. Who are you? MJ forced the words out. She heard a laugh, and it wasn't scary or menacing. It actually reminded her of someone, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I will give you a hint. The voice taunted from a different location. Ready? The voice was getting closer. MJ growled and spun in a circle again. She was beginning to panic when Jay came running up to her. Hey, shit. I'm sorry, he almost mumbled. I was just trying to test how in tune you were with the wolf. I didn't mean to scare you, moles. I'm sorry. For some reason, the sight of Jay sent MJ into a flurry of emotion. She wrapped her arms around Jay's neck and began to sob into his shoulder. He wrapped her in a tight hug and began to rub her back. It's all good, little sis, he soothed. Let it go. I'm here. MJ wasn't sure why, but Jay felt like home. He felt like she could close her eyes and not have to watch her back. What are you doing out here, Jay? MJ asked through her sobs. Jay shrugged as MJ wiped her face. Alpha asked me to make sure you didn't hurt anybody. Jay shoved his hands into his jeans and started walking. MJ fell in line next to him, rolling her eyes. Make sure I didn't get hurt, you mean? She said childishly. Jay stopped and grabbed her by the arm. No, MJ, he said with enough force to surprise her. He wants to make sure you don't hurt anyone. Jay paused. What you did? And he stepped close to MJ, almost whispering. What the wolf did to you. It's not heard of. It's never been done, MJ. Never. The look in Jay's face had MJ alarmed. Does he think I'm dangerous? Jay asked, feeling a little hurt by the thought that Azriel might not trust her. Oh, no, Moll, nothing like that. Jay waved his hands. All new wolves get an escort. It's... MJ laughed and cut him off. Second puberty, right? They both laughed and kept walking. Before she knew it, they were back where she had started from, and MJ looked up at Jay a little pissed off. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that, Jay begged playfully. Alpha wants to talk to you. It's sort of important. MJ looked at Jay, a little puzzled, and noticed he kept playing with something on his arm. Jay, what's wrong? MJ asked, but before he could say anything, Dante came marching up to them. Back off, Jay, he growled, and Jay pushed past him, mumbling something. MJ couldn't hear. What the hell is your problem? MJ barked, marching past Dante and up to Azriel, who was leaning against the med hall wall outside, looking like he was in deep thought over whatever was on his phone. Alpha, Jay said you wanted to see me? Azriel looked up almost lost and nodded at MJ. Yes, let's take it inside, though. Azriel led the way, followed by Jay, MJ, and Dante, who kept trying to get MJ's attention by holding her hand or brushing her shoulder with his fingers. MJ was really beginning to become fed up with this bond they had. Every time he touched her, she was less and less angry with him, and it wasn't helping. MJ was starting to get a headache from the alcohol. The buzz was long gone. She had run it out of herself earlier. They entered the med hall, and MJ saw Julie standing with a devilish smile on her face. Next to her stood a male doctor, who looked remarkably similar to Julie, along with Lou, who MJ thought looked sick. Dr. Pearl and Dr. Pearl. MJ couldn't contain herself. The minute she saw Lou, she lost herself. Lou! She screamed and ran into the arms of the giant, familiar teddy bear. MJ began to cry again, as she had done with Jay. Only this time, it was a cry of relief. Lou spun her around laughing and set her down, wiping the tears from her face. Now don't you dare start that cry baby shit with me, MollyJay. Lou laughed through his own tears. I will not. And he stopped as a slew of sobby curses flew out his mouth, wiping large tears from his own eyes. MJ, a strange voice cut in. I am Dr. John Pearl. It is a pleasure to finally... MJ pulled away from Lou and looked at Azriel, dismissing the doctor completely. I thought Dante's old blow-up doll was Dr. Pearl? Everyone in the room gasped except for MJ and Dr. John Pearl. Azriel crossed his arms. MJ, be nice, the alpha warned, trying to hide his own grin. They are twins, and they both had a hand in saving your life, as did Lou. MJ could hear Calix's warning in the alpha's voice, and she bowed her head in submission. My apologies, Alpha, MJ retorted. I should have waited until you were not in the room. Azriel sighed heavily in response. Well, isn't she delicious? John said to Noone, offering his hand to MJ, and just as his sister had done. The minute MJ gave him her hand, he brought it to his mouth, softly pressing his lips against her knuckles, but making sure to keep his eyes locked on MJ's the entire time. MJ blushed and giggled in spite of herself. Apparently, all the alcohol was not out of her system. As soon as John's lips touched MJ, both Lou and Dante growled at him. Seriously? MJ hollered out, Don't be angry with them. John almost purred at MJ. They have every right to be on guard. John licked his lips, looking from Jay's toes to her head, and then back down again. I would do so many beautiful things to that boat. John did not get to finish his sentence before Dante had a fully shifted hand inside the doctor's mouth, causing him to gag on Dante's clawed fingers. Good doctor, Dante said in a low, husky tone. Please don't finish that sentence. MJ rolled her eyes and Dante pulled his hand from John's mouth. Take it easy, assassin, John snapped, adjusting his coat. I wasn't making a pass, he smirked, winking at MJ. Plus I hear this one is pure and I don't do gentle little flowers. This time it was MJ who grabbed the doctor from the inside of the mouth, pulling his tongue out of his face with her fingers. Do you want to know what I think? MJ did not wait for an answer. I think if you misuse your toys, they get taken away from you. She tugged on his tongue just a little. Want me to take this one? MJ did not use Theron to make her point. She wanted to make sure he understood. She would not put up with his shit, as a woman, not just as an omega with a powerful wolf. John simply smiled, humming in response, and MJ let go of his tongue, wiping her hand on her dress. Forgive my brother, sometimes he forgets his manners, Julie said in an amused tone with a large grin on her face. Must run in the family. MJ spat back and Dante smirked behind her. She was definitely a kitten with sharp claws, he thought, and she didn't need to prove it. Can we get on with it? Azriel bellowed, and everyone in the room hit their knees in submission. Azriel rubbed his temples. I tell you what, the sound of surrender heavy in the alpha's tone. We will save this conversation for after MJ has had some time to rest. Azriel turned to leave but stopped, and sober up, he spat, almost disgusted, and MJ felt a sense of shame wash over her as Azriel left the building entirely. MJ looked at Dante and scowled as he was looking at her already. Lou, can you take me back to the pack house, please? MJ asked. I could use some sleep, I think. Lou nodded and motioned for her to follow him. You could always stay another night here. Julie spat out without really thinking about it. MJ laughed and threw her arm lazily over Jay's shoulders. No thanks, she barked. Feel free to play doctor with Dante, though. I'm sure he's out of practice. Jay nugged her. Knock it off, MJ. You don't know what you're talking about. She laughed again. Whatever you say, bro, let's go. I plan on crashing on the first thing you lay me down on. Dante growled as Jay put his arm around MJ's waist, and she flipped Dante the bird as they walked away. Piss off, dog boy. I can hang out with who I want. MJ's voice was tired, but the hurt in it was still evident. Dante turned to look at the two doctors still standing there watching as MJ walked away. Stop it, Julie. Dante spat at her, and the twins looked at him with a knowing smile. Oh, come on, Dante, relax. I was only teasing. Julie chirped as her brother grinned, shaking his head, speaking up also. If you and that wolf aren't going to help us figure out what he did, we will find out our own way. Dante did not let them finish. He launched at the pair, grasping them tightly by the throat. You will not use my mate as your lab rat, Dante snarled. Both doctors looked at each other, trying to laugh through the lack of oxygen, causing Dante to squeeze harder. Soon both doctors were gasping for air and scratching at his arms. Dante began to growl louder, and his eyes clouded over solid black. He wanted to warn them and anyone else who dared try to meddle with MJ. You will listen and remember, Dante drawled out as he glanced between the two now terrified sets of eyes starting to glaze over. If I so much as get the impression you are pushing her again the way you did today, I will lay waste to this entire fucking world to make you pay. Dante glanced toward the direction MJ had left. That woman deserves the world over, and again. And I plan to make sure I spend the rest of my days showing her that. Are we clear? Neither doctor responded as they were now both unconscious, and Dante let their bodies drop to the floor as he huffed and ran off down the hall, headed for his mate, wherever she might be.
A monster like me. Jay and Lou helped MJ to her and Dante's room in bitter silence. They both had so much they wanted to say to her, but she had already been through so much. When was the right time? Lou, do I have to stay here? MJ whined like a child as Jay kicked the door open to the bedroom, and Lou scooped MJ off the ground and carried her into the room, depositing her on the bed. Come on, boy. Lou coaxed as Jay looked like he wanted to stay by her side. She needs rest. We can talk about it tomorrow. Lou and Jay turned to leave, and MJ turned over, falling off the bed, giggling. Wait, it's midday at best. Why are you leaving? MJ didn't really want to be in Dante's room alone. She wanted to be mad at him, but being surrounded by his smell was weakening her resolve to stay mad. Jay simply turned and left. Lou turned to look at her. Moll, what that wolf did to you, what you two did together, The older man shook his head. You scared the hell out of a whole lot of wolves, and that's not easy to do. We understand this is all new, but you need time. We need time. Lou clenched his fists. And as much as I don't want to say this right now, you need that damned assassin. MJ growled and hopped back up on the bed, her back facing Lou in the door. He has his harem, Lou. What does he need a monster like me for? MJ had meant for it to be an insult, but her voice sounded hurt and weak. Lou sighed in defeat and simply left the room, closing the door behind him. MJ pulled a pillow from the top of the bed and hugged it tight to her body, burying her head, inhaling the scent of the man she was torturing herself with. She began to cry, thinking about how she had treated him after he was simply trying to make her feel better. He can't really help the fact that his old flame still held something for him. MJ thought as she curled herself around a pillow, laying down on the bed in the fetal position. She cried hard until sleep found her again. MJ opened her eyes, startled at the feeling of something warm and heavy pressed against her back. She tried to roll over, but she was held down by something else heavy. Looking down, she noticed a muscular arm wrapped around her waist and tucked underneath her. MJ touched the arm with her fingertips, and although the owner of the arm did not stir, the familiar electric threads helped her confirm that Dante was in bed with her. MJ pressed her fingers into his forearm and was stroking it when she heard him grumble in his sleep. He moved his arm slightly, and MJ turned her body with the small amount of freedom it gave her. She was now facing a sleeping Dante, and decided to take the time to drink in his face while he couldn't melt her with his lagoon-pooled eyes and dashing smile. As soon as she was facing him, she felt him squeeze his arm around her tight again, like a snake trying to subdue its prey. His eyes fluttered open, and MJ's body became instantly rigid. Dante buried his face in her neck and mumbled into her hair. Why are you relaxed when you think I'm asleep but become so guarded when I'm awake? MJ opened her mouth to speak, but her heart was beating too fast for her to think. Dante released her and sat up. MJ almost whined at the absence of his body heat, but caught herself. What the hell was the matter with her? She thought. Kitten? Dante's voice brought her out of her thoughts. I don't know how to apologize for the women in my... MJ put her hands over his mouth and shook her head. No, Dante, don't. I am the one who should apologize. The women in your past are clearly that. MJ tapped her chest as she spoke. I can feel how hurt you were when I walked away, and I'm sorry I don't know what's wrong with me. She licked her lips nervously. It's just when that leggy doctor started talking about the way you were with her. MJ was cut off this time, but instead of Dante's hand over her mouth, it was his lips. First gently and tentatively, his lips brushed hers, trying not to overstep his bounds or push her past her limit, and the endearing action had MJ on fire from the inside. Suddenly, she grabbed a handful of the shirt Dante was now wearing and pressed her lips into his as hard as she could. Answering her actions, Dante grabbed her around the waist and hoisted her off the bed, bringing the both of them to a sitting position, with MJ seated in his lap facing him. Their foreheads pressed together, breathing heavy, clutching each other's clothing. MJ wasn't sure what the hell was going on with her body. Her skin felt cold all over, but her insides were on fire. She felt like she was out of breath, but she hadn't done anything strenuous. The act of exploring Dante's mouth with her own was the only thought she could muster in her mind. Like the act of being close to this man was fogging her entire brain function. MJ could feel his warm, callous hands brush up against the bare skin on her back, and she instinctively lifted her arms as the sundress she was still wearing came up over her head and was discarded. MJ blushed and giggled nervously. She gasped as Dante put both his hands around her waist and squeezed as he lifted them both from the bed. She wrapped her arms around his neck, holding on tight for fear of being dropped. He carried her princess style into the bathroom. Dante placed a series of gentle kisses on MJ's neck as he set her down on the counter. Removing his own shirt, MJ noticed the large bite mark she left, and immediately her stomach clenched and she lowered her head. Dante started the shower and turned to see MJ sitting on the counter. Kitten, he purred, gently lifting her chin with his index finger. Noticing her glance at his mark, he sighed. It makes me proud, and it should make you proud too. His voice was tender, but it had a growl behind it as he moved his finger from her chin to caress the mark he had left on her. MJ shuddered at the feel of his hand on her skin, so warm and inviting. It was almost like her skin was addicted to the feel of his hands. She reached up and grabbed his hand, bringing it to her face, nuzzling his fingers with her lips. Dante, do you think we could really do this? He looked at her with his eyebrows knitted. What do you mean, Nye? Dante asked as he coaxed her off the counter and toward the shower. MJ turned to look at him, completely ignoring the fact that she was still naked. Dante, this is the most insane nightmare of a life I have been dropped into, and no matter what happens, I have one thought that keeps me going. She looked down at her feet and started playing with her fingers. Dante turned her body and gently guided her into the running water. And what is that, kitten? He asked as he tried to step back from the shower when MJ grabbed his arms and pulled him into the shower. Jumping up into his arms, wrapping herself around him, she brought her forehead to rest on his. The thought that I get to have you, she hummed with a light blush playing on her cheeks, that in this weird world, somehow you and Theron thought I was, worth it. Dante squeezed her hips and growled. I don't know who wouldn't think you are worth it, MJ. His voice was strained with control. You fight with your heart and love with your soul. You are beautiful inside and out. Dante grabbed MJ's chin and forced her to look at him. Oh no, you don't, young lady, Dante said sternly. This is not an act of rejection. I want you. I want you so bad sometimes I think I might go insane from fighting with myself. I will not take you like this, he almost groaned into her ear. You are worth so much more, and right now you are vulnerable. Dante drew a ragged breath. I want to know that this is what you want. MJ grabbed Dante by the ears and crashed her lips into his, without a care as to their teeth gnashing together from the force. Dante tried to pull away, but MJ dug her nails into his shoulders, holding him in place. Dante growled at her, and she bit his lip in response. Dante chuckled and grabbed MJ by the jaw, squeezing just gently, forcing her to submit. Pressing his fingers into her cheeks, Dante turned her face to the side and began to gently stroke the scars of her mark, even though they were in the shower and both completely soaked. Dante leaned in and whispered in her ear, As I was saying, kitten, I want you with every waking moment, but I also want you sober and with a clear mind. He stepped back away from her and out of the shower. Now take a nice relaxing shower, and when you're done we can go get something to eat, Dante said sweetly. It's almost time for dinner anyway, and I know everyone is just dying to see you. MJ's eyes shot up to look at Dante, and tears formed in her eyes. Dante realized how ill-timed his words were. Oh shit, MJ, I'm sorry. He licked his lips nervously. Look, if you aren't ready to see anybody, I can bring food to our room. I'm sure Alpha will be. Dante stopped talking as MJ started to laugh lightly. No, it's all right. I think seeing everyone might be nice. She scrunched up her face. That is if they don't think I'm a monster. MJ looked down at the floor again, and Dante groaned, rolling his eyes. He turned his back to her and sat down on the floor. Shower, MJ! Dante barked, and she jumped, reaching for the shampoo. She heard Dante begin to speak. Nobody thinks you are a monster, kitten. They were all a little worried about your shift. MJ laughed as she leaned her head back to rinse the huge plume of shampoo suds out of her hair. We are wolves, remember? MJ looked around for something to wash her body with and found only a bar of soap. She rolled her eyes. You know, Dante? She yelled out playfully. Soap dries out the skin. You should get something more. MJ turned with the soap in her hand and screamed as the assassin was standing directly in front of her, looking down on her with hooded eyes. We will get you something better for your skin, my love, I promise. MJ wanted to address the fact that he just called her my love, but his aura at the moment was thick with command, and she was speechless. Yes, Alpha. Dante took the soap from MJ. Reaching above her head, he grabbed a washcloth and agitated soap into the cloth before he used his index finger to motion for MJ to turn around. She arched an eyebrow at him, and he grinned at her, boring his deep green eyes into hers. Turn around and let me wash your back. Every syllable he spoke had her lower extremities throbbing with need, and she let a small, wispy moan escape her lips as she exhaled. Just then, MJ had an extremely naughty thought, and she figured it was only fair for her to play dirty as well. This little thing had no idea what she had just stirred inside him, he thought. By all rights of nature, Dante's wolf should be an alpha of his own pack, but Dante had no interest in leading or finding a mate, and Theron had no reason to push the issue, as he had been alive through Dante's ancestors. And although they had found their mates and continued the line, Dante always suspected Theron somehow felt they were not for him, just his human vessels. But this woman was stirring things in Dante and Theron. Dante continued to work soap around MJ's back and shoulders, stepping in close to soap up her arms, and as soon as he was done with her arms, he once again dropped to his knees. Turn around, MJ. He almost barked out the order, and she turned around, letting her arms flop to her sides. Dante chuckled. Hands up, kitten, above your head. MJ raised her hands above her head and looked down. MollyJay looked down at Dante in surprise, and the devious grin he held had her ready to play his game once again. Yes, Alpha, she cooed, as seductively as she could. Dante stood up and put the soapy cloth in MJ's hands that were still above her head. Don't take too much longer, kitten. Dinner is waiting, he whispered into her ear. She was standing there with the washcloth above her head, while soap trickled down her arms, panting, trying to calm her body and mind. After standing in the water until it ran cold, MJ climbed out of the shower, almost absent-mindedly, and toweled off her body and hair. Wrapping the towel around herself, she glanced up in the mirror again and caught the silky red wet tendrils that now made up her hair, and decided to again inspect the body that was both hers and still felt so foreign. MJ noticed her eyes seemed to be a deeper green, but she found specks of what looked like a light brown or orange in the center, and they were surrounded by a grayish-blue hazy ring, like smoke. Her teeth were the same, normal but strange, and it felt almost like her gums were itching or burning slightly. Looking in the mirror, MJ tried again for what seemed like the millionth time. Theron, are you there? And although she could feel him inside her, he would not respond. MJ had not heard him since she woke up, and it was really starting to break her heart. Had she done something wrong? She started to let her mind wander. Was he ashamed of what she had become? Everyone else seemed really concerned. Maybe he was regretting choosing her. MJ felt a pang of anger and hurt flush through her as Theron writhed in disgust at the thought. MJ heard a loud growl from the bedroom and ran to open it, only to find Dante standing in front of her, grabbing both. He looked at MJ in surprise, and she saw tears in his eyes. What's wrong, kitten? Dante managed to choke out, and MJ instantly burst into tears while she laughed. MJ reached up to brush tears from his face and move his now drying lazy curls from his eyes. She just stared at the man in front of her. Nothing. She whispered softly, I'm sorry, I was trying to talk to Theron, but... MJ let her voice trail off as Dante rubbed the back of her arm tenderly. I know, MJ. It's okay, he is still there, he stopped, almost lost for what to say. I don't know, hiding? If it makes you feel better, he won't talk to me either, I can't even shift. Dante mumbled the last part like he was ashamed of himself. MJ put her hands down to her sides. I'm sorry, Dante. And suddenly she was being hoisted off the floor in a bear hug as Dante made his way away from the bathroom and toward the closet with a wiggling MJ. He set her down on the floor, laughing with her. Don't be, Dante said. I like spending time with you better than him anyway. MJ looked up at Dante, who looked almost as surprised as she did that he had made that little confession. MJ jumped up on her tiptoes and planted a small chaste kiss on Dante's cheek. Me too, she whispered in his ear. And then without another thought, she dropped her towel to the floor and turned around to concentrate on her clothing. Find me. MJ felt the warm brush of Dante's breath on the bare skin of her shoulder before she heard a low growl, and then the familiar electric feeling was gone. Turning only slightly, she heard his voice in the distance. The main dining hall kitten, find me. She wasn't sure if there was more to what he said because he closed the bedroom door as he left. MJ looked down at her shoes and groaned. Did she really have to wear them? MJ groaned. It's not like she could really get hurt if she didn't, she thought. Worst case, she got a cut on her foot, and the wolf in her healed her almost faster than she could feel the pain of the injury. So what was the harm really in freeing herself from the bondage of shoes? She flung the door to the bedroom open with a sense of optimism that died in her throat. The room was safe and small, and she controlled the space. But now, MJ could hear and smell all kinds of strange things in the hall. Suddenly, she wanted to close the door and climb back into bed, where it smelled like Dante. Dante, MJ thought. He said, find me. What the hell did he mean by that? Suddenly, MJ's attention was grabbed when the smell of the man on her mind crossed her path. She closed her eyes, trying to keep hold of the scent. Moving her feet forward, chasing the ever-disappearing smell, MJ began to move down the hall. Open your eyes, little one. MJ heard the faint whisper in her mind, and she immediately complied, mostly out of shock hearing his voice. Before she could say anything to him, he simply replied with one word, concentrate. MJ looked around and suddenly noticed she could see in a different way. Sure, everything looked the same as it had before, but if she concentrated on individual things, she could actually physically see the scent they gave off. Again, MJ was in awe and almost overwhelmed by the sights around her. Suddenly, she caught Dante's scent and saw a flush of color and smell brush by her strong and bright. She spun around, but he wasn't anywhere to be found. Dante? MJ called out, and her voice echoed in the empty hall. No answer came, so she followed the scent trail that was fast disappearing. Through a twist and turn of circular halls and passageways, MJ was starting to become frustrated with the game he was playing with her. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, almost skidding to the floor. A set of huge familiar doors, the main dining hall. MJ had found it, but she still hadn't seen Dante. The fading scent trail she was following was fading behind these doors, and from the faint roar within, she could tell it was filled with people. Tentatively, MJ walked up to the door and reached out to grab the handle, but stopped. The last time she had been in here, Pepper had challenged for Dante, MJ thought, recoiling her fingers away from the handle. The last time she was in here, nobody really knew who she was, and even then they whispered. How would they act now that she had pretty much defied the laws of werewolf physics and shifted? Twice! MJ started to lose her nerve, stepping back away from the doors. She collided with a solid surface. Gasping and jumping back, she turned around and stumbled, almost losing her footing until an arm shot out and grabbed her wrist. Careful, princess. I think you have damaged yourself enough for a while now. MJ's mouth dropped open. It was Ace. Ace? Did you just make a joke? Ed hollered from behind them, walking up next to him. His eyes were wide as he saw MJ being held up by the wrist. Ace jerked MJ's wrist upward as she reestablished her footing. Thanks, Superman. She meant it to be light-hearted, but almost had to choke back tears. Ace shocked everyone once more when he pulled MJ up into a huge bear hug, squeezing her hard enough to pop several bones in her back, setting her back down on the floor. Ed was shifting his gaze from Ace to MJ in confusion. Ace looked MJ in the eye, knitting his eyebrows together, and he squeezed both of her arms. You did good, MJ. Thanks for coming back. MJ could hear everything Ace wasn't saying, and she shrugged him off. Shut up, Ace, you're gonna make me cry again. MJ laughed, reaching up to wipe her face, and Ed slapped her on the back. You smell like wolf. MJ looked at Ed horrified and sniffed her arm. What? She said, confused. I just took a shower? Both Ed and Ace looked at MJ, then at each other, and laughed so hard it started to echo down the hallway. Ace patted MJ on the top of the head, and she swatted his hand away. He just means you're one of us, princess, the commander said, almost laughing. Let's get you some food. Ace reached for the door, and MJ took a tentative step back. Where is Dante? Ed asked aloud, and MJ huffed, exasperated. He told me to find him, but I can't, she half mumbled. I thought I did, but I don't understand the way my stupid body works anymore. She started to raise her voice in a mix of desperation and helplessness. It's like everything smells stronger. I can see the smells, but I can still smell the smells too. And then I was running too fast and I almost fell trying to stop Ace started shaking her gently. MJ, hey, relax, breath. MJ looked around, noticing she was hyperventilating and a little embarrassed. Sorry, she squeaked out. Ace let go of her shoulders and mumbled something, shaking his head as he yanked on the handles and walked through the doors, letting a small rush of sound fly out as he entered. MJ grabbed her own elbows and took another step back. It's okay, a voice reassured her. You're gonna get used to shit like that, I promise. Ed shot her a sympathetic smile. MJ looked at him a little lost. What? Ace is mumbling? MJ asked. Ed threw his head back, grabbing his sides in a fit of uncontrolled laughter. Nah, I meant your heightened senses, but that's a good one, MJ smiled. Ed's laughter was hearty. You could hear his age in his voice, and she felt a little more at ease.
It doesn't change who you are, it just changes the way you walk down the hall. You know, girl, Ed began. I have been around a long time and I have heard a lot of things, but never in my years have I heard of anything like the stunt you pulled. MJ looked up at Ed, suddenly dropping her smile. She wasn't sure where he was going with this, and it made her a little edgy. What I mean is, Ed paused, licking his lips, glancing at the dining hall. Some people are going to be afraid, and fear is shown in many ways, Ed sighed. Dante should be preparing you better for this. MJ growled a little at the stab at Dante's lack of presence, and Ed chuckled. All right, you're going to be fine. Ed's voice was firm but kind. You are still MJ, just think of it as like a bonus version of yourself, okay? Ed put a supportive hand on her shoulder. Being an Omega or having a wolf or even doing freakishly crazy shifting doesn't change who you are, it just changes the way you go about walking down a hall. MJ grinned as Ed winked at her, and he grabbed the door handle. May I get the door for a beautiful lady in absence of her gentleman? MJ laughed and rolled her eyes. Aren't you just a knight in furry armor? She said teasingly. Ed and MJ both chuckled as he pulled the doors open, motioning for MJ to enter. She took a deep breath and walked through the doorway with Ed close behind her, and to MJ's absolute horror, the large dining hall full of people became dead silent, like there wasn't a soul in the room. Ed put his hand gently on the middle of MJ's back and walked next to her. Pay no attention, girl. Just concentrate on finding him, okay? MJ took a deep breath and tried to control her anxiety, but she could feel all the eyes in the room on her as she glanced around. Some looked at her with fear, and others looked like they were disgusted by her. They all hid their children from her gaze, and some simply hid themselves as she passed. MJ didn't even know where she was going. She decided it was best if she kept her eyes to the floor, and as she looked down, something wet and squishy pelted her in the face. It was a cooked whole tomatillo. Get the freak out of here, someone yelled, and MJ clasped her hands together as she felt large tears begin to fall down her face. Do you want to go back? Ed asked and stepped close to MJ. She simply shook her head. Suddenly, a large howl erupted in the room, and MJ's eyes shot up to see a fully shifted Theron standing on top of one of the community picnic tables. MJ watched in horror as he lunged at a man holding a few tomatillos and grabbed him by the throat. MJ cleared the tears from her face and calmly walked over to the wolf, now seething with anger. The room was no longer silent. Some people were screaming and kids had started to cry. MJ put her hand on Theron's shoulder and the wolf flinched slightly at her touch. Hi? She said in almost a whisper, and Theron dropped the now unconscious man to the ground and turned to sit in front of MJ with his head down. She wrapped her arms around his head. I miss you, she whispered, and he whined just slightly. Don't leave us anymore. We need you too. She was crying, and noticed the wolf was nudging her shoulder and huffing slightly. MJ looked up into the beautiful gold globes that stood out against his jet black fur. She took a step back from him, and as she was about to ask him what the hell he thought he was doing, another voice rang out over the crowd. Enough. It was Azrael, and he was standing in front of the familiar platform that held the Alpha and Beta's table. The entire room became silent again as Lila stood next to her mate and spoke. If everyone would please take your seats, I'm sure you all have in one way or another heard or seen our newest addition to the pack. Lila paused, looking around the room. And from our current demonstration, you may have guessed that she is the assassin's mate. Keep this in mind, as it is your only warning. Make your choices wisely when picking fights, lest we forget so soon the power this small woman can hold. Lila took her seat again, and MJ turned her attention back to Theron, who was inching closer to her, like a big dog who had been scolded for peeing on the floor. As he inched closer, she put her hand out in front of her to stop him, and he pushed his nose into her hand. No, Theron, MJ said as sternly as she could. He growled at her, and for the first time ever, she was afraid. She looked at the floor, but kept her position. He pushed past her hand and tucked his head into her neck. MJ did not reciprocate his actions, and he snarled into her throat as he started to push and nudge her with his nose and head. I need Dante, please, MJ whimpered, and Theron growled again, this time brushing her with his teeth. As he continued to nudge her, he started to inhale her scent and circle around her. The large wolf grabbed her arms and tried to pull her into him, but she started to fight him, squeezing her eyes shut. Dante, please help me. MJ squeaked in almost a whisper. She was not crying, but Theron could feel how scared she was, and it angered him. How could she be afraid of him now, after they had been through so much? The thought further agitated the large ancient beast. Theron rose to his full height and let out a howl so haunting it shook the windows. As he cried out to the moon, he began to shift, the black fur falling away from him like rain, leaving only Dante, now standing with his arms out to his sides and his chest pushed outward toward the sky. MJ's loyalty. MJ stopped in front of Lila, who had stopped eating and looked almost sick with worry or fear. MJ couldn't be sure anymore. As if she had always known what to do instantly, MJ hit her knees, listening to the little voice in the back of her mind she was pretty sure was Theron. She turned her head to the side with her chin down, cast and spoke softly but firmly and with purpose. Beta, my behavior was not acceptable. Please forgive me. Lila pushed her chair out and fell to meet MJ on her knees, grabbing the stunned woman by the shoulders. Lila crashed her small slender frame into MJ, gasping for breaths between her tears. MJ, I'm so glad you're back with us. Lila's body began to shake from crying. I'm so sorry we did that. MJ squeezed Lila, trying not to cry again. Lila, I'm glad too, but please don't start, okay? I don't think I can cry anymore. Lila pulled back from MJ, looking at her quizzically, before both women burst into laughter. Is this a private party or can anybody join? Tanner popped his head up next to the two women still squatted close to the ground. Lila rose and resumed her seat, as did Tanner, but MJ stayed in her submissive position on the floor and spoke again, this time cold and with authority. Alpha, I cannot apologize for my actions, but I also understand that you cannot either. So please know that I mean you no disrespect. I understand now you were protecting your family, and to be included in that is a debt I cannot repay. Azriel simply hummed in response, but MJ continued, I will try with every breath I take to show my loyalty to this family. The entire table was silent. Everyone was completely speechless, except for Dante, who had the overbearing glow of pride as he looked at his mate. Azriel pushed his chair out and placed his silverware on the table, calmly wiping his mouth with his napkin and placing it on his plate. He stood and took the few steps forward until he was standing in front of MJ. Stand, he almost barked at her, and Dante huffed in annoyance, but kept his eyes on MJ to avoid directly disrespecting his alpha. MJ stood up, but kept her head bowed to the side. Suddenly, the almost radiating feeling of power was pushing at MJ's personal space, and Azriel lifted her chin with a single index finger, until they were looking each other in the eyes. Azriel's eyes were the signature gold swirl of his wolf, and MJ's heart began to pound in her chest uncontrollably. Calix did not seem to appreciate her version of an apology, she thought. Calix growled at MJ slightly as Azriel cocked his head from side to side. Your loyalty, Omega? MJ looked him directly in the eyes and spoke with as much courage as possible. She could feel Theron's encouragement. You have it, Alpha. MJ licked her lips and glanced at Dante. But my mate is... Calix cut MJ off by laughing horrifically in her face. As expected, the Alpha said in an almost approving tone. He grabbed her chin with his index finger and thumb and pointed his chin down slightly. Your bond with the wolf? When Calix did not continue, MJ knitted her eyebrows together. Dante made an agitated noise inside his chest that MJ thought sounded like a puppy throwing a tantrum. Sit, she barked without looking at him. And to her surprise, Calix laughed at her again. This time he began rolling her head from side to side, sniffing her neck and the side of her head. All of a sudden, MJ felt nauseous, and then the familiar squirm of Theron's unease in her body. My bond, Alpha? Azriel leaned in close her ear. How did you bond with the wolf, Omega? Azriel's breath was hot as Calix rolled his power through him. Do you love him? MJ felt like she might be physically sick and groaned in discomfort. Calix growled at her impatiently. Theron, stop it, she begged out loud. I feel sick. MJ felt the grip on her chin tighten, and she could feel a strange tingle in her head, like her ears and the space in between had gone to sleep. She could hear whispers but couldn't make out words. Teach him. MJ heard the sharp sound radiate through her ears and she jumped. Her? You. The words were not making sense, and the tingling started to intensify. MJ noticed that Dante seemed uneasy as well. Alpha, please. Dante sounded tired and Calix growled in his direction. Suddenly, the tingling stopped and all went quiet inside MJ's head. Calix's breath was almost burning hot on the side of MJ's face, and he began to whisper to her again, You will teach her to love me. MJ was confused, so she asked, What? Calix huffed in annoyance. My mate will bond with me as you have, Calix clarified. We are old and have lived long and experienced much. The Alpha almost sounded sad. She thought, but I have not felt a deep love with my mate as she feels with him. MJ could feel the sorrow in his voice, and it was only confirmed when he dropped her chin and made a very small whimpering sound. MJ whispered as quietly as she could. She loves you. Calix simply snorted in protest and resumed his seat. Azriel cleared his throat and looked up at MJ again. This time his eyes were the familiar warm brown she was comfortable with. She simply nodded at him, and he looked at her as though he was both sorry and embarrassed. Lila looked from her mate to her new friend with confusion. Azriel simply touched his mate's cheek with the back of his hand in a gentle caress. No worries, my love. It looks as though our new pack member has much to teach us all. You are my chair, remember? MJ calmly walked over to Dante, who was sitting with his eyes closed and his chin tucked into his chest, breathing deeply. Dante. MJ cooed softly, and he did not acknowledge her. She kicked his chair. Dante. MJ tried again a little louder, and he still ignored her. Yo! Chupacabra! She yelled a little louder than she meant to, and Dante jerked his attention to her. Kitten? He all but growled. She was tapping her foot on the floor and her arms were crossed. I would like to get something to eat. MJ laughed. Okay? Dante said to her in a questionable tone. Lila and Asriel both laughed. MJ rolled her eyes and cocked her hip out to the side in frustration. I'm the one who was unconscious for days and you're the one with brain damage? The table erupted in laughter and Dante scowled at MJ, who smiled warmly at him. You're my chair, remember? Dante immediately pushed himself out from the table and moved his arms. I was just keeping it warm for you. Again, the table caught a case of the giggles, and this time it was MJ who scowled as she took her seat on his lap. Dante grabbed her under the knees and popped his other hand underneath her butt, moving her just slightly so that they could both reach their food. MJ reached for her empty plate when it was snatched away from her, suddenly. I didn't really know what you like, so I just kinda, filled it up. A voice spoke cautiously as a full plate of food was placed in front of MJ. Her eyes followed the arm holding her plate up to a smiling Jay. Hey sis, welcome home. He had tears in his eyes, and for some reason his words took MJ's breath away. She was so overwhelmed that she jumped out of Dante's lap and wrapped her arms around Jay, laughing through her sobs. You're the best, she squeaked. Jay wrapped his arms around the middle of MJ's back and squeezed her tightly. Dante let out a sharp snarl and grabbed MJ by the arm, prying her away from Jay and grabbing him by the throat. Mine, Dante growled, and to his absolute surprise, MJ was growling at him. Really, Dante, she growled, is this what we're going to go through every single time I speak to someone? MJ sounded almost annoyed. He brought me food. Dante dropped his hand from Jay and grabbed MJ by the other arm. You are mine. His voice was almost hoarse. She scoffed and pushed herself out of his grip. To Dante's surprise, the more he tried to hold on to her, the more she struggled, and she was strong, stronger than she had been before. He growled at her cautiously as MJ began to rake her nails down his chest and arms. She simply returned his growls. Okay, this is really And before Jay could finish, both MJ and Dante turned to face him. Shut up, Jay, they barked and continued to growl at each other, now nose to nose. MJ flashed her teeth at Dante, and he dropped to a defensive posture. Enough, Asriel bellowed above the commotion of the entire dining hall. For a split second it was so quiet, you would have thought sound itself had died of fright. Asriel stood up with Lila right beside him. You will finish your meal and meet in my office. He started to walk away, and Moxie spoke. All of us, Alpha? Asriel stopped before jumping from the platform. All of you. He paused, jumping down to meet Lila. And bring the rogues. In true Asriel fashion, he turned with his hands clasped behind his back, spine straight and shoulders square as he escorted his equally tender-looking beta toward the exit. MJ looked at Dante and turned toward the table sitting down in his seat. She began to devour the plate Jay had prepared for her. She wasn't sure how much she ate or what exactly all of it was. She found herself so hungry she thought she might go mad. Dante grabbed MJ's hand as she picked up what looked like a croissant. Aren't you sitting in the wrong chair? He asked. What would the beta say? MJ growled at him while she looked at her wrist in his grasp. Let go, she growled, and every eye at the table was on them. MJ and Dante were continually growling at each other like stray dogs fighting over a scrap of food. You wouldn't want to catch the wrath of the Alpha Kit. MJ had heard enough of Dante's mouth, and with an effortless motion, she thrust her hand into Dante's Adam's apple, making an L shape with her hand flat and jamming the space between her thumb and index finger upwards, letting the palm of her hand slap his throat hard, causing the words to catch just short of his mouth. Dante choked and coughed while the entire table stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. MJ grabbed the pastry in triumph and jumped over the table and off the platform. Where are you going? Sam yelled after MJ. Alpha's office. MJ yelled without looking back. She headed toward the Alpha and Beta's scent trails. MJ wasn't sure how she knew it was theirs, but she knew. After Dante had mostly composed himself, he looked around at his comrades for sympathy and found them all scowling at him. What? He barked. Ed and Moxie both crossed their arms as Sam sat back in her chair, also folding her arms across her chest. Ace leaned forward, putting his arms on the table. Why do you push her? He asked. It was a simple question, but for the same reasons it always did. The two men were not on the same page. What the fuck does it matter to you, Commander? Dante spat at Ace. Ace growled at Dante, and Dante returned the threat. Moxie and Ed looked first at each other, then nodded at Sam and Tanner. The minute the explosive pair flinched, the other four hunters were up holding them apart. Sam and Moxie had Ace and Tanner, and Jay were holding Dante. Sam grabbed Ace on either side of his face and began speaking to him calmly and quietly. Slowly disarming the angry wolf, Ace began to relax and nod at whatever it was Sam was saying to him. Let go, Jay, before I tear your throat out for going after my mate. Dante's threat was empty and fell on deaf ears. Tanner and Jay both jerked Dante back and forced him to sit down. He tried to stand up, but Tanner pushed him back into the chair. Dante's arm shot up and grabbed Tanner by the jaw, but before Dante could do anything, a blur flashed in between them, and a small woman lashed out, biting his arm. Dante grabbed his arm, tearing it away from the assaulting wolf, and when she turned around to face him, Dante's mouth fell open. Mara, he blurted out, but instead of saying anything to him, she simply growled and pushed him down into the chair. Mine, was the only thing Mara said, and then she turned to fuss over Tanner, who at the moment was annoyed with her need to paw at him like some injured animal. Jay rubbed the back of his neck. Dante. The young wolf said, almost too quiet to hear. I need to speak with you. Jay shifted on his feet as Dante raised an eyebrow. Not as a hunter or as an assassin, but as a brother, as a pack member, and as a friend. Please. Jay added at the end, hoping it would appease the angry animal that was the pack assassin. Dante jerked himself upright. Lead the way, kid, he spat through his teeth. But before he left the platform, he turned and pointed a finger straight at Tanner, who was trying to pacify Mara by repeating that he was indeed fine. We are going to talk about this. And Dante motioned to the two of them. Later. And he jumped down, following Jay out of the dining hall with his hands shoved into his pockets and an aura of gloom all around him. I sat in a chair not made of Dante. MJ wasn't sure for how long she let her new senses lead the way, but as the scent she followed became overwhelmingly strong, she slowed down to take in what was around her and noticed the familiar large wooden carved doors of the Alpha's office. MJ was so excited to have found it on her own, she burst through the door without knocking. Lila, I did it, Whatever it was, MJ was going to say. Next died in her throat as her eyes fell upon Lila, laid out on the desk with her legs wrapped around Azriel, and his face buried in her nearly bare chest. Oh my God, MJ squealed. I'm so sorry. MJ clamped her eyes shut and backed out of the office, slamming the doors behind her. MJ leaned against the doors and slid to the floor with her head in her hands, laughing. What's so funny, honey? A warm voice chirped, and MJ looked up to see a smiling Sam. She jolted to her feet, waving her hands in front of her as she saw Sam along with most of the other hunters walking up to the office. Don't go in there yet, MJ blurted out as quickly as she could. Sam knitted her eyebrows together as Moxie and Ace appeared behind her. Why? You cut one or something? Moxie joked. No, MJ forced out in fake insult. The Alpha is. She licked her lips, unsure of how to tell them. What I mean is Lila is, MJ looked like she was going to pass out as the door behind her opened. She gasped and jumped almost into Sam's arms as Azriel was standing there fixing his shirt, and Lila was in the back, still sitting on the desk, now smoothing out her hair. Please come in, Azriel said and looked right at MJ, who tucked her chin into her chest, trying to hide the full body blush that was assaulting her skin. Holding the door open, Azriel chuckled under his breath as MJ scurried past him like a child in trouble, and the rest of the hunters behind her looked at each other confused. Lila jumped the desk and skipped over to MJ, wrapping her up in a suffocating hug. Now that we are not at dinner, I can properly tell you how glad I am you are all right. Lila's eyes filled with tears, and she opened her mouth to speak, but MJ shook her head, laughing lightly. Don't do it, Lila, MJ warned softly. Life is hard with or without wolves. MJ looked at Lila like her words held more meaning. What happened to me back there? Don't sweat it. You were protecting your family. MJ bowed her head and put her hand over her heart. And to be part of that, Lila, even though you don't know me, to have that trust means more to me than I can ever say to you in words. MJ took Lila's hands in hers and looked at Azriel, who looked as if he knew what she was thinking. I want to show you and Azriel the same loyalty and faith you have shown to me, MJ said, holding back tears of her own. How do I become an official part of the pack? Both Azriel and Lila exchanged glances, and before they could speak, Jay and Dante came through the open doors, followed by Tanner, Mara, Beth, and Lou. Dante looked at MJ holding Lila's hands, and MJ rolled her eyes. What's the matter, assassin? She quipped with sass. Don't have the balls to growl at your beta. Lila dropped MJ's hands and looked at Dante, who had his hands dug so deep in his pockets he looked like he was trying to disappear. Dante looked at MJ, and she suddenly felt a pang in her chest. Knock it off, she grumbled at him. Azriel cleared his throat and MJ jumped, unable to look at the Alpha, remembering what she had walked in on. Dante walked over to MJ and tried to touch her face, but she jerked away. Kitten, I was worried about you, he tried to reason with her. How did you find your way here alone? MJ blushed again, and both Lila and Azriel looked at each other, laughing. Yes, MJ. The Alpha mused. Please tell us how you found your way to my office all by yourself. MJ filled her cheeks with air until she looked somewhat like a blowfish. She exhaled and shrugged her shoulders. I followed my nose. Then, like a small child, she began to ramble at the Alpha and Beta. But I should have knocked. I'm really sorry. MJ buried her face into her hands again, and Dante shot Azriel a confused look with his eyebrow arched. Both Azriel and Lila exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Tanner groaned. Ooh, you walked in on them, didn't you, doll? MJ grumbled something incoherent into her hands, nodding her head, and the room erupted in laughter. MJ groaned impatiently with her hands still on her face when she felt electric fibers wrap around her wrists, and she inhaled as the feeling of Dante's hands on her skin sent her body into an unfamiliar feeling. She wanted him to stop touching her, but she wanted him to never stop touching her. It's like she was in a silent war with her body. Kitten, please, I'm sorry, okay? Dante cooed at her. Look, I won't tell the Beta, okay? How does that And before he could kick himself for not thinking, MJ shot him a pointed look. She looked so very angry, but he couldn't do anything but smile at her. Even angry with him, she was still the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Tell the Beta what? Both MJ and Dante's faces snapped to a very angry-sounding Lila. She now had her arms crossed and was standing in front of them. MJ tugged her wrists away from Dante and faced Lila, bowing her head in shame. I disobeyed your order, she mumbled. I sat in a chair not made of Dante. Although MJ was very serious about her confession, she noticed that every single wolf in the room, except for Azriel and Lila, were trying to stifle their laughter. Azriel sensed MJ's embarrassment and defeat, and he could feel Calyx urging him. So against his better nature, Azriel growled at the crowd, shutting down the onslaught of juvenile laughter. Lila smiled warmly at MJ and cupped her cheek with one hand. MJ, my friend, it is not that big of an infraction and you have confessed you're wrong. It's just whatever. Without skipping a beat, Lila snapped her head up to Dante. However assassin you are not, you shall be punished for disobeying the orders of your alpha and beta. Dante looked up at Azriel with his mouth open like a child being grounded by their parents. Lila turned to look at her mate and he simply nodded to her as she continued to speak. I would rather sit on a cactus. As you are all aware, there have been a growing number of walker attacks. Most seem located in or around Loader. Now we still have not been able to figure out how or why, but it seems as if someone may have found a way to control walkers. So from here on out, we need to be extra cautious on patrol. Every hunter in the room nodded, and the three rogues glanced between each other. Azriel stepped forward next to Lila with his arms crossed. We now have another problem. Everyone in the room hummed in agreement. I'm sure some of you realize now that MJ's challenge was a ploy. Azriel glanced at Dante but continued to speak to the entire room. Talia seems to still be after our assassin. The hunters either gasped or mumbled curses under their breath. MJ looked sideways at Dante, hearing a low growl in his throat, and she suddenly felt sick to her stomach. Theron was squirming, uneasy in the back of her mind. Without warning, MJ grabbed her stomach, lurching forward, and she vomited on the floor. Hitting her knees from the force of her body, MJ lurched again, emptying the contents of her entire stomach on the floor. She felt a hand rubbing her back as she groaned at the feeling climbing back up her stomach until she lurched again, and this time she only made the most horrific sound as her stomach dry heaved nothing but air and small bubbled clumps of saliva. Grunting and gasping for air, MJ felt her entire back warm up with the electricity she was now starting to feel like she couldn't live without. Fuck, kitten, I'm sorry. Dante whispered into her ear as he helped MJ stand by, cupping her elbows and then leaning her back against his chest, wrapping an arm around her waist to hold her stable. Reaching up to move hair from her face, Dante tucked his chin into her neck, nuzzling his mark softly. MJ shuddered and jerked her shoulder back into his maw. Knock it off, she grumbled. Huffing in defeat and irritation, Dante picked MJ up off the floor and walked her to a chair, depositing her into it before moving to clean up the mess she made. Trying to compose herself, Femme gripped the arms of the chair and pushed herself upright. Why are you sorry, Dante? MJ's voice was strained but had a very cold edge to it. And who is Talia? Instead of answering her, Dante rushed out the door with an armful of dirty towels. MJ growled and crossed her arms. Every time, she snapped, loud enough for him to hear on the other side of the door. Azriel pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling. MJ. Talia is an original like... Jay grabbed herself with an internal shudder. Theo and Calix, she whispered, cutting off Azriel before he could finish. Jay looked at Azriel apologetically for cutting him off, and he only closed his eyes and hummed in confirmation. Lila touched Azriel's arm and spoke. But Talia is not like them, she corrected. Talia is a ruthless, a vile creature who cares for no other living thing. Azriel nuzzled Lila's neck, purring her to silence before she could finish her tirade. She turned her face into Azriel's embrace, and they began to inhale each other, whispering low, tender lovers' promises. MJ smiled warmly at the embrace of the two and wondered what it was Calix thought was missing, but her heart also broke a little, seeing how fluid their love was. She started thinking about how this was what her and Dante were supposed to have, but all they seemed to do was fight and hurt each other. A lump formed in MJ's throat as she thought maybe Theron had made a mistake in choosing her, or that maybe the only reason Dante was trying to be with her at all was because she ran into the arms of death like an idiot, and he felt sorry for her. Before MJ could finish her thoughts of self-wallow and pity, the doors to the Alpha's office were kicked in with enough force it sounded like the ricochet of gunfire. Everyone in the room either jumped in fear or squatted defensively, awaiting the oncoming danger. To no real surprise at all, Dante was standing in the doorway. His eyes gold with the fury of an ancient power. His chest was heaving as he growled out every breath. He stormed into the room and right up to his mate. MJ kept her head down but looked up at Dante, who was now standing over her, breathing heavy. MJ shrugged. Ed said Talia is his ex. He's a dude, right? Azriel and Lila looked at each other, and Lila scrunched up her nose. Alphas are male, MJ. Lila tried in vain not to laugh. MJ folded her arms, slightly insulted. Okay, she said with a bit more sass than intended, but I didn't think they were, just so we are clear. Azriel sat forward and Dante touched MJ's arm. Kitten. Azriel put his hand up. Hold on, assassin, the Alpha said in a demanding but not angry tone. I have seen what this woman is capable of firsthand. MJ blushed a little at the weird compliment as Azriel continued. Let us hear. How, MJ, may I ask, did you come to this conclusion? MJ began to fumble with her fingers nervously when she felt Theron rush a fuzzy, calming feeling through her, and she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, concentrating on the feeling until she felt her body relax. Opening her eyes, MJ noticed Azriel was grinning at her knowingly, while Lila looked like a proud mother. MJ licked her lips a little embarrassed. Well, during the challenge. Dante interrupted her with a menacing growl, and Azriel slammed his fist down on the table. Assassin! The Alpha's impatient aura echoed throughout the room. Dante squared his shoulders and MJ reached out, touching his forearm. Dante responded by stepping up to her side and gently touching her arm with his fingers. Kitten, he mewled, and she cut him off. During the challenge. MJ spat out, shooting Dante a warning with her eyes before bringing her attention back to the alpha, and although MJ adjusted her shoulders and straightened her stance, she allowed Dante to continue his gentle assault on the back of her arm with his fingers. Pepper said her master wanted me. MJ scrunched her face. She said he would be proud of her or something gross like that. MJ laughed a little, trying to play off how sick she was starting to feel, remembering the Carnegie she went through. Azriel sat forward and Lila stood up. MJ, are you sure she said he? The beta asked. MJ nodded, looking at Lila confused. Yes, why? Azriel spoke next. Before we continue this conversation, I need to address the obvious elephant in the room. Tanner laughed and blurted out, Damn, Az, I know she has had a few pups, but you shouldn't talk about our beta that way. Lila promptly removed her small slip-on shoe and chucked it at Tanner with such precision, the rubber sole smacked him in the forehead, causing Mara to fall over with laughter. Both Lou and Beth jolted to their feet. Alpha, it was Beth who spoke. My brother and I would like to ask for acceptance into Quicksilver Pack. Beth looked at MJ with tears in her eyes. We have grown so fond of MJ over the many years we have known her, and she deserves the protection of her entire family. We want to be part of that. MJ's eyes darted from Beth to Lou, confused. Why had they never told her how much she meant to them? She thought, feeling guilty. She would have allowed herself to feel more for them. How did she feel about them? As she thought about it, MJ noticed she was crying instead of paying attention, but from the nods and smiles around the room it seemed Beth's request was being granted. Azriel rounded the front of his desk and sat down, crossing his arms. MJ, Talia is a female original. She is, as far as we know, the last original female. Azrael and Dante exchanged looks and nods as if confirming with their wolves. MJ bowed her head, humming in understanding. The fact that Pepper said her master and not her alpha has me quite perplexed, Azriel continued. That is not generally a term used by wolves for their alpha, or even for their mate. He seemed to clarify from MJ, but it is something I would like to keep in mind, as that means there may be more at work here than just Talia and her ridiculous notion of... Azriel seemed to stop himself from saying any more, and shot Dante a pointed look. Well, I think that information is a little more sensitive and maybe need be between mates before it is common knowledge. Dante huffed out a breath. She thinks we need to repopulate the planet with wolves. Dante's voice was almost carless, and she wants to use me and Theo to do it. MJ growled low in her chest, remembering what Pepper had said. Suddenly, MJ had a thought. Alpha. She almost barked, causing Azriel to jump slightly. Why did they want me? Azriel looked like he was squirming uncomfortably, and Dante touched MJ's shoulder to get her attention. I will tell you as soon as we are done here. MJ rolled her eyes and jerked her shoulder away from his touch. Yay, right. Dante growled and grabbed her arm, spinning her to face him. What the hell does that mean? MJ pushed her hand into the middle of his chest, trying to pull away from him. It means you haven't exactly been real forthcoming this far with anything, she grunted, pulling away. So why would I expect it now? Safe enough for you to feed me to. As MJ pulled her arm from his grasp, Dante grabbed her around the waist with his other arm, and in response she put her arms around his neck and jumped up. Wrapping her legs around his waist, she raised herself up above him and threw the front of her body over his shoulder, grabbing him around the waist. Dante released her waist to keep his balance, but she slid her body down his back until her shoulders touched the ground, and then thrust her shoulders forward and her legs back, sending Dante clambering backwards as she slithered between his legs and stood up in front of him. Dante stumbled, trying to keep track of her body, but she moved with just enough speed to stay out of his reach. Stumbling back, he looked up to see her beautifully coy smile in front of him. He grinned and lunged at her. MJ jumped back like a grasshopper, landing on top of the alpha's desk before backbending herself off the other side and down to the floor. Azriel let out a hearty laugh, and Lila clapped her hands. You're a hunter. Lila squealed as she jumped up and down. The room erupted in cheer, as the other wolves seemed overjoyed at the beta's revelation, and in the spirit of the mood around her, MJ laughed out loud, blushing just slightly as she put her hands over her mouth. Dante let out a blood-chilling snarl and roared through the room. No! Azriel immediately jumped to his feet, growling, and Dante returned the growl with his own, You have no say, assassin! Azriel boomed through the room, and MJ stood there feeling very small, looking at the two males arguing like feral dogs, snarling and growling in each other's faces. Lila stepped forward and stood between Azriel and Dante, who were now almost nose to nose, and MJ looked at the pair, almost marveling in the contrast of these two very different alpha males. Lila snapped her fingers, and almost like they had become possessed, Ace and Moxie shot like huge bullets toward Dante, grabbing him by each arm. MJ cocked her head to the side. What the hell was going on? She thought to herself. MJ could feel Theron's anger, or was this Dante's, she wondered. MJ couldn't be sure, but it didn't really matter. She had this uncomfortable urge to make them stop touching him. MJ started to scratch her neck, unconsciously growling, and she jumped as she felt hands tenderly touch her shoulder. MJ jerked her head to the side and saw a startled and almost scared-looking Mara. Whoa, Moll, it's cool, Mara urged with her hands out in submission. But your eyes are nuts! Mara grabbed MJ by the cheeks and stood almost nose to nose. Wow, they really do look gold, the overexcited-sounding she-wolf almost whispered. I have never seen an original's eyes, Mara confessed. MJ tried to look back at Dante, but Mara was holding her face and the curiosity in her voice had MJ distracted. Have you ever seen him, Mara? MJ whispered, and Mara shook her head with wide eyes, stepping back. MJ grinned like a Cheshire cat and leaned forward, peering in Mara's ear. He is lustfully powerful and sinfully seductive in any form. MJ wasn't quite sure if it was all her that said that, or if Theron had something to do with that influence, as his voice almost overshadowed hers at the moment. Making a soft chuckling sound in her throat, MJ swallowed the wolf's taunting of her friend and nudged Mara with her shoulder. Calm down, Mara, he was safe enough for you to feed me to right? MJ had meant it as a joke, but the statement seemed to hit Mara like a silver dagger to the heart because she whimpered slightly, and Tanner ran to her side, clutching her shoulders in comfort. He shot a scowl at MJ. Not cool, doll? He whispered, pulling Mara away from the crowd, leaving MJ to return her now rotten mood back to the still arguing pair. Alpha, please. Dante's voice was strained with anger and control. I mean, no disrespect, but that is not going to happen. She can train to defend herself. But there is no way. Leela poked her index finger in the middle of Dante's chest, while he and Azriel remained nose to nose in a snarling standoff. Now, you listen to me, Dante. You may be an original, but you are not the alpha of this pack. Leela's voice was firm, and MJ could sense the vibration of calyx coming to the surface. MJ allowed Theron to growl low in her chest, causing Lila to cock her head and grin in triumph. You see, Dante? You don't get to choose. And Lila extended a hand out in MJ's direction, nodding. MJ hesitantly took her hand and Lila pulled her forward until she was standing next to her and deliciously close to her seething mate. MJ wiggled herself between her mate and Lila's and pressed her body against Dante until he had no choice but to look down at her. Gripping MJ's hips and taking an almost forced step back, Dante pulled his lips thin and flared his nostrils. No, kitten, his voice was firm. I won't see you put in danger for the sake of you being such a sexy little fighter. MJ rolled her eyes. He was trying to win her over with flattery and he was terrible at it. She slithered her hands up his chest until they were around his neck, and she pulled herself up until she was on her toes and looked Dante in the eye. We are strong. MJ let Theron's voice echo beside hers, and the room gasped. Dante laughed. Please, you are power drunk on wolf and think you're hot shit who? The sound of his voice made it sound like he was mocking her now. No way, the answer is no. No mate of mine is going to. And before he could finish, MJ huffed and pushed away from him, turning around to look, Lila in the eye, bowing her head in submission. Beta, how would a new pack member become a hunter? MJ asked, trying to sound confident, but she was pretty sure from Azriel and Lila's sweet smiles she sounded more like a little kid trying to play grown-up, and she huffed in defeat. Azriel chuckled, and MJ heard calyx behind it. The familiar, fuzzy feeling of Theron's joy vibrated through her, and she laughed as Azriel winked at her. Well, formally you would audition with the commander, and Azriel motioned to Ace, who still had a struggling Dante's arm. It's not because we get along. MJ locked eyes with Ace, who winked at her. Moon be damned, Azriel, don't you dare! Dante bellowed. I will be her. MJ crossed her arms and cut Dante's tirade off right at the head. No! She didn't shout, but she did add as much force as she could into her voice, and just to prove a point, she did not use the wolf to back her. Dante, Ace, Moxie, and Azriel looked at MJ with wide eyes. Dante was shocked enough to stop struggling against Ace and Moxie, and Ace dropped Dante's arm and crossed his own over his chest, chuckling. Seems the little princess has spoken. Ace managed through his amusement, while Moxie tried to stifle a grin. Lila giggled with her hand over her mouth. MJ rolled her eyes and pursed her lips before looking at Dante with hope. She spoke softly. Look, Dante, I understand you have this hero complex and want to protect me like some damsel in distress, but face it, assassin. The tone in MJ's voice changed just enough to keep Dante on his toes and listening. The moon matched you with me for a reason, and it's not because we get along. MJ thought she would try something new and catch him off guard enough to at least stop making this such an argument. She was going to do it anyway. She thought, but if he at least agreed to go along with it, she would feel a little better about it. The room rumbled in soft laughter and Dante huffed. Not with Ace. The angry assassin grumbled. MJ giggled and shook her head. No deal, assassin. No special treatment. MJ added just enough of the wolf in her voice to catch Ace's attention. Plus, I owe Superman a rematch anyway. And all the hunters except for Dante laughed, remembering the not-so-distant past when MJ was just a small human girl trying to arm wrestle a werewolf. Azriel put both hands in the air. I don't want to know, just... Lila reached up and stroked her mate's arm, laughing softly. I think what our alpha means to say is that we have severely gotten off track. Azriel rubbed his temples and took in a long breath before he spoke again. Clearly, it is never a dull moment in this pack. As if shaking off his frustration, the alpha shifted gears effortlessly. I will assign short shifts to patrol the outskirts of Loader to see what more we can find out about the walkers. Dante stepped forward to speak, and Azriel cut him off. Don't even think about it. For a moment, the two men exchanged looks, and Dante submitted, while Azriel continued to speak, directly to Dante. The Pearls have not cleared you for duty yet. MJ growled at the mention of Dr. Julie Pearl, and Azriel raised both eyebrows, crossing his arms and glancing at MJ. Is that so? The alpha's tone was whimsical but serious. MJ bowed her head, and Azriel laughed. Don't worry. Lila didn't like her either, but I assure you she is a medical professional through and through. MJ hugged herself in discomfort as she spoke to the alpha. Yay, well her methods are… Dante cleared his throat, cutting her off, and MJ rolled her eyes, scoffing at his defense of the woman. Fine, MJ said in defeat. She wanted to talk to me anyway, something important I'm sure, MJ said sarcastically, and then noticed how uneasy Jay seemed to get. The alpha seemed to give him a pointed look, or maybe it was just her imagination? Lila clapped her hands together. So it's settled then, alternating schedules will be handed out accordingly, and MJ, your audition will commence as soon as you are cleared by the doctor. Azriel and Lila dismissed everyone except for the hunters. MJ filed out first, followed by Beth, then Lou, and bringing up the rear with his signature gloomy scowl was Dante. Realizing it was probably really late, MJ subconsciously headed for Dante's room. She could feel him tailing her close enough to feel his presence, but not so close he was crowding her. She opened the door to his room and didn't bother closing it. She walked to the bed and slumped down on one side with her back facing the door. Her new super hearing let her know that Dante had come into the room, shutting the door. The heavy depression on the bed behind her indicated he had also climbed into bed. Dante scooted his body up close behind MJ, stroking her arm softly. Kitten, are you asleep? Dante's voice rumbled quietly in her ear. MJ rolled her eyes at how soft his voice was. He knew damn well she wasn't asleep, she thought. He had walked in only moments after her. MJ sighed heavily in obvious annoyance. No, Dane, I'm not asleep. Her voice was flat but not sharp. Dante sat up and MJ turned to face him. You can't be a hunter. Dante sounded like he was pleading with her. He sounded desperate, MJ thought. Nothing can happen to you, and now that Talia is part of this, we have to be really cautious. MJ propped herself up on her elbows and smiled. No big deal, MJ sang playfully. I already took care of one of your exes. How bad can one more be? Dante shook his head and growled in frustration. I'm not kidding, Molly, he snapped. Talia has an original like me, but she's insane. MJ sat up and brought her knees to her chest. So tell me, Dante, help me understand. Now she was the one who sounded desperate. Stop trying to protect me by hiding shit. Maybe I would be more willing to go along with what you want if you were honest with me from the jump. Did you ever consider that? MJ didn't say any more. She just let her words hang in the air. Dante opened his mouth to argue, but shut it again. She was right, he thought. Sighing heavily, he looked at MJ and she was smiling at him. Dante rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know, he said in fake frustration. You are one badass little wolf. Jay smiled at him. Dante, I need you to trust me if we're going to really give this thing an honest shot. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. Her words hurt not just him, but her too, and they both whined in pain as their shared bond bounced the pain between them, and then they laughed softly together at the thought of shared pain. Dante jumped out of bed and clapped his hands together. All right, ready?
Shameless. MJ moved to her butt but stayed on the bed. Dante started to pace back and forth. Talia and I were lovers, he began, and MJ rolled her eyes. Yay, kitten, I know you already heard this part. MJ sprang from the bed and Dante caught her by the arms. To his surprise, she wrapped her arms around his neck and squeezed him into a tight hug. I'm sorry, I know this must be hard for you, she whispered in his ear. Dante pulled MJ back away from him to look into her beautiful eyes. It's not that, love. I guess I'm ashamed of what I let myself believe back then. Dante's eyes became cloudy. I told you I was not a good person. MJ smiled and brushed his cheeks with the back of her hands tenderly. Dante, you are not what you have done then. You are what you choose to do next. Dante's eyes shot all over MJ's face with a look of wonderment. A sly smile crept across Dante's face as he suddenly leaned down and stole a deep, long kiss from his unsuspecting mate. Dante pulled away just slightly. Then what does that make me now? He said, breathless from the sweet taste of her lips. Giggling with a deep blush, MJ rolled her eyes, attempting to catch her own runaway breath. Shameless was the only thing she could say. Dante laughed low in his throat, and the sound of his voice rumbling in his chest set MJ on fire with a feeling she was unfamiliar with. Dante inhaled deep, and suddenly MJ could feel Theron squirming around inside her. She squeezed Dante's shoulders, and he looked at her, nodding. Seems that old fucker is still in here with us, kitten. MJ sucked her bottom lip between her teeth before speaking, and Dante thought she looked like a child getting ready to ask for a new toy. Dante, what does your ex have to do with me? The look on her face was desperate for truth, and it almost broke his heart. Why do they want me? Dante squeezed MJ's hips and closed his eyes. When I was a younger wolf, I decided to live with Talia and her pack. She wanted to make me her alpha and lead them. Dante stopped for a moment looking at MJ. She seemed to only be deep in thought as he spoke, so he continued. We were ruthless, kitten. Dante's voice sounded almost pained with the memory. No rogues dared enter our pack or even come near it. Things were different. We used to hunt criminals for sport. MJ pushed herself away from Dante, crossing her arms. Don't you and the hunters do that now for Azriel? Dante shook his head. That's different. When it was me and Talia, we didn't bring justice. It was one rule. Commit a crime and pay with your life. MJ shivered at the thought of Dante ruthlessly killing people. Her mind was snapped back to Dante as he continued to speak. She found her mate when we were searching for a family who fled the pack without permission. MJ brought her hand up to her throat and gasped. Dante, that must have been hard for you. She cooed as she reached up to touch his arm, Dante grabbed her again, this time around the shoulders, crushing her into his chest. You are the most amazing woman in the world. He managed to choke out through the large tears now rolling down his face. Here I am talking about my ex, and you are worried about how hurt I was. MJ pushed herself away from his chest and grabbed his face. Listen to me, good assassin. She made sure her voice was clear and firm. I understand very well I was not your first, and don't think I'm some naive little girl who would think you never loved anyone before. MJ laughed. Theron told me something the night we bonded. He said, love is not unconditional. Dante was silent as MJ spoke. She only wiped the large falling tears from his eyes as she watched his nostrils flare and jaw clench with each stroke of her thumbs. That means you can fall in love and out of love, or maybe it means that love can change, and you have to be willing to change with it. MJ made her voice as soft as she could. Dante let go of MJ and cleared his throat, wiping his face. I need to finish the story, kitten, he half chuckled. MJ nodded and sat down on the bed with her hands folded in her lap. Dante put his hands behind his back and walked to the window. When Talia found her mate, something changed. She learned he was an Omega, and she went crazy about it, saying the moon made a mistake and the marvels of human science had made it possible for 2 original wolves to reproduce. Dante shuddered, and MJ grabbed her stomach, clasping one hand over her mouth. Dante, I feel sick. He turned to face her. Breath, MJ, long, slow breaths, kitten, sorry. He leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling, exhaling deep. Both Dante and MJ shivered in disgust as Dante continued his horror story. Then she started talking about breeding her mate with other Omegas, or even breeding him to my mate when I found her so that we could keep the bloodlines from running too thin. MJ grabbed herself around the arms. That's awful, she whispered, and Dante ran to her, falling to his knees in front of her. I left her, MJ. I ran back to Azrael and this pack as soon as I found out. I became the assassin for them, and I never looked back. MJ closed her eyes and put her hands on Dante's shoulders, trying to calm him down and control her own out-of-control emotions. To Dante's surprise and horror, when MJ opened her eyes, they kept flashing gold. Dante, she wanted to use me, but Pepper said they were going to be rich. Dante slammed his fists into the mattress. Some packs sell and breed Omegas to try and create stronger wolves or bloodlines. MJ growled and squeezed Dante's arm. I will kill them. All, she growled out each word, and Dante grabbed her shoulders, shaking her. Hey, kitten, Theo, let her go. Dante yelled, and MJ shook her head, pulling out of Dante's grasp. No, Dante, not Theron, me. I remember now. Her voice sounded haunted. Theron didn't force me to kill Pepper's mate, not entirely anyway. She took a deep breath and continued. I wanted him to die. I wanted her to feel the pain she was inflicting on me, and I wanted her to pay for what she had planned to do. Tears were rolling down her face, and she let out a forced laugh. I actually felt awful that I killed him, but now, knowing what they wanted to do, who they were going to give me to.
Shameless. MJ moved to her butt but stayed on the bed. Dante started to pace back and forth. Talia and I were lovers, he began, and MJ rolled her eyes. Yeah, kitten, I know you already heard this part. MJ sprang from the bed and Dante caught her by the arms. To his surprise, she wrapped her arms around his neck and squeezed him into a tight hug. I'm sorry, I know this must be hard for you, she whispered in his ear. Dante pulled MJ back away from him to look into her beautiful eyes. It's not that, love. I guess I'm ashamed of what I let myself believe back then. Dante's eyes became cloudy. I told you I was not a good person. MJ smiled and brushed his cheeks with the back of her hands tenderly. Dante, you are not what you have done then. You are what you choose to do next. Dante's eyes shot all over MJ's face with a look of wonderment. A sly smile crept across Dante's face as he suddenly leaned down and stole a deep, long kiss from his unsuspecting mate. Dante pulled away just slightly. Then what does that make me now? He said, breathless from the sweet taste of her lips. Giggling with a deep blush, MJ rolled her eyes, attempting to catch her own runaway breath. Shameless was the only thing she could say. Dante laughed low in his throat, and the sound of his voice rumbling in his chest set MJ on fire with a feeling she was unfamiliar with. Dante inhaled deep, and suddenly MJ could feel Theron squirming around inside her. She squeezed Dante's shoulders, and he looked at her, nodding. Seems that old fucker is still in here with us, kitten. MJ sucked her bottom lip between her teeth before speaking, and Dante thought she looked like a child getting ready to ask for a new toy. Dante, what does your ex have to do with me? The look on her face was desperate for truth, and it almost broke his heart. Why do they want me? Dante squeezed MJ's hips and closed his eyes. When I was a younger wolf, I decided to live with Talia and her pack. She wanted to make me her alpha and lead them. Dante stopped for a moment looking at MJ. She seemed to only be deep in thought as he spoke, so he continued. We were ruthless, kitten. Dante's voice sounded almost pained with the memory. No rogues dared enter our pack or even come near it. Things were different. We used to hunt criminals for sport. MJ pushed herself away from Dante, crossing her arms. Don't you and the hunters do that now for Azrael? Dante shook his head. That's different. When it was me and Talia, we didn't bring justice. It was one rule. Commit a crime and pay with your life. MJ shivered at the thought of Dante ruthlessly killing people. Her mind was snapped back to Dante as he continued to speak. She found her mate when we were searching for a family who fled the pack without permission. MJ brought her hand up to her throat and gasped. Dante, that must have been hard for you? She cooed as she reached up to touch his arm. Dante grabbed her again, this time around the shoulders crushing her into his chest. "You are the most amazing woman in the world." He managed to choke out through the large tears now rolling down his face. "Here I am talking about my ex, and you are worried about how hurt I was." MJ pushed herself away from his chest and grabbed his face. "Listen to me, good assassin." She made sure her voice was clear and firm. "I understand very well I was not your first, and don't think I'm some naive little girl who would think you never loved anyone before." MJ laughed. "Theron told me something the night we bonded," he said. "Love is not unconditional." Dante was silent as MJ spoke. She only wiped the large falling tears from his eyes as she watched his nostrils flare and jaw clench with each stroke of her thumbs. That means you can fall in love and out of love. Or maybe it means that love can change and you have to be willing to change with it. MJ made her voice as soft as she could. Dante let go of MJ and cleared his throat, wiping his face. "I need to finish the story, kitten," he half chuckled. MJ nodded and sat down on the bed with her hands folded in her lap. Dante put his hands behind his back and walked to the window. When Talia found her mate, something changed. She learned he was an Omega, and she went crazy about it, saying the moon made a mistake, and the marvels of human science had made it possible for 2 original wolves to reproduce. Dante shuddered, and MJ grabbed her stomach, clasping one hand over her mouth. "Dante, I feel sick." He turned to face her. "Breath, MJ. Long, slow breaths, kitten. Sorry." He leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling, exhaling deep. She had this crazy idea that we would find Omegas and impregnate them with her eggs and my sperm, and somehow they would be strong enough to bring the pups full term. Both Dante and MJ shivered in disgust as Dante continued his horror story. Then she started talking about breeding her mate with other Omegas, or even breeding him to my mate when I found her so that we could keep the bloodlines from running too thin. MJ grabbed herself around the arms. "That's awful," she whispered, and Dante ran to her, falling to his knees in front of her. "I left her, MJ. I ran back to Azrael and this pack as soon as I found out. I became the assassin for them, and I never looked back." MJ closed her eyes and put her hands on Dante's shoulders, trying to calm him down and control her own out-of-control emotions. To Dante's surprise and horror, when MJ opened her eyes, they kept flashing gold. "Dante, she wanted to use me, but Pepper said they were going to be rich." Dante slammed his fists into the mattress. "Some packs sell and breed Omegas to try and create stronger wolves or bloodlines." MJ growled and squeezed Dante's arm. "I will kill them all," she growled out each word, and Dante grabbed her shoulders, shaking her. "Hey, kitten! Theo, let her go!" Dante yelled, and MJ shook her head, pulling out of Dante's grasp. "No, Dante, not Theron. Me. I remember now." Her voice sounded haunted. "Theron didn't force me to kill Pepper's mate, not entirely anyway." She took a deep breath and continued. "I wanted him to die. I wanted her to feel the pain she was inflicting on me, and I wanted her to pay for what she had planned to do." Tears were rolling down her face, and she let out a forced laugh. "I actually felt awful that I killed him, but now, knowing what they wanted to do, who they were going to give me to. You are my home." First, she yanked the shorts on, and MJ heard Dante groan, so she turned around to see his eyes completely black. MJ's heart began to race. She knew he was lost in the intensity of the animal inside, and she knew she needed to get him back quickly. So doing the first thing that popped into her head, MJ hauled off and slapped Dante across the face. The sound echoed throughout the entire room. Dante cupped his cheek with one hand and tucked his chin into his chest, hiding his eyes under a hood of beautiful lazy golden curls. MJ felt an instant sense of remorse. "Dante, I'm sorry I saw your eyes and I just..." With lighting reflexes, Dante moved his hand over May's mouth to quiet her. "Let's get food in you before we get you checked out." And he turned and left MJ standing in the closet. Pulling off her shirt to put the clean one on, Dante's words sounded on repeat inside her head. Get her checked out? For what? She didn't need to think about who. MJ was already well aware of the odd doctors she had met. What were people like Azrael and the others doing with strange people like the Pearls? MJ thought as she finished dressing and pulled her hair back into a lazy low ponytail, allowing her now dark hair to tuck just over her shoulder and down her chest. Stepping out of the closet, MJ expected Dante to be gone, but there he stood, looking out the small window, and for whatever reason, the fact he had not left her alone meant so much to her that she was overwhelmed by her emotions, and when Dante turned to look at her, MJ flung herself forward like a predator at its prey. Dante heard the small footsteps of his perfect undoing and turned to look at her, just in time to see every muscle in her body tense as she leapt forward. In a mixture of surprise and amusement, Dante opened his arms to catch her as she crashed her chest into him. He allowed her to push them to the floor and wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her to his chest. "Now what, kitten?" he teased, and instead of trying to fight him or push away, MJ tucked her chin into his neck and brought her hands up into his chest, pressing their bodies as close together as she could. MJ didn't make a sound. She just inhaled the scent of this man she kept torturing for being nothing more than himself. Dante squeezed his arms around her tighter and leaned down into her hair, inhaling as deeply as possible. "As much as I want to stay this way forever, you need to eat." Jay giggled, and Dante sat up, pushing MJ up with him. As they clambered off the floor and headed for the door, MJ smiled shyly when Dante opened the door and motioned for her to exit first. "You hold doors open for all the girls," Jay teased, and Dante spun around with a look of shock after closing the door. "What?" he stammered. "What girls?" MJ grabbed her sides, laughing, and Dante crossed his arms over his chest, scrunching his face up in displeasure. Looking at Dante's face, MJ continued to laugh. I was teasing you. It was a joke. Dante's face lightened up, and with the look of both mischief and relief, he reached down and scooped MJ off the ground. Holding her in his arms, he didn't wait for her to protest, and he took off running down the hall. The sounds of their laughter echoed in the halls. Dante stopped, but did not put MJ down. Instead, he walked them outside into a small garden. There were a few other pack members, but as soon as they caught sight of Dante and MJ, they rushed out of the courtyard. MJ noticed, and suddenly her smile turned to a slight frown, and Dante cocked his head. What's wrong? He asked her so sweetly she smiled at him, cupping one of his cheeks with her hand. I'm standing in a beautiful garden being held by a beautiful man. Why would something be wrong? Dante walked over to a small bench and sat down. Motioning for him to do the same, she effortlessly sat down next to him, and he turned to look at her. MJ, they aren't afraid of you. MJ put her hands up, stopping him. Dante, don't okay? Her voice was melancholy. They think I'm a monster and a freak. Dante hummed and nudged her shoulder with his. You know they are more terrified of the beast inside than they are of you. They run from me too. MJ looked at Dante, and she was shocked when what she found was sadness. MJ pushed herself into Dante's lap, so he had no choice but to look at her. She smiled at him and pushed her forehead into his until their noses were touching. I will never run from you. You are my home. Dante wrapped his arms around MJ and squeezed her tight. It was the sweetest thing anyone had ever said to him, and the fact that it came from her made him wish he was a better mate for her. After sitting in the sun, soaking in its healing rays and each other, once again the sound of MJ's empty stomach interrupted their intimate moment. Dante laughed a little and stood up, still holding MJ. She simply shook her head and let him lift her. Are you okay to eat with the rest of the pack, or do you want me to just grab something from the kitchen? MJ looked off toward a group of pack members who were standing in the shadows, like she didn't know they were talking about her. Dante noticed her change in demeanor and gently set her on the ground. MJ, kitten, are you all right? I mean, really all right? Dante wasn't exactly sure what he was asking her, but it felt like the question he needed to ask her right then and there. MJ just shrugged and smiled warmly at him. Yeah, I am. It's just that I was never really a people person before. MJ glanced at the still gossiping group off in the distance. And now? I am sort of less of a person, so... Dante didn't let her finish. He gently placed his hand over her mouth, stopping her. MJ, you are a person people gravitate to. Even if they do it because they fear you, they still want to be near you. MJ pursed her lips and rolled her eyes playfully. Gee, thanks, Yoda. Dante exhaled in frustration, and to MJ's horror and absolute shock, Dante walked over to the group of strangers and began talking to them. MJ was pretty sure if she tried she could hear them, but she didn't really want to. She began as quietly as possible. I know you're there. No answer came from inside, so she tried again. Did I do something wrong in the challenge? Again, no answer. Theron, I'm scared. MJ's sudden confession had her body running cold, and she grabbed herself around the shoulders and ducked her head in defeat. She was sure the wolf would never speak to her again. Just as MJ had decided to give up on the mysterious power living inside her, she heard a very faint, familiar voice inside her mind. My little one. MJ's face lit up, and she almost started to cry. Why do you keep leaving us? The question had been eating at her, and now that she said it out loud, she realized she sounded like an ungrateful child. But before she could speak again, MJ felt the wolf laugh within her. I am always with you, my little one, but for now we must be cautious. I must be dormant. The wolf's words were almost a whisper, and they sounded almost haunted. Jay scrunched up her face into confusion. What? Why? The two questions flew out of her mouth almost at the same time. But instead of giving her an answer, he simply chuckled in her mind and said one thing before disappearing into her subconscious. Patience. What is pack family? Before she could protest his departure, Dante reappeared with a smile, adorning his face. He reached out his hand to her. Come on, I want to introduce you to some people. Dante's voice was soft and sweet. MJ looked at him and raised a single eyebrow before accepting his outstretched hand. They walked over to the group of pack members. MJ was sure had been discussing her, and suddenly the group of smiling faces had her wanting to turn tail and run. Dante put his hand against the small of her back, encouraging her. The couple stopped in front of the smiling group, and MJ noted they couldn't be much younger than she was. MJ worried her bottom lip between her teeth as she watched her fingers tangle themselves with her social anxiety. MJ right? A young girl among the group asked. MJ looked up at the small blonde and watched her small frame tense. MJ nodded and looked at the floor. Why was Dante making her do this? She thought to herself, it was more than obvious all these people were terrified of her. She sighed heavily with the weight of her thoughts when the small blonde grabbed MJ's fingers with hers. MJ's eyes shot back to the small blonde, and again she could see the terror in this young girl, and she could now feel it with her hands. MJ looked up at Dante, and the small blonde spoke again, snapping her attention back to the terrified girl, still gently clutching her fingers. I'm Jessica, the blonde managed to softly squeak. MJ smiled at her earnestly. It's nice to meet you, Jessica. Dante hummed a small laugh in his chest, and MJ shot him a small glare. Jessica did not release MJ's fingers. She actually squeezed them a little. My friends call me Jess? Is it true you used to be a walker? Before MJ could say anything, a boy around the same age as Jessica shot forward from the back of the group and clapped his hands over her mouth. Jess! The entire group yelled at her. I'm really sorry, assassin. I honestly didn't know she would say that. The boy holding Jess by the mouth sounded like he was pleading with Dante. MJ cocked her head to the side and pulled her hands away from Jess. She reached up and tapped the hand over Jessica's mouth. The boy holding her let go, looking at MJ with just as much fear as the rest of the group. Jess reached up and slapped the young man in the chest. What the hell, Andy? Jess yelled, her horribly terrified demeanor long worn off. She turned back to MJ and rolled her eyes. Sorry about my brother. He thinks I should never speak unless I ask him if it's okay first. MJ's eyes were huge. She was shocked that this girl who was shaking with fear a few moments ago now had enough attitude to tongue-lash a grown man. Jess grabbed MJ by the hands again, but when MJ looked into her eyes, this time, she didn't see any fear. Instead, what she saw was a flash of curiosity. So? Jess chirped like an excited child. Is it true? MJ hummed a small laugh and pursed her lips outward. She squinted slightly at the curious young girl. You're a smart girl, Jessica, MJ said calmly. You tell me. Jess bit the side of her cheeks considering what MJ said to her when Andy decided to open his mouth again. I'm really sorry. Sometimes Jess lets her mouth run away without her brain, Andy said, shooting Jessica a pointed look. The young girl simply huffed at the statement, looking disgusted and rolling her eyes. MJ shot Andy a smirk. Don't apologize for her curiosity, she said, winking at Jessica. After all, she was the only one brave enough to ask what you all were thinking. Right? Dante crossed his arms while small laughs escaped his chest. MJ looked at the group, and for some reason all the fear and timid anxiety gone replaced by intrigue and curiosity. She looked Jess directly in the eyes. I am not a walker, although I'm still really not sure what that is. Jessica's mouth dropped open, as did Andy's. Whoa, Andy said. What the hell kind of wolf are you? The question almost insulted MJ. She wasn't quite sure how to answer that. She's an Omega, Dante grumbled, rolling his eyes. And clearly your sister learned her bad manners from you, he added. The entire group seemed to laugh lightheartedly at Dante's comment, and all MJ could do was marvel at how smooth he was with these people.